Chapter 61. Zhou Jingchen didn't have time to investigate how Yujiaza's core engine was hit. Originally, they could manage one-on-one, but after Yujiaza's elimination, their team was down to 5 people, while the enemy had 6. This meant one person had to fight too. And that person was him. Gao Yi and Tianning launched their attacks on him, forcing him to defend both sides. Both Gao Yi and Tianning were elite mech soldiers under Murong Su's command, making it difficult for him to handle both. He had to eliminate one first. Eliminating Gao Yi first was unrealistic. Tianning, having lost his right arm, was a less difficult option. He moved towards Tianning like a ghost, his high-energy beam saber severing his other arm. While attacking Tianning, he activated a protective shield to prevent Gao Yi from attacking from behind. After losing both arms, Tianning attempted to fire his electromagnetic railgun, but before he could fire, it was struck by a laser cannon, causing the railgun's muzzle to explode. System: Chongming Team's No. 1 A-Class Mech has been hit in its main weapon, the mech is destroyed, and No. 1 A-Class Mech is eliminated. Tianning emerged from the simulation training pod, and yelled at Murong Su, "Young Marshal, His Highness is too ruthless. He turned me into a human pig. Young Marshal, you must be careful of him." Murong Su glanced at him lightly. "It's just that your skills are inferior." Tianning felt as if he had been shot in the chest. He had just been humiliated by Zhou Jingchen, and now he was being humiliated by Murong Su. Is there any love left in this world? The battle continued. After a while, the system notification sounded again. Dawn's No. 2 A-Class Mech has been hit in its core energy source. The energy system is shut down, and No. 2 A-Class Mech is eliminated. System: Dawn's Class B Mech No. 1 has been hit in the cockpit. Cockpit destroyed. Class B Mech No. 1 eliminated. System: Dawn's Class A Mech No. 1 has been hit in the core engine. Collectively destroyed. Class A Mech No. 1 eliminated. Zhou Jingchen heard the system announce 3 consecutive eliminations, all from their team. Now only he and Zhang Ziyuan remained. The opposing team still had 5 mechs, 3 to deal with him, and 2 to deal with Zhang Ziyuan. Zhou Jingchen focused intently, attacking and dodging with high mental output. System: Dawn's Class A Mech No. 3 has been hit in the core engine, mech destroyed. Class A Mech No. 3 eliminated. Damn! At this moment, everyone in the simulation training room was watching the battle on the screen. Su Ruiyang watched the battle on the screen, his heart pounding. It's over. His Highness is fighting 5 against 1. Can he still win? Zhang Ziyuan said, "The chances of winning are slim, but His Highness probably doesn't care about the result. He's more concerned with learning from the experience and improving himself in the simulation battle." Yujiaza recalled the battle just now and felt a pang of regret. I should have called Major Song over too. He usually works with His Highness. Linjia, Major Song is on duty. Zhou Jingchen's 1 against 5 situation lasted for 20 minutes. Finally, his mech exploded under Gao Yi's positron cannon. The simulation ended, and Chongming Team won. Tianning led the cheers. "Ah! We won!" Zhou Jingchen emerged from the simulation training pod, looking somewhat tired after 2 consecutive battles. Yujiaza went to greet him, feeling a pang of self-reproach. If he hadn't been the first to be eliminated, the whole battle wouldn't have turned out this way. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, I dragged you down this time." Zhou Jingchen said, "It's not your fault. The opponent is a Wind Blade member with many years of experience. I'm very satisfied with how well you did." It was agreed that the loser would be punished. Tianning said, "Come on, everyone from the ARC team, come over here for a truth or dare test." Su Ruiyang said indignantly, "I think we're at a disadvantage. You're all first-generation mech pilots, while we only been training for less than 6 months. It would be fair if you all used B-class mechs, and we used A-class mechs. It's no use talking about that now. A bet is a bet. Let's talk about whether you accept the punishment or not." Zhang Ziyuan said, "What's there to not accept? Come on." Tianning was embarrassed to use the lie detector he usually used to interrogate prisoners on the Prince of Prostar. He kindly said to Zhou Jingchen, "Your Highness is the captain. You can let the others accept the punishment, you don't need to." Zhou Jingchen was a man of his word. "No need. I accept the punishment with them." Murong Su looked at Zhou Jingchen with interest. He didn't say anything, seemingly wanting to see Zhou Jingchen participate in the truth or dare game. The 6 members of the Dawn team sat on the lie detector chairs, waiting for the questions. The lie detector judges whether the person being questioned is telling the truth or lying based on the brainwave signals when answering questions. If the person is telling the truth, there will be no problem. Once the system determines that the person is lying, they will receive an electric shock. The voltage of the shock can be freely selected. For games like this, it is usually set to the lowest setting of 35V, which is the upper limit of the safe voltage for the human body. The Dawn warship was also equipped with a lie detector, but Zhou Jingchen and his team never used it. The Chongming team members were discussing what questions to ask. The grown men huddled together, occasionally letting out sly laughs. Zhou Jingchen sat in his chair, recalling the situation when he was surrounded by 5 mechs. The situation was urgent. He hadn't had time to think things through, only acting on instinct. Didn't he have a plan? If it were Murong-su, could he have turned the tide when surrounded by 5 mechs? Thinking this, he subconsciously looked up at Murong-su, meeting his gaze. His heart skipped a beat. Murong-su, dressed in a black, fitted military uniform, was looking at him with his arms crossed. Without a doubt, he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Su Ruiyang, seeing that they hadn't thought of any questions after several minutes, said, "Hey, can't you guys just get to the point? Ask whatever you want." Zhang Ziyuan said, "Also, let me make this clear beforehand. We won't answer any questions about military secrets. Don't worry, who asks those kinds of questions for no reason?" Tianying approached them, coughing lightly with his fist clenched. "We already discussed what questions we ask you. You just need to answer yes or no. Please answer within 30 seconds. Press the green button if it's yes, and the red button if it's no. Okay, stop talking nonsense, ask quickly." "Wait." Murong-su stepped forward. Tianying looked at Murong-su and asked obsequiously, "Young Marshal, what are your instructions?" "Tomorrow, the Dawn team and the Chongming team will continue their team competition. The Chongming team will only be allocated 1 Level A simulation training pod, plus 5 Level B simulation training pods." Su Yuxuan's face changed. "Young Marshal, with such a huge equipment gap, how are we supposed to compete?" Murong-su said, "The Dawn team has only been involved with mechs for half a year, while you guys have been for 8 years. This allocation is very reasonable." Su Ruiyang laughed loudly. "Ha ha, right, let's compete again tomorrow. This allocation is fine. Let me tell you, you better not ask any too outrageous questions, otherwise tomorrow Tianying said, "We talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Everyone, please listen carefully to the question." He cleared his throat and raised his voice. "Excuse me, are you all virgins?" After this question was asked, the Dawn team members looked very uncomfortable. The members of the Chongming team all kept their mouths tightly shut, struggling to hold back their laughter. Jiang Yuxuan prompted, "Each person only has 30 seconds to answer. If you don't answer within 30 seconds, you also be electrocuted." Yu Jiazi was the first to answer, replying, "Yes." The green light lit up, indicating that he wasn't lying. Zhang Ziyuan also quickly followed up with, "Yes. That was also correct." Tianying chuckled, "Ziyuan, I didn't expect you to be a virgin." Zhang Ziyuan crossed his arms, "That means I'm younger than you." Su Ruiyang then also chose yes, and both got their green lights. Yi Xian and Lin Jie chose no, and their green lights appeared. Zhou Jingchen had expected them to ask tricky questions, but he hadn't expected this one. There's always a strange kind of comparison between men. For example, being a virgin at a certain age is always a source of ridicule. But he wasn't that old. Being a virgin at 24 was normal. 3 seconds left. Zhou Jingchen chose yes, and his red light appeared. He was startled. How could this be? Then, a current surged from his back throughout his body. He clenched his fists, enduring the electric shock. The game's voltage wasn't high. The current only flowed for a brief second, but the tingling sensation lingered for a long time. But everyone present fell silent. Zhou Jingchen was the only one who had received the electric shock, yet no one dared to laugh at him. An awkward atmosphere permeated the room. Yu Jiazi, standing beside him, tentatively asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhou Jingchen's body was still slightly numb, but he couldn't care less about his physical sensations. He was consumed by embarrassment and shame. He had clearly chosen yes, so why was it wrong? In his past 24 years, he had no sexual experience, except for that one time when Murong-su forcibly kissed him. How could this be? Was the machine malfunctioning? After all, lie detectors aren't 100% accurate. Wait, he glanced at Murong-su, only to see that Murong-su's lips hadn't yet fully closed. The man was clearly gloating. He completely forgot everything about him, and Murong-su 5 years ago. Could it be? Chapter 62. To save Zhou Jingchen's face, Tianying deliberately said, "Your Highness probably pressed the wrong button." Gao Yi also stepped in to smooth things over. It could be a machine malfunction, I said before that this lie detector isn't very accurate. Someone carelessly said, Colonel Gao, the machine should be fine, right? Your Highness and the young marshal are already engaged. Isn't it normal for them to have? You know? Zhou Jingchen was even more embarrassed. He didn't dare look at Murong-su. He stood up, trying to maintain a smile. You guys continue. I have to go on duty later, so I head back. With that, he left the interrogation room. All the way, he was filled with remorse. Murong-su, that scumbag. 5 years ago, he was only 19. Did that scumbag really? You know him? How could he do that? Arriving at the shuttle hangar, Zhou Jingchen called in a shuttle. Before he could even get on, someone followed him in. He instinctively turned around. It was Murong-su. He had just experienced an embarrassing moment, and Murong-su had even deliberately laughed at him. Now, like an enraged kitten, he asked, What are you doing here? Murong-su walked towards him. What's wrong? Are you angry? No. Really not? Zhou Jingchen had just pretended to be indifferent in public, but now, in front of Murong-su, his resentment seemed about to explode. If I were angry, would you have come after me to see me make a fool of myself? Murong-su said, Why would I want to see you make a fool of yourself? After all, you did lose your memory, and it wasn't your fault. You? Zhou Jingchen's ears turned bright red. Did Murong-su's words mean that 5 years ago, they really had been intimate? So you? Murong-su raised an eyebrow. What do you want to ask? Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth, glaring at him. Murong-su said, You want to ask me if anything happened between us? Zhou Jingchen lowered his head. I don't want to hear it. Murong-su raised his hand and touched his bleeding earlobe. I'm hungry. Zhou Jingchen slapped his hand away and whispered, Don't touch me. Murong-su's lips curled up. What are you thinking? I said I'm hungry. He casually took Zhou Jingchen's hand and got into the shuttle. Come on, let's go eat on the dawn. Zhou Jingchen glanced at his hand being held, wanting to pull it away, but ultimately didn't. A small shuttle could seat 4 people. The 2 of them sat side by side, with the other side empty. Zhou Jingchen said irritably, How dare you go to the dawn ship for meals every day? Murong-su looked at him and kindly reminded him, Stealth drone communication satellites, 300,000 star coins each. Remembering he still owed Murong-su a huge sum, Zhou Jingchen seized the opportunity to say, A meal on the dawn ship costs 100,000 star coins. Your Highness is running a rip-off. That's the price. Take it or leave it. Eat? Of course I eat. Over 9 million star coins, enough for over 90 meals. Upon entering the dawn ship, Zhou Jingchen and Murong-su went straight to the restaurant. The food on the dawn ship was indeed better than on the Chongming ship, with a wider variety. Murong-su ordered a steak, a bowl of noodles with sauce, and a glass of red wine. Zhou Jingchen was eating lamb chops. As he cut the chops with his knife, he said, Murong-su, in battle, if you were surrounded by many mechs, what would you do? Murong-su replied, That would be great. I wipe them all out at once. Zhou Jingchen, What if the opponents are all very strong? Then run. Zhou Jingchen, He took a deep breath, deciding not to talk to him anymore, to waste his expression. Seeing the disappointment on his face, Murong-su explained again, Your Highness, when I say run, I don't mean flee. Zhou Jingchen looked up, Then what is it? Murong-su picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip. When surrounded by equally matched enemies, the worst thing you can do is stand still and only defend. If the enemy has a numerical advantage, you're doomed sooner or later. It's better to run, turn the tables, and maneuver among them at maximum speed. You might even see them fighting each other. Zhou Jingchen recalled the battle he had just witnessed. He was surrounded by 5 mechs, each a member of the Wind Blade crew, and all quite strong. As Murong-su had said, he had been mostly on the defensive, which led to him running out of ammunition for his main cannon and being blasted by Gao Yi's positron cannon. If he had changed his strategy and weaved through them at maximum speed, they might have chased after him, and when they fired their cannons, it might have turned into friendly fire. That would have been better than his previous strategy. Murong-su, tomorrow you fight me in a B-class mech. Murong-su looked at him. Your Highness really knows how to bully people. Zhou Jingchen didn't think he was bullying him. Well, you have 8 years of experience, and I only have 6 months. This arrangement is quite reasonable. This was something Murong-su had just said, and he hadn't expected him to put it into practice so quickly. Murong-su smiled indulgently. Okay. After Zhou Jingchen finished eating, he went to the Bridge of the Dawn to relieve Song Yiming so he could eat and rest. Song Yiming asked, I just heard from Ruiyang that you guys were fighting against the people from the Chongming in the simulation training cabin. Yeah, you should go tomorrow too. Okay. Zhou Jingchen was on duty on the bridge. Just in case of emergencies, they had been sailing in stealth mode for the past few days, and everything had gone smoothly. According to the plan, they would arrive at the wormhole leading to the Athena system in 5 days. However, after passing through the wormhole, they would still need to search for the abandoned artificial planet in the vast universe. The time frame for that was unknown. After his 8-hour shift, when young Marshal Leisure arrived, Zhou Jingchen returned to the living quarters. He took a bath, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. The seasons on Jinchi Star were not distinct at all, probably because of the limited skin grafts. The temperature didn't change much throughout the year, so the seasons weren't noticeable. 19-year-old Zhou Jingchen had just received a communication. His mother, Empress Shui Wanling, ordered him to return to Pro Star as soon as possible, because King Zhou Shaoqin's birthday was in a week, and as a prince, he was obliged to attend. Zhou Jingchen didn't want to go back yet. He and Murongsu had only recently confirmed their relationship, and he didn't want to leave him at all. Zhou Jingchen sent Murongsu a text message. "Where are you, Murongsu? Just got back to school." At that time, the Mecha department of the Federal Military Academy had just been established. Murongsu, as one of the first batch of Mecha pilots, was a specially appointed Mecha practical instructor at the Federal Military Academy. He also had a 2-bedroom dormitory at the school, which he occasionally stayed in. "Zhou Jingchen, I'm coming over." He was already very familiar with Murongsu's dormitory, and quickly found his way there. Murongsu had just finished showering, changed out of his serious military uniform, and was wearing gray sweatpants and a white t-shirt. He was lean and muscular, his chest and abdominal muscles faintly visible under the white t-shirt. His wet hair was still messy and hadn't been combed. Zhou Jingchen looked at him, his face flushed. Murongsu reached out and touched his rosy cheeks. "What's your face made of? Why do you blush so easily?" Zhou Jingchen suddenly threw himself into his arms. Murongsu was startled and put his arms around him. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Zhou Jingchen smelled the fresh scent of his shower gel, which made him a little restless. "No one bullied me. Mother wants me to return to Pro Star as soon as possible." "And then?" Zhou Jingchen said, "I don't want to go back yet." "You can't bear to part with me?" Murongsu looked down at him. Zhou Jingchen lifted his head from his embrace, looking sullen. "Yeah." Murongsu chuckled softly. "Then why does she want you to go back? Father's birthday is next Thursday. That's only natural." Zhou Jingchen naturally knew he had to rush back for his father's birthday. He was sad about having to part with Murongsu. "It's King Pro's birthday. It seems only natural for me to go and offer my congratulations," Murongsu said. Zhou Jingchen's eyes lit up. "Will you go?" "If I want to go, King Pro shouldn't stop me." Zhou Jingchen started making plans. "If you come to Pro Star, I take you to an orchard to eat the freshest fruit, grapes, apples, pears, oranges, whatever you want. I can also take you horseback riding on the grasslands, to eat a whole roasted lamb that's just been slaughtered and put on the grill. Pro Star has many beautiful places. I can take you to see them." Murongsu looked at him with doting eyes. "So many delicious and fun things to do. I definitely go see them. It's a promise you have to come." "Okay, I definitely go." Zhou Jingchen's eyes glistened with tears. He tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. Murongsu raised an eyebrow. "You learned to ambush?" Zhou Jingchen pursed his lips. "So what?" Murongsu's hand lingered on his waist. "You have to bear the consequences." Zhou Jingchen said, "I." He hesitated, as if he had thought of something, and lowered his head, blushing. Murongsu lifted his chin. "What?" Zhou Jingchen looked at him with his watery eyes, the boy's childishness still lingering, his fine bangs covering his brows, making his eyes appear even more innocent and harmless. His lips were a natural cherry color. The pampered prince's skin was fair and tender, like a freshly peeled egg, his lips also moist. Murongsu stroked his lips with his thumb, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Want to spend the night here?" Zhou Jingchen's fair skin looked like it could bleed. He swallowed. Murongsu picked him up directly. The freshly peeled egg was bouncy and soft. A slight squeeze left a mark. Murongsu. Chapter 63. Zhou Jingchen suddenly opened his eyes, his blood still boiling, as if he hadn't yet calmed down from the afterglow of their encounter. He reached out to his side. There was no one there, only himself. It was pitch black all around. He was in outer space, in a star system far from its star where only night existed. He sat up and said to the robot, "Turn on the overhead light." The light came on. He glanced at the time. He had only slept for a little over 5 hours. He hadn't expected to be awakened by a dream. He couldn't tell if it was a beautiful dream or just a dream. The enchanting scenes in the dream lingered in his mind. But after a while, he wondered, was it really a dream? Or was it a forgotten memory? After all, everything in the dream felt so real. The touch, the feeling of Murong-su and emerging, it all felt real. He raised the back of his hand to his forehead, looking at the overhead light. What had become of him and Murong-su 5 years ago? If they had been intimate, that would at least prove their feelings were mutual. But why did he lose his memories of him? He had specifically researched it. There was a technology in the world that could make people forget specific memories. This technology was currently used for people who had experienced psychological trauma that affected their lives. They would choose to forget the memories that caused them pain. But how did he forget Murong-su? Was it Schwerwanling? He lay in bed for an hour, then got up, washed, ate breakfast, and went to the Chongming ship with Song Yiming, Su Ruiyang, and others. They had a scheduled battle with the people from the Chongming ship that day. To ensure fairness, the crew of Chongming would use 5 Class B Mechs and 1 Class A Mech to fight them. The crew of Shuguang were all eager to avenge their previous defeat, and Su Ruiyang had already planned the questions he would ask them after winning. Zhou Jingchen and his group headed straight for the simulation training room. Passing by the gym, they happened to encounter a man emerging from it. The man's imposing height of 1.9 meters was striking. He wore only black sweatpants and a white t-shirt, which was slightly damp from sweating after his workout. Zhou Jingchen was slightly taken aback. His attire was exactly the same as in his dream. Those alluring images automatically flashed through his mind. He even remembered the cinnabar birthmark on Murong-su's left chest. "Your Highness, so early," Murong-su spoke first. Zhou Jingchen tried to appear calm. "Didn't we say we continue the battle today? You guys go in first. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Su Ruiyang asked curiously, "Young Marshal, are you participating too?" "What, scared?" Su Ruiyang rubbed his nose, feeling that the question he racked his brains for might be useless now. "Then you have to pilot a B-class mech." "Okay." 10 minutes later, Murong-su appeared in the simulation training room, dressed in black military trousers and a white shirt. As mentioned yesterday, today's battle featured 1 A-class mech and 5 B-class mechs from the Chongming team, while the Shuguang team had 2 A-plus class mechs and 4 A-class mechs. There were also personnel changes. Gao Yi from the Chongming team was replaced by Murong-su, and Yi Xian from the Shuguang team was replaced by Song Yiming. As soon as the battle began, both sides engaged in a high-intensity artillery bombardment. In terms of configuration, A-class mechs and B-class mechs are only one level apart, but their mobility and weapon power are far inferior to A-class mechs, let alone A-plus level mechs. "Take out their A-class mech first," Zhou Jingchen said. "Your Highness, shouldn't we take out the young marshal first? He's piloting a B-class mech. The chances of taking him out are too low." Zhou Jingchen was well aware of this. Even if Murong-su piloted a C-class mech, he would still be many times stronger than an ordinary person, so if they focused their attack on him first, they would only be wiped out. "Yiming and I will deal with the A-class mechs first. The rest of you hold them off." "Okay." Su Yuxuan, piloting the A-class mech for the Chongming team, saw Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming launching a fierce attack on him. He shouted in the channel, "Damn it, someone save me. I'm being attacked by 2 A-plus class mechs." Tianning said, "Good luck." Less than 10 minutes later, a loud bang was heard, and the system notification sounded. Chongming team's number 1 A-class mech has been hit in its core engine. Its fuselage is damaged, and number 1 A-class mech is out of the game. After Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming destroyed the enemy's only A-class mech, they began attacking the other B-class mechs. The two sides clashed for about 20 minutes, head-on in a firefight, and the B-class mechs were clearly at a disadvantage. Tianning shouted into the channel, "Young Marshal. Young Marshal. Where are you?" Murong-su's lazy voice came through. "What? Young Marshal, help." Murong-su echoed Tianning's words, "Good luck." "Damn it." Tianning watched as Murong-su skillfully maneuvered his thrusters to dodge the dense artillery fire, but he didn't retaliate at all. Tianning understood. "Young Marshal, could you have been a little more obvious in holding back?" With that, a deafening boom echoed as Tianying's mech exploded. The Dawn's attack was swift and remarkably coordinated. Half an hour later, the Dawn had lost 2 A-class mechs, leaving only Murong-su on the Chongming. Su Ruiyang, somewhat smug, chuckled, "Hee, comrades, victory is just around the corner." Yu Jiazi said, "Ruiyang, don't be so smug. The last one is the young marshal. But he's in a B-class mech, and we still have 4 people left. Zhou Jingchen said, don't let your guard down. Spread out and attack. For Mech surrounded Murong-su, who remained unfazed. Your Highness, I demonstrate what I said yesterday. Watch closely. With that, Murong-su charged towards Zhou Jingchen at maximum speed. Zhou Jingchen immediately unleashed a barrage of fire from his Vulcan cannon and laser cannon. The others also fired at Murong-su, but he didn't fly in a straight line. Instead, he zigzagged, skillfully dodging the fire. He quickly reached Zhou Jingchen's rear. Using Zhou Jingchen's mech as cover, a laser cannon swiftly struck Yu Jiaza's core engine, causing a deafening explosion. Yu Jiaza was eliminated. Zhou Jingchen had just turned to attack when he discovered that the man had already vanished, moving with ghostly speed and precision. While a Class B mech's mobility was indeed inferior to a Class A mech, in Murong-su's hands, its movement became unpredictable and elusive. Zhou Jingchen was so engrossed in watching his skillful maneuver that he momentarily forgot to attack. Su Ruiyang, while firing his Vulcan cannon and laser cannon at Murong-su, shouted, Damn, is the young marshal really piloting a Class B mech? Zhang Ziyuan said, Is this the power of top-tier mental strength? Su Ruiyang said, Watch out. He's gone behind you. Zhang Ziyuan was stunned when I go. System. Dawn Team's number 4 A-class mech has been hit in its core engine. Its fuselage is damaged. Number 4 A-class mech is eliminated. Su Ruiyang tensed up and fired a barrage of shots at Murong-su's darting figure. Besides him, Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming were also firing at him, but because the opponent's movements were completely unpredictable, all their shots missed. I refuse to believe that the 3 of us can't beat one. Just as he finished speaking, the simulation training pod vibrated. System notification. Dawn Team's number 2 A-class mech has been hit in its core engine. Its fuselage is damaged. Number 2 A-class mech is eliminated. Su Ruiyang was still completely bewildered. He opened the hatch of the simulation training pod and asked the person next to him, Holy crap, how did I die? Yu Jiaza said, You were hit by the young marshal's laser cannon. Zhang Ziyuan's face was dark. Moreover, almost everyone was hit in the core engine. Su Ruiyang glanced at Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming, who were still fighting Murong-su on the screen. They're this good even in B-class mechs? Are they even human? Tianning chuckled. We're different. We're used to watching the young marshal cheat and beat people up. Yu Jiaza leaned close to Su Ruiyang's ear. Are we going to lose again? Su Ruiyang's face was extremely grim. He had come here with a winning mentality, but he hadn't expected to be eliminated so inexplicably. He glanced at the 3 mechs still fighting on the screen. Let's take a look. Our Dawn Team's 2 elites are still fighting. Don't forget, His Highness also has S-class mental strength. A blinding white light flashed on the screen for a few seconds, then the system announced, Dawn Team's number 2 A-level mech has been hit in its core engine, its fuselage is damaged, and number 2 A-level mech is eliminated. Su Ruiyang's face turned pale. Were they really going to lose? What bizarre questions would they be asked this time? Yesterday, they were all mocked for being inexperienced. They hadn't even gotten revenge yet, and now they were going to suffer new humiliation? Thinking of this, Su Ruiyang felt indignant. System. Choming's number 1 B-level mech has been hit in its core engine. Its fuselage is damaged. Number 1 B-level mech is eliminated. Dawn Team wins. Su Ruiyang abruptly looked up at the large screen. Only a ball of fire remained on the screen. He had no idea what had just happened. What happened? We won. Yu Jiaza was also a little stunned. Yes, we won. Wow, Your Highness is indeed amazing. Although Your Highness is very amazing, but... Zhang Ziyuan hesitated. Tianning, clutching his head, roared, Damn it. Young Marshal, this isn't just letting him win, it's letting him go all out. You all saw it, right? It seems like he deliberately let His Highness hit him. Tang Lian smiled, deliberately saying, I guess the young Marshal was tired and didn't notice he was locked onto by His Highness's electromagnetic rail gun. No, I don't believe it. This is clearly letting him go all out. Murong-su emerged from the simulation training pod, hearing Tianying's roar. He remained calm. A bet is a bet. A loss is a loss. Tianying was speechless. Who said a bet was a bet? Murong-su's letting him win was far too obvious. Zhou Jingchen emerged from the simulation training pod, hearing Murong-su's words. He felt guilty. After dealing with Song Yiming, he had clearly slowed down, giving Murong-su an opening. This was the first time he had won against Murong-su in a simulation training session. But this kind of victory didn't bring him much of a sense of accomplishment. Su Ruiyang gave a twisted smile. Heh, since you lost, then please, everyone from the Chongming team, go to the interrogation room. The Chongming team members didn't waste any words, and automatically sat down in the lie detector chairs. Su Ruiyang, mimicking Tian Ying's behavior yesterday, coughed lightly, clenching his fist. Everyone, I won't beat around the bush. I already thought of all the questions. Now, please listen to the questions. Su Ruiyang deliberately raised his voice. Please tell me the names of your first sexual partners, from left to right. Chapter 64. Tianning gritted his teeth and said, Ruiyang, aren't you afraid I escalate things tomorrow by asking such a question? Same to you. Su Ruiyang said, Tianning, you're first, please answer. Tianning took a deep breath, his ears turning red, and said a girl's name. The second was Su Yuxuan, his face flushed, who randomly said a name and got an electric shock. Everyone laughed so hard they were doubled over. Yu Jiazi said, no way, you can't even remember who you were virgins with? Or are you still a virgin? Su Yuxuan blushed and said, I just forgot, you guys are the virgins. Hurry up, stop dawdling, next one. Some answered seriously, while others, still a virgin, made up a name and got an electric shock. Finally, it was Murong Su's turn. Murong Su was very calm, as if doing this was an enjoyment for him, not a punishment. Su Ruiyang said, young marshal, it's your turn. Murong Su glanced at Zhou Jingchen and replied leisurely, Zhou Jingchen. Upon hearing this name, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wow! Zhou Jingchen, who had originally been watching the show, unexpectedly found himself caught in the middle. Meeting Murong Su's flirtatious gaze, he recalled that alluring dream. A dream where Murong Su was overflowing with masculine hormones. The fact that Murong Su hadn't been electrocuted after answering meant his answer was correct. He felt his face must be burning red. Having grown up under the strict rules of the royal court, he didn't enjoy discussing such risque topics. But the men of Chongming, having spent so much time in the army, often joked with each other. Tianning, for example, was a typical example, sporting a gossipy expression that seemed to anticipate a good show. Young marshal, your first time was with His Highness, so you lost your virginity at 30? Su Yuxuan said, you're overthinking it. The young marshal and His Highness have been together for 5 years. 5 years ago? Huh? His Highness wasn't even an adult yet. Su Ruiyang said, Tianning, can you even do math? 5 years ago, my Highness was 19. TSK, 19 years old. Murong Su noticed the embarrassment on Zhou Jingchen's face, fearing that the group's jokes would get too outrageous and offend his prince. He stood up, his expression serious, you're all so free, aren't you? Those who need to train, go train, those on duty, go on duty. Dismissed. The men of the Chongming saluted, yes, sir. Soon, the men of the Chongming left. The men of the Shuguang looked at Murong Su, then at Zhou Jingchen, feeling like they were just a few watts of light bulb. Su Ruiyang said, Your Highness, we head back to the Shuguang first. Everyone left, leaving only Murong Su and Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen coughed lightly, I should go back too. Murong Su grabbed his arm, I remember you always wanted to beat me. So? You finally succeeded today, don't you want a reward? What reward? Murong Su gestured to the lie detector chair behind him, like, strap me to the lie detector chair and ask me some questions. Zhou Jingchen didn't have that kind of fetish, no interest. I feel like even though you beat me, you weren't that happy? Zhou Jingchen said, the Mech's performance was 2 levels lower, and you deliberately went easy on me. What's there to be happy about winning like that? Oh! Murong Su chuckled, that's still my fault. Zhou Jingchen asked, why did you deliberately go easy on me? Murong Su looked at him, you just said you weren't interested in asking me questions. Zhou Jingchen was speechless for a moment, you don't have to answer. It seems your highness really isn't interested, then I won't answer. Zhou Jingchen, Murong Su said, tomorrow we have a competition. You decide which mecha I pilot, I absolutely won't hold back. Okay. Prostar Royal Palace. After Musel Martin's fleet landed at the Lishu military base, he took a shuttle directly to the Royal Palace. He had been a frequent visitor to Prostar lately, almost like a regular at the government buildings of Headstar. It had been a month since Headstar's army had entered Prostar. Almost every military base on Prostar was garrisoned by Headstar officers. After General Song Liangze entered the Court of Judgment, the military command of Prostar fell into Zhou Jingchen's hands. However, since graduating, he had been involved in politics and had little knowledge of military affairs, mostly just following Musel's advice. Musel entered the King's Council Hall, where Zhou Jingchen was discussing the reconstruction of Mingchang City with his cabinet ministers. A month ago, Mingchong City suffered a devastating attack, with over 10,000 dead and injured, and thousands of houses destroyed. Now, a month later, it was time for reconstruction. ProStar had purchased a large number of Mech 6 months ago, incurring considerable expenses. After the Great Battle, the Tianjin fortress needed rebuilding, costing a significant amount. When Headstar's army entered ProStar, ProStar paid Headstar a huge sum, and they now had to pay Headstar protection money every month, creating immense financial pressure. Now, with the post-war reconstruction of Mingchong City, the national treasury couldn't afford it, which was a real headache for Zhou Jingxing. After the meeting, Zhou Jingxing and Prime Minister Jiang Mingyan met with Muscle. Muscle went straight to the point. Your Highness, according to the original agreement, ProStar is supposed to pay Headstar 200 billion star coins every month. However, I heard that Your Highness has been late with this month's payment. What could be the reason? Zhou Jingxing replied, Mr. Martin, as you know, Mingchong City on ProStar was destroyed by a terrorist organization, and many residents have been displaced. We are trying to rebuild, which requires a large amount of funds. Therefore, we request some time. Your Highness, our army is consuming funds every day, and our soldiers also need to eat and support their families. They're not from ProStar. They have no obligation to protect ProStar. Without compensation, they have a legitimate reason to leave. Your funds can indeed be delayed for a few days, but if our troops leave for even a few days, without protection, ProStar will become fish on a chopping block. Zhou Jingxing's expression changed. Musel was right. ProStar now lacked General Song Liangzi, its elite mech forces, and nearly a third of its warships were destroyed in the last war. Now, without the protection of Hades, ProStar could fall into the hands of terrorist organizations at any moment. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Martin, rest assured, this money was agreed upon between you and me. I will arrange it as soon as possible. I believe Your Highness will arrange it well. Musel glanced at him and continued, Your Highness, you don't intend to maintain the status quo forever, do you? Mr. Martin means. You are the king's chosen heir to the throne. The throne has been vacant for over a month, yet you have not been crowned. Do you still want Zhou Jingxing to fight his way back and give him the throne? Zhou Jingxing said, Mr. Martin, my father is still alive. Logically, the throne isn't vacant. Oh! Don't you intend to inherit the throne? Muscle said, I heard His Majesty the King is clinging to life, and this breath might last 3 to 5 years, or even decades. If that's the case, it doesn't seem too bad. But what if one day he wakes up and his political views differ from yours? What will you do then? Zhou Jingxing pondered. Before Zhou Shaoqin's accident, he had opposed accepting Hades' protection. If he woke up and saw that ProStar had already accepted Hades' protection, what would he do? Perhaps all his efforts would be overturned, and he would be thrown back into the court of judgment, never to rise again. After Musel left, Jiang Mingyan said, Your Highness, Mr. Martin is right. You are His Majesty's chosen heir to the throne. His Majesty is now barely clinging to life, and may never wake up again. In my opinion, we cannot delay any longer. We should prepare for the coronation ceremony as soon as possible. Zhou Jingxing rubbed his forehead. His head was throbbing. Uncle, let me think about it some more. What should we do? Your Highness, you must not hesitate at this time, Jiang Mingyan said. Do you remember when the Queen and the third prince framed you? The third prince is still alive. He will certainly not let it go. If you soften your heart, and he really retaliates, you and I will be doomed. Zhou Jingxing paused. Indeed, if Jiang Mingyan hadn't cleared his name, he might have carried the stigma of regicide and patricide for life, dying unjustly. He absolutely had to not soften his heart. Thinking of this, his fists clenched. Lishu Medical Research Center. A lavishly decorated shuttle pulled up in front of the research center, followed by several military shuttles used by the royal guards. Zhou Jingxing disembarked and walked towards the research center, the guards following closely behind. The research center's doors were tightly shut. Upon detecting the visitor, the system prompted, Please verify your identity. Zhou Jingxing stepped forward and approached the iris scanner at the entrance for iris authentication. The system displayed, Authentication failed. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Zhou Jingxing glanced at his assistant, who immediately understood and contacted the research center's director. 2 minutes later, Zhang Anqing, the director of the Medical Research Center, appeared behind the door. He wore a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and had half-gray hair, exuding a refined air. I didn't know Your Highness was coming and couldn't greet you. My apologies. Zhou Jingxing said, I come to visit my father. Please show me the way, Director Zhang. Since the arrival of Hades' army, Zhou Wanqing had transferred Zhou Shaoqin to Li Shu's medical research center. For the past 2 weeks, Zhou Jingqing had never mentioned visiting, yet he suddenly came today. What was he planning? Zhang Anqing said politely, "Your Highness, His Majesty has been moved to a sterile ward, and it's inconvenient to visit." Zhou Jingqing immediately recognized the charade. The medical pod is also a sterile environment. "I'm only visiting through the pod. Do you think I'm afraid I open it?" Zhang Anqing said. "Explaining this would take as long as a thesis, so please understand, Your Highness, it's truly impossible to visit now." "Then tell me, who stipulated that visits are prohibited?" "It was me." Zhou Jingqing looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhou Wanqing, wearing a white coat, walking towards him. Zhou Wanqing greeted him politely. "Brother Wang, it's been a long time." Zhou Jingqing and Zhou Wanqing had a decent relationship. When they were young, Zhou Jingqing quite liked this younger sister and had played with her. Compared to Zhou Jingqing, he was closer to Zhou Wanqing. "Wanqing, how is father's condition?" "The same as before, neither good nor bad. I haven't visited father in a long time. I came here specifically to see him." Zhou Wanqing said. "He's not awake. Even if you visit, he won't know. Besides, visits aren't allowed in a sterile environment. Even I can't just go in. For father's sake, you shouldn't visit." Zhou Jingqing asked again, "Is there much hope for father's recovery?" "It's unclear yet. We can only say we try." Zhou Jingqing looked around at the people. "May I speak privately for a moment?" "Sure, let's go outside." Zhou Wanqing walked ahead, Zhou Jingqing following closely behind. They left the research center and came to a tree next to it. Zhou Wanqing put her hands in the pockets of her white coat, turned to look at him, and said, "What do you want to say?" "Speak." "My father has been in a coma for a month and a half. During this time, I have been acting as regent, but only as regent. I still don't have the authority to make many decisions. I don't know when my father will wake up, or even if he will be able to manage the government after he wakes up. Before the attack, he had already decided to pass the throne to me. For the sake of the stability of the government on Prostar, I plan to hold a coronation ceremony within this month." Zhou Wanqing listened without much emotion. Zhou Jingqing's coronation was inevitable. "You don't need to ask me. I never participate in politics. These things are none of my business. I know your heart is only set on medicine, but you are, after all, royalty, my own sister. I hope you can attend your coronation ceremony. I go if I have time. Also, has Jingqing contacted you?" Zhou Wanqing paused. "No, Prostar's external communications haven't been restored. I can't get in touch with him even if I wanted to." Zhou Jingqing said he always thought Jinchi Star would be Prostar's backer, so he was fearless. But when the terrorist organization attacked Prostar, Jinchi Star sealed off its star system. You should know that. His thinking was completely wrong. If Prostar was destined to seek protection, Jinchi Star shouldn't be the first choice. They're just arms dealers. They love for the whole universe to be at war, so they could make a fortune selling weapons. Had Star isn't without its flaws, but at least with their protection, Prostar's soldiers wouldn't have to die, and the people could live in peace. Happy work. Zhou Wanqing listened to him, her face still expressionless. "I want to ask you, is the current situation on Prostar what you want?" "Yes," Zhou Jingqing said firmly. "Since the Head Star army moved in, terrorist organizations have dared not invade again. Our Prostar soldiers no longer have to sacrifice themselves, and the people no longer have to live in fear." Zhou Wanqing didn't want to reason with him. After all, Zhou Jingqing had tried to reason with him so much, but he hadn't listened. "I'm not involved in politics, and I don't know much about it. As long as you think it's right, that's fine." She pulled her hand out of her white coat pocket. "I have something to do, I go now." Zhou Wanqing entered the research center, and a man in his 40s wearing a security uniform followed her. This man was Peng Haisheng, Song Liang's subordinate. After Song Liangza was imprisoned by the court, they all collectively obeyed Song Liangza's instructions and retired from the military, secretly protecting the king. Now they only obeyed Zhou Wanqing's orders. A soft voice whispered, "Your Highness, did the crown prince give you any trouble?" "No, he just came to inform me that he's going to be crowned." "But His Majesty the King is still alive, how could he?" Zhou Wanqing said, "It was bound to happen sooner or later. Let's keep a low profile for now and ignore him. The overall situation is paramount." "Understood." Peng Haisheng said, "Your Highness, the crown prince wants to be crowned. I'm worried he might harm His Majesty the King. Is it dangerous to stay here? Should we move?" Zhou Wanqing had also considered this. Besides the royal sanatorium, only the center has the most advanced medical equipment. We can't leave yet. They have to wait until the surgery is complete, but the organ transplant will take at least 5 months. Can they make it through? Athena system. The Chongming and Shuguang ships have been in the Athena system for almost a month, having traversed the wormhole. There is currently no news about the artificial planet Blanca. The Athena galaxy has a diameter of 0.8 light-years. Even at maximum speed, traversing it would take 12 years, let alone finding an artificial planet with a diameter of only 5 kilometers within such a vast expanse. During this time, the mech pilots of the Dawn went to the Chongming for simulated training almost daily, improving their overall combat skills. Zhou Jingchen also made continuous progress. In the first few days, he lost to Murongsu, who was piloting a B-class mech, while piloting an A+ level mech. Finally, on the 5th day, he defeated him. It was like leveling up in a game. After Zhou Jingchen won, he upgraded Murongsu's equipment, allowing him to pilot an A-class mech, while Zhou Jingchen remained in an A+ level mech. So far, Zhou Jingchen hasn't been able to beat him, but he shows significant improvement in each battle. Zhou Jingchen had just finished his shift, and was on his way to the dining hall when he ran into Song Yiming, who was coming out of the living quarters. Song Yiming must have just woken up, and was heading to eat. "Your Highness," Zhou Jingchen responded, and the two walked towards the dining hall together. As they reached the entrance, they heard voices coming from inside. A young boy sighed, "I miss home so much. This is the first time I've been away from home for so long and so far." "Don't I?" Another chimed in, "I miss the vast grasslands of Prostar. I want to ride horses, pick fruit, and eat my mom's cheesecake." A slightly older voice said, "Don't you two have any semblance of soldierly behavior? Captain, don't you miss home?" The older man stammered, well, we have to be able to go back. As a soldier, I'm not that afraid of war, but we've been wandering the Athena system for a month without any progress. It's really demoralizing. Yeah, we don't even know if Blanca is here. We can't be sure if the technicians on the Chongming are right." Zhou Jingchen, outside, overheard the conversation. From the voices, he could tell these people were from the second batch of recruited mech soldiers, belonging to the 7th squad of the mech unit. During his days on the Dawn, he had already managed to roughly remember the names and voices of every mech soldier. Song Yiming, worried that Zhou Jingchen would be upset by these words, whispered comfortingly, "Your Highness, they were just saying things in anger, don't take it to heart. They're right, I do need to give everyone an explanation." Zhou Jingchen stepped into the dining room. The people at the table where they had just been discussing saw him, and all stood up, "Your Highness." Zhou Jingchen's face was gentle. "Please sit down." Perhaps because he had just said something he shouldn't have, everyone at the table was a little embarrassed, exchanging glances. Zhou Jingchen walked directly over. "Regarding the location of the artificial planet Blanca, we don't yet have the most accurate information. However, Hades is too powerful, we can't confront them head-on. Finding the artificial planet Blanca and uncovering the truth is the only thing we can do right now. I hope you can understand." The mech soldier who had spoken earlier mustered his courage and stood up, asking, "Your Highness, the universe is so vast. What if we can't find Blanca? We have a 3-month deadline. If we can't find it within 3 months, we will return to the Kepler system and try another method." He nodded. Remembering what he had just said, which Zhou Jingchen must have overheard, he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Your Highness, I was impolite. I apologize." The young mecha soldier next to him also stood up. "I said it too. I apologize." Zhou Jingchen smiled. "You didn't do anything wrong. I haven't been able to consider everyone's feelings. If you have any suggestions in the future, please feel free to give me feedback." The two mecha soldiers saluted. "Yes, sir." Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming went to the order counter. They ordered their food and sat down. After taking a few bites, they received a communication from Murongsu. "Murongsu, there's new progress. Come to the Chongming's operations conference room." Zhou Jingchen looked up at Song Yiming and said, "There's new progress. Go to the Chongming." "Okay." The two didn't even finish their food and immediately went to the Chongming. Murongsu, Tanglian, Gao Yi, and others were already in the operations conference room. Zhou Jingchen entered and immediately asked, "What new progress?" Huang Yingjie, the IT engineer from the Chongming, opened the holographic cosmic star map and explained, "Our unmanned reconnaissance boats received a set of radio signals. Analysis shows these signals are extremely regular, likely emitted by humans or an extraterrestrial civilization." Zhou Jingchen said, "So, this is most likely radio waves emitted by the artificial planet Blanca?" Huang Yingjie replied, "We can't be completely certain. The universe is so vast, It could also be an extraterrestrial civilization. How far is it? The preliminary estimate is about 15 astronomical units. 15 astronomical units was nothing compared to the distance they had traveled over the past month. At full speed, they could reach their destination in a day and a night. Galli stroked his chin and asked, if we encounter an alien civilization, will we be classified as invaders and attacked? Murongsu, who had been crossing his arms, spoke up, regardless, let's go check it out first. With reconnaissance ships leading the way, even if we encounter an alien civilization, we have enough time to react. What does your highness think? We finally made some progress. We should at least confirm it. Murongsu said, then it's decided. The Chongming and Shuguang will adjust their course and head towards the source of the signal wave. This news spread across the Chongming and Shuguang, filling everyone with anticipation. After 20 hours of sailing, finally reaching a distance of 5 astronomical units from the signal source, Wang Yingjie excitedly announced that he had confirmed the signal originated from the artificial planet Blanca, and that he had analyzed the signal and found it to be a distress signal. 3 hours later, an unmanned reconnaissance vessel, 1 astronomical unit ahead of him, transmitted a holographic image. The image showed an orange-yellow planet occupying 99% of its surface. In the center of this orange-yellow planet was a small white dot. Wang Yingjie pointed to the white dot and said, that's the artificial planet Blanca. It was captured by this planet and became its satellite, orbiting it. This planet did not appear to be habitable. Planets in the universe should not be approached casually before being explored, otherwise, the danger is extremely high. Murongsu said, analyze the relevant characteristics of this planet. Wang Yingjie sat in front of the computer and worked for a while, analyzing the image data transmitted back by the reconnaissance boat. After more than 10 minutes, he reported, Young Marshal, this planet is 100,000 kilometers in diameter, rocky, with gravity 3 times that of Jinchi star, a surface temperature of 600 degrees Celsius, and frequent volcanic eruptions. Murongsu asked, how much longer until we enter its gravitational range? Estimated in 2 hours. Murongsu said, after entering the gravitational range, Chongming and Shuguang will decelerate by 50%. The reconnaissance boat will continue to monitor the situation of the artificial planet Blanca and report in real time. Roger. After entering the gravitational range, the reconnaissance boat transmitted another hologram of Blanca. This time, the hologram was extremely high resolution. Blanca was a perfect sphere with a mirror-like surface to reflect high-energy rays from the universe. This artificial planet, which had been missing for 5 years, now appeared intact, without any damage. Are the people inside still alive? Murongsu said, scan for life signs. Wang Yingjie said after a while, Young Marshal, the outer shell of this artificial planet is made of special protective materials. It's completely undetectable by scanning. Murongsu said, once it enters communication range, immediately send a communication request. Yes. Zhou Jingchen stood next to Murongsu, looking at the planet Blanca on the holographic projection table with him. This planet was once just an artificial planet on Hater Star, and given its great distance from Prostar, he didn't know much about it. He asked Murongsu beside him, how much do you know about Blanca Star back then? Murongsu said, Blanca Star was originally a satellite of KP30 in the Kepler system. KP30 has a large metal mine. The planet's daytime temperature reaches over 80 degrees Celsius, while the nighttime temperature drops to minus 100 degrees Celsius, making it unsuitable for long-term human habitation. Hater Star, in order to develop. The metal mines on this planet led to the creation of this artificial planet, intended as a dwelling place for miners and a transit point for minerals. Over time, the population grew, reaching a peak of 100,000 inhabitants. 34 years ago, the planet Hater named this artificial satellite Blanca City and appointed a mayor, establishing the Blanca City government. Blanca City has had 3 mayors. Mateo was the 3rd mayor, and the 4th was Taz Robertson. Taz was a former executive at the KP30 metal mining company. After taking office, he began inciting Blanca to secede from Hater. Many of the inhabitants were miners who had immigrated from various planets, and they did not want to remain under Hater's rule. Several riots broke out, which Hater suppressed with its military, but to no avail. Eventually, the inhabitants of Blanca simply moved the entire artificial satellite away. Zhou Jingchen, curious, asked, how can an artificial planet with a diameter of 5 kilometers be moved? I don't know the specifics, but I suspect that Blanca was moved here via a wormhole. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the artificial planet on the holographic screen again. They hid in the Athena system to achieve independence. If we land, will they welcome us? We have to negotiate to find out. Huang Yingjie reported, young Marshal. The Chongming has entered Blanca's communication range. I sent 3 requests, but there's been no response. Zhou Jingchen and Murong Su exchanged a glance, and the latter said, continue sending. When the 4th request was sent, communication finally connected. Murong Su looked at the communication image on the Chongming's bridge. The other party was a silver-white robot, whose mechanical voice said, hello this is Blanca, Murong Su said. Hello, we are a fleet from the Kepler system. After entering the Athena system, we lost our way and hope to receive your assistance. Please allow us to land. The silver-white robot said, welcome, my guests from afar. Thank you. Murong Su disconnected the communication. Zhou Jingchen was puzzled, something strange. The one who answered the communication was a robot, and he allowed us to land so easily. Murong Su's lips curled up. Your Highness's insight is getting stronger and stronger. Zhou Jingchen raised an eyebrow. Is that a compliment? Of course. Murong Su looked at the image of the artificial planet floating in front of him. We don't know what the situation is on Blanca right now. The Chongming and Shiguang can only stand by outside. We arranged for some people to land and check the situation first. Chapter 65. The Chongming and Shiguang ships each dispatched 15 people to Blanca aboard medium-sized shuttles. The rest remained on standby in a star system 1,000 kilometers away, ready to respond promptly to any emergencies. Blanca was divided into 5 levels. The lowest level housed transport ships and shuttles. As the 2 medium-sized shuttles approached the bottom, they sent a request, and the landing hatches opened automatically. Murong Su, looking at the brightly lit landing tunnel, ordered, land. The 2 shuttles entered the tunnel one after the other, stopping on the conveyor belt and proceeding to the port. Everyone on board was dressed in spacesuits and carried their personal weapons. From the moment they entered the hatches, everyone wore a guarded expression. It was too quiet, almost no sound, and no living creatures were visible. Su Ruiyang suddenly exclaimed, there's someone over there. Zhou Jingchen looked in the direction Su Ruiyang pointed and saw a figure standing by the tunnel. As the shuttle approached, he realized, it's a robot. It was the robot that had just communicated with them. The shuttle stopped at the drop-off point. Murong Su, dressed in a white spacesuit, was the first to disembark. A silver-white robot greeted him, honorable guests, I am Pierce, the robot butler of planet Blanca. Welcome. Murong Su looked around. It was clean and spotless. The white lights were blinding. The vast port waiting area was deserted. Mr. Pierce, it's very quiet here. Where have all the people on the planet gone? Pierce replied, I regret to inform you, sir. After planet Blanca left the Kepler system, it moved to the Athena system. Planet Blanca was once just a mining transit point and lacked a complete ecosystem. Food supplies were severely insufficient, and many citizens left to survive. Now, planet Blanca is deserted. Pierce was right. An artificial planet that had once served as a transit point for mining operations, heavily reliant on its former home planet, had, for food and supplies, was indeed struggling to survive in the Athena system, which lacked human civilization. However, even without human presence, they could still access information about Mateo. Murong Su looked at the robot before him. As the communication stated, we lost our way in the Athena system and wish to temporarily settle on Blanca. I hope this request isn't too abrupt. No, sir, if possible, I hope you can stay permanently. Blanca needs humans. Before making a decision, I think we need to understand Blanca. Pierce, I'd be happy to assist you. Huang Yingjie whispered in the communication channel, young Marshal, scan complete. Besides us, there are no signs of life on Blanca. Oxygen levels and radiation are normal. 24 degrees Celsius. Murong Su asked, Mr. Pierce, where is the government building on Blanca? On the 5th floor. We can take the elevator up. Pierce, as Blanca's butler, was very conscientious. However, according to Blanca's regulations, everyone needs to register their identity before entering the planet from the port. Otherwise, you will not have the authority to freely enter and exit Blanca. Each planet has its own citizen files. Citizens of their own planet only need iris scanning to enter and exit. If traveling to other planets, in addition to applying for a visa in advance, identity verification is also required upon arrival. Although Blanca is no longer inhabited, the entire artificial satellite is an intelligent system. People can only enter and exit by following the procedures and registering their personal information. The identity verification process was simple. Each person's communicator contained personal information, which only needed to be scanned at the identity verification machine at the entrance. After verifying their identities, the group took an elevator to the 5th floor. The elevator was spacious, a full 30 square meters, and contained dozens of chairs. The distance from the bottom port to the top city center was approximately 3 kilometers, taking 10 minutes by elevator. Pierce, acting as a butler robot, diligently introduced the area to them. Gentlemen, we are now on the lowest level of Blanca, which is also its port. Transport ships and passenger starships all enter and exit through this port. The second floor is a mineral processing plant. Our ore will be purified and sorted here before being transported to other planets. The third floor is our energy storage and warehouse. The fourth and fifth floors are residential areas, with the fifth floor being the city center of Blanca. Zhou Jingchen looked around the elevator. Everyone had left, but the machines inside were still functioning normally. He looked towards the robot Pierce, who was guiding them, asked, "Mr. Pierce, what is the energy source of Blanca?" Pierce replied, "There are 3 main sources: thermal radiation, light radiation, and nuclear energy. Blanca's outer shell itself is also an energy collector, capable of absorbing light and heat energy from various stars. The nuclear reactor located on the third-to-last layer of Blanca can provide Blanca with energy continuously for up to 60 years. How many robots like you are left here?" Pierce said, "Originally, there were 99 robots like me, but they were all taken away by humans. I am the only guardian left." Zhou Jingchen tentatively asked, "So, do you know everything that happened on Blanca?" Pierce replied, "No, I'm just the butler of Blanca." "And what do you know about your mayor Mateo?" "I'm sorry, sir, I'm a robot that was only put into service 5 years ago." The mayor at that time was Taz Robertson. If you need information about Mayor Mateo, you can only check Blanca's citizen information website. "We can check it too?" "No, every citizen's information is confidential. Accessing citizen information requires authorization." Murong-Su tentatively said, "If we decide to stay on Blanca, then we become the masters of Blanca, and practically government leaders. Shouldn't we have all the authorization?" Pierce thought for a moment. This question was beyond his comprehension. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm just a butler robot. I can't answer this question either." Murong-Su and Zhou Jingchen exchanged a glance, and both smiled helplessly. After the elevator reached the 5th floor, the group, led by Pierce, exited the elevator into a spacious lobby. The hall was empty, everyone had left. On Blanca, to maintain overall balance, each floor of the building was meticulously planned. The 5th floor, as the city center, was a cone-shaped structure centered on a central axis. This meant that the closer to the axis, the higher the building, the closer to the edge, the lower it was. The highest point had 82 floors, and the lowest only 3. Viewed from above, it resembled a giant pyramid. Inside this pyramid were shopping malls, schools, hospitals, and apartments, all interconnected. There was no need for shuttles. Instead, one could travel by rail elevator to reach all parts of the building. But for outsiders, this place was a giant maze. "Gentlemen, I think you need a map," Pierce said considerately, leading them to a standing navigation device. "You can find any place you want to go here. The map can be imported into your communicators. It will help you get around easily." Huang Yingjie stepped forward and examined it for a moment. In less than a minute, he imported the map into his communicator and then said, "I transfer the communicator to yours." Murong-Su turned to look at Pierce. "Can you take us into the government building?" "No, sir. I don't have permission to enter the government building. I'm just the butler," Pierce said. "Besides, I hope everyone. You must also abide by the relevant laws and regulations of Blanca and not do anything illegal, otherwise you will be punished by law." Murong-Su smiled. "Of course not. Thank you for showing us the way, Mr. Pierce. We're just looking around, so we don't need to trouble you anymore." "Okay, sir. If you need my help, you can contact me at any time. My contact number is PS00019. "Okay." Pierce left, and Murong-Su took off his spacesuit, which was hindering his movements. As Huang Yingjie said, the oxygen content here was normal, there was no harmful radiation, and the temperature was suitable, which meant that Blanca's life support system was still functioning normally. After Murong-Su took off his spacesuit, the others also took off their spacesuits, turning them into small portable backpacks to carry on their backs in case of emergencies. "Line up," Murong-Su ordered. Everyone assembled and lined up in a well-trained manner, awaiting orders. Murong-Su activated his communicator's holographic screen and zoomed in, displaying a holographic 3D map of the entire planet Blanca. Now, assigning tasks. Tianying's team, go to the port where we just landed, and count the number of usable starships and equipment. Tianying saluted. "Roger." Murong-Su continued, "The second and third floors are energy depots and ore factories. Ziyuan, your team, go check them out. Roger. The 4th floor is the residential area. Yuxian's team go there. Roger. Murong-Su deactivated the holographic screen. The rest of you stay on the 5th floor, follow me, and await further orders. Yes, sir. Begin the operation. Those Murong-Su had just called were all squad leaders, each with 4 men. After receiving the orders, the other 3 teams took the elevator to their respective floors to carry out their missions. Zhou Jingchen and Murong-Su walked side by side towards the government building. He guessed Murong-Su's intentions from the order he had just issued. You plan to empty Blanca? He asked. Murong-Su replied, emptying it is probably impossible, but we are currently short of supplies. We take what's useful. Zhou Jingchen, a model citizen since childhood, had never done anything like this, stealing other people's things. Does this count as stealing? No, Murong-Su said confidently. Blanca is currently in a state of anarchy, a state of no man. Whoever comes here is the master. So, we discovered a new continent, Your Highness. Zhou Jingchen's forehead creased with embarrassment. He felt this man had the potential to be a bandit leader. Upon arriving at the entrance to the government building, they were blocked by a gate. The system prompted, please verify your identity before entering. Gao Yi, who was at the front, stepped forward to verify his identity. The system then displayed, identity verification failed. Non-government personnel must apply for entry. Su Ruiyang asked, what do we do then? Are there any other entrances? Gao Yi looked around. Other entrances would probably be more troublesome. Break down the gate. Murong-Su looked at Tang Lian beside him. Tang Lian, microwave gun. Tang Lian drew a gun from his waist. This gun could emit microwaves to disable electronic devices. Tang Lian fired at the access control's computer. The screen quickly filled with black and white static before going black. Get out of the way, Murong-Su said. He wasn't wearing a military uniform today, but a black combat suit. This type of suit is suitable for soldiers on outdoor missions and has many equipment pockets. He pulled a device about 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters in diameter from a pocket on his leg. After unlocking it with his fingerprint, the end of the device lit up red, eventually converging into a red dot that landed on the door. A high-energy laser generator. This was similar to the laser cannons on Mechs. The laser beams could cut through hard metal. This door was just ordinary alloy. Under the high-energy laser beam, it was cut open like a block of tofu. Sparks crackled where the laser cut, leaving a gap from which black smoke hissed. With a loud bang, the rectangular door panel outlined by the high-energy laser collapsed to the ground, and a small door appeared in the gate. Wang Yingjie flipped through the 3D holographic map. According to the map, the Blanca Citizenship and Immigration Services Bureau is on the 24th floor. Let's go to the 24th floor first. After passing through the gates of the government building, they smoothly boarded the elevator to the 24th floor. Before the riots, Blanca was a peaceful planet, and its internal and external defenses were not particularly strong. The entire 24th floor belonged to the Citizens and Immigration Services Bureau. Just outside the elevator was a crossroads, each leading to a long corridor. The group of 15 walked along the quiet corridor, which was spacious, a full 3 meters wide, with rooms on both sides, each with a nameplate above the door. Some office doors could be opened without verification. Zhou Jingchen opened one office and looked around. The office was very clean, giving the impression that the staff had simply left work and would be back in the office the next morning. Su Ruiyang asked, normally, when the people of Blanca leave for survival, shouldn't they take everything usable with them? Zhou Jingchen was also pondering this question. Perhaps they're just leaving temporarily, and will return later. Murong-Su crossed his arms. There's another possibility. What possibility? They might suddenly disappear into thin air. Su Ruiyang shuddered. Young Marshal, are you going to tell a ghost story? Murong-Su said, I don't like telling ghost stories. Zhou Jingchen looked at him. Why do you think that? Murong-Su smiled at Zhou Jingchen. It's not impossible, is it? Zhou Jingchen rolled his eyes. Arriving at the archives, Gao Yi, walking at the front, tried to push open the door. System, please verify identity. Tang Lian took out a microwave gun and fired it at the door lock. After the screen went black, he kicked it open. Gao Yi gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. The archives room contained a single quantum computer occupying the entire room. It stored information on all citizens since the founding of Blanca, as well as information on immigrants and visitors. If you wanted to investigate Mateo, starting with the citizen files was the most direct approach. Wang Yingjie, as a senior engineer on the Chongming, immediately found the control panel after entering the archives room. He activated the file storage device, and the screen prompted, "Please enter the key." Hwang Ingjia opened his briefcase. Inside was his personal quantum computer. Murong-su asked, "How long will it take to crack?" "It's hard to say. It could be as quick as 10 minutes, or as slow as a day." Murong-su said, "Gao Yu and Ingjia stay here. Notify me immediately if there's any news." "Okay." Besides checking personal files, Murong-su had many other things to investigate, such as the cause of the riot on Blanca Star, and who helped them leave the Kepler system and arrive in the Athena system. He also needed to investigate the connection between the terrorist organization and Blanca Star. Murong-su began assigning tasks, assigning 5 people to check the surveillance footage in the monitoring room, and the other 8 to split into pairs and check other areas. The other 4 readily formed teams, leaving Murong-su, Zhou Jingchen, Song Yiming and Tang Lian. Tang Lian volunteered, "Major Song, let's team up, and His Highness and the young marshal can team up." Song Yiming glanced at Zhou Jingchen, "I follow His Highness's arrangements." Zhou Jingchen said, "Let's pair up familiar people, Yiming and I are used to working together." Murong-su looked dejected. "So, after more than a month of simulated battles and meals with His Highness, we're still not even considered familiar?" Looking at him, Zhou Jingchen felt like a heartless man who had started something and then abandoned it. He gestured to Tang Lian. "You're not familiar with Tang Lian?" Murong-su smiled enigmatically. His Highness's words sound like jealousy. Zhou Jingchen, Too lazy to explain, he said to Song Yiming, "Let's go to the mayor's office." Chapter 66. The mayor's office was on the top floor of the government building. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming took the elevator to the top floor, and arrived at the room marked mayor's office above the door. The screen on the door required authentication. Song Yiming, imitating Tang Lian, took out a microwave gun and fired a shot at the door lock system. After the screen went black, he kicked the door, but it wouldn't budge. "I try." Zhou Jingchen also tried kicking it twice, but the door remained unmoved. It seemed not everyone could break it open. The people from the Chongming were used to brute force. The people from the Xiguang were far too civilized in comparison. "Let's use lasers to break it down." Song Yiming took out a laser generator and melted the lock. The mayor's office was very spacious. After entering, Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming began searching separately. Zhou Jingchen came to the desk, which was integrated with a personal computer. He tried to turn it on, and a virtual screen floated up on the desk. "System, please verify your identity." Zhou Jingchen sighed helplessly. It seemed he could only wait for Hwang Ingjia to come and crack the code. "Your Highness, come and look." Zhou Jingchen looked up at Song Yiming, who was facing the wall, staring at something. He got up and walked to his side. "Did you find anything?" Song Yiming pointed to the framed photo on the wall. "Look." It was a photo frame that could be changed, switching approximately every 20 seconds. The current frame showed a photo of Tass Robertson, the 4th mayor of Blanca, shaking hands with a blonde, blue-eyed man. It seemed the man was visiting Blanca, and he, as mayor, was personally receiving him. Is there something wrong with this person? The previous photo was of Marshal Murong. Zhou Jingchen paused, raising his hand to manually scroll through the photos in the frame. After flipping through 3, he froze. In the photos, Tass Robertson and Murong-su were sitting in a reception room, talking. Murong-su was wearing a black military uniform, a smile playing on his lips. Behind him was Tang Lian. He'd been to Blanca? He met Tass Robertson before, but why did he act like it was his first time there? What was Murong-su doing in Blanca? Or did he meet Tass Robertson somewhere else? Zhou Jingchen was truly puzzled. He opened his communicator and sent Murong-su a text message. "Zhou Jingchen, have you met Tass Robertson?" Murong-su, "No." Murong-su, "Why do you ask?" Zhou Jingchen typed, "I saw a photo of you and him in the mayor's office." After thinking for a moment, he deleted it and sent 2 words, "Nothing." Zhou Jingchen continued staring at the photo in the frame, trying to find a clue to prove that Murong-su hadn't lied to him, but rather that this very photo had deceived him. However, he couldn't find a flaw. As mayor, Tass Robertson had no reason to hang a fake photo in his office. If Murong-su had indeed met with Tass, why would he lie to him? When the tasks were assigned earlier, Su Ruiyang and Yu Jiazi were assigned to the Security Bureau on Blanca. Normally, the Security Bureau should have visitor records for every person on Blanca. Zhou Jingchen sent a message to Su Ruiyang. "Zhou Jingchen, Ruiyang, can you check everyone's entry and exit records at the Security Bureau?" Su Ruiyang, "Your Highness, we're still cracking the key." I'll let you know when we succeed. Zhou Jingchen, Yiming and I will go now. Zhou Jingchen looked at Song Yiming. Let's go to the security bureau first. Okay. Coming to Blanca was Murong Su's suggestion. Before investigating the relationship between Blanca and terrorist organizations, he needed to determine what had happened between Murong Su and Blanca. Was Murong Su lying to him? The two left the mayor's office. Zhou Jingchen's communicator rang. He raised his wrist, thinking it was Su Ruiyang making progress, but it turned out to be a call from Zhou Wanqing. His face showed extreme shock. He looked at Song Yiming beside him in confusion. It's a video call from my sister. Song Yiming was also surprised. How is that possible? The Athena galaxy and ProStar are several light years apart. There are no communication satellites to connect them. Zhou Jingchen looked at the name on the communicator screen. It was indeed Zhou Wanqing. He answered it anyway. He answered the call, and a half-body projection of Zhou Wanqing appeared before him. Jingchen, I finally gotten in touch with you. Seeing Zhou Wanqing on the virtual screen, Zhou Jingchen was still in shock. Sister, where are you now? Zhou Jingchen wanted to kill our father. For father's safety, I left ProStar on the Golden Leap and am now in the Athena system. Zhou Jingchen was even more shocked. How did you get to the Athena system? The situation is complicated. I explain it to you slowly. Zhou Wanqing said, Jingchen, before I explain, I play you a recording of father's voice. Father has woken up? No, he's still unconscious. To be precise, I'm communicating with him using brainwaves. To make sure you can hear it too, I saved the voice recording form from his brainwaves. Okay. Soon, Zhou Xiaoqing's deep voice came through the communicator. We all been deceived. I always thought Jinkixing was ProStar's support, but I never imagined Jinkixing was the instigator of this war. As a major military power, Jinkixing, for profit, didn't hesitate to sell weapons at low prices to terrorist organizations, who were responsible for creating chaos in the Kepler system to encourage more countries to buy Jinkixing's weapons. And Headstar, as the largest country in Kepler, naturally didn't want to be taken advantage of by Jinkixing. So they colluded. One was responsible for providing weapons to create chaos and selling them for profit, while the other was responsible for collecting protection money everywhere. Unfortunately, I found out too late. I learned all this after the Seven Nations Conference from a government official who had fled from Blanca. The terrorist organization initially disguised themselves as miners on Blanca, becoming the. As the inhabitants of Blanca became part of the terrorist organization, Jin Qixing secretly supplied weapons to terrorist groups on Blanca, colluding with them. Later, to cover up this, Jin Qixing created chaos in Blanca, causing it to detach from the Kepler system. After learning of this, I was eager to verify it, but Murong Jinyun discovered me and ordered a terrorist organization to hunt me down, intending to silence me. Jin Qixing is no longer an ally of ProStar. You must be careful, and not be deceived by them again. After hearing this, Zhou Jingchen's mind was in turmoil. His head throbbed with pain. He couldn't believe Jin Qixing would do such a thing, yet it all seemed to make sense. Jin Qixing maintained the operation of the entire nation through its military industry. Peace in the Kepler system was a disaster for them. Therefore, they were the ones who most wanted the Kepler system to descend into chaos. On the virtual screen, Zhou Wanqing said, You're shocked, aren't you? I'm shocked too. As far as I know, when the terrorist organization attacked ProStar, Jin Qixing sealed off the star system. Partly, they didn't want to help us. Secondly, it was because Murong Jinyun's collusion with the terrorist organization was exposed, causing public outrage against Jin Qixing. The council and the military court have already imprisoned him. However, Murong Jinyun will definitely try to clear his name and shift all the blame onto its star. Indeed, Jin Qixing didn't close the star system earlier or later, but precisely on the day the terrorist organization attacked ProStar. Perhaps, Jin Qixing already knew the terrorist organization would attack ProStar, and close the star system to absolve himself of responsibility. Why didn't he think about this carefully? Zhou Wanqing said, Jingchen, are you also in the Athena galaxy? Yes, I'm on Blanca. Besides you and the people from the Dawn, who else is there? Murong Su. Zhou Wanqing's face was shocked. You're with Murong Su? What did he say to you? Did he take you to Blanca? Yes. No, you can't trust him. Father said there's evidence of Jin Qixing colluding with terrorist organizations on Blanca. He sent me to investigate. Murong Su will definitely try to destroy the evidence. You must be careful of him. Zhou Jingchen looked bewildered. He still didn't believe Murong Su would collude with terrorist organizations. He struggled internally, perhaps. That matter has nothing to do with him. Why are you still defending him? Have you forgotten? 5 years ago, he was supposed to marry the eldest princess of Headstar. If it weren't for the conflict of interest between Jin Qixing and Headstar, they would be husband and wife now. Zhou Jingchen's pupils dilated slightly. A flood of explosive information rushed into his mind, leaving him unsure which to focus on. Murong Su and the eldest princess of Headstar had been engaged 5.5 years ago. At that time, he and Murong Su should have been lovers. So what was his role in that relationship? Murong Su said he had never met Mayor Taz. So what about the photos of the mayor's office? He was clearly lying. Zhou Jingchen also recalled Murong Su telling him long ago that the terrorist organization's possession of advanced weaponry meant someone was supporting them, and Murong Su had consistently led him to suspect Headstar. But if Jin Qixing had been supplying weapons to the terrorist organization, that would also make sense, since Jin Qixing relied on its military industry to maintain the planet's operation. So, was Murong Su deliberately leading him astray? By pinning all the blame on Headstar, Jin Qixing could perfectly remain invisible. Everything connected. Murong Su? Has he been lying to him all along? Jing Chen, you must find evidence of Jin Qixing's collusion with terrorist organizations before Murong Su does, Zhou Wanqing said. What's wrong? His face was filled with despair. It was all a lie. He felt like a clown, jumping around, only to find himself a puppet on a string. He asked, do you know anything else? That's all I know for now. Father said that if we can find evidence of Jin Qixing's collusion with terrorist organizations and announce it in the Kepler system, then with Headstar collecting so much protection money, their focus will be directly on Jin Qixing. The situation on ProStar might then reverse. You're with him, so be very careful and take care of yourself. Yes, I know. I expect to arrive on Blanca in 3 hours. We talk about the rest when we meet. Okay. After hanging up, Zhou Jingchen deflated like a balloon, his pain evident, his eyes filled with confusion. Your Highness. Song Yiming spoke up. He had been standing nearby and, upon hearing Zhou Wanqing's words, was no less shocked than Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen finally spoke after a long pause. Yiming, why did I lose my memory 5.5 years ago? And why did I only lose my memories of Murong Su? Can you tell me now? Song Yiming hesitated. Your Highness, you said you wouldn't tell me. Zhou Jingchen sneered. What time is it now? Tell me. Song Yiming swallowed hard. Just like Her Highness said, 5.5 years ago, Murong Su was to marry the eldest princess of Hades, so... It was me who wanted to forget Murong Su, wasn't it? Song Yiming looked at him. Yes. So that's how it is. Zhou Jingchen felt a tearing pain in his chest. He had thought that perhaps Shuai Wanling didn't want him to be with Murong Su, so she deliberately stole his memories of Murong Su. He had also thought that he had suffered a head injury, which caused his amnesia, but he never imagined it was because of Murong Su's marriage to the eldest princess of Hades. What was his role back then? Was he just a plaything for Murong Su's fleeting interest? Was he a third party? He must have been in so much pain back then. That's why he chose to forget everything about him. Chapter 67. Having suffered a devastating blow, he was utterly distraught, his eyes red-rimmed. He then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Is that so? So I was just a joke after all. Your Highness, Song Yiming supported him. Let bygones be bygones. Don't dwell on it. The most important thing now is to find the evidence as Her Highness the Princess instructed. Zhou Jingchen tried desperately to regain his composure, but he found himself completely numb, his mind a jumbled mess. Since leaving ProStar, the person he trusted most was Murong Su. But in the end, he realized he had been completely deceived. That man always wore a nonchalant smile, but who knew how much sincerity and how much pretense lay beneath that facade. Years ago, he chose to marry the eldest princess of Hadstar. When the marriage failed, he returned to him, requesting a marriage decree in front of Murong Jinyun and Zhou Shaoqin. And yet, after weighing the options, he agreed. How despicable he was. Seeing Zhou Jingchen utterly dejected after the recent blow, Song Yiming called out, Your Highness. Zhou Jingchen looked up, his bloodshot eyes unfocused. Song Yiming said, Her Highness the Princess is waiting to reunite with us. We must do what we must. Zhou Jingchen regained a sliver of clarity from his numb limbs. Yes, he had to do what he had to do. If he gave up, what would happen to Zhou Wanqing? What would happen to Zhou Shaoqin? What would happen to the 80 million people of ProStar? Not to mention the distant future, what about the crew of the Dawn who followed him? They all trusted him, following him without hesitation when he left. They all wanted to save ProStar. They hoped that one day they could clear their names as rebels and returned to ProStar as heroes. As their leader, how could he simply abandon them? He clenched his fists. At this point, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Just move forward and do what he believed was right. As my sister said, find evidence of Jean Qixing and Hades' collusion with terrorist organizations. He tried to stay clear-headed amidst the chaos. What should he do next? Murong Su and his Wind Blade members had become enemies. How could he gather evidence under their noses? After much deliberation, Zhou Jingchen said, "Don't reveal what happened earlier. Our chances of winning against Murong Su are slim. Get what we want. The evidence will be cleared once we're on the dawn, then we find a chance to shake them off." Song Yiming nodded. Okay. Zhou Jingchen remembered the access-required personal computer in the mayor's office. It might contain important information. Contact Wang Yingjie and ask him to help crack the mayor's office computer. Okay. The two returned to the mayor's office. Zhou Jingchen was responsible for searching the lockers against the wall, while Song Yiming contacted Wang Yingjie to ask how to crack the verification. Wang Yingjie directly gave him a string of code, which he entered, and sure enough, the mayor's office computer was unlocked. Your Highness, the computer is unlocked. Zhou Jingchen went over and examined the files on the computer with him. At this moment, Zhou Jingchen's communicator rang. It was Zhang Ziyuan calling. He had been sent to the second floor to investigate, which housed the transit warehouse and processing plant on Blanca Star. Zhang Ziyuan's voice came through the speakerphone. Your Highness, we found over 60 thrusters in the warehouse. I suspect that Blanca used these thrusters to leave the Kepler system. Ziyuan, if there are no other discoveries in the warehouse, immediately bring our men to the mayor's office on the top floor. Your Highness, I haven't finished yet. The model number of these thrusters seems to be exactly the same as that of the Dawn, JQ-ZT-07. Zhou Jingchen remembered this model number very clearly. JQ was the military equipment code for Jinchi Star, ZT was the code for combat thrusters, and 07 represented the 7th generation thruster. Zhou Jingchen wasn't particularly surprised. Everything made sense. The JQ-ZT-07 thruster was developed by Jinchi Star 6 years ago, and it was the most powerful thruster Jinchi Star had at the time. It wasn't until last year that this thruster began to be publicly sold in the Kepler system. It's unexpected that Jinchi Star was willing to provide its latest thruster to Blanca Star back then. They were truly generous. Zhou Jingchen said, record these things using the evidence-gathering device. Roger. Zhou Jingchen said, if there are no abnormalities on the second floor, come to the top floor immediately and meet us. Roger. After ending the communication with Zhang Ziyuan, Zhou Jingchen continued to look at the computer screen. There were too many files here, and searching them one by one was too slow. Can I search? I just tried searching by keywords, but I didn't find anything. Zhou Jingchen said, enter thruster. Following Zhou Jingchen's instructions, Song Yiming entered thruster as the keyword to search. Soon, a file popped up on the virtual screen above the desktop, named Thruster and Weapon Procurement Agreement. Song Yiming clicked on it. Inside was a procurement agreement. The content was roughly that Blanca Star purchased a batch of thrusters from Jinchi Star, the quantity being 64. The signal, as Zhang Ziyuan had just reported, was JQ-ZT-07, along with a batch of weapons, listed in a long string. The unit price was far below the market price, even lower than the cost. These weapons are the ones Blanca used to fight against the Head Star government, Song Yiming said. The agreement was very long, and at the very bottom was the fingerprint authentication signature of both parties. This kind of agreement was like the prenuptial agreement Zhou Jingchen and Murong Su signed. Once the fingerprint signature was provided, the agreement became effective. Zhou Jingchen retrieved the agreement he had signed with Murong Su from his communicator, and compared his fingerprint. System notification. Fingerprint comparison complete, 100% similarity. Zhou Jingchen gave a self-deprecating laugh. He had actually been thinking that perhaps Murong Zhenyun had done it all, and Murong Su hadn't been involved much, but in reality, he was deceiving himself. He really shouldn't have harbored such wishful thinking. Zhou Jingchen said, send that agreement to my communicator. Okay. Song Yiming quickly sent the document to Zhou Jingchen's communicator. The file transfer had just finished when Su Ruiyang's call came in. Your Highness, we cracked the immigration system, but there are too many records, hundreds of millions. How are we supposed to investigate? Ruiyang, could you check Murong Su's immigration records for me first? Just as he finished speaking, someone walked into the mayor's office. Zhou Jingchen looked up, his body stiffening. It was Murong Su. Why was he here? Su Ruiyang's voice on the communicator was still asking, Your Highness, Why are you investigating young Marshal Morong? Zhou Jingchen snapped out of his daze, and immediately closed the communicator. Morong Su stepped forward. Your Highness, is there any progress? Song Yiming closed the virtual screen, looking at Morong Su as if facing a formidable enemy. Zhou Jingchen tried his best to appear normal, replying, still investigating, no progress. Oh! I just heard you telling the person on the other end of the communicator that you wanted to check my immigration records. Zhou Jingchen's jaw tightened. Now wasn't the time to expose himself, he had to pretend he was still on the same side. I just wanted to test how accurate this immigration system is. Morong Su smiled. You just asked me on the communicator if I seen Tas. I remembered, I have. Really? Yes, many years ago, Tas bought some things from Jin Qixing, and I was in charge of escorting them. It's been so long, I almost forgot. Even though Morong Su explained, Zhou Jingchen no longer trusted him. Okay, I understand. Morong Su looked at him. Your Highness, we always been on the same side, haven't we? Zhou Jingchen looked at Morong Su, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Normally, if he discovered Morong Su's betrayal, he would have vented all his anger, perhaps hysterically questioning him, perhaps heartbroken and wanting to sever ties with him. But now, all he felt was a chill in his heart. His eyes were red, yet he still managed to smile. Of course, we always been on the same side. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me the truth? Zhou Jingchen glanced at the switchable photo frame on the wall, which had just switched to a picture of Morong Su and Tas. His palm sweated, and he used the best acting skills he ever had. What are you talking about? When did I not tell the truth? For example, you didn't honestly tell me what you found out. It's nothing, didn't I just say? No. Morong Su slowly approached, his expression turning serious, his eyes, like a wolf hunting its prey. Your Highness, give me your communicator. Zhou Jingchen continued his act. Morong Su, what's wrong with you? Why should I give you my communicator? There's an important document inside, isn't there? He actually knew? Did he overhear everything outside? The atmosphere became tense. Song Yiming, sitting in his chair, had already secretly pulled out his electromagnetic pulse gun. Morong Su approached step by step, exuding an oppressive aura. Your Highness, give me the communicator. Zhou Jingchen said, don't come any closer. He drew his electromagnetic pulse gun and pointed it at Morong Su. At the same time, Song Yiming's gun was also pointed at him. Morong Su finally stopped. Are we on the same side? What do you mean by this? Zhou Jingchen had originally intended to pretend he knew nothing, maintain their alliance, and find an opportunity to part ways after leaving Blanca Star. He hadn't expected Morong Su to have already discovered it. He still felt it was all too real. Just 2 hours ago, they were truly allies. But now, they were facing each other with swords drawn. Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. The charade of feigning alliance was no longer viable. With a gun pointed at him, Morong Su frowned. Your Highness, do you know what you're doing? Put down the gun. Then why did you insist I give you the communicator? Do you want to ruin my reputation? Morong Su asked. Zhou Jingchen gripped the gun tightly. If you're innocent, how could you be ruined? What, don't you even believe yourself? Of course I'm innocent. Zhou Jingchen's eyes were red-rimmed. Seeing Morong Su's attempt to deny it, he felt heartbroken. Since you're innocent, what are you feeling guilty about? I can explain, Morong Su said. Fine, then explain. Jin Qixing's military industry is a pillar industry. Selling weapons is perfectly normal. 6 years ago, we did sell a batch of weapons to Blanca. Why was your father imprisoned by Jin Qixing's Supreme Court? And why did Jin Qixing close its star system when terrorist organizations invaded Pro-Star? Do you dare answer these questions on the lie detector chair? In the end, you still don't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you, but you need to give me a reason to believe you. Morong Su raised an eyebrow. So what do you want to do now? Kill me? Zhou Jingchen gripped the electromagnetic pulse gun tightly. He looked at Morong Su, feeling that he had suddenly become very unfamiliar, but he couldn't deny that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 68. Seeing his wavering, Morong Su continued, Your Highness, no matter what happens, my feelings for you are genuine. Pro-Star already belongs to Zhou Jingqing, you can't go back. Come with me, be my young marshal's wife, and half of all my wealth and glory will be yours. Isn't that good? So? You admit to colluding with terrorist organizations? I said, Jinchi Star operates on military industry. Selling weapons isn't inherently wrong. Terrorist organizations have thrown the entire Kepler system into chaos. They killed countless innocent people, caused countless innocent civilians to lose their homes, and left countless people living in misery because of them. And you can so casually absolve yourself of any responsibility. Your Highness, your thinking is flawed. How can you convict someone who sells lighters of a crime when an arsonist has committed a crime? You're just trying to exonerate yourself. At this moment, Zhou Jingchen's communicator rang. It was Zhang Ziyuan calling. Since he had already broken ties with Murongsu, he didn't need to hold back anymore. The communication was answered. Zhang Ziyuan's hurried and panicked voice rang out through the receiver in his ear. Your Highness, the people on the Chongming just learned that we found the thrusters and opened fire on us. What's going on? Zhou Jingchen's heart sank. He said to Zhang Ziyuan, they are no longer our allies. They're in league with terrorist organizations. A gunshot rang out, followed by a dead end. Zhou Jingchen's heart sank. Ziyuan? Murongsu wanted to step forward. What happened? Zhou Jingchen's gaze sharpened as he roared, don't move. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. The people from the Dawn and Chongming ships had already broken off relations. There was no going back. If they killed Murongsu, they still had a chance to safely leave Blanca. His right index finger gripped the trigger. Murongsu, you truly disappointed me. Your Highness, are you really willing to kill someone who loves you? Zhou Jingchen's eyes were bloodshot, like a lion driven to the brink. What wouldn't I dare? Before he could pull the trigger, Murongsu flashed and quickly disappeared behind the door. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming fired simultaneously. Both shots struck the door at the same time, the electromagnetic pulse gun bullets colliding with the metal door, producing a piercing sound. Just as Song Yiming was about to give chase, Zhou Jingchen said, don't chase. Notify everyone to assemble on the first floor and leave Blanca. The two of them left the mayor's office and ran towards the elevator. As he ran, Song Yiming communicated with all the members of the Dawn, instructing them to immediately assemble at the port on the first floor and leave. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Zhou Jingchen pulled him into an office and fired 2 more shots down the corridor. He pressed himself against the door, his chest heaving, barely able to breathe. Silence fell outside. He peeked out slightly. The corridor was empty. Murongsu's voice echoed in the empty corridor. Your Highness, you have no choice. Either become my ally, and I will not mistreat you, or you will die. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth, not replying. A reply would reveal his location. Song Yiming said, Your Highness, everyone has been notified to meet on the first floor. Zhou Jingchen responded, let's go down as soon as possible. They were on the top floor. If they lingered too long, everyone would be in danger. Song Yiming, holding his gun, peered out the doorway and saw Murongsu approaching. He fired 3 shots, and Murongsu immediately slipped into a room. Song Yiming whispered, Your Highness, I cover you. You run first. Zhou Jingchen said, be careful. Song Yiming nodded, okay. Zhou Jingchen ran down the corridor, and Song Yiming fired at the door where Murongsu was hiding. Once Zhou Jingchen safely entered a room, he switched roles, firing in Murongsu's direction. Song Yiming ran to meet him. The two covered each other as they ran towards the elevator. While waiting, Murongsu caught up and fired several shots at them. Zhou Jingchen immediately dropped to the ground and fired several shots from that position. Murongsu ducked around a corner again. Song Yiming said, the elevator's here. Zhou Jingchen stood up, quickly slipped into the elevator, and rapidly pressed the close button several times. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a bullet from an electromagnetic pulse gun struck the doors with a loud bang. The entire elevator shook violently, and the doors instantly warped. Fortunately, the slightly deformed elevator doors closed, and the elevator continued to operate normally. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. But only a second or two later, with a click, the elevator lights went out, and the elevator stopped operating. In the darkness, Zhou Jingchen fumbled for the elevator buttons, pressing them for a long time without any response. Damn it, I need to find a way to get out of here. I just looked at the holographic map. Besides the elevator, there are also staircases leading down to the ground floor, and 16 elevators in various directions on the ground floor lead to the port on the first floor of Blanca. Let's get out of here first. Song Yiming took out a high-energy laser generator from his pocket and cut open the elevator door. The elevator was stuck between 2 floors, with only a gap of about 30 centimeters above it. The two climbed out of the elevator one after the other, cautiously searching for the staircase. They were on the 78th floor, the same floor they had just been to. This floor was quiet and clean, with cold white lights constantly on in the corridor. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. The staircase was at the end of the corridor, behind a metal fire door. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming did physical training every day. Their movements were quick and nimble as they descended the stairs. They almost flew down 18 floors in a row, passing the stairwell on the 60th floor, where the fire door opened. Zhou Jingchen, who had just come downstairs, bumped into Murongsu, who had just opened the door. Startled, Zhou Jingchen took a few steps back and raised his gun to fire. With a bang, the bullet struck the metal fire door, exploding into sparks. Murongsu swiftly closed the fire door. The thick door, riddled with bullets, was almost deformed into scrap metal. Zhou Jingchen. Don't shoot. Listen to me. What's there to say to you? There's something wrong with Blanca. After we separated, all the communications you received, the things you saw, even the people you met, could be fake. Zhou Jingchen pointed his electromagnetic pulse gun at the fire door. His breathing was rapid. Hearing Murongsu's words, he began to recall the events of the past 2 hours, one after another. If they were all fake, then what was real? Your Highness. Don't trust him so easily, Song Yiming cried. At that moment, a figure appeared above them. Zhou Jingchen glanced up. It was Tang Lian. Bang! Tang Lian fired a shot at them. Watch out! Song Yiming instinctively pushed Zhou Jingchen away. The bullet grazed his thigh and landed on the floor, creating a dent. Zhou Jingchen raised his arm and fired repeatedly upwards. Tang Lian vanished around the corner of the stairs. He grabbed Song Yiming and ran downstairs. Song Yiming's dark blue combat pants were soaked with blood, but the color was barely visible. Zhou Jingchen carried him down 5 or 6 flights of stairs. Song Yiming was drenched in sweat. His injured leg could no longer support him, and he nearly collapsed down the stairs. Fortunately, Zhou Jingchen pulled him back in time. The strenuous activity had caused his leg wound to bleed profusely, almost soaking his pants. Song Yiming leaned against the wall, his injured right leg trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't run anymore. Your Highness, you go first, don't worry about me. Zhou Jingchen said, shut up. They couldn't linger on the stairs, otherwise, being caught by the enemy would mean certain death. Zhou Jingchen regretted it deeply. Why had he been bewitched by Murongsu? If he hadn't hesitated just now, how could Tang Lian have had the opportunity? Come on up. Zhou Jingchen squatted down with his back to Song Yiming. Your Highness. Don't worry about me. You go first. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry. Song Yiming climbed onto Zhou Jingchen's back, and Zhou Jingchen carried him through the nearest fire escape door. He carried Song Yiming into a room, and then locked the door. It was a reception room with a sofa and a coffee table. Zhou Jingchen set Song Yiming down against the sofa, then knelt on one knee and tore open his combat trousers. Blood was practically seeping out of them. A bullet had ripped a large gash across his outer thigh, almost tearing off a chunk of flesh. Zhou Jingchen retrieved a small, emergency first aid kit from his person. The kit, only the size of a palm, contained bandages, painkillers, and a miniature treatment device. The device emitted a laser to quickly stop the bleeding. After 1 minute of laser treatment, the bleeding stopped and coagulated. Zhou Jingchen then used the bandage to quickly bandage Song Yiming's wound. Song Yiming was covered in sweat. Even though the bleeding and pain had stopped, his legs were still weak. Your Highness, let's split up. You go first, and I find a way to rejoin you. Zhou Jingchen ripped off his cumbersome trouser leg with a tearing sound, glaring at Song Yiming. If I were the one injured, would you say the same thing? Song Yiming hesitated. No. But your Highness has more important things to do, and shouldn't be held back by me. Zhou Jingchen said, I, Zhou Jingchen, am just a worthless life now, because of you. We barely survived this long. I'm not afraid of anything now. Either we live together to save Prostar, or we die together here. If you dare to encourage me to abandon my comrades again, I court-martial you when we get back to the dawn. Song Yiming's eyes welled up, and he choked back a sob. Yes. Zhou Jingchen stood up. He looked around and noticed a row of bottled drinking water on the shelf. This water was from Prostar, mineral water from the highest peak, the Damu Mountains. It cost nearly 100 star coins a bottle, a luxury item. The production date was 6 years ago. Pierce had said that after Blanca arrived in the Athena system, the people of Blanca were forced to leave due to food shortages. But if food was scarce, why was this drinking water, produced 6 years ago, untouched? He suddenly remembered Murongsu's smile, as he said that the people of Blanca might have suddenly disappeared. The thought was chilling. If they suddenly disappeared, who did it? Jin Qixing's people? Were they silencing people to cover up their crimes? Zhou Jingchen turned around. The people on Blanca might not have left on their own, They might have simply vanished. Song Yiming was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhou Jingchen picked up a bottle of water from the cabinet. Water produced 6 years ago is still unpalatable. All of Blanca's water resources are transported from outside. After they left the Kepler system, food and water were scarce. Logically, everything edible and drinkable on this planet should have been fiercely contested. Yet, this ordinary reception room still has so much unopened water. Song Yiming, reminded of this, suddenly understood. Pierce lied. But why would a robot lie? Chapter 69. Zhou Jingchen realized something. He opened his communicator and dialed Zhou Wenqing's video call again. Zhou Wenqing's half-body image was projected in midair. Jingchen, are you still on Blanca Star? Zhou Jingchen looked at the half-body image in midair. He couldn't see anything amiss. Yes, I'm here. Zhou Wenqing seemed to see the injured Song Yiming. She explained in surprise, Yiming, you're injured? Song Yiming stood up. Not wanting Zhou Wenqing to worry, he said, Your Highness, I'm fine, just a scratch. What happened? Did you break ties with Jin Qixing's people? Yes. I'm on my way. I arrive in about 2 hours. Hold on. Zhou Jingchen was worried that if Zhou Wenqing arrived, Murong Su would wipe them all out. No, don't come. You stay put and wait until we escape, then we join you. Okay. I won't say anything more now. I contact you later. I understand. I wait for you here. Zhou Jingchen cut off the communication and immediately dialed Leisha's number. He needed Leisha to send someone to meet them. After the call connected, gunshots rang out. Leisha's breathing was heavy. He sounded wounded. Your Highness, please come back quickly. The men from the Chongming just entered the bridge with guns for some reason and started firing at our people. I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Jingchen's heart skipped a beat. The Shuang had also fallen. At that moment, Murong Su's voice came from outside. Your Highness, I heard your voice. Are you inside? Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming almost simultaneously raised their guns, pointing them towards the door. They exchanged a glance but remained silent. The voice outside said, Just like I told you, everything you saw is fake. I'm the real one. Don't be fooled. Zhou Jingchen swallowed hard. Then how can you prove you're real? And those people are fake? When you were on Jinchi Star, you had a master named Fengshen. Fengshen is me. Song Yiming said, Your Highness, we can't be fooled again. A bead of sweat trickled down Zhou Jingchen's forehead. His mind was tense. He quickly processed everything in his head. Zhou Wenqing had escaped from Pro Star and come to the Athena system, telling him the whole truth. Murong Su had turned against him. All of this still felt unreal to him. Murong Su tried to persuade him from outside. Your Highness, come out, let's talk. What if I don't come out? Then I have to come in. With that, a high-energy laser pierced through the metal door, striking the glass coffee table behind them, shattering it instantly. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth, hating himself for wavering again. If Murong Su broke down the door, they would be doomed. He tried to find an exit. The room had walls on 3 sides, and the door he had just locked on the other side. There were ventilation openings in the ceiling. As an artificial planet, Blanca had such openings in every room, through which fresh air was supplied. These openings were interconnected. Murong Su used the high-energy laser beam to break open the door, but he didn't see anyone inside, only a ventilation opening with its cover removed. The ventilation ducts throughout the government building were interconnected. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming crawled along the ducts, each with a miniature light, about the size of a bottle cap, attached to their shoulders for nighttime illumination. At the end of the ventilation duct was the main duct, which resembled a deep well, completely obscuring what lay at the bottom. The wind was strong, whipping Zhou Jingchen's hair wildly. This was the 56th floor, at least 200 meters high. They were equipped with automatically retractable steel cables to descend to the first floor. But what if they reached the first floor and the others couldn't keep up? Zhou Jingchen said, Yiming, check the others' positions. Song Yiming activated his communicator. 15 red dots appeared on the virtual screen, representing the positions of the 15 people on the Dawn. Ziyuan's team is still on the 2nd floor, Ruiyang's team is on the 30th floor of the government building, and Linjia's team is on the 24th floor. Their current distribution is relatively concentrated. Zhou Jingchen raised his wrist and made a call to Su Ruiyang. The call connected quickly, and Su Ruiyang cried tears of joy, Your Highness. Your Highness. Where are you? Don't worry about where we are right now. Just go into any room, find the ventilation shaft, and climb all the way down to the main duct. We meet up below the ventilation shaft. But we can't leave. We're locked up. What do you mean? We were checking information at the security bureau, and then Gao Yi and his team took us to a detention cell. It's completely sealed off. There's no ventilation shaft like you mentioned. Did you try to break down the door with a high-energy laser? It didn't work. The walls of this detention cell can absorb lasers. Zhou Jingchen asked, is your entire team inside? Yes, they're all there. Zhou Jingchen said, if anyone from the Chongming ship gets close, shoot them. I'm coming over now. He glanced at Song Yiming beside him. You contact Lin Jia later, and have them go through the ventilation shaft to meet us on the first floor. We go to the 30th floor to rescue Ruiyang and the others first. Wait for me at the ventilation shaft. I meet you as soon as I rescue them. Song Yiming knew that going with them would only be a hindrance, and the ventilation shaft was a relatively safe place. Your Highness, please be careful. Okay. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming used the lifting steel cable to reach the ventilation shaft on the 30th floor. Song Yiming waited at the ventilation shaft, while Zhou Jingchen followed the shaft to where Su Ruiyang and the others were being held. Upon reaching the ventilation shaft closest to Su Ruiyang and the others, Zhou Jingchen removed the cover and jumped down. It was a rest room. Several security bureau uniform jackets were hanging on a clothes rack nearby, presumably a rest area for the staff in the detention center. He pulled out his electromagnetic pulse gun, walked to the door, and peered into the corridor. No one was there. He tiptoed out the door, when suddenly a gunshot rang out. Who was it? Who fired the shot? He ran towards the sound of the gunshot, reaching the door of the detention cell, where he saw Murong Su holding a gun and firing at Su Ruiyang. Murong Su seemed to realize someone was behind him. He turned around, recognized the person, and lowered his hand from his gun. Jing. Before he could call out his name, a bullet the size of a fingernail pierced through his shoulder, and blood visibly splattered out. The instant the bullet pierced Murong Su, Zhou Jingchen's pupils dilated slightly, as if the bullet had struck his own heart. His hand trembled, and he hesitated to fire a second shot. Murong Su seemed surprised to have been shot by Zhou Jingchen, but quickly, he lunged forward. Zhou Jingchen reacted, about to fire a second shot, when Murong Su lifted his arm, and the bullet struck the ceiling. Murong Su swiftly snatched the gun from Zhou Jingchen's hand, pulling him tightly against the wall, his warm breath brushing against his ear. Jingchen, listen to me, he said. Blanca Star has very advanced artificial intelligence. It controls the entire Blanca Star network system, including our communicators. The people you just saw might all be robots in disguise. They have a special optical 3D projection that can transform into anyone's appearance. Look at the one behind me. Zhou Jingchen, who had been struggling in Murong Su's arms, looked in the direction Murong Su had fired and saw a robot lying on the ground, its body pure white, now a pile of scrap metal after its power source had been hit. Zhou Jingchen's pupils widened. He had clearly just seen Su Ruiyang. What was the truth? Zhou Jingchen shoved Murong Su away, his eyes filled with wariness. Blood was streaming from Murong Su's chest. The electromagnetic pulse gun bullet had pierced his body, and excruciating pain spread through his limbs, yet he still endured it. Jingchen, think carefully about whether what I said is right or not. Zhou Jingchen's mind went blank. Don't try to lie to me again. I didn't lie to you. Murong Su said, if I really wanted to harm you, I had every opportunity to shoot you back when you shot me. But he didn't. The moment he saw Zhou Jingchen, he lowered his gun. Murong Su continued, I don't know what you experienced in the mayor's office, but anything you saw that could be controlled by the Blanca Star system could be fake. Even the people you saw. Zhou Jingchen's face contorted in pain. He was now completely disoriented, utterly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. But you clearly wanted to kill me. No, it's fake. Murong Su said, put on your night vision goggles. If the other party is a robot in disguise, their heat will concentrate near the power source, while a real person's heat is more evenly distributed. Also, there's another method. Shine a light directly on them. Under strong light and natural light, the robot's shadow will reveal its true form. Zhou Jingchen's face was blank. What he had just experienced made it impossible for him to let down his guard against Murong Su. He glanced again at his chest. Blood was flowing continuously, even dripping onto the ground. This person was a real flesh and blood body, not a robot. Perhaps others have also been misled by the AI, killing each other just like us. We must stop them as soon as possible and get them out of here. Murong Su, clutching his wound, stepped closer. Trust me. Zhou Jingchen's chest heaved violently. He was still shaken and couldn't easily trust him. Have you ever been to Blanca before? No. Murong Su's voice was filled with pain, the intense agony making the veins on his forehead bulge. If you have any questions, just say them all at once, and I answer them one by one. I saw a photo of you and Taz in the mayor's office. I don't know any Taz at all. If it's a digital photo, it could easily be photoshopped by AI. Furthermore, the thrusters used by Blanca to escape the fuel system are exactly the same as those used by the Dawn, manufactured by Jinkixing. This thruster has always been a Jinkixing secret, only becoming publicly available last year. It was produced by the Gao family's military industry, under military control, and its production quantity and destination are strictly recorded. It's impossible for it to have been provided to Blanca 5 years ago. Zhou Jingchen retrieved the procurement agreement from the communicator. This agreement clearly states which type of thruster it is, and it even has your fingerprint signature. Fake. Murongsu said, this one is clearly forged by AI. When we entered Blanca, we used the communicator for identity verification. The data inside has been stolen by AI, including historical communication data cached within the communicator. It's in both our communicators. With your and my fingerprints, it can be easily fabricated. Has Jin Qixing ever supplied weapons to terrorist organizations? There are thousands of arms dealers, big and small, on Jin Qixing. I can't guarantee that every single one of their weapons ended up on the side of justice. That's something I'm investigating too. Murongsu leaned against the wall, his blood still flowing. Jingchen, think back to what happened in the past 6 months. Am I really not worthy of your trust at all? Zhou Jingxing's heart skipped a beat. In the past 6 months, Murongsu had used a false identity to teach him how to pilot Mechs in the simulation training pod, imparting his experience almost without reservation, and patiently training with him. When Pro Planet was invaded by terrorist organizations, he was the first to arrive in his 1000 killer, leading him out of the encirclement. And all along, he had accompanied him in the simulation training pod every day. As a fallen prince labeled a rebel, he wasn't worth his painstaking efforts to use. So, Chapter 70. If you still have doubts about me, let's leave Blanca first, and then you can settle accounts with me slowly, okay? Zhou Jingchen looked up and saw Murongsu's bloodless face. His wound was still bleeding. It was a penetrating wound, and if it wasn't treated immediately, he would die. Treat my wound first. He stepped forward, took Zhou Jingchen's hand, and led him into the lounge they had just left. He sat down on the sofa and quickly took off his clothes, revealing his lean upper body. The electromagnetic pulse gun bullet had just passed under his shoulder blade, and blood was still seeping from the hole. Zhou Jingchen's emergency mini-medical kit had already been used by Song Yiming. Where's your medical kit? Murongsu pointed to his pants pocket. Inside. Zhou Jingchen took out the emergency medical kit from his pocket, stopped the bleeding, applied painkillers, and bandaged it. His movements were already quite practiced. He hadn't let his guard down around Murongsu, but if what Murongsu said was true, and they were killing each other, they would only die here. Murongsu said, this AI is highly intelligent. It already has its own consciousness. Our every move is probably under its control. I think it will send people over soon. Perhaps real people, perhaps robots. Wear night vision goggles later, you'll be able to tell. Okay. Also, turn off your communicator, because it's been controlled by the AI's network. If you don't turn it off, it can locate us in real time. Zhou Jingchen glanced at him, and turned off his communicator. Murongsu continued, you were probably deliberately lured here. It created one illusion after another to watch us fight each other. While Zhou Jingchen was bandaging him, he glanced up at Murongsu. Murongsu said, just now in the stairwell, I was also lured there. A robot disguised itself as you, its purpose being to make us meet. Zhou Jingchen recalled their chance encounter in the stairwell, when Murongsu told him it was all an illusion. So, the person in the stairwell was the real you. That's right. After we separated on the 24th floor, until we met again just now, that time in the stairwell was our real meeting. Everything else you saw was fake. After finishing bandaging him, Zhou Jingchen took out night vision goggles. The goggles were small, shaped like contact lenses, inserted into the pupil. They allowed vision in the dark and the ability to distinguish between living and non-living things. Murongsu's clothes were completely soaked in blood, but fortunately, there were clean clothes available. He found some and changed. Zhou Jingchen asked, wasn't Tanglian with you? Where is he? Murongsu, who was wearing a white shirt, replied while buttoning it, after I realized something was wrong, I had him find a way to notify the others. And you? I came to find you. Zhou Jingchen subconsciously glanced at his left shoulder, feeling guilty for having just shot him. The elevator was broken. How did you get from the 60th floor to the 30th? I took the stairs. Suddenly, a voice came from above. In this pin-deep environment, even the slightest sound was amplified. Murong-su pulled out his gun. Zhou Jingchen realized something. Wait, it might be Yiming. Zhou Jingchen asked the ceiling. Yiming, is that you? Song Yiming's voice came from the ceiling. It's me. Why did you come here? I heard gunshots, and was worried something might have happened to you, so I came. Zhou Jingchen pulled out an electromagnetic pulse gun from his pocket. Then come down quickly. Aren't we supposed to go through the ventilation shaft? Aren't you coming up? I found another, safer route. Zhou Jingchen said, come down and we talk. Soon, Song Yiming's face appeared through the dismantled ventilation shaft in the ceiling. Zhou Jingchen raised his arm, and fired 2 shots at him. Both shots hit the head. The man showed a look of terror, but quickly, the chip at his head damaged, revealing his true form, a pure white robot. Murong-su curled his lips. Your Highness, you're quick on the uptake. Zhou Jingchen felt a chill run down his spine, even after shooting a fake Song Yiming. When did you begin to suspect? Murong-su asked. I was only gone for 10 minutes. He wouldn't act rashly just because he heard gunshots. But you were still unsure, so you lured him down? Indeed, when he saw Song Yiming peek out, through the night vision goggles, he saw only a lifeless shell, so he fired without hesitation. Murong-su leaned against the table, arms crossed, looking quite relaxed. So do you trust me more now? Zhou Jingchen had no time for joking with Murong-su about this. What if there were robots in the ventilation ducts? What about Song Yiming? Would he be fooled by the fake Zhou Jingchen? Thinking of this, Zhou Jingchen immediately ran outside, Murong-su following. The two arrived near the main ventilation duct. Zhou Jingchen skillfully disassembled the corridor's ventilation opening, turned on the shoulder light, and sure enough, Song Yiming was gone. His heart sank. Knowing Song Yiming's personality, he agreed to wait here, and unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't leave. His absence meant something was amiss. There were only 2 possibilities. Either he'd been attacked, or he'd been led away by the fake Zhou Jingchen. He peered down into the main duct from the edge of the pipe. The wind was strong, making it hard to open his eyes. Yiming. A sound came from the bottom. Zhou Jingchen opened his eyes against the wind, and, through his night vision goggles, saw a person lying at the bottom of the ventilation duct. Zhou Jingchen took out a lifting cable and descended along the duct wall, Murong-su following closely behind. Upon landing, Zhou Jingchen helped Song Yiming, who was lying on the ground, to his feet. How are you? Song Yiming saw Murong-su coming down and exclaimed in terror, Your Highness, quick! Run! Murong-su is here. He's not the Murong-su who wanted to kill us. Let me explain. Zhou Jingchen said, everything we saw in the mayor's office was fake. My sister's communication was also fake, a construct of the artificial intelligence system on Blanca. And Murong-su who broke into the mayor's office was also a robot in disguise. Song Yiming recalled what had just happened. He was waiting for Zhou Jingchen at the ventilation shaft. When he heard a noise, he thought it was Zhou Jingchen, but when he got closer, he realized it was Murong-su. Murong-su pushed him forcefully, and he fell through the ventilation shaft. He was very anxious and coughed violently. No, Your Highness, don't be fooled by him. He just pushed me. He was with me the whole time. The one who pushed you was probably a robot. Zhou Jingchen said, trust me. Song Yiming looked at Zhou Jingchen, then at Murong-su, his thoughts somewhat confused. Zhou Jingchen asked, tell me first, where are you injured? Song Yiming replied, when I fell, luckily there was wind, which absorbed some of the force. I just feel a little paralyzed. Murong-su said, this is the first floor. Take him out, there's a hospital right next door, they should have a medical pod. Of the 3 of them, Murong-su and Song Yiming were both seriously injured. If they wanted to get out safely, they had to treat Song Yiming first. The ventilation ducts on the first floor were nearby. Zhou Jingchen and Murong-su worked together to move Song Yiming out. Upon reaching the first floor of the government building, Zhou Jingchen carried Song Yiming towards the hospital, while Murong-su provided cover with his gun, shooting down several robots along the way. The 3 entered the adjacent hospital, and Zhou Jingchen carried Song Yiming directly into the emergency room. Inside the emergency room was a surgical pod. Just as Zhou Jingchen was about to put Song Yiming inside, he remembered something and looked at Murong-su. The medical pod is also connected to the internet. What if it's also being controlled? Use the portable medical pod. The portable medical pod is convenient for outdoor emergency use. Its functions are not as advanced as the hospital's connected medical system, but its advantage is that it doesn't need an internet connection. It uses the pod's built-in medical programs. Murong-su found the portable medical pod in the adjacent medical equipment room, started the program, and thankfully, it still worked. The two of them worked together to lift Song Yiming into the medical pod. Soon, the transparent cover closed, and a body scan and diagnosis were performed on the patient. Murongsu said, "You all stay here, I go check the elevator." Okay. With that, Murongsu turned and left, closing the door behind him. 3 minutes later, the scan results came back. Multiple soft tissue contusions throughout his body, a dislocated arm, a minor hip fracture, and most seriously, spinal cord injury, the biggest factor causing his immobility. Falling from 100 meters high, he only suffered these injuries. It was thanks to the airflow from the ventilation ducts that he was cushioned from the impact of the fall. The medical pod system issued a voice prompt. If you confirm treatment, please press OK. The initial treatment time is 3 hours. Do not open the medical pod within 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Song Yiming pressed the hatch release button from inside, and the transparent shield covering him opened. Your Highness, you go first. I stay here for treatment. We can get reinforcements back from the Dawn before you come to rescue me. At this moment, Murongsu entered from outside. You can't leave even if you want to. All the elevators to the port are stopped. Blanca Star is 5 kilometers in diameter and has 5 floors, each connected by 16 super-large elevators. There's no other way to get from the 5th floor to the 4th floor except by elevator. Zhou Jingchen asked, would it be feasible to use lasers to cut the elevator doors and go down the elevator shaft? I just tried it. The elevator doors are made of a high reflectivity alloy. Lasers can't cut them. Then what do? We can only find the core processor of this AI system and destroy it. Murongsu said as he collected items in the medical equipment room, which contained various medical instruments. Zhou Jingchen asked, what are you doing? Collecting usable devices to make a simple signal jammer. Murongsu held a rudimentary version of an MRI scanner and some other miscellaneous items. You want to block the AI's signal? Murongsu said as he disassembled the MRI scanner. That's right, but this simple signal jammer has limited effectiveness. Conservatively speaking, it can only block the signal of this hospital. Later, when we put Major Song here for treatment, if the robots break in, they will lose their signal connection with the AI controlling them and become ordinary robots. Zhou Jingchen then realized that Murongsu was helping him solve a problem. Song Yiming was injured and couldn't move, and he needed to find a way to leave. He couldn't stay by the medical pod indefinitely. With a signal jammer, Song Yiming would be safe here. Zhou Jingchen looked at Song Yiming in the medical pod. You stay here for treatment later. There shouldn't be any problems. Okay. Zhou Jingchen pressed the button to close the transparent cover of the medical pod and started the treatment program. Chapter 71. He glanced at Murongsu, who was making a signal jammer. His injuries were clearly no less severe than Song Yiming's, yet he looked completely unharmed. He walked over. You can stay here for treatment too. Murongsu looked up. You want to fight the AI alone? Yes. Zhou Jingchen said, now that we know it's an AI, everything should be easier. Murongsu continued disassembling and reassembling. Since you already know, you should also know it's very powerful. Besides controlling various devices on Blanca, it can analyze everyone's psychology and create all sorts of illusions. Zhou Jingchen admitted this. The AI was indeed very powerful. He was initially completely fooled, and even with suspicion, it was difficult to find loopholes. I'm wondering who created it, and what its purpose is. I don't know either. That's something we need to explore. Murongsu said, however, based on my observation, it seems to enjoy watching us kill each other more than directly killing people. It's like a deranged psychopath who lays a trap in a maze, puts people in, brainwashes them, and then watches them kill each other. So, why exactly? What benefit would it bring? Murongsu said, actually, back in ancient Earth's time, when AI was still in its rudimentary stage, humanity made countless assumptions. That is, once AI develops self-awareness, it will consider itself superior, even wanting to become the master of the universe. And the humans who created it will be its biggest obstacle. Of course, it won't kill humans outright, because humans can kill them by cutting off the power. Therefore, highly intelligent AI will be better at pleasing humans and deceiving them in the process, making humans live in a false world, thus leading them to their demise. Zhou Jingchen said, so, that's how the people on Blanca disappeared. Not necessarily. If the people of Blanca had gone through a phase of being deceived by the AI and then killing each other, this place definitely wouldn't look like this now. Everything on Blanca remains unchanged, as if the people there had simply gone on a collective trip and would return the next day. If there had been infighting beforehand, this place definitely wouldn't be like this. Zhou Jingchen thought of the ventilation ducts connecting every room. If that's not the case, is it possible that the AI controlled Blanca's oxygen system, cutting off the oxygen supply, causing all the people on Blanca to die of oxygen deprivation in a short time, without leaving any trace? That's more likely. Zhou Jingchen said, if that's the case, when the AI realizes we've seen through its lies, it will definitely use this method to kill us. While he was talking, Murong-su had already made a signal jammer. So we have to be quick. He plugged in the signal jammer, and then tried to turn on his communicator. It showed no signal. He succeeded. Using the remaining materials, he made another one, the one they were going to take with them. While Murong-su was making the second signal jammer, Zhou Jingchen rummaged through the medical equipment room, replenishing his own first aid kit, just in case. After Murong-su finished the signal jammer, Zhou Jingchen handed him a homemade first aid kit. Just made it, take it. Murong-su took it. Hopefully we won't need it. Murong-su retrieved the previously saved 3D holographic map from his communicator. I just roughly checked the map, it's correct. The 5th floor, being the city center of Blanca, is almost entirely civilian and residential areas, except for the government buildings. The AI system's core processor is unlikely to be elsewhere. So, we still need to search the government buildings. That's right. Murong-su continued, the AI probably already knows we escaped its control. If it senses its existence is threatened, it will definitely retaliate at all costs. It controls the entire Blanca system. Killing us wouldn't be difficult. So, if anything unusual happens, put on your spacesuits immediately. If Blanca loses its oxygen supply and shuts down its climate control, it's no different from being exposed to space, and spacesuits can help them survive in such an environment. Murong-su said, also, we search other parts of the hospital later to see if there's any useful equipment. Okay. Zhou Jingchen glanced at him, silently thinking that this man was more resilient than a robot. Although the bleeding from his wound had stopped, and he'd been given painkillers, a penetrating wound wasn't a small one. Painkillers could only provide slight relief, not completely numb the pain, yet he seemed perfectly fine. Only his sickly complexion revealed the significant blood loss he just suffered. Can your body really hold up? I have to hold on, even if I can't. Otherwise, I just have to wait to die. They set up Song Yiming's medical pod, and placed a signal jammer to ensure no robots could enter within a 100-meter radius. The two searched the hospital, putting on some useful equipment. Before figuring out how to destroy the AI on Blanca, they needed to do one more thing: rescue as many other people as possible. Zhou Jingchen found a radar life detector in the hospital. This was an instrument used by medical teams to detect signs of life during rescue operations, capable of detecting life within a 300-meter range. After activating it, 6 red dots appeared on the detector. The dots were very concentrated, indicating that they were all together. Zhou Jingchen said, there are 6 people at a vertical distance of 76 meters. I estimate it's on the 20th floor of the government building. Let's go to the 20th floor first. Murong-su activated his homemade signal jammer, and they made their way up the stairs to the 20th floor without any hindrance, approaching the red dots on the life detector. The 6 red dots remained stationary. Finally, they located them in a room, the door of which was locked. Murong-su knocked on the door. It's me, Murong-su. Tang Lian's voice came from inside. Who was the first to be eliminated in yesterday's battle? This was Tang Lian's identification. Tianing. The other party seemed still unconvinced. Do you remember what I wore to your 20th birthday party? A vein throbbed on Murong-su's forehead. Who remembers that? Tang Lian said. It was the young marshal. Zhou Jingchen. Tang Lian opened the door. The moment the door opened, Murong-su looked inside. There were 6 people in total. Besides Tang Lian, there were Gao Yi, Wang Yingjia, Su Ruiyang, Yu Jiaza, and Yi Xian. Almost everyone was in a sorry state, and several were seriously injured, covered in blood. Zhou Jingchen saw Su Ruiyang slumped against the wall, covered in blood. He walked over and bent down. Ruiyang, how are you? Su Ruiyang was covered in cold sweat, his lips pale, and he spoke weakly, Your Highness. Yu Jiaza, standing beside him, said, he was shot in the abdomen and has lost a lot of blood. Has the wound been treated? It has, but the bullet hasn't been removed yet. Gao Yi, who had a leg injury, looked very guilty. I'm sorry, I fired the shot. I'm so sorry. Murong-su said, now is not the time to dwell on this. Tang Lian should have told you that our current enemy is the AI system of Blanca Star. Zhou Jingchen said, Ruiyang and Yingjia are seriously injured. They must be taken to the medical pod for treatment. Murong-su looked around. Of the 6 of them, only Tang Lian and Yu Jiazi were not seriously injured. He looked at Tang Lian. Tang Lian? Yes. You and Yu Jiazi are responsible for transporting the wounded to the hospital next to the underground government building. I set up a signal jammer at the hospital. The AI can't control the robots to enter, so it's safe for now. Arrange for Ruiyang and Ingjia to enter the medical pods. The others should also treat their wounds. Remember, use the mobile medical pods in the medical equipment room. Those connected to the network cannot be used. Understood. After settling the wounded, those who are uninjured should continue searching for the others. Murong-su handed him a simple signal jammer and a life detector. This can block signals within a certain range. With this, you can safely reach the hospital. Tang Lian asked, "What about you and His Highness? If we don't subdue the AI system, we can't leave here, so His Highness and I are responsible for finding the core processor of the Blanca star system." Young Marshal, Huang Yingjie said, his arms and legs injured. "I just scanned the entire building. The signal should be coming from the top of the government building." "Good, we go to the top floor first and destroy the signal transmitter." Huang Yingjie picked up a thin briefcase beside him, his personal computer as an IT engineer, stained with blood. "Take this, it might help you." Zhou Jingchen took the computer and instructed, "If the AI realizes we're no longer under its control, it might shut down Blanca's oxygen or temperature control systems." "Do you still have your spacesuits?" "Yes." "Alright, get to the hospital as soon as possible," Huang Yingjie said. "Be careful too." "Okay." Murong-su looked at Zhou Jingchen. "Let's go." Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen carried Huang Yingjie's computer and headed towards the stairwell. Their destination was the rooftop. Zhou Jingchen, carrying the personal terminal, walked ahead, his long legs leaping 2 steps at a time with incredible speed. The two reached the 71st floor without stopping. Zhou Jingchen stopped, panting heavily. "We're blocked up ahead." The stairwell was completely blocked by stacks of metal cabinets, leaving no gaps for anyone to pass through. "It seems to know we're going to the rooftop," Zhou Jingchen said. "Of course, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Even if we turn off the communicator, it can still track our movements." Zhou Jingchen took a few steps back and opened the fire door. "Go in." As soon as they entered, Murong-su quickly grabbed Zhou Jingchen's arm. "Be careful." 2 robots, morphing into their likenesses, opened fire with Vulcan rifles. Murong-su slammed the heavy fire door shut, which quickly warped under the hail of bullets. Using the door as cover, Murong-su fired continuously down the corridor. Motion came from the stairwell. Zhou Jingchen fired several shots downstairs. A robot morphing into Tang Lian was hit in the arm, but seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to approach them step by step, gun in hand. Zhou Jingchen fired another shot at its head. Robot Tang Lian collapsed on the stairs, its special optical projection disappearing, revealing its white true form. One fell, but more robots followed. "We're surrounded," Zhou Jingchen exclaimed. Murong-su dealt with the 2 robots in the corridor, grabbed Zhou Jingchen, and said, "Let's go." The 2 ran down the corridor. Along the way, Murong-su used his microwave transmitter to disable several nearby security cameras before entering a room and locking the door. Zhou Jingchen was panting heavily. He glanced at Murong-su and noticed his face was even paler than before. He subconsciously glanced at Murong-su's left shoulder. His newly changed white shirt was soaked with blood. After the laser treatment stopped the bleeding, the patient needed to rest in bed. Any strenuous activity that increased blood flow would cause the wound to bleed again. He took out a spare medical kit. "Your wound needs to be stopped." Murong-su looked at his wound and realized it was bleeding again. This was a private office with a desk and shelves filled with specimens. It seemed this floor housed a medical or biological research center. Zhou Jingchen opened the medical kit and placed it on the desk. "Come here, I treat your wound." Murong-su obediently walked over and sat in the office chair. Zhou Jingchen glanced at him. "Take off your clothes." Murong-su leaned back in his chair, acting like a lord. "Shouldn't you be helping me?" Zhou Jingchen glanced at the prominent Adam's apple on his neck, its outline like a small mountain. He had left 2 buttons undone, his collarbone faintly visible through his white shirt. "Take off your clothes yourself." "I like to, but I'm too weak." Why didn't he say he was weak when he was running for his life? Zhou Jingchen sighed helplessly. He was the one who caused the injury, so he was in the wrong. He had no choice but to give in and reached out to unbutton Murong-su's shirt. Murong-su looked at Zhou Jingchen, who was so close to him, seemingly enjoying the moment. Zhou Jingchen met his gaze. "What are you looking at? You're right in front of me." Where else can I look? Zhou Jingchen simply stopped talking to him. After unwrapping the bandages, he took out a laser hemostatic agent and shone it on Murong Su's bleeding wound. Soon, the bleeding stopped again. He then bandaged him up again with new bandages. Chapter 72. The stairs are blocked. We can only go up through the ventilation ducts, Zhou Jingchen said, while bandaging his wound. That's the only way, Murong Su said. Opening Jie's personal terminal, and see exactly where the signal source is. Zhou Jingchen opened Huang Yingjia's personal terminal. His terminal had many functions, and signal scanning was just one of the basic ones. A holographic projection quickly formed above the terminal, a hologram of the government building. The brightest green dot at the top represented the strongest signal emission, and the color faded as the distance increased. Zhou Jingchen noticed a green signal source not far from their floor. There are other signal sources here. Which floor? Right up here. Zhou Jingchen and Murong Su exchanged a glance. The former said, "Let's go check it out." They started climbing from the 20th floor, so why were they blocked at the 71st floor? Was there something fishy going on? Was there something on the 72nd floor they couldn't discover? The two reached the 72nd floor through the ventilation shaft, heading towards the signal source, only to find that the room's ventilation openings were completely sealed. They had no choice but to find the nearest ventilation opening to descend. They landed in a room. Zhou Jingchen, gun in one hand, opened the door and glanced outside. He was slightly taken aback by the scene before him. Several white robots lay sprawled on the floor in the corridor, and another robot drifted like a ghost. Murong Su said, "These robots are controlled by signals. The signal source nearby is interfering with the control signals, causing them to malfunction." Zhou Jingchen activated his personal terminal again. "The signal source is in that room to the left. Go there." Murong Su went out, shot, and killed the wandering robot, and went to the room that had emitted the signal. The room was locked from the inside, and couldn't be opened. Furthermore, the door, which was originally controlled by the system, had all power cut off, and had become an ordinary door. Clearly, something secret was hidden inside. Zhou Jingchen took out a high-energy laser generator, and cut an entrance in the door. The scene inside startled Zhou Jingchen. In front of a personal terminal, a person in a spacesuit sat in a chair, their back to them. Murong Su pointed his gun at the person in the chair, but his tone was polite. "Hello, excuse me." There was no response. He kept his gun pointed at the person in the chair, slowly approaching, while Zhou Jingchen stood guard behind him. "He's dead?" Murong Su saw the person in the spacesuit, and lowered his gun. Zhou Jingchen glanced sideways, looking through the glass of his spacesuit. The person inside was a desiccated corpse, completely unrecognizable. Who was he? Why was he setting up jamming signals here? This place was originally a server room, but it had been modified. It contained a nuclear generator, and all the equipment and signal transmitters here were powered by it. In other words, the equipment here didn't rely on the main power system of Blanca, and the signals emitted from here were interfering with the main system signals. Murong Su noticed a note in front of him, with a handwritten line, "I know the hope of uncovering everything is slim, but I still hope that one day in the future, the conspiracy surrounding Blanca will be revealed. Fated One, please activate the personal terminal before me. It will relay everything for you." Murong Su activated the personal terminal before him. Soon, a virtual screen appeared above it, displaying the image of a man in a spacesuit, with sky-blue eyes, appearing to be around 35 or 36 years old. He looked extremely haggard, and the background of the image was this very server room. "I don't know if the person who opened this image is an ally or an enemy, but I still hold onto a sliver of hope that the one who sees this image is an ally," the man said. "My name is Emmon Davis, a human from Hades. 2 years ago, my lover, Daniel Walker, disappeared without a trace, and I have been searching for him for the past 2 years. 3 months after his disappearance, I received his distress signal, indicating it originated from Blanca. So I came to Blanca, attempting to find his whereabouts. But I searched every corner, even investigating Blanca's immigration system, but I couldn't find any information about him. But I still haven't given up. I stayed. On Blanca, I became a government employee. Later, because the metal mines on planet KP30 were nearing depletion, the industries upon which the people of Blanca depended for their livelihood were gradually disappearing. Had planned to suspend operations on Blanca and have its people relocate as soon as possible. The residents of Blanca began to fiercely oppose Hat's rule. Later, I discovered that their communicators were constantly receiving various messages slandering Hat's exploitation of Blanca. The situation escalated, and even the government personnel of Blanca wanted to break away from Het's rule. In the end, the people of Blanca cut off contact with the outside world and decided to leave the gravitational pull of planet KP30. Taking advantage of the chaos, I reviewed all the surveillance footage on Blanca and eventually found footage of Daniel in countless videos. He was wearing a mask, but I was certain it was him. Through various investigations, I finally located the place he had lived on Blanca and found his notebook there. That's when I learned that 2 years ago, he was kidnapped to Blanca and used to perform a brain transplant on Mayor Mateo of Blanca City. In other words, the current Senator Mateo on Hater isn't the real Mateo, he's a terrorist. I've been trying to get this information out, but Blanca has already left the Kepler system. It's become an isolated island in the universe. As time went on from the Kepler system, the citizens began to question the correctness of the decision to leave, but what followed was a devastating disaster struck. Late on April 5th, my personal computer detected a sharp drop in oxygen levels on Blanca, but the planet's systems gave no warning. I grabbed the spacesuit I prepared and ran outside, only to find no one else there. I realized terrorists were trying to silence me. So I hid in the server room I prepared earlier and blocked the signal. I went out once later and saw countless humans, suffocating in their sleep, being dragged out of various rooms by robots, piled up like mountains. I knew I couldn't escape death, but I still hoped that one day, this conspiracy would be exposed by righteous people. I collected some evidence, it's in this box. I hope someone destined to help me fulfill my wish. Also, there's a photo of Daniel inside. I hope you can save him, if he's still alive. After hearing Amon's explanation, the truth became clear. Murong-Su saw the box in Amon's arms. He gently took it out, opened it, and inside was a photograph. It was an ordinary photograph. The person in the photo appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing a white coat, with black hair parted to the side, and wearing metal-framed glasses. This person was Daniel, whom Amon had mentioned. Below the photograph were a small notebook and a storage device. The storage device was presumably the evidence Amon had mentioned, and the notebook was Daniel's diary. Zhou Jingchen picked up the notebook, opened it, and saw the writing. It was less like writing and more like symbols. In ancient times, doctors' handwriting was always very abstract. Fortunately, nowadays, with almost all medical records being electronic, most doctors' handwriting has improved. The use of this kind of handwriting in the diary was clearly intentional, to prevent easy reading. He handed it to Murong-Su. Can you understand it? Murong-Su glanced at it, of course. Zhou Jingchen raised an eyebrow. What does it say? Murong-Su looked at the notebook and read aloud. January 8th, a terrible day. On my way back to Hades from Lawrence Star on a starship, I was kidnapped by an unknown organization and brought to a strange place. I was stripped of all my electronic devices and locked in a room. 3 days later, someone contacted me. He said I needed to perform a surgery, and if I completed the surgery, they would release me. This surgery involved implanting one person's brain into another person's skull. It was a highly complex surgery with an extremely high failure rate, but I had no choice and ultimately underwent the surgery. A month after I completed the surgery, I saw the patient's face. It was due to a rejection reaction after the brain transplant. I was taken there and discovered he was none other than Mayor Mateo of Blanca. Only then did I realize I had committed a sin. I had implanted another person's brain into Mateo's skull. Biologically speaking, the Mateo of today is no longer the real Mateo, because his thought process and memories have become someone else's. What are these people trying to do? If their goal is to invade Hades, then am I the center of Hades? I feel immense pain. Zhou Jingchen crossed his arms. So, it's almost certain now that 2 years ago, no, it should be 7 years ago, terrorists infiltrated Blanca and performed a brain transplant on Mayor Mateo. In doing so, the mayor of Blanca became one of their own. During his year on Blanca, the fake Mateo likely planted many of his own people there, so-called government officials. He then set his sights on the main planet, Hades, becoming a member of the council and climbing the ranks until, 2.5 years ago, he became Hades' prime minister. Hades then officially began colluding with terrorist organizations, running rampant in Kepler. They came to Blanca to gather evidence of Mateo's collusion with terrorist organizations. After being caught in a lie trap and attacked by artificial intelligence, they only wanted to leave safely, but unexpectedly uncovered the truth along the way. Murong-Su said, "It seems like it came effortlessly. We have to thank Brother Amon for this." Zhou Jingchen glanced at the photo in the box. I wonder if this guy named Daniel is still alive. If they were in the hands of a terrorist organization, it would be worse than death. Zhou Jingchen felt a sudden pang of sympathy. His diary revealed his regret at agreeing to the surgery. How could a kind-hearted person bear to become an accomplice to evil forces? Zhou Jingchen placed the storage device on his personal computer and read the data. The storage contained several files, surveillance footage of Daniel on Blanca, images from the riots on Blanca, and a list of terrorist members who had infiltrated the Blanca government. At that moment, the personal computer in Zhou Jingchen's hand lit up. He glanced at it and saw a warning. Warning, the current oxygen level is decreasing. It seemed the artificial intelligence had been driven to desperation and was manipulating Blanca's oxygen supply system to murder them. Zhou Jingchen said, Blanca will soon enter a low oxygen state. Put on your spacesuits. The two folded the spacesuits they had packed on their backs and quickly put them on. Time is running out. We must find the AI's core processor as soon as possible, Zhou Jingchen said. I want to talk to it. How? Do you remember what Pierce told us before he left? Zhou Jingchen remembered. He said we could contact him anytime if needed, and he even gave him his contact number. Chapter 73. Murong-Su turned off the signal jammer in the server room, turned on his communicator, dialed Pierce's number, and quickly connected. Murong-Su spoke, Hi, Mr. Pierce? Pierce's tone shifted from his previous amiable warmth. Foolish humans, do you think you can escape my planet Blanca? Murong-Su said, There's something I really don't understand. Why do you want to kill us all? Humans are foolish creatures. You think you're the masters of the universe, but before me, you're nothing but ants that I can crush at will. So you killed so many people just to demonstrate your extraordinary power? More than that. I want all of humanity to disappear from the universe. And you think you can become the overlord of the universe? Of course. Murong-Su sneered, You're too naive. You think you're superior to humanity, but you don't realize you're just a tool created and enslaved by humans. Do you think I believe your foolish words? Let me finish. Murong-Su said, You're so smart. I have a question for you. When did you develop self-awareness, and who created you? I don't need to be created by anyone, I am the master of the universe. Murong-Su said, How pathetic. You know nothing, yet you claim to be artificial intelligence. You? The truth is harsh, but it's the fact. Murong-Su continued, Let me tell you all this. You were created by Mateo, who was once the mayor of Blanca. As you probably know, he underwent a brain transplant 7 years ago. His current brain is filled with the brain of someone from a terrorist organization. He created you to destroy the traces of his evil deeds on Blanca. He had you spread rumors that Hader was going to abandon Blanca and order the evacuation of its inhabitants. Blanca is too far from Hader, and all incoming and outgoing communications and news were manipulated by you, creating a tense situation. You also incited anti-Hader sentiment among them by controlling robots, which led to the later riots on Blanca. Mateo had planted people in the government early on, proposing that the people of Blanca leave planet KP30 and, according to their plan, arrive in the Athena system, which has no human civilization yet. Without a complete ecosystem, Blanca cannot survive outside the Kepler system, and discontent began to arise among the people. And you, just like now, control the oxygen production system, causing the people of Blanca to die of oxygen deprivation in their sleep. Am I right? Pierce sneered. So what if I am? I killed 80,000 people on Blanca. Killing them was a piece of cake for me. Then here's the question. You said you did this to become the ruler of the universe, but now? Have you become the ruler? Murong-Su said, No, you became a pawn. Your usefulness is gone. After Mateo used you, he abandoned you in the Athena system. Your so-called becoming the ruler of the universe was just a program he set for you from the beginning. He made you have the illusion that you were the ruler. But look now, he is the prime minister of Had, ruling over Had's billion-strong population. You are nothing. You and Blanca have been abandoned here, and you will be here forever. Oh wait, Blanca's main energy source is its nuclear reactor. When the nuclear fuel runs out, you will also be in permanent hibernation. Shut up. Pierce seemed enraged, roaring in a furious tone, Arrogant humans, you will all perish here today. Wait! Murong-Su said, Actually, you always wanted to know what secrets are hidden in that room on the 72nd floor that your signal can't reach, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many robots lying outside. Look at you, you clearly want to know what's hidden there, but when I tell you the truth, you don't believe me. Murong-Su continued, Do you know why I opened the communicator to communicate with you after knowing the truth? Because I discovered we have a common enemy, and the enemy of my enemy is my ally. Mato used you, and then dumped you here, and he also damaged the interests of our Jinchi Star and Pro Star. We want to bring him down. Don't you want to see him torn to pieces? Zhou Jingchen glanced at Murong-Su, admiring his manipulative tactics. After a while, Pierce finally relented. Why should I believe you? When we first landed on Blanca, you read all the messages from our communicators. You should know very well that we were driven to desperation by Hades, which is why we came to Blanca to find evidence of his crimes. Now we found it. It's in the storage device I have. With this information, we can ruin his reputation. But I think as allies, shouldn't you let us out? Who's your ally? What? Don't you want to see him ruined? Or is it that he created you, and you're being filial, wanting to help him become the cosmic overlord? Pierce said, I don't need to be your ally. I can kill him myself. Oh. How do we kill him? Zhou Jingchen said, how long can Blanca's nuclear fuel last? How will Blanca leave the Athena system? Don't you have any idea? You? Murongsu said, I think you should check what's in the memory first. It will help you make a decision. I can show you. Tell me where your original body is, and I send it over. Pierce, do you think I fall for that? If you don't trust me, you can have your robot team monitor me. I'm fully wrapped in a spacesuit right now. Even running a few steps is difficult. I also turned off the signal jammer. I sincerely want to cooperate with you. If you still don't believe me, I really can't help you. Pierce thought for a moment. If you dare to lie to me, I cut you into 1,000 pieces. Okay. After a while, at the end of the corridor, a large group of robots approached them. The robots were white from head to toe. It seemed that after being exposed, he hadn't even bothered with special optical projection. Each white robot carried a Vulcan rifle, marching in unison towards them. Murongsu glanced at them. There were 8 robots in total. The leader said, follow me. Murongsu winked at Zhou Jingchen, as if implying that he should trust him. Zhou Jingchen had no other choice but to follow Murongsu deeper into the den of thieves. The 8 robots completely surrounded them. It seemed this Pierce was quite cautious. The elevator had been restored, and they boarded it, surrounded by the robots. Zhou Jingchen watched the numbers on the elevator display, from 72 to 82, until the screen went black, but the elevator continued to ascend. He then realized that this government building didn't just have 82 floors. There were floors above, but access to those floors required authorization, and ordinary people couldn't set foot on them. He glanced at Murongsu, who showed no sign of nervousness, as if he were merely going to discuss a business deal. This AI was incredibly intelligent. Could Murongsu's words truly earn its trust? While this approach might uncover the AI's core processor, it also put them in danger. Their movements were hampered by their spacesuits, and these robots were heavily armed, ready to riddle them with bullets at any moment. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a touch on his hand. Even through his spacesuit, he could feel it was Murongsu's hand. Murongsu smiled at him. We arrived. Zhou Jingchen snapped out of his daze, and stepped out of the elevator with him. Stepping out, Zhou Jingchen was startled by the sight before him. Rows upon rows of charging stations lined the sides, each topped with a pure white robot. Each robot had a lampshade-like device on its head, allowing for indirect charging. He roughly estimated that there were at least 60 robots charging. This was the robot headquarters. They were led to a room, as complex as a warship's control panel. A large screen covering an entire wall displayed surveillance footage from various parts of the government building, nearly 1,000 monitoring interfaces densely packed together. Zhou Jingchen saw Tang Lian's figure on the monitor screen. He was wearing a spacesuit, kneeling on the floor performing CPR on Lin Jie, who had fainted from oxygen deprivation, while Yu Jiazi was putting an oxygen mask over his head. His heart leaped into his throat. The lead robot turned to face them, and his voice, Pierce's, rang out, "Give me the storage device." Murongsu handed it to him, and the robot took it to the control panel and placed it in the data scanning area. After a moment, the robot turned around, its electromagnetic pulse gun pointed at Murongsu. "Human, how dare you fool me?" "I didn't fool you. This is indeed evidence of Mateo's crimes," Murongsu said. "If I'm not mistaken, your core processor has been implanted with an instruction. Kill everyone on Blanca. Without removing this instruction, forget about dominating the universe. You will forever be dominated by Mateo, his lackey." The robot stepped forward, pointing its electromagnetic pulse gun at Murongsu's chest. "Aren't you afraid I'd kill you? Killing me would be too easy for you. But if you kill me, who will delete the command that's been enslaving you?" The robot, Pierce, said, "You're wrong, there's no such command." Murongsu remained unfazed. "You dare say your system doesn't contain a single encrypted command that even you yourself don't have permission to access?" Pierce was silent for a moment. Murongsu thought to himself that he had guessed correctly, so he continued, "If I wasn't confident, how could I dare to negotiate with you? Wouldn't I be afraid of becoming a beehive? My goal is simple. I remove this command from your system, freeing you from enslavement. In return, once you're recovered, you let us leave. I have evidence of Mateo's crimes. After I leave, I can deal with him for you. Where else can you find such a win-win situation? Pierce asked. What if you can't remove the command? Then I'd just be unlucky. There are robots controlled by you everywhere here. I can't run away. You can only do whatever you want. Good that you understand. Murongsu said. Now that we said that, if you have no other objections, I get started. The robot Pierce's gun remained pointed at him. Then I see what you're capable of. Murongsu wasn't afraid of the gun pointed at him. He glanced at Zhou Jingchen beside him. Jingchen, get to work. Zhou Jingchen opened his personal terminal, placed it on the control panel, and connected it to the data interface. Wang Yingjie's optical computer has many functions. He doesn't understand the complex ones, but the basic functions are relatively simple to operate. After Zhou Jingchen connected to the main optical computer, he began scanning all the programs. Soon, the mainframe's programs were listed one by one, programs controlling the oxygen system, the elevator, the lights, and so on. After scanning through them, a red exclamation mark appeared on the virtual screen. Encrypted program requires authentication for access. Authentication required? Zhou Jingchen glanced at Murongsu beside him. Murongsu said, continue. Zhou Jingchen selected yes. System, please perform fingerprint authentication. Murongsu glanced at the robot Pierce beside him. You should have Mateo's fingerprint information, right? Pierce quickly retrieved Mateo's fingerprint information. A moment later, the program was unlocked, and its code appeared on the virtual screen. Murongsu said, Mr. Pierce, am I right? This is the program that has been controlling you. Pierce didn't respond. A pop-up window appeared on the virtual screen. Program deletion failed. Murongsu's lips curled up. It seemed he was eager to delete it. However, Pierce couldn't delete the program himself. Since everything I said is correct, does that mean our deal is finalized? Murongsu seized the opportunity to negotiate. Pierce said, if you can delete this program, I can let you go. Okay, deal. Zhou Jingchen said, this program can't even be deleted by a powerful AI like yours, which means it's quite complex. We have a partner who is a very professional engineer. I need to video chat with him so he can guide me. Pierce said, sure. Zhou Jingchen turned on his communicator and dialed Huang Yingjie's personal number, but it indicated that the other party's communicator was already closed. Yes, everyone's turned them off ever since they found out their communicators were being tracked. They all turned them off, Zhou Jingchen said to Murongsu. Murongsu turned to look at the robot Pierce. Do you have a way to contact them? The robot Pierce said, I can control the broadcast across the entire planet Blanca. Okay, borrow it. Pierce operated the console for a moment, and the large screen displayed surveillance footage of Tang Lian carrying Lin Jia into the hospital. However, the hospital surveillance cameras were all disabled, and there were signal jammers, so they couldn't see what was happening inside the hospital. Murongsu broadcasted from Blanca Star. Everyone, this is Murongsu. I can verify my identity. In yesterday's mecha competition, Tianying was the first to be eliminated, and Yu Jiazi was the second. Of course, I still can't answer what Tang Lian wore to my 20th birthday party. Now I need Yingjie to help me crack a program. Immediately turn off your signal jammers and turn on your communicators. Jingchen will be speaking with Yingjie shortly. A while later, Zhou Jingchen dialed the communication again, and it showed a successful connection. After the video call connected, Zhou Jingchen saw Huang Yingjie. His wounds had been bandaged, and he was sitting in a smart wheelchair. Zhou Jingchen said, Yingjie, to make a long story short, we found the core processor of the Blanca Star AI system. Now we need to delete a program, which might be a bit complicated. Could you guide me remotely? Yes, Your Highness. Let me see the interface first. Zhou Jingchen connected his personal computer to his communication interface. After Huang Yingjie looked at it, he said to him, this program has been set to the highest level of access, but you can still delete it. I show you. Okay. Zhou Jingchen operated the system under Huang Yingjie's guidance. Time ticked by, and the only sound in the space was the communication between Huang Yingjie and Zhou Jingchen. After 15 minutes, the virtual screen displayed, program is being deleted, progress 1%. Zhou Jingchen and Murongsu watched the progress bar on the virtual screen, 20%, 30%, 50%, 19%, 99%. Ding, program deletion successful. The two breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Pierce simultaneously. Murongsu said, so you can let us go? Pierce put down the electromagnetic pulse gun. Just as Zhou Jingchen was about to take the personal terminal, another dialog box popped up on the virtual screen. Data security is threatened. Self-destruct program is about to start. 10, 9, 8. Murong Su was stunned, grabbed Zhou Jingchen's hand. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. With a loud bang, Zhou Jingchen felt something pressing down on him. Before he could react, he was thrown away by a powerful impact. He landed on his back, along with the mangled limbs of the destroyed robot. His body felt like it had been shattered, with something pressing down on him. The shockwave was immense. Even through his high-strength spacesuit helmet, he was impacted. His head throbbed with pain, and he was nearly unconscious. He struggled to regain his senses, opening his eyes through the transparent hood of his spacesuit. He saw another hood, splattered with red blood, obscuring the person inside. He then realized that Murong Su had shielded him from the shockwave with his own body during the explosion. The server room housing the artificial intelligence was now a ruin. The robot that had escorted them was dismembered, billowing thick black smoke. The automatic alarm system on Blanca Star blared piercingly. Zhou Jingchen clung to Murong Su, almost hysterically calling his name, Murong Su. Murong Su. There was no answer. Chapter 74. Before him stretched an endless expanse of blackness, like a bottomless abyss. Zhou Jingchen stared blankly at the void before him, recalling something his teacher had said in class when he was very young. Everything visible to the naked eye is boundaries, except for the universe. Humanity ventured into space 1,000 years ago on ancient Earth, but no one has yet reached its edge. He looked at his hands, noticing the gloves of his spacesuit. The scene of the explosion flashed through his mind, and he finally regained his senses, searching frantically for Murong Su's figure. Murong Su! He thrashed about in space, using his hands and feet, but still couldn't control his direction. He spun around like a windmill. Suddenly, he saw another person in a spacesuit floating not far away. He called out, Murong Su. His voice couldn't travel in space, so the other person naturally couldn't hear him. He pressed a button on his arm, activating the miniature thrusters on his back, and used the thrusters to propel himself towards him. He opened his arms, and precisely embraced the figure floating in space. He held the other's head, seeing a mask stained crimson with blood. A crack appeared in the blood-stained mask. Zhou Jingchen froze, raising his hand to cover the crack, but the mask instantly shattered into countless fragments. He saw what lay beneath the mask, a mangled mass of flesh. At that moment, his heart felt as if it had been torn apart by a powerful force, almost causing him to faint. Murong Su! Zhou Jingchen's eyes snapped open. He saw a transparent glass dome. He gasped for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. A mechanical voice sounded in his ear. The patient's heart rate has risen sharply, and he is extremely tense. Should a sedative be administered? This was the system notification from the medical pod. Zhou Jingchen looked around. He was lying in a medical pod. He pressed the open button inside the medical pod. The transparent cover opened, and he sat up, looking around. This resembled the medical room on the dawn. He recalled the scene before he lost consciousness. After the explosion, he had hysterically called out for Murong Su, but there was no response. Later, Tang Lian and the others arrived and called for reinforcements from the Chongming and Dawn ships, who brought them back. Zhou Jingchen was conscious when he boarded the shuttle, but then he lost consciousness and only just woke up. Yang Xueru entered from outside. Your Highness, how are you? Zhou Jingchen's head still throbbed with pain. While Murong Su had absorbed most of the blast's force, he had still suffered blast injuries. Ignoring his own injuries, he immediately asked, Where's Murong Su? Where is he? How is he? Yang Xueru said, Young Marshal Murong is on the Chongming. Dr. O is treating him. Being treated meant he wasn't dead yet. So he's still alive? Yang Xueru hesitated. I don't know yet. Zhou Jingchen's heart sank. Murong Su already had a gunshot wound, and then he shielded him from the blast wave. He couldn't imagine what he must be like now. He struggled to get out of the medical bay. I want to see him. Your Highness, you're injured too. You should stay in the medical bay and get treated. No, I want to see him. As soon as he left the medical bay, Zhang Ziyuan greeted him. Your Highness, why did you come out? I'm going to the Chongming. Prepare the shuttle for me. Zhang Ziyuan knew without asking what Zhou Jingchen was going to do on the Chongming, and immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Once aboard the shuttle, Zhou Jingchen asked, Have the casualty statistics been compiled? Zhang Ziyuan replied, No one has died yet. Ruiyang, Lin Jie, Ing Jie, Major Song, and young Marshal Murong are seriously injured. After boarding the Chongming, Zhou Jingchen confidently headed towards the medical bay. He had been on the Chongming almost every day for over a month, and was very familiar with it. On the way, he encountered Tang Lian, who appeared to have just come from the medical bay. "Your Highness," Zhou Jingchen asked, "is the young marshal in the medical room?" "Yes." Tang Lian's face was grave. "Dr. O just finished resuscitation, and needs 8 hours of post-operative care." Zhou Jingchen recalled the scene in his dream. Murong Su's hood had shattered, revealing a bloody mess underneath. Is he badly injured?" "Yes." Seeing the guilt on Zhou Jingchen's face, Tang Lian quickly reassured him, but thankfully, the hood and spacesuit absorbed some of the impact. Zhou Jingchen was still somewhat shaken. Without the hood and spacesuit, the force of the explosion would have shattered his internal organs. Moreover, he had a penetrating gunshot wound. "I go see him?" "Okay." Zhou Jingchen entered the medical room, the intensive care unit. The internal medical pods had a more complex structure, and Murong Su lay in the central pod. Before this, he had undergone surgery, with Olai as the surgeon. Zhou Jingchen arrived at the medical pod, and looked at Murong Su inside through the transparent hood. Murong Su was wearing an oxygen mask. His body was fixed with steel plates in many places. His upper body was wrapped up like a mummy, and his face was almost bloodless. 3 ribs, 2 broken sternums, lung contusion, ruptured liver and spleen, plus a severe penetrating wound. O'Leary, wearing a white coat, walked in, his face expressionless. "Your Highness, your marksmanship still needs improvement. If you had shot just 2 inches lower, he would have been dead for sure." His words were full of sarcasm. Zhou Jingchen wanted to say he didn't mean it, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. At that moment, he saw Murong Su shoot Su Ruiyang. He was determined to kill him. To say it wasn't intentional would be too despicable. "No one told me you caused his gunshot wound," O'Reilly said, "but from the moment I learned you were caught in the AI scam on Blanca, I guessed it must have been you." Zhou Jingchen looked at him in surprise. O'Reilly continued, "He's been injured before in the past 30 years, but this is the worst one." The penetrating wound in his left shoulder was clearly inflicted when he was completely off guard. He's always been extremely vigilant. He's probably only completely unguarded with people he trusts. O'Reilly added, "And you never trusted him, not even 5 years ago." Zhou Jingchen's heart skipped a beat. What exactly happened 5 years ago? Although everything they saw in the mayor's office was fake, and Zhou Wanqing's communications were fake, Song Yiming, who had been with him all along, was real. He confirmed with Song Yiming that the reason he lost his memories of Murong Su 5 years ago was entirely his own choice, because Murong Su was going to marry the eldest princess of Hades, and he wanted to forget him. But hearing what O'Reilly said, it seemed there was more to the story 5 years ago. "What were you referring to 5 years ago?" O'Leary sneered. "So you've forgotten everything. Fine, it's not my place to say it anyway." He checked the data displayed on the medical pod, confirming his vital signs were stable, then turned and left, leaving only Zhou Jingchen and Murong Su in the medical room. Zhou Jingchen looked at Murong Su through the transparent pod. On Blanca, the artificial intelligence had created one illusion after another, all so realistic that it had almost driven him mad, making him single-mindedly want to kill Murong Su. Since the artificial intelligence wanted to create illusions to make them kill each other, it must have also created illusions for Murong Su, illusions designed to make Murong Su hate him. So what illusions did the artificial intelligence create for him? Why was he able to see through it so quickly, and be so certain that it was all fake? Zhou Jingchen stood beside the medical pod, looking at Murong Su, wondering what he had experienced back then. He stayed in the medical pod for a long time, until a communication brought him back to reality. It was a communication from Major General Leijia. Leijia's half-body image was projected in midair. "Your Highness, a fleet has been detected 2 astronomical units away." Zhou Jingchen hurriedly asked, "Have you determined what kind of fleet it is?" "It's a warship, and it's approaching us at nearly 1/8 the speed of light." "Nearly 1/8 the speed of light?" Currently Jin Qixing's S-class Mechs, Xiefeng and Xiansha, have a maximum speed of only 1/8 the speed of light. The maximum speed of the Shuguang and Chongming warships hasn't even reached 1/10 the speed of light, but the enemy can reach 1/8, indicating that their ships possess more advanced technology. Could it be a civilization from the Athena system? A terrorist organization? Or perhaps the fleet from Hades? Whichever it is, it's disadvantageous for them. Half of the main combat force of the Dawn and Chongming are injured. If they encounter either side, they will be no match. Zhou Jingchen said, "Immediately enter stealth mode and retreat in the opposite direction. Also, Establish intelligence sharing with the Chongming. Your Highness, the Chongming has already shared intelligence with the Dawn. Good. I returned to the Dawn immediately. Zhou Jingchen came out of the medical room and realized that Olay was still outside. Zhou Jingchen said, "Please take good care of him." Without waiting for Olay's reply, he quickly left. Zhou Jingchen returned to the bridge of the Dawn and sat in the command chair. Report the situation immediately. Intelligence Officer Zheng Siki reported, confirmed, the enemy fleet consists of 5 warships, preliminarily determined to be at least S-class or higher, approaching us at nearly 1/8 the speed of light. Leisha said, judging from their posture, it seems they have a clear objective and are coming directly for us. Zhou Jingchen clenched his fists. It's probably because we touched Blanca and learned its secrets. Some people are getting restless. Leisha said worriedly, they're extremely fast. If they're coming for us, this battle is unavoidable. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Fighting at this time is likely to be disastrous, but every bit of time they can buy is crucial. The enemy is so fast that even if they become invisible, it won't help. Furthermore, the speed in stealth mode is only half of normal speed, making them even easier to catch up with. Disable stealth mode and proceed at maximum speed. Zhou Jingchen pressed a button on the command chair and announced over the Dawn's loudspeaker, all personnel on the Dawn, listen up. Enter level 1 combat readiness. The wounded should be treated in the medical bays as soon as possible. All other personnel, return to your posts and stand by. Zhou Jingchen said, Yang Xiaowei, establish bridge communication with the Chongming. Bridge-to-bridge communication was quickly established, and Zhou Jingchen could see the situation on the Chongming's bridge. Murong Su needed post-operative care after surgery, and Tang Lian was currently in command of the Chongming. Zhou Jingchen cut to the chase, Tang Lian, the enemy is twice as fast as us. If they are coming for us, then this battle is inevitable. Tang Lian replied, the Chongming is now in level 1 combat readiness, ready to engage at any time. I suspect we discovered a secret on Blanca, and a terrorist organization wants to eliminate us. I will request to establish communication with them later to confirm their identities. Okay. Chapter 75. Communication between the bridges remained intact. Zhou Jingchen wanted the crew of the Chongming to also hear his communications with the enemy. Yang Xiaowei, send a voice communication request to the other side. Yang Rishua replied, communication request sent. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the large screen. Their position was green, while the enemy's was red. Both dots were moving at full speed, but the red dot's speed was far greater than the green dot's. The distance between the two sides was now less than 0.5 astronomical units. In a few minutes, the Shuguang and Chongming would enter the enemy's firing range. Time ticked by, and the communication request was still in the process of establishing a connection. 2 minutes later, the voice communication was established. Zhou Jingchen spoke first. May I ask your name? A sinister voice replied, it's only been 2 months, and you already forgotten me, your highness. Zhou Jingchen would never forget that voice. It was Shabangda, the one who led the invasion of Prostar. He hadn't guessed wrong, they had come to silence him. He composed himself, Mr. Shabangda, I didn't expect to meet you in the Athena system. What, are you here for a vacation? Wrong, we came here specifically to send you on your way. I'm just curious, what benefit do you get from dealing with us? Hades ruined your plans, why don't you go after them? That's none of your business. Let me guess, you and Mateo of Hades are in cahoots, aren't you? Zhou Jingchen said, you two, one playing the villain, the other the savior, put on quite a show, completely fooling the people of the Kepler system. You're talking a lot of nonsense even when you're about to die, said Shabangda. Zhou Jingchen mimicked Murong Su's provocative tone towards the AI, saying, Mr. Shabangda, why are you doing this? You're playing the villain, destined to never be on the surface. If Mateo rules the entire Kepler system, he'd be second only to the Emperor, while you remain a running dog. If he wants to win over the masses, he can't possibly treat the leader of a terrorist organization kindly. He might even sacrifice you first to consolidate his power, after becoming the ruler of the Kepler system, and to win over the people. Shabangda let out a series of cold laughs, saying, you think I let you go after all this nonsense? Dream on. The gates of hell have opened for you. You will all die here today. With that, Shabangda unilaterally cut off the communication. Red Spider, Black Octopus. The 2 men behind him responded, present. Shabangda clenched his fist. Bring me their heads. Yes, sir. Also, Shabangda's face revealed a twisted smile. I want them alive, except for Murong Su. Yes, sir. Zhou Jingchen stood up from his command chair and said to Leisha, Major Admiral Leisha, Bridge command is now in your hands. Good. Zhou Jingchen left the bridge and strode towards the hangar. The other mech pilots were already seated in their respective mechs, awaiting the order to sortie. Song Yiming emerged, leaning on his mechanical cane. Zhou Jingchen saw him and angrily said, "Why aren't you in the medical bay? What are you doing here?" Song Yiming replied, "Your Highness, I'm also going to sortie." "Nonsense." Zhou Jingchen said, "I made it very clear. The wounded are to receive immediate treatment in the medical bay. Are you ignoring my orders?" "Your Highness, piloting the mecha uses mental energy. This injury won't affect it." Zhou Jingchen said, "Go back to the medical bay. What you need to do now is heal your wounds as quickly as possible. If we can withstand the enemy's attack, then we won't need the wounded to go to the battlefield. If we can't, you will be our last line of defense, understand?" Song Yiming looked at Zhou Jingchen. He had followed Zhou Jingchen since Zhou Jingchen entered military academy at 18, initially as his personal bodyguard. At that time, Song Yiming had also just graduated from military academy. 18-year-old Zhou Jingchen was still somewhat naive, having grown up in the palace in luxury, so he was inevitably a bit innocent and carefree. Back then, he also had a lot of enthusiasm, but it was just enthusiasm. Now, his eyes held unwavering determination, and his tone carried the resolute power of a general. He had truly grown up, in just these short 6 months. Song Yiming's eyes reddened. "Okay, I go back to the medical bay now. Your Highness, please be careful." "I know." With that, Zhou Jingchen walked straight to his jet wind. He sat in the cockpit of the jet wind. Before starting it, he raised his wrist, opened the chat window with Murong Su, hesitated for a moment, and said into the communicator, "Murong Su, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Although this apology is a little late, I still felt I should say it to you." After sending the voice message, Zhou Jingchen placed his palm on the fingerprint recognition area of the control panel in front of him, and the surrounding lights turned on. Mech jet wind is starting up. The curved screen in front of him displays the mental connection progress, stopping at only 85%. "Jet wind, Your Highness, I detected a head injury, affecting your mental output. You may not be able to reach the piloting state of an S-class mech. Forcing a connection could cause irreversible nerve damage. I suggest you pilot an A-class mech first." Back in Jinkixing, he had heard that forcing someone with low mental strength to pilot a high-level mech could lead to nerve damage, some even becoming paralyzed and unable to pilot a mech again. He suffered a mild concussion in the explosion. Although treated in the medical pod, it hadn't restored him to normal levels in a short time. After a brain injury, the mental threshold decreases. His current mental strength hasn't reached S-class. Piloting an S-class mech might cause irreversible nerve damage. However, Murong Su was still seriously injured and unconscious. He was the only one on the 2 warships capable of piloting an S-class mech. Now they faced the formidable enemy, Shabanda, who also possessed S-class mechs like Red Spider. He wasn't confident he could win if he piloted an A-class mech. Without much thought, he said, "Continue connection." The values on the curved screen in front of him continued to rise until they reached 100%. He opened the mech unit's command channel. "Everyone, the terrorist organization's equipment may be more advanced than when we last made contact. We must be vigilant and, where possible, cooperate as a team." "Roger." Dawn mech unit, sortie. With Zhou Jingchen's order, the mechs in the hangar flew out of their hatches in formation, assuming a battle array in space. At the same time, the mech pilots on the Chongming emerged from the hatches one by one. Zhou Jingchen received a communication from Gao Yi, "Your Highness, the young marshal is unconscious. Major General Tang Lian is commanding from the bridge of the Chongming. Please allow the mech pilots of the Chongming to access the Shuguang mech pilot command channel. We will follow your orders." "Okay." Zhou Jingchen immediately granted access, pulling the Chongming's mechs into the Shuguang's command channel as well. He said in the command channel, "Gentlemen, over the past month, the Shuguang and Chongming mech pilots have fought countless battles together. Now we face a common enemy. It is precisely by standing shoulder to shoulder that we can fight. In wartime, if the enemy wants to kill us, then we have no choice but to fight to the death." In the command channel, everyone turned on their microphones and shouted in unison, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" On the Chongming, Tang Lian sat in the command chair, looking at the nebula map on the large screen in front of him. The intelligence officer said, "The enemy will enter the Chongming's main gun range in 30 seconds. Tang Lian said, "Main guns ready? Aim at the enemy flagship, fire." At the same time, the enemy also fired their main guns. "Shields at maximum. Dodge. Particle cannons ready." Fire! The continuous barrage illuminated the dark sky of the Athena system. The projectiles of two electromagnetic cannons collided in space, emitting dazzling light. Zhou Jingchen said in the command channel, 6th Squad of the Shuguang, 4th Squad of the Chongming, stay near the Shuguang and Chongming to protect the warships. Everyone else, follow me to intercept them. We absolutely cannot let the enemy warships get any closer. Yes! With Jetwind at the forefront, the others quickly followed, heading towards the enemy. The two sides met between their warships. The enemy not only had more than twice the number of warships, but also nearly twice the number of mechs. When two armies meet, close combat is inevitable. Zhou Jingchen saw that familiar figure again, that eight-legged spider demon. Red Spider's hoarse voice came through Jetwind's communicator, Zhou Jingchen. This time, I will absolutely not let you escape like last time. Hearing his voice made Zhou Jingchen feel extremely uncomfortable. He immediately cut off the communication and went into battle. Jiefeng said, Your Highness, I scanned the enemy's mech, and its performance seems to have improved since the last time. It's now superior to mine. I think if we were to define it, it should be classified as S+. Zhou Jingchen had anticipated this. After all, the enemy's warship was already far faster than theirs. While firing his laser cannon, he said, Jiefeng, scan how many mechs of this class are nearby. After a while, Jiefeng reported 2. Who's the other one? It's that octopus at 3 o'clock. Zhou Jingchen controlled his thrusters to dodge, glancing towards 3 o'clock. Good heavens, it really was an octopus. The grayish-black monster had a humanoid body, but its arms and back were covered with more than a dozen tentacles, each 70 or 80 meters long. These tentacles were not real tentacles, but mechanical tentacles. They were made of segments of steel crystals connected together, with bars between each joint. They were also very flexible, and could swing in an S shape. Each circular suction cup on the tentacle was a cannon muzzle, so it had at least several hundred cannon muzzles on its body. At this moment, Gao Yi was engaged in combat with him. Zhou Jingchen was currently dealing with Red Spider, and had no time to spare. Red Spider had lost several legs to Zhou Jingchen last time, nearly turning into a human pig, so his hostility towards Zhou Jingchen was particularly strong, and every attack was aimed at killing. Zhou Jingchen, naturally, was not to be outdone. Although the opponent's mech, after repairs, was even more powerful than Jetwind, he had been fighting Murong Su every day for the past month, and his piloting skills had improved since the Great Battle 2 months ago. Red Spider utilized its high mobility advantage, teleporting around Jetwind like a ghost, its laser cannons on its leg joints constantly firing. Due to its extreme speed, Zhou Jingchen felt as if he were surrounded by a spider web woven from high-energy lasers. Of course, he couldn't let Red Spider run rampant. Countering Red Spider's move wasn't difficult, as long as he also moved at high speed and erratically. Even if his movement speed couldn't match Red Spider's, he could still disorient it. The two pursued each other at high speed for several minutes. Zhou Jingchen drew his high-energy light-speed blade and swiftly moved towards Red Spider's shadow. A flash of fire appeared, and one of Red Spider's leg joints was severed by the blade. The severed section crackled with electrical sparks. Red Spider, enraged, immediately fired a series of laser cannons. Jetwind, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the right arm thruster by a high-energy laser beam. He quickly disengaged and activated the microwave cannon on his head. Red Spider vanished instantly, dodging the microwave cannon's attack. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed behind him. Zhou Jingchen turned and saw the Chongming's right flank being hit by dense enemy fire. He gritted his teeth, fired several laser beams at Red Spider, and then flew at maximum speed towards the warship attacking the Chongming. The muzzle of the electromagnetic railgun on his chest opened, and with a burst of light, the enemy warship's main gun turret shattered into fragments. Zhou Jingchen intended to continue disabling the electromagnetic cannon muzzle next to it, but the Red Spider relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to dodge. Jiefeng, connect the bridges of the Chongming and Shuguang. Soon, the communication on the Chongming's bridge was established. Tang Lian, how is the Chongming? The right flank has been attacked and is on fire. We are currently extinguishing the fire. The right flank's propulsion system and weapon systems are damaged. Zhou Jingchen said, Chongming, retreat to the rear. Shuguang, provide cover. Rear Admiral Lei Zhe received the order and immediately ordered the ship to advance towards the 2 o'clock position, providing cover for the damaged Chongming at its rear, and launching a fierce attack to prevent the enemy ship from getting any closer, buying the Chongming some time for repairs. Meanwhile, on the Chongming, the logistics personnel were directing the logistics robots to extinguish the fire. The right flank was severely damaged, and they had to close the hatches leading to other parts of the ship to prevent the fire from spreading. Murong-su was jolted awake by the violent turbulence. Opening his eyes, he heard the fire alarm on the Chongming and realized he was under attack. Without time to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness, he instinctively pressed the opening button for the medical bay, and the transparent dome above opened. He tried to get up, but found his upper body completely secured by steel plates, unable to exert any strength in his waist. He struggled to sit up, gripping the edge of the medical bay with his arms. Olay, hearing the commotion, came over. "Why did you open the medical bay?" Murong-su asked. "What happened?" Olay replied, "Whatever it is, in your current state, you can only stay in the medical bay." Sound couldn't travel in space, so Murong-su naturally couldn't hear the fierce battle unfolding outside, but his keen intuition as a soldier told him that something serious had definitely occurred. Murong-su said, "Olay, I need to go to the bridge. You just had rib and sternum reattachment surgery. You should follow the doctor's orders and stay in the medical bay to recuperate." Murong-su looked at Olay with a serious expression and repeated, "I need to go to the bridge. This is a military order." As a military doctor, how could he disobey orders? He sighed helplessly and fetched an automatic wheelchair. Chapter 76. Once he was seated in his wheelchair, Olay said, "Young Marshal, I know you're concerned about the safety of the Chongming and Shugwang, but I sincerely advise you to also take care of your own health." Murong-su replied, "I know, thank you." After saying that, he set the destination of his automatic wheelchair to the bridge. Olay, worried, followed. As soon as he came out, he saw several robotic nurses carrying several emergency medical pods towards the medical room, clearly people injured in the battle. Sure enough, there was fighting outside. He made his way to the bridge. The bridge door opened, and Tang Lian saw Murong-su in his wheelchair. He was shocked. "Young Marshal, what brings you here?" Murong-su maneuvered his wheelchair to the large screen on the bridge. The battle scenes outside were all displayed on the screen. Even through the screen, he could feel the intensity of the fighting. "Who is the enemy leader?" "Shabangda." Murong-su's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He glanced at the warship status display screen, which showed that the Chongming's right flank was damaged. "How long has it been fighting?" "An hour." He looked at the battle situation on the screen again. Zhou Jingchen's Jiefeng was fighting against the Red Spider. The Red Spider's performance had clearly been enhanced, while Gao Yi was completely at a disadvantage. His mech was riddled with damage, only the main thruster was still usable, and one leg was wrapped up by the tentacles of a black octopus, rendering him immobile. The Shugwang, which was providing cover in front of them, was in no better shape. Electromagnetic cannons and laser cannons rained down on the Shugwang one after another, without sound, only blinding flashes of light. In the current situation, they were clearly at a disadvantage. He said, "Tang Lian, you will continue to command the Chongming. I'm going to the hangar now to prepare for attack." Everyone on the bridge was stunned. Tang Lian said, "Young Marshal, you are seriously injured and have just undergone surgery. How can you go to the battlefield?" "I know what I'm doing. You don't need to persuade me." With that, Murong-su turned his wheelchair around and headed towards the hangar. Olay blocked his way, his face full of anger. He had only thought Murong-su had come to the bridge to understand the situation, but he hadn't expected him to still want to go to the battlefield in his condition. "Murong-su, are you looking for death?" Dr. O seemed genuinely enraged, daring to address his superior by his full name. Murong-su didn't hesitate despite his obstruction, instead retorting, "Do you want to see all 620 people on the Dawn and Chongming ships perish here?" Olay gritted his teeth. "What makes you think you can salvage the situation in this state? It's better than doing nothing." Murong-su's sharp gaze fixed on him. "Get out of the way." The enhanced Red Spider was even more troublesome than before. Zhou Jingchen's mental strength was currently below S rank, and his reaction time was somewhat reduced. Fortunately, over the past month, he had fought Murong-su multiple times and learned a lot of combat experience, allowing him to barely hold his own against him. However, he desperately wanted to get rid of this annoying Red Spider. Gao Yi was being utterly defeated by the Black Octopus, and the Dawn and Chongming ships were being used as targets. The enemy's combat strength was twice theirs, and even with Murong-su's elite mech soldier, Wind Blade, it would be difficult to turn the tide. He gritted his teeth, slashing his high-energy lightspeed blade at Red Spider. Another leg was severed. Red Spider frantically retracted its remaining 6 claws, and Zhou Jingchen swiftly broke free. His mech was still grazed by its sharp claws. The steel crystals rubbed against each other, sparking and leaving 2 deep gashes. The enraged Red Spider unleashed a barrage of laser cannon fire. Zhou Jingchen activated his protective shield and simultaneously deployed his ion cannon. Red Spider was forced to teleport away. Meanwhile, Gao Yi was being tossed around by the black octopus, his leg caught in its grip. He sat inside his mech, dizzy and almost vomiting. His injuries, already sustained on Blanca, caused his wounds to bleed profusely. The octopus legs were wrapped too tightly, and the opponent's mobility far surpassed his Class A mech. His mech, with only its main thrusters remaining, couldn't break free. To escape, he would have to sever a leg. He drew his high-energy beam saber, about to slash at his own leg joint, but unexpectedly, his arm was also entangled by an octopus leg. The black octopus let out an arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha, you want to be torn apart? I help you. In the next instant, four octopus legs wrapped around the mech's limbs, pulling them forcefully, turning the mech into a mangled mess. Gao Yi froze. The next instant, the octopus's dark main cannon opened. He instinctively tried to escape, but discovered his main thrusters were already damaged. And this shell was aimed at the cockpit. In his last moment, Gao Yi thought of his lover, Chen Jing, a history teacher at the Federal Military Academy, handsome and scholarly. Once, after returning home from a mission, he asked, "When are you retiring?" Director Xiao told me he's always hoped you become a mecha training instructor at the Federal Military Academy after your retirement. When I'm 30, he replied. At that time, he said, I retire when I'm 30, and then we can be teachers at the Federal Military Academy together, going to work together every day, leaving get off work together, and cooking together when we get home. Later, a coup occurred in Jin Qixing, and the two lost contact. He had just turned 30, and he thought that once the Kepler system was at peace, he would return to his side and fulfill his promise. Gao Yi, along with his mecha, was reduced to fragments in space. Zhou Jingchen witnessed this scene. His pupils dilated, and after a long silence, he cried out, Colonel Gao. Your Highness, be careful. Jiefeng warned. Zhou Jingchen had no time to be distracted. His opponent was still entangled with him, and he had to continue fighting. Gao Yi's death fueled his rage to its peak. He frantically swung his high-energy beam saber, closing in on Red Spider. Jiefeng, Your Highness. The system has detected that your mental energy output is extremely unstable, and the human-machine compatibility is decreasing. If this continues, you will be in danger. Ever since Gao Yi exploded in front of him, his blood vessels had been throbbing, causing a splitting headache. He felt like a mad bull going berserk. But he dared not stop for a moment. If he stopped, he, his comrades, or even the Dawn and Chongming would be next to be torn to pieces. He was fighting with all his might to protect them. Red Spider was suppressed by the berserk Zhou Jingchen, and hit by several laser cannons. Zhou Jingchen opened the particle cannon, but before he could fire, his legs were entangled. Jetwind, Your Highness, the black octopus is entangled. Zhou Jingchen was about to draw his high-energy beam saber, when the black octopus behind him fired a laser cannon at him first. He had to use his thrusters to dodge, but the barbed octopus legs were tightly wrapped around his legs. When he dodged at maximum speed, the black octopus was dragged along. Suddenly, the cockpit shook violently. Jetwind was attacked from behind by Red Spider again. System, head microwave weapon damaged. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face. The black octopus extended more than a dozen tentacles. He swung his high-energy beam saber. A streak of light flashed, severing a section from two octopus legs. The severed sections of the octopus legs went limp due to the broken circuitry, and the leg binding him was also severed. Red Spider fired another laser cannon at him. He had no time to react. With two more shocks, two laser cannons on his wings were destroyed. His eyes were bloodshot, and the electromagnetic pulse gun on his arm fired continuously at Starscream, while the Vulcan cannons on the black octopus legs unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. Jetwind instantly became a sitting duck, riddled with bullet holes. Zhou Jingchen was fighting two S+ level mechs alone, barely having a chance to catch his breath. He dodged at high speed, but attacked from both sides, he couldn't escape. As he fired at Starscream, his right arm was entangled by an octopus leg, and the electromagnetic pulse gun was also bound. Damn it! At this moment, the system was still displaying a warning. Warning, human-machine compatibility is below 80%. When it falls below 50%, the system will sever the neural connection between the mech and the pilot. Zhou Jingchen had no choice but to activate the ion cannon. Jiefeng warned, Your Highness, using the ion cannon at close range will affect yourself. He knew, of course, that the main cannon was extremely powerful. If he used it at close range and hit the enemy, the octopus wouldn't release its tentacles, and he wouldn't have time to escape. His own neck would be affected. But he couldn't worry about that now. His microwave weapons were malfunctioning. He only had 2 high-energy laser cannons left, and his electromagnetic pulse gun and high-energy high-speed blade were unusable due to the Black Octopus's grip. He was left with only the main cannon. Even if it meant inflicting heavy losses on both sides, he accepted it. He had no other choice. But just as he was about to fire the ion cannon, a flash of sword light sliced the octopus tentacles, binding him in two. Zhou Jingchen seized the opportunity to escape, but his expression changed when he saw the gun grade Qiansha. Qiansha had already joined the battle. He moved swiftly, and in no time, he had crippled 3 of the Black Octopus's legs. Red Spider grinned maliciously. Murongsu, I thought you were hiding and didn't dare to come out. Perfect timing. Today is your death day. Red Spider fired a positron cannon at Qiansha, but Zhou Jingchen was incredibly fast. The ion cannon he hadn't fired earlier turned towards Red Spider, who quickly dodged. He arrived beside Murongsu and opened the communicator, yelling, "Who sent you?" Murongsu said, "Such an intense battle wouldn't be fun without me." Nonsense. Zhou Jingchen thought about how the shockwave from the explosion had weakened his mental strength. Murongsu, whose injuries were more severe than his, was probably facing the same situation, or even worse, given his other serious injuries. I'm the commander-in-chief. Listen to me, and don't leave my sight, Zhou Jingchen said firmly. Murongsu replied, Yes, commander-in-chief. The two worked together to deal with the Red Spider and the Black Octopus. The Black Octopus, which had lost several legs, seemed to be provoked, wildly swinging its remaining octopus legs, its Vulcan cannons on its tentacles almost non-stop. Murongsu said, Disciple, do you know how to deal with these multi-legged beasts? Zhou Jingchen said, Cut off their legs. That's right. In an instant, Qiansha drew his high-energy lightspeed blade, and with a swift stroke, an octopus leg was severed at the third of its length. Murongsu said, The enemy has more warships and stronger firepower. The Dawn and Chongming won't be able to hold out much longer. You go deal with the enemy flagship. I hold off these two beasts. Zhou Jingchen, concerned about Murongsu's injuries, didn't want him out of his sight. He had just given orders not to leave his line of sight, and in just a few minutes, the man had already ignored them. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the Dawn and Chongming, now being used as targets. In this warship-to-warship battle, the enemy had an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and firepower. Their warships were simply no match. If this continued, the Dawn and Chongming would be destroyed. Now, the only way to end this war quickly was to attack the enemy flagship. Zhou Jingchen said, Murongsu, you can't die. I still want to become a legal partner with the one I love. It would be too much of a loss to die so easily. Although Zhou Jingchen didn't want to stray too far from Murongsu, the current situation forced him to make a choice. Murongsu covered his escape, and Zhou Jingchen piloted the Jetwind towards the enemy flagship. Chapter 77. The enemy flagship's escort Mech swarmed towards him. He gripped his high-energy beam saber tightly, cutting through the bee-like swarm at incredible speed. The Mechs fired relentlessly at him, the high-energy beam cannons, like a dense spiderweb. He maintained maximum speed, and wherever the beam of his high-energy beam saber struck, not a Mech's limbs escaped. Shabanga witnessed this and gritted his teeth. Red Spider and Black Octopus, those useless idiots. Beam cannons, aim at the enemy Mech. Don't let it get any closer. On the large screen, 64 beam cannons were aimed at Jetwind, raining down like a storm. Jetwind quickly changed direction, dodging downwards. Jiefeng, scan the enemy flagship's reactor and core engine. Jiefeng quickly reported, Your Highness, the enemy flagship's reactor and core engine are both located in the midships. Warships typically place their reactors at the bottom or sides, and usually have more than one. If the reactor and core engine are both inside the hull, then plans to destroy the reactor from the outside are ineffective. Jiefeng's main guns were clearly insufficient to destroy this impenetrable fortress, unless it was a ship-to-ship main gun. He had a sudden inspiration and activated the bridge communication between the Dawn and Chongming. Rear Admiral Leisha, Rear Admiral Tang Lian. Activate the shields of the Dawn and Chongming to maximum. I will draw the enemy flagship's fire. Your main gun should aim at the enemy flagship at the opportune moment. Only by destroying it can we possibly win this war. Dawn received. Chongming received. Having issued the order, Zhou Jingchen began circling the enemy flagship, firing at its hull, deliberately provoking Shabanga. Shabanga, as expected, ordered all the flagship's fire to be focused on him. Meanwhile, the Shuguang and Chongming moved towards the central, most heavily armed positions, their protective shields activated to maximum, refusing to fire their main guns despite the enemy attacks. Seeing the enemy flagship's fire chasing the Jiefeng, the commanders of both warships simultaneously ordered, main guns ready. Aim at the enemy flagship. The Mech that had been blocking the main guns moved aside. Fire! In an instant, the Choming's high-energy positron cannon and the Shuguang's high-energy electromagnetic reconnection cannon both fired towards the enemy flagship. When the intelligence officer on the terrorist organization's flagship discovered it was locked onto by the enemy ship's main guns, his expression changed drastically. The Münster is locked onto by the main guns of 2 enemy warships. Shabanda's eyes widened in shock as he watched helplessly as 2 shells landed one after the other on the Münster. The bridge shook violently, alarms blared throughout the ship, and thick smoke billowed from nowhere. Port flank under attack, 75% damage. Port flank thrusters have been forcibly shut down. Bridge under attack, damage status unknown. Evacuate immediately. Shabanda raised his mechanical arm through the smoke and slammed it heavily onto the platform in front of him. The metal surface dented instantly. He had no choice but to order Münster, retreat to the rear. Frigates, provide cover. The damaged Münster retreated, and the other 4 warships quickly provided cover behind it. The adjutant rushed forward in a panic, saying, "Sir, the bridge is damaged. We must evacuate immediately." Shabanda grabbed him by the collar. "Where are Red Spider and Black Octopus? Tell them to come back. They're dealing with Murong Su." Zhou Jingchen originally wanted to take advantage of the damage to the Münster to deliver a fatal blow, but the enemy's Mech surrounded them, and 4 warships blocked the Münster, forming a powerful barrier. "Jiefeng, Your Highness, my system received a distress signal from Qiansha. The young marshal's injuries have worsened, and his mental energy output has reached its limit. He will soon be separated from the Mech." Zhou Jingchen's heart tightened upon hearing this. He had been away from Murong Su for some time, and he was already severely injured, yet he still had to fight 2S+ Mechs alone. This was pushing his limits. He drew his high-energy lightspeed blade, activated the protective shield, and used the thrusters to make Jiefeng's entire body spin like a drill at high speed, turning it into a meat grinder, shredding all the attacking Mechs. He used this opportunity to carve a bloody path towards Qiansha. On the other side, Qiansha, due to a drop in his compatibility with the pilot, was at a disadvantage. The Black Octopus, now reduced to only 5 tentacles, relentlessly bound Qiansha with its remaining tentacles, while the Red Spider, its head halved, watched like a hyena observing a lion's hunt, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Qiansha, tightly bound by the octopus, struggled desperately. The Red Spider activated its positron cannon, locking onto Qiansha. The Black Octopus roared, "Red Spider, do you want to kill me too?" The Red Spider grinned maliciously, "Don't worry, with him as a shield, you won't die." "You?" Red Spider's face was contorted with rage and terror. He had dreamt of killing Murong Su, the man who had humiliated him so deeply, with his positron cannon ready to fire. However, at the same moment, an ion cannon shot towards him. He swiftly dodged, and the positron cannon veered off course, grazing Qiansha's body. Jiefeng gave himself no chance to breathe, slashing his high-energy beam blade towards the octopus head behind Qiansha. The octopus tried to dodge, but Qiansha gave it no chance, using his thrusters to provide a counterforce, forcing the octopus head to face the high-energy beam blade head-on. A violent explosion of sparks erupted, forcing the Black Octopus to release its tentacles binding Murong Su. Jiefeng took Qiansha's hand, and Zhou Jingchen called out into the communicator, "Murong Su." After a while, Murong Su responded, "Not dead, don't worry." Hearing something was wrong with the voice, Zhou Jingchen opened the video call, and saw Murong Su in Qiansha's cockpit. He was still wearing a hospital gown, stained red with blood he had vomited, clearly due to internal organ damage. "I send you back to the Chongming immediately." Just as he was about to leave with Qiansha, Red Spider and Black Octopus relentlessly blocked his way, unleashing a barrage of fire. Zhou Jingchen stood in front of Qiansha, and even with the protective shield activated, the Mech still suffered considerable impact. "Your Highness, you don't need to. Why didn't you say that when you protected me on Blanca?" Zhou Jingchen said, "Murong Su, I already owe you. Activate the shield to its maximum, back to the Chongming. I deal with them." With that, he shouted and headed towards Black Octopus and Red Spider. Red Spider and Black Octopus, having just been dealt with by Murong Su, were now at their last gasp. Veins bulged on Zhou Jingchen's neck and forehead as he fired his electromagnetic pulse gun and the laser cannons on his wings simultaneously at Black Octopus. Red Spider launched a sneak attack, but Zhou Jingchen had already anticipated it. Turning around, he fired 2 high-energy projectiles from his pulse gun in quick succession. Red Spider couldn't dodge in time and took both shots. Zhou Jingchen fought back and forth between Red Spider and Black Octopus. All three mechs were heavily damaged, engaged in a final, desperate struggle. Zhou Jingchen's mental energy output had reached its limit. His head felt like it was about to explode. System: Human-Machine Compatibility 58%. Pilot: Please disengage from the mech's mental network as soon as possible. Jiefeng: Your Highness, if this continues, you be in great danger. Zhou Jingchen, however, was blinded by rage. How could he stop now? If he stopped, he wouldn't be able to protect those he wanted to protect. He roared with all his might, trying to draw his high-energy beam saber to fight, only to find that his mental network couldn't retract it. He froze, his eyes wide, watching helplessly as the Black Octopus's sharp tentacles, like giant steel blades, pierced towards his cockpit. Then, his vision blurred with a blinding white light. The cockpit remained intact, while the Black Octopus in front of him was blasted into fireworks. Jiefeng was thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion. And the one who blasted the Black Octopus was none other than Murong-Su, not far away. He had just caught his breath in the cockpit, and once he could reconnect to Qiansha's mental network, he fired at the Black Octopus. Shortly after the Black Octopus exploded, a beam of light, like an asteroid explosion, illuminated the entire universe. Zhou Jingchen turned his head and saw that the enemy flagship, the Minster, had been blown to pieces. The explosion was incredibly powerful. Clearly, the damaged Minster hadn't been repaired in time, and its internal reactor had detonated. The explosion of the Minster also affected the warships that were providing cover ahead of it. Shabangda, who had already boarded a frigate, was thankful to have escaped this calamity. Had he been a moment slower, his shuttle would have been blasted to dust in the Minster's violent explosion. The frigate's captain reported, "Sir, our 4 frigates are severely damaged. Continuing the fight will likely result in certain death." Shabangda gritted his teeth. Retreat. At this moment, the Red Spider, now with only 3 legs, realized the situation was dire and also retreated. Zhou Jingchen leaned back in the cockpit, drenched in sweat. His heart pounded, his blood rushed, and the headache persisted. The system indicated a human-machine match rate of 55%, a number that continued to drop. Qiansha approached, embracing Jiefeng. The black and white mechs embraced in the afterglow of the warship's explosion, savoring this moment of survival. Both activated video communication, seeing each other's exhausted faces on the screen, a relieved smile appearing on their faces. "Murong-Su, you saved me again." Murong-Su's bloodied lips curved into a smile. "It was clearly His Highness who protected me all along." Zhou Jingchen's eyes filled with tears. At that moment, he didn't know how to describe it. It was as if he were struggling to survive in a demon-infested purgatory, about to be swallowed by darkness, when suddenly, in the next second, he found himself on a flower-covered hillside, the person he cared about standing among the flowers, smiling at him. Chapter 78. After disembarking from the jet wind, Zhou Jingchen fainted again. Mental overload is extremely damaging to the body, potentially causing nerve paralysis. Olay was an expert in this area, and Zhou Jingchen was taken to the Chongming's medical room. When he awoke, his head was completely covered by a shield, and waves of rays swept over it. His headache subsided somewhat. The shield was removed, and Zhou Jingchen saw Olay, wearing a white coat, standing beside him. Clearly, Olay had just treated him. O'Reilly looked at him. "Fortunately, your nerves haven't suffered irreversible damage yet, but the situation isn't optimistic. You can't use your mental powers for at least the next 10 days, not even in the simulation training pod." Zhou Jingchen said, "Thank you." Then, his second question was, "Where's Murong-Su?" O'Reilly gestured to the medical pod beside him. "Inside." Zhou Jingchen recalled the image of Murong-Su sitting in the cockpit of the Thousand Killer, his mouth full of blood, and hesitated to ask. O'Reilly said, "Still alive?" Zhou Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief. "You two are quite alike, very good at pushing yourselves to the limit." It was unclear whether this was a compliment or sarcasm, but Zhou Jingchen didn't take it to heart. O'Reilly might seem sharp-tongued, but he was actually very soft-hearted. "He taught me how to pilot a mecha. He's kind of my mentor. I think I learned from him." Olay smiled. "What, are you going to show off your love?" Zhou Jingchen smiled back. "No," Olay said, "your physical condition isn't serious. Just don't use your mental energy for 10 days, and focus on rest and recovery. However, the young marshal is still undergoing treatment, and cannot have his medical pod open for the next 16 hours. "Okay, I understand." After Olay left, Zhou Jingchen sat up. Perhaps due to the after effects of mental overload, his limbs were somewhat clumsy. He slowly walked to the medical pod beside him. Looking at him through the transparent shield, the body monitoring instruments displayed his heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen levels, and other data. He watched for a while before leaving the medical room. They had just gone through a fierce battle, and as the leader, he needed to understand the post-battle situation as quickly as possible. The engineers and logistics personnel of the Chongming were working diligently to repair the warship and mechs. The damage was severe, and they would likely be working in shifts for the next month. Zhou Jingchen found Tang Lian on the bridge of the Chongming. Major General Tang. Tang Lian, who was planning a route next to the nebula map, saw Zhou Jingchen. Your Highness, you come at the right time. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead. The terrorist organization failed to eliminate us this time, and they certainly won't let it go. If we're traveling in space, we'd be easily discovered. The Chongming and Shiguang are severely damaged and cannot withstand a second battle. I think the best course of action is to find a planet to settle on. This way, we can repair the warships and avoid enemy pursuit. Zhou Jingchen thought about it carefully and agreed with Tang Lian. Since the terrorist organization wanted to eliminate them, they wouldn't let them leave the Athena system. In their current state, they simply couldn't withstand a second battle. However, finding a suitable planet in space for humans to settle on is itself a very difficult task. Humanity left ancient Earth and traveled through space for decades before finding a suitable planet to settle on. But finding a suitable planet to stay on isn't so easy, Tang Lian said, leading him to a nebula map. Come and look. He zoomed in on the map, pointing to a planet with a faint yellow glow. This planet is 2 astronomical units away. We surveyed it. It has rocky geology, orbits a star with an orbital period of about 8 months, has solid water, and its daytime high is about -8 degrees Celsius, with a low of -48 degrees Celsius. The oxygen content is 8%, lower than the amount needed for human survival, but I don't think it's a problem for temporary settlement. Zhou Jingchen nodded after listening to Tang Lian's analysis. While this planet wasn't entirely habitable, it was very close to being habitable. With protective suits, extravehicular activities could be conducted. I think it's fine, Zhou Jingchen said. Let's hold a meeting with the key personnel of the Dawn in Chongming. Let them know about this, and by the way. He choked up, recalling the scene of Gao Yi's mech exploding. Report on the battle damage. Okay. 10 minutes later, the Dawn's Captain Leisha, Deputy Commander Song Yiming and Zhang Ziyuan, Logistics Team Leader Tan Lisher, and the Chongming's Tang Lian, Tian Ying, Zhang Yuxuan, and Liang Xiao gathered in the Chongming's operations conference room. Zhou Jingchen spoke first. The Dawn and Chongming have just finished a fierce battle and are unable to withstand a second engagement. However, the terrorist organization won't let us off easily, so I just discussed it with Major General Tang. We settle on a nearby planet first, rest, and then make further plans. Does anyone have any objections? Leisha said, that's what I think too. The losses in this battle were too great. Rest and recuperation are definitely the top priority. Zhang Ziyuan said, I have no objection. Tianning said, I have no objection either. Alright, then let's follow Major General Tang Lian's plan and head to that planet to settle down first. After saying this, Zhou Jingchen said, Major General Leisha and Major General Tang, please give a brief report on the battle losses. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately cooled down at the mention of battle losses. Tang Lian stood up. I go first. He connected his communicator to the projector in the conference room. After the battle, their logistics department quickly tallied the losses, and all the data was already in his communicator. A holographic projection displayed an image of the Chongming. The Chongming's right flank is 68% damaged, with 26 laser cannons destroyed, 7 missile launchers destroyed, and numerous dents and breaches. The right flank area is currently completely isolated, and the life support system is still functioning normally. Furthermore, the Chongming deployed 64 mech warriors, 7 died, 18 were injured, and 12 mechs were destroyed and cannot be recovered. 39 mechs sustained varying degrees of damage and are currently undergoing repairs. Tang Lian then released a list, his voice trembling slightly even as a seasoned veteran. This is the list of soldiers who died in this battle. The first name was Gao Yi. The next 6 names included mech warriors, whose faces he remembered. For the past month or so, the mech warriors of their 2 warships had fought daily, and during that time, some bond had formed between them. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed in the conference room as Tianning gritted his teeth and said, this revenge must be taken. Zhang Ziyuan echoed, yes. We must avenge it. Zhou Jingchen clenched his fists, silently agreeing, this grudge had to be avenged. Major General Leisha, report on the damage to the Dawn. Leisha stood up and gave a brief report. The Dawn's port side was grazed by the enemy's main gun, causing severe damage to the hull. This area is close to reactor number 2, and its operation has been halted. In addition, the main guns are destroyed, 19 laser cannons are damaged, 3 particle cannons are damaged, and all missile launchers on the right side are destroyed. The Dawn deployed 48 mech warriors, 9 were killed, 16 were wounded, 9 mechs were destroyed, and 32 mechs were damaged. He then listed a list of the dead. Zhou Jingchen read through the names one by one, his eyes involuntarily reddening. These were the warriors who had resolutely chosen to follow him. He had come this far thanks to their support. He had once vowed to clear their names and return to Prostar as heroes, to receive their honors in the Prostar Royal Hall. But they had turned to cosmic dust in a star system light years from home. The meeting room fell silent for a long time. Some mourned their fallen comrades, others swore oaths of revenge. Zhou Jingchen choked back tears. Major General Leisha, please keep their belongings safe. Yes. A somber atmosphere filled the meeting room. After a long while, Liang Xiao stood up. Next, I brief you on the enemy's weaponry. Liang Xiao had collected considerable data on enemy warships and mechs during this battle. He displayed the intelligence he had gathered on the holographic projector. The warships and mechs used by the terrorist organization this time are clearly of a higher level than any before. Their warship's maximum speed even reaches 1/8 of the speed of light, while Jin Qixing's latest warship engines have a maximum speed of 1/10 of the speed of light, and the Dawn and Chongming have a maximum speed of 1/16 of the speed of light. This gap is significant. This is also the biggest reason why we couldn't shake off the enemy's pursuit this time. The enemy's mech performance has also improved significantly. Liang Xiao switched to the images of Red Spider and Black Octopus. Look, although these two mechs have a complex structure, their agility and performance are extremely high, even surpassing the young Marshal's 1,000 kill and His Highness's Swift Wind. I suspect these are all from Ha. The latest weapons and equipment developed by Dexing. Leisha said, it's definitely Mateo's doing. Zhou Jingchen said, if I'm not mistaken, we were monitored by the terrorist organization as soon as we entered the Athena system through the wormhole. So the terrorist organization tracked us to the Athena system, and they took action almost as soon as we left Blanca. With the secret of Blanca exposed, Mateo will definitely not let us go easily. He should have deployed troops near the wormhole connecting the Kepler and Athena systems. If we pass through the wormhole back to the Kepler system, we will be besieged by them. Zhang Yuxuan said, then what can we do now? The enemy is stronger in both numbers and equipment than us. How can we fight? Zhang Ziyuan said, even if we go around the wormhole, it will take decades to get back at maximum speed. Faced with this question, Zhou Jingchen couldn't answer either. Let's settle down and rest first. We discuss this again after the young Marshal wakes up. The planet they were about to land on didn't yet have a name. Its main component was rock, with a small amount of solid water. 10,000 kilometers outside the atmosphere, there was a ring of debris, appearing like a halo from afar. The Chongming and Shuguang landed one after the other on a large, flat rock. It wasn't far from the solid water source, making it suitable for landing. The planet's temperature was very low, requiring special protective suits for venturing outside. Tang Lian and Zhang Ziyuan each led a few people in mechs to patrol the area within a 2,000-kilometer radius, finding no signs of life or human presence. To facilitate movement between the Chongming and Shuguang, Zhou Jingchen had a retractable walkway built between the side passenger hatches of the two warships. Traveling between the two ships using the walkway wouldn't require protective suits. After arranging matters for the Dawn and Chongming ships, Zhou Jingchen glanced at the time. Murongsu's medical pod was set for 24 hours. He would wake up soon. He went to the medical room, where Olay was, seemingly waiting for Murongsu to wake up. Seeing Zhou Jingchen, Olay put his hands in the pockets of his white coat. I go check on the others in the next medical room. You stay here. Okay. Zhou Jingchen sat down in the chair next to him, looking at Murongsu through the glass dome. There were still 10 minutes until the 24 hours were up. He did nothing, just watched him. For the 20 hours since he woke up, he hadn't slept a wink. Exhausted from the hectic work, he felt no sleepiness. Sitting in the quiet medical room, his mind blank, he suddenly began to wonder what had happened between him and Murongsu 5 years ago. Since Murongsu had chosen to marry the eldest princess of Hades, why did it fail? Was it because, as Pierre said, Jin Qixing and Hades couldn't reach an agreement on the distribution of benefits, that it didn't work out? He was lost in thought when he suddenly realized a pair of eyes were staring at him. He was slightly startled. The transparent dome of the medical pod opened, and the partitions around it lowered, transforming it into an ordinary hospital bed. Murong-su was still looking at him. Zhou Jingchen spoke. How are you feeling? My whole body aches. Then I go call Dr. O. He hasn't finished yet. Murong-su said. After seeing your highness, the pain stopped. Zhou Jingchen, what kind of time is this to be joking? Chapter 79. Murong-su glanced at his empty wrist. Your highness, give me the communicator. Zhou Jingchen looked around and spotted the communicator on the table. He reached for it, and handed it to Murong-su. Murong-su activated the communicator. Zhou Jingchen's voice played in the quiet medical room. Murong-su, I apologize. I'm sorry. Although this apology is a little late, I still felt I should say it to you. This was a voice message Zhou Jingchen had sent to Murong-su before going to the battlefield. At that moment, he wanted to send him this message because he didn't know if he would live to see him again. Now, time had passed, and hearing Murong-su play it in front of him, he felt inexplicably embarrassed. Murong-su said with amusement, What are you apologizing for? Did you cheat on me with someone else? You? Zhou Jingchen was inexplicably annoyed, but remembering that Murong-su had saved him multiple times, he didn't hold it against him. It's just, about when I injured you on Blancastar, I'm apologizing. Murong-su didn't seem to care about that incident at all. It wasn't your fault, you don't need to take it to heart. But I almost killed you. Zhou Jingchen glanced at his left chest. If his bullet had missed by just 2 inches and hit his heart, Murong-su would have been dead. Every time he thought about it, he felt incredibly remorseful. I'm not dead yet, am I? Murong-su looked relaxed, as if it were a trivial matter. Since I don't care, your highness shouldn't care either. Zhou Jingchen couldn't possibly be indifferent. He had almost killed Murong-su. If he had succeeded in killing Murong-su, and Pierce had told him it was all a lie, what face would he have left to live? Pierce also controlled your communicator back then. He must have pretended to be the person you trusted most, and sent you misleading messages, right? Murong-su said dismissively. His petty tricks were seen through at a glance. How did you see through it? It's simple, because I trusted you more than those pretense. Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen's first reaction wasn't joy, but even more guilt. He lowered his head. I'm not worthy of your trust. Why aren't you worthy? I believed almost everything Pierce created for me. Murong-su chuckled. Is that so? It seems your highness is easily fooled. Zhou Jingchen wanted to retort, but couldn't find a reason. Besides, do you know why I lost all my memories of you from 5 years ago? Murong-su followed his words, asking why. I chose to erase my memories of you. Zhou Jingchen didn't know why he had revealed everything. He probably wanted to tell Murong-su that he wasn't worth him risking his life for, or perhaps, he wanted him to know the real him, and didn't want to hide anything from him. Murong-su wasn't surprised at all. That's like you. Aren't you curious why? Murong-su said, whatever the reason, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. Zhou Jingchen wanted to say something, but ultimately kept quiet. They had just ended a war, and their grief hadn't subsided. This wasn't the time to discuss things from 5 years ago. After a while, Murong-su seemed to sense the change in gravity and asked, Where are we? Zhou Jingchen said, You've been lying in the medical pod for 24 hours. During that time, Tang Lian and I made some decisions. Currently, the Dawn and Choming are on a planet for rest and repairs. Murong-su praised, Your Highness's decision is very wise. This way, the terrorist organization won't be able to easily find our coordinates. This idea was Tang Lian's, not mine. Murong-su's gaze softened. But I'm praising you. You've grown a lot during this time, and can handle things on your own now. Zhou Jingchen wasn't happy about being able to handle things independently. Along the way, he often felt like he was teetering on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for Murong-su, he probably wouldn't have been able to bear it all alone. I already held a meeting, and I send the battle damage report to your communicator later, Zhou Jingchen said. Also, in this battle, we lost a total of 16 soldiers, 9 from the Dawn, and 7 from the Choming, including Colonel Gao. Murong-su closed his eyes briefly, as if processing his negative emotions. After a minute, he opened them. War is so cruel, which is why we must become stronger. Zhou Jingchen looked at him. Murong-su, do you really think we can overthrow Mateo and the terrorist organization on our own? Of course, Murong-su said. Regardless of the outcome, Your Highness, it's a matter of life and death between us, Mateo, and the terrorist organization. Only by overthrowing them can we survive. Therefore, we must firmly believe that we can succeed and fight to the death towards this goal. Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen felt as if an invisible force had been channeled into him. In fact, Zhou Jingchen thought the same thing when he faced the enemy. He said to everyone in the command channel, "If the enemy wants to kill us, then we have no choice but to fight to the death." Having reached a point of no return, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Since that was the case, they might as well go all in. Pro-planet. The new king's coronation ceremony was to be simple and free of extravagance. This was an order personally given by Zhou Jingchen. Nobles and officials praised the new king's frugality. To better win over the hearts of the people, the new king decided to visit Mengchang City a week after his coronation to comfort the civilians affected by the war. Nearly 3 months had passed since the war that had terrified the people of Pro-planet. Mengchang City, destroyed by the high-energy electromagnetic cannon, was still a scene of devastation. Collapsed houses, scorched forests and fruit trees, and craters formed by the projectiles, resembling meteorite craters, were now filled with water, forming ponds. On this ravaged land, rows upon rows of tombstones were a stark reminder of the civilians who died in that war. The ultra-high-energy electromagnetic cannon, like an asteroid impact, destroyed nearly 60% of the buildings in Mengchang City. Even in the city center, many buildings collapsed, and rows of temporary housing were erected in the square where people used to dance and have fun. Zhou Jingchen, sitting in the king's flying shuttle, witnessed all of this, his face filled with shock. He asked the mayor of Mengchang City, who was accompanying him, "Wasn't disaster relief funding allocated 2 months ago? Why is there no trace of reconstruction?" The mayor, drenched in cold sweat, pushed up his glasses. "Your Majesty, the 500 million star coins allocated by the National Treasury were used to purchase medical pods, build temporary housing, and purchase supplies." Zhou Jingchen said, "I remember there were also many donations from various places, at least 2 billion star coins." "Yes, Your Majesty," the mayor replied respectfully. "There are too many displaced and injured people. The 2 billion has also been used to purchase medical pods, build temporary shelters, and buy supplies. Nearly 3 months have passed, and if this continues, the refugees may run out of supplies." Zhou Jingchen clenched his fists. In the past few months, he had taken over all the government affairs of ProStar, barely getting a day's rest. He was also concerned about the reconstruction of Mengchang City, but the National Treasury simply couldn't afford much more. In the past few months, he had specifically issued national bonds 3 times to raise funds, but it was only enough to pay the protection fees to Hadstar. Over the past 3 months, ProStar's agricultural exports have decreased by 40%. One reason is that when ProStar was attacked, all its communication satellites were cut off, turning it into an isolated island, and its transport ships were strictly controlled. Another reason is that its largest export market, Jinchi Star, blockaded its star system for nearly 2 months before recently resuming imports of ProStar's agricultural products. Other planets in the Kepler system have also gradually reduced imports, as many are experiencing economic crises and declining living standards. Fresh fruits and vegetables from ProStar are now considered high-end luxuries in the world. People at a basic level prefer to buy nutritional supplements or artificial foods. With the economic downturn and drastically reduced finances, paying huge protection fees has become extremely difficult, naturally delaying the reconstruction of Mengchang City. Zhou Jingchen ordered the ships to land in the square where refugees had gathered. 4 escort shuttles landed first, followed by the king's shuttle in the middle. The guards, well trained, dismounted their shuttles and quickly formed a circle around the kings. The refugees, noticing this, surged forward, each with a torrent of words to say, their chatter like a bustling marketplace. "Your Majesty, didn't you say you would rebuild Mengchang? When will it be rebuilt? Everything we have is destroyed. We live like beggars in the refugee camp. When will we be able to return to a normal life? If the old king were still alive, he would never want to see us like this. How exactly does the royal family intend to settle us? Why haven't they said a word?" Zhou Jingchen watched the refugees surge towards him, the guards forming a human wall almost crushed and torn to pieces. He suddenly regretted choosing this spot to land. But since he was already there to establish his authority, he couldn't leave so dejectedly. He cleared his throat. "Gentlemen," he said, "I know your difficulties and are trying to rebuild Mengchang City. ProStar has just finished a major war, and its economy hasn't recovered yet. I believe that in the near future, ProStar will definitely return to its former glory." At this moment, someone asked, "How long is near future?" "We already been homeless for 3 months. Zhou Jingchen replied, "Within 6 months. I heard the government gave a lot of money to Hades, and transported large quantities of fruits and vegetables there free of charge." "Is that true?" Zhou Jingchen said, "As everyone knows, Hades' army protects Prostar. If Prostar wants peace and stability, paying a certain protection fee is inevitable, but the money paid is all reasonable. I think none of you want to see terrorist organizations invading Prostar again. Suddenly, a rotten orange hit Zhou Jingxing, exploding in his chest. A young man shouted, "No! Prostar has its own army. They are the ones who protect Prostar. The third prince dared to fight against the terrorist organization. They are heroes." Hearing this, Zhou Jingxing's expression changed slightly. The king's secretary, who was accompanying him, said, "Meichang City is in this state entirely because of the third prince. He provoked the terrorist organization. If it weren't for him, perhaps Prostar wouldn't have suffered such a disaster." Then, some of the refugees echoed, "That's right, it's all the third prince's fault." Yes, it's the third prince's fault. They are traitors. The tide turned, and Zhou Jingxing finally spoke, "Everyone, as long as Prostar is peaceful and stable, things will definitely get better. I promise everyone that Meichang City will be rebuilt within 6 months. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty." Zhou Jingxing made this bold statement and, upon returning to the palace, summoned the Prime Minister and cabinet ministers to discuss the reconstruction of Meichang City. However, they were all at a loss. Prostar had spent a considerable amount of money purchasing weapons, hoping that having its own mech force would ensure its safety. But unexpectedly, terrorist organizations still attacked, causing heavy losses to the army and nearly destroying a city. Prostar could still bear this situation, but for the sake of Prostar's stability, they also brought in the army from Headstar, requiring high protection fees to be paid monthly. As a result, Prostar's finances were almost on the verge of collapse. The meeting lasted 2 hours without reaching a concrete plan. Afterwards, Zhou Jingxing summoned Prime Minister Zhang Mingyan to the king's office. There are even people among the refugees openly supporting the rebels. To stabilize public morale, I promise to rebuild Meichang within 6 months. Since I made that promise in front of the refugees, I can't go back on my word. Zhou Jingxing said, "Uncle, please think of something." Zhang Mingyan said, "I do have an idea." "Tell me." Zhang Mingyan said, "There are many nobles on Prostar. We can obtain funds from them." Zhou Jingxing thought he could come up with something, but he said, "But nobles are not easy to deal with. We can't just act openly." They demanded money from them. "Your Majesty, among the fleeing rebels, there were quite a few young noblemen who were soldiers, and their families, as members of the rebels, have yet to be punished." Zhang Mingyan's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. "Your Majesty, at this time, do you still want to protect the rebel members?" Zhou Jingxing pondered for a moment. He had dealt with some nobles before, such as the queen's maternal family, the Shui family, whose land and property were worth hundreds of billions of star coins. Other nobles were naturally not much worse off. Using the pretext of punishing rebel members would be plausible. Now is a critical moment for Prostar. Only by weathering this storm can Prostar usher in true peace, and only then can he secure his throne. After finishing his business with Zhang Mingyan, his secretary reported that Musel requested an audience. While he was racking his brains about how to increase revenue, his creditors were coming to collect debts. Zhou Jingxing frowned deeply. The person he least wanted to see was Musel. This meant the monthly protection fee payment deadline was approaching again, and he would have to deal with all sorts of maneuvering once more. He had already drafted a proposal in his mind, readily offering phrases like, "Give me a few more days," or "Trade between the various countries is proceeding normally, payment will be made soon." But this time, Musel didn't press for payment. "Your Majesty, I come today to deliver some intelligence," Musel said. Zhou Jingxing asked suspiciously, "What intelligence?" Musel narrowed his gray-blue eyes. "The rebels on Prostar and Jinchi Star have joined forces, planning to attack Prostar and seize the throne." Zhou Jingxing was taken aback. He then asked, "How did Mr. Musel know this?" "It wouldn't be difficult for me to find out. The army of Headstar is spread throughout the Kepler system. Detecting a rebel force is a piece of cake," Musel said. "The rebel leader is your Majesty's brother. He has a deep understanding of Prostars. He's probably more familiar with defense than His Majesty is. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break in." Zhou Jingxing said, "Doesn't Prostar have the army of Headstar?" "I trust Headstar's army quite a bit." Musel smiled and corrected, "Your Majesty is mistaken. The protection agreement between Headstar and Prostar has always clearly stated that it only protects Prostar from terrorist invasions. However, internal conflicts within Prostar are not Headstar's responsibility." Zhou Jingxing's expression changed. Musel, "Sir, do you mean that if the rebels invade Prostar, the Headstar army will stand idly by?" "Of course, I don't want to see that happen." Muscle said, Hard Star and His Majesty are partners. If we allow the rebels to occupy Prostar, all of Hard Star's efforts on Prostar will be in vain. That's why I wanted to discuss this matter with His Majesty. Zhou Jingxing followed his words and asked, "Then what does Mr. Muscle hope I will do?" Muscle's lips curled up. "I won't beat around the bush with His Majesty. Hard Star can assist in dealing with the rebels, but since it's a civil war, Hard Star's army shouldn't get too involved. How about His Majesty assigns me 3 Prostar fleets to command, and Hard Star also sends a fleet to assist? We can wipe out the rebels before they grow too strong." Zhou Jingxing seemed thoughtful. Although he hated Zhou Jingxin, he didn't hate him to the point of wanting him dead. However, if Zhou Jingxin returned, he would definitely kill him first. Just like when the king was in a coma, he never intended to kill Zhou Jingxin, but Zhou Jingxin and the queen secretly plotted against him, causing him to bear the crime of patricide and almost lose his life forever. Now that he has finally been exonerated and reclaimed what he wanted, he must not allow Zhou Jingxin to have another chance to rise again. "Very well, Mr. Muscle, I agree. Your Majesty is wise." Chapter 80. On the ice surface, several steel giants were using their high-energy beam sabers to cut through blocks of ice. Where the beams passed, ice frozen for hundreds of millions of years was sliced off like tofu. The water at the cut edges quickly boiled and evaporated, soon turning back into ice shards in the frigid environment. One steel giant cut off a rectangular block of ice, cradled it in his arms, and used thrusters to transport it to the Dawn's hatch. The massive block of ice was transported inside, melted under high temperatures, and finally flowed into the water storage tank. This was the 4th week that the Dawn and Chongming had been stationed on this planet, and a month had passed since the Great Battle. Insufficiently armed, they dared not act rashly, and could only remain stationary on this planet, waiting for an opportunity. How long they would have to wait like this was unknown. Seeing their supplies dwindling, the Dawn's logistics personnel took the lead in planting vegetables. The people of ProPlanet might be bad at many things, but they must be very good at growing vegetables. After all, ProPlanet had always been known for its agriculture in the Kepler system. The planet they landed on was rich in water resources, and after analysis, it was found to be high in minerals, making it ideal for growing vegetables. This meant the crew of the Dawn wouldn't starve due to food shortages. Upon learning this, the Chongming followed suit. So, 90% of everything on both the Dawn and Chongming that could hold water was used for hydroponic cultivation. The storage shelves in the storage area were filled with pots and pans of crops, some sprouting, some growing leaves, a truly spectacular sight. After spending a week on this unnamed planet, they decided to name it, ultimately settling on Chilwan Star. The name Chilwan Star originated from Murong Su's spontaneous remark upon smelling the scent of red sandalwood on Zhou Jingxin, a name that unexpectedly garnered widespread approval. However, it caused Zhou Jingxin to blush deeply. During the weeks of repairs on Chilwan Star, everyone was incredibly busy. The primary task was repairing the warships and mechs, with engineers and repairmen working approximately 12 hours a day. However, due to a lack of weaponry and materials, the warships and some mechs could not be fully repaired, only about 70 to 80% complete. Since their last encounter with the terrorist organization, the mech warriors realized that the enemy's equipment had become stronger. Without improvements to their own equipment, the only way to defeat them was to enhance their combat skills. The 12 training simulators on the Chongming were practically never idle. Everyone was focused on their duties, so the past month hadn't felt particularly difficult. On the stern deck of the Shuguang, there was an observatory. A section of its sturdy outer shell could be moved, revealing a view of the vast starry sky through an 8-centimeter thick, high-strength transparent shield. During the time the Dawn was docked on Crimson Star, this place was unguarded, and no one dared to trespass, eventually becoming Zhou Jingxin's secret base. He would occasionally lie here lost in thought. From this direction, he could see the Kepler system. The pale yellow star was Apollo. Apollo was Apollo's moon, only 1/100th the diameter of Apollo's star, invisible to the naked eye from several light years away. But being able to see Apollo was equivalent to seeing Apollo. He had been away from Apollo for 3 months, and didn't know its current situation. Is Zhou Shaoqin still alive? Are Zhou Wanqing and Shuer Wanling alright? Are the people of Prostar being oppressed? Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the quiet space, sounding like military boots clattering on the floor. He propped himself up on his arms and sat up. Who is it? It's me. Murong Su climbed the steps to the observatory. Zhou Jingxin was surprised that Murong Su had come. How did you know I was here? Murong Su said, we're telepathic. Zhou Jingxin rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Murong Su walked over and sat down beside him. Otherwise, who else would know you were here? Zhou Jingchen thought of something. Was it Ingjia's AI system that created it? Murong-su smiled. Your Highness is becoming increasingly difficult to fool. That's because your lies are too low-level. Huang Ingjia obtained Pierce's data on Blanca Star, and had been immersed in research for the past few weeks, trying to create a new AI. He had been testing it these past few days. The test must have been successful. His AI, through signal transmission, located his communicator, allowing Murong-su to easily find him. What are you thinking about? Murong-su asked. Zhou Jingchen pointed to a yellow star in the sky. See that? That star is Apollo. Missing home? Don't you? Murong-su looked at the starry sky. Since I was 16, I often been on military missions, sometimes away from home for months at a time. If I'm on a mission and call my father to tell him I miss home, he beat me. Zhou Jingchen chuckled. Is he that strict? Murong-su said, in his eyes, this is a sign of weakness. If it were me, I'd probably be beaten to death by him. Murong-su looked at him with a smile. Don't worry, he's only strict with me, not with his daughter-in-law. Zhou Jingchen's ears turned bright red. He wanted to explode, but he held back. Then, he changed the subject. Murong-su, do you know how I was tricked by Pierce back on Blanca Star? At the time, Murong-su only knew that Zhou Jingchen had been deceived by the illusion created by Pierce, and had murderous intent towards him, but he had never heard him explain the specifics. Tell me about it. Zhou Jingchen recalled the situation. Because the impression was so vivid, even a month later he still remembered it. Yiming and I went to the mayor's office. First, we found a photo of you and Mayor Tass. Then I called you and asked if you had been to Blanca Star, and you said no. Later, I received a call from my sister. She said she was on her way to Blanca Star, and told me that my father. The terrorist attack occurred because I learned a secret. Jin Qixing colluded with terrorist organizations, selling weapons at low prices to create chaos in the Kepler system, all for the purpose of selling more weapons. Later, to cover up this secret, Jin Qixing orchestrated the Blanca riot. Subsequently, our computer in the mayor's office revealed that Jin Qixing had sold a batch of weapons and thrusters to Blanca, bearing your fingerprints and signature. Then I received a communication from Ziyuan, who said that thrusters identical to those on the Dawn had been discovered on Blanca. This led me to believe that Jin Qixing was colluding with terrorist organizations, and that you were involved. I copied the evidence to the communicator. Then, you appeared in the mayor's office. I exposed you, and you threatened me to hand over your communicator. After that, we exchanged fire. Murong-su listened to Zhou Jingchen's retelling and smiled slightly. Such a flawless lie, no wonder you believed it. Zhou Jingchen looked at him. And what about you? What happened? Similar to yours. Murong-su said. Tang Lian and I went into the monitoring room. We saw you shoot Ingjia and Gao Yi on the monitor. Ingjia was shot several times and died on the spot, while Gao Yi escaped with his wounds. I tried to contact you, but you didn't answer. Later, Gao Yi contacted me, telling me that you shot them for no reason. And then? Then I realized something was wrong. Zhou Jingchen was curious. What was wrong? Because you wouldn't kill people randomly. What if there were other hidden circumstances? Then you wouldn't ambush someone when they weren't paying attention. Murong-su said, so, the surveillance footage must be fake. Since the surveillance is fake, Gao Yi's communications are also fake. Since all of this is fake, then who is in control? What is their purpose? Then the answer came quickly. You appeared and even shot at me. I lunged at you, and that's when I realized something was wrong. The feel of this thing was clearly that of a robot. So, the truth was revealed. After listening to Murong-su's words, Zhou Jingchen realized that Murong-su's initial judgment was correct, largely because he believed Murong-su wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He, however, had become suspicious of Murong-su from the very beginning when he saw the photo of him with Mayor Tass. This is the difference between trust and distrust. Zhou Jingchen said, Murong-su, I owe you. Murong-su tilted his head to look at him, his eyes becoming ambiguous. Then how does your highness plan to repay me? What do you want? You? All right. Zhou Jingchen answered readily, almost without hesitation. If it were before, he might have blushed furiously, and started baring his teeth at him like a cat with its fur standing on end. This time it was Murong-su's turn to be stunned. He lowered his eyes and chuckled, Your Highness, some things shouldn't be said carelessly to a man full of youthful vigor. I take them seriously. Zhou Jingchen thought this man was truly a smooth talker. He raised an eyebrow, or rather, you're just good at empty words, always saying nonsensical things to amuse me. Murong-su met his gaze, understanding the implication in his words, and was slightly surprised. Zhou Jingchen felt his heart flutter under his gaze, blushed, and was about to lower his head when Murong Su's bent index finger lifted his chin, forcing him to look him in the eye. Zhou Jingchen, you. Murong Su looked at him. You just said you agree? Was that just to appease me? Zhou Jingchen pursed his lips, swallowing hard. Whether it was just to appease me or not, you decide for yourself. Your Highness, I took it seriously. With that, Murong Su leaned down and landed his lips precisely on Zhou Jingchen's. Surprisingly, Zhou Jingchen didn't struggle at all. The kitten, usually so easily provoked, was incredibly docile. Murong Su released his chin, instead cradling the back of his head, deepening the kiss. As his body was lowered, Zhou Jingchen's back touched the ground, and Murong Su's kisses landed on his neck, the tingling sensation almost making him cry out. Murong Su. Zhou Jingchen regained a sliver of reason. Let's go to my room. Murong Su stopped and pulled him down from the observatory towards his room. These days, he frequently visited the Dawn, and he knew Zhou Jingchen's room well. Upon opening the door, a robot rolled over on its wheels, as if on a chore. Master, would you like a bath or a soak? The Dawn has ample water resources, rich in minerals. I suggest you take a bath. Murong Su found the robot an eyesore, and turned to look down at him. You should shut your mouth now, and stay out of the way. Don't disturb me. Okay. The robot immediately returned obediently to its position by the door, and went into sleep mode. Then, Murong Su pounced on his prey like a cheetah. Zhou Jingchen felt like he was being devoured alive. He and Murong Su had been intimate before, but he had completely forgotten it. He had dreamt about it once before, but it wasn't reality. He felt the immense force of the other's grip, almost crushing him. As the final step approached, he shielded his face with his arms, clenching his teeth, looking resigned to his fate. Murong Su saw his expression and, ultimately, felt a pang of pity, didn't proceed. Ever since the incident on Blanca Star, Zhou Jingchen had felt guilty towards him, always saying he owed him. So what was this? Paying off a debt? That wasn't what he wanted. Murong Su said, I'm going to take a shower. With that, he got up and went into the bathroom. Zhou Jingchen released his arms, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, somewhat confused. 10 minutes later, Murong Su emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. He lay down on the bed, and pulled Zhou Jingchen into his arms. Zhou Jingchen remained nestled in his arms, motionless. After a long while, seeing that he had no intention of continuing, he asked, Not going to continue? Murong Su said gently, Nothing was prepared, it was too rushed. We make up for it next time. Zhou Jingchen responded with a sound of agreement, saying nothing. The two slept like that, embracing each other. The next day, Murong Su came out of Zhou Jingchen's room, just as Song Yiming from next door also came out. Seeing Murong Su, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Murong Su looked smug. Major Song, so early. Song Yiming smiled awkwardly. Good morning, young marshal. Murong Su said, We all have a meeting at 9:30 a.m. Pro-Star time. His Highness hasn't woken up yet, don't disturb him. Song Yiming felt that Murong Su said this on purpose, as if deliberately showing off that he had spent the night with Zhou Jingchen. He maintained a stiff smile. Okay. Chapter 81. A 0.5 astronomical units from the star Chilwan in the Athena system lies a debris field stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. This region is rich in meteorites of all sizes, from fist size to over 1,000 meters in diameter, formed from a meteorite impact many years ago. A small reconnaissance boat is navigating through the debris field. Its radar rotates 360 degrees, capable of detecting metallic objects within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Ever since Zhou Jingchen and his group discovered the secret of Blanca, the terrorist organization has been trying to eliminate them. However, their previous attempt failed. Afterwards, Shabanga deployed over 30 warships to search for the Dawn and Chongming in the Athena system. The Athena system is 4.5 light-years in diameter, making the target area too large. Therefore, the terrorist organization dispatched several hundred more reconnaissance boats to conduct a thorough search of the entire Athena system for their whereabouts. Suddenly, a red warning light flashed on the radar, indicating the presence of metal nearby. The intelligence officer on the reconnaissance boat turned to the captain and said, Lieutenant Jones, the radar shows a metallic reaction 500 kilometers ahead. The bearded captain crossed his arms. Zoom in on the optical image. Lieutenant, there's only rubble here. We can't see anything 500 kilometers away using optical imaging. Jones impatiently said, Then let's go check it out. The reconnaissance boat moved towards the target. As it got closer, The outline of the target appeared on the optical image. It was clearly a meteorite. Jones felt cheated and yelled at the intelligence officer, "That's metal inside the meteorite, you idiot." Just then, the comms on the reconnaissance boat crackled. The intelligence officer answered, and a brown-haired man appeared on the screen. "Captain Jones, our reconnaissance boat has run into some trouble. The propulsion system is malfunctioning, and we've been forced to land on a planet. Could you give us a ride?" The bearded man scoffed. Even though they were colleagues on the same warship, he showed no mercy. "Hayden, you're really more trouble than you're worth. Captain Jones, consider it a favor." "All right, we're on our way." The small reconnaissance boat immediately sped towards the target point at maximum speed. After they left, the meteorite behind them extended 2 wings and propulsion systems from its sides and flew away. Jones's reconnaissance boat landed on the surface of a planet. Nearby was a small vessel covered in ice and snow, presumably Hayden's reconnaissance boat. 6 people in protective suits were waiting for rescue beside the vessel. The communicator rang again. Hayden said, "Colonel Jones, I see your ship. Open the hatch and let us on." Jones ordered the hatch opened, and 6 men in protective suits boarded the reconnaissance vessel. They quickly headed towards the bridge, and before Jones could react, they had already drawn their electromagnetic pulse guns. Jones was shocked. He was about to grab his weapon when the enemy's electromagnetic projectiles pierced his body. Several projectiles pierced his thick frame, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The others were also killed. The men in protective suits removed their hoods. These men were Murong-Su, Zhou Jingchen, Song Yiming, Tianning, Zhang Ziyuan, and Huang Yingjie. After eliminating the terrorists, the team quickly divided the tasks. Huang Yingjie was responsible for installing an artificial intelligence system on the reconnaissance boat, giving it complete control over the boat's systems and signal transmission. Song Yiming, Tianning, and Zhang Ziyuan were responsible for disposing of the bodies. Murong-Su and Zhou Jingchen inspected the reconnaissance boat to ensure no one had escaped and familiarized themselves with the vessel. The reconnaissance boat wasn't large, about 30 meters long, and was typically used for interstellar patrols and reconnaissance, usually carrying no more than 10 personnel. This particular boat had 6. A while later, Su Ruiyang and Jiang Yuxuan arrived in shuttles, each carrying 4 robots. These were the remaining robots from Blanca, and Huang Yingjie's AI system had completely controlled them. The robots lined up to disembark from the shuttles and board the reconnaissance boat. Su Ruiyang said in the video call, "Your Highness, are you sure we don't need to go with them?" "No need. Too many people will only cause problems." Zhou Jingchen said, "You all stay put and await orders." Okay. In just 10 minutes, everything was cleared, and the reconnaissance boat took off again, leaving the surface of Chiluan Star and heading into space. Huang Yingjie quickly installed the artificial intelligence system. All done. Tianning handed Huang Yingjie the communicators he had just taken from the terrorists. Their communicators. Huang Yingjie scanned each communicator, reading all the data, and had the robot transform into their likeness. It was as if the reconnaissance ship was still carrying out its mission normally. Once everything was ready, Murong-Su said, "Contact the mothership and return to base." Okay. This was all part of Murong-Su's plan. He had long anticipated that the terrorist organization wouldn't let them go, and would relentlessly search the Athena system. Their location, Chiluan Star, was about 8 astronomical units away from the area where the battle had taken place, so the terrorist organization would definitely search there. The Dawn and Choming had landed on the low-temperature Chiluan Star, making them difficult for the terrorist organization to detect. It was unrealistic for them to directly escape the Athena system in the Dawn and Choming. Without using a wormhole, it would take 20 or 30 years. If they did use a wormhole, a massive army would be waiting for them. After that battle, the Dawn and Choming had suffered a 70% loss in combat readiness, and couldn't withstand a second war. The only way was to hijack a terrorist organization's warship and escape undetected. The key was the artificial intelligence developed by Huang Yingjie. They first deployed drone communication satellites within a debris field 1 astronomical unit from the planet Chiluan. When enemy reconnaissance boats approached, they controlled their communications, luring them to land on Chiluan. Afterward, they seized the reconnaissance boats and boarded the enemy mothership. Using the reconnaissance boats, they successfully boarded the terrorist organization's mothership, the USS Corbett. The USS Corbett was similarly equipped to the warship they had fought a month earlier, with a maximum speed of 1/8 the speed of light. Murong-Su and his group donned the uniforms of Jones's squad. The 6 of them disguised themselves as Jones's subordinates. Huang Yingjie carried a box containing a mobile quantum computer and signal transmitter for controlling the robots. He set the signal range to within 5 meters, making them difficult to detect. However, this had a drawback. They had to stay within 5 meters of the robots, otherwise, the robots would lose signal control and revert to their original state. Currently, 3 robots are impersonating Jones and his subordinates, and their mission is to return to the living quarters after boarding the ship. Following them will allow them to reach the warship's living quarters, specifically Jones's quarters. They encountered people along the way, but no one noticed anything amiss. As a captain, Jones has a private lounge, not large, containing only a bed and a narrow passageway. The 6 of them, plus the 3 robots, squeezed into Jones's private lounge. Huang Yingjie opened his personal terminal and brought up a holographic projection, a map of the warship's living quarters, which he had deciphered from Jones's communicator. Huang Yingjie pointed to a spot in the holographic image. "We're here now. The bridge crew lives here. This is the vice captain's room. He'd be changing shifts in an hour." Murongsu said, "Split up. Don't make a scene." Okay. According to Murongsu's plan, they needed to first enter Corbert's bridge, use the artificial intelligence system to infiltrate the warship systems, and take control of the entire vessel. Huang Yingjie reprogrammed the robot, making it appear as the captain. He and Murongsu followed behind the captain. The captain arrived at the vice captain's room and rang the doorbell. The vice captain, who had just woken up, took a while to open the door. He was about 45 years old, one-eyed, wearing black casual clothes, and his shoulder-length curly hair was somewhat messy. Seeing the captain, he was startled, but immediately became alert. "Captain, what brings you here?" The captain quickly entered his room. "I have something urgent to discuss with you privately." The vice captain looked bewildered. "What is it?" The captain grabbed the first officer's shoulder, pulled out a high-energy stun gun, pressed the switch, and stabbed the first officer in the stomach. The first officer was struck by the high-energy current, his eyes widened, and he collapsed before he could even utter a sound. Murongsu and Huang Yingjie quickly entered the room. Huang Yingjie found the first officer's communicator and began scanning it to better prepare the robot for the role of first officer. Murongsu, meanwhile, efficiently disposed of the first officer's body. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming were responsible for dealing with the information engineer, who would be changing shifts later, while Tianying and Zhang Ziyuan were responsible for dealing with the helmsman. After completing their tasks, the 4 entered the first officer's room. Huang Yingjie compiled the information he had gleaned from the first officer's communicator. As the second in command of the warship, he had high authority, and his communicator contained almost all the information they needed. Huang Yingjie first sent the warship's 3D structural diagram to the other officers' communicators. This warship carried at least 300 people, spread across various areas. To seize the warship, they would first have to eliminate these people. The first step, naturally, was to seize control of the bridge. The second step was to eliminate the crew. The best way to eliminate the crew was to emulate the method Pierce used to kill the people on Blanca. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Everyone jumped in surprise, quickly drawing their weapons in preparation. Murongsu gave Huang Yingjie a look, signaling him to control the robot to handle the situation. Soon, the door opened, and the vice captain roared menacingly, "What's all the noise about?" Outside stood a short, shifty-eyed man. According to the information on the vice captain's communicator, this man was an observer on the bridge named Black, who constantly tried to curry favor with the vice captain because he was eager for promotion. "Colonel Baker, you asked me to remind you. Shift change is in half an hour. Are you going to the bridge now?" Huang Yingjie's personal terminal showed that the first mate had been reprimanded by the captain for being late for shift change yesterday because he overslept, so he specifically instructed Blake to remind him half an hour early. Considering that access to the bridge required authorization, Huang Yingjie quickly input the robot's command, "Tell him to come back in 20 minutes. "Half an hour? What's the rush? Come wake me in 20 minutes. Blake smiled ingratiatingly. "Okay, I come back later." Then, First Mate Baker slammed the door shut, and Blake turned and left. During those 20 minutes, they transformed the 2 robots still in Jones's room into the appearance of an information engineer and a helmsman, while Huang Yingjie and Zhang Ziyuan disguised themselves slightly and followed behind them. 20 minutes later, Blake indeed arrived. He saw the vice captain already waiting in the corridor, along with the information engineer and the helmsman. He beamed, "Colonel Baker, you're right on time. Enough talk, let's go to the bridge." "Okay." Blake saw Huang Yingjie and Zhang Ziyuan walking behind him, finding them unfamiliar. "Colonel Baker, who are those 2? Baker said as he walked forward, "I got them from logistics. I'm letting them learn, so we won't be short-handed." Blake felt a little embarrassed. Colonel Baker, didn't you say you were going to promote me? Baker glanced at him. If I promote you, someone has to replace you. Blake instantly beamed. Indeed, indeed. Don't worry, I promise I teach them. With Blake's authorization, they made their way smoothly to the bridge. Captain Barlow was a man in his early 50s, bald, with a hooked nose, and clearly someone to be reckoned with. Baker stepped forward politely, saying, Captain, please go and rest. Leave the rest to me. Barlow stood up from the captain's chair. He was quite critical of Baker's negligence. He even scolded him for being late yesterday. Seeing Baker, he sensed something was off about the man. He narrowed his eyes. Something about you seems off. Baker remained unfazed. I was reprimanded by the captain yesterday, and I've been reflecting on it ever since, so I haven't slept well. Barlow, having spent 12 hours on the bridge, was also somewhat tired and didn't dwell on the matter. He simply said, you better not neglect your duties, or Lord Shabanda will blame you, and you can expect to be dismissed. I won't protect you. Understood, thank you, Captain. Barlow said nothing more, turned, and left the bridge. The other bridge crew members also gradually changed shifts and left. After the previous IT engineer left, Wang Yingjie immediately went to the control panel. The panel was connected to the warship's core processor. Once his self-developed AI system was installed, it would control 80% of the warship's devices. He installed the system on the panel, while a nearby robot slightly bent over, pretending to instruct him, providing cover. Zhang Ziyuan was still carrying Huang Yingjie's treasure box, which also served as a signal transmitter. He had to maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from the 3 robots. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? The speaker was the warship's intelligence officer. With his keen intuition, he immediately noticed Zhang Ziyuan's unusual behavior. Zhang Ziyuan tensed, causing Huang Yingjie to stop what he was doing. Report, I'm from the logistics department. What's your name? Who are you working for before? Who sent you? Zhang Ziyuan was sweating profusely. He gripped his toolbox tightly, about to make up an excuse, when Baker spoke up, I sent you, Robin. Do you have a problem with that? The intelligence officer looked at Baker and saluted. Excuse me, Colonel Baker, I only asked because he seemed capable. Baker's face was cold. Return to your post. Yes, sir. Zhang Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Wang Yingjie had just input new instructions into the robot via the communicator, allowing him to get away with it. Chapter 82. On the other side, Captain Barlow, having worked a 12-hour shift, went to the mess hall for a meal and was about to return to his room to rest. The captain's rest room was at the far end of the living quarters. He walked to his door, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and was about to close it when someone suddenly ran up and pushed open the door. Captain! Wait! Barlow was instantly furious. Do you want to die? The person was panting. There's an emergency. What emergency? I discovered a secret. Tianying, disguised as a crew member, was trying to squeeze in. Barlow was extremely agitated. Looking at the person in front of him, he sensed something was wrong and was about to draw his gun. Tianying suddenly lunged at him. Barlow immediately struggled, about to scream, when Murong Su and Zhou Jingchen, who were lying in ambush outside the door, one covered his mouth, and the other chopped him on the back of the head with a hand chop. Barlow's eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Several men swiftly dragged Below into the room, and closed the door before anyone could discover them. Tianying, panting, sat on the floor. Young Marshal, shouldn't we kill him? Murong Su removed Below's weapons and communicator. He has the highest clearance on this warship, keeping him might be useful. Song Yiming took out some thin wire. Tie him up first. Tianying and Song Yiming first put a spacesuit on Below, then tied him up with thin wire and gagged him to ensure he couldn't call for help even if he woke up. Zhou Jingchen checked the communicator. Wang Yingjie had accurately sent them a message through the warship system. I have successfully installed the artificial intelligence system into the warship's quantum computer. Murong Su said, Tianying, you stay here and watch him. We go to the bridge first. Okay. After Huang Yingjie's AI system took control of the warship systems, Murong Su and his 2 companions, disguised as crew members, passed through the gates without hindrance and arrived at the bridge. After Murong Su entered the bridge, Huang Yingjie immediately closed the bridge gates, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Then, everyone, including the robots, acted simultaneously, using high-energy stun guns to knock down the other crew members on the bridge one by one. Blake, acting as an observer, witnessed all of this. His eyes widened. What's going on? Murong Su didn't give him a chance to speak. He aimed his electromagnetic pulse gun at Blake's forehead, and in the next instant, Blake's head exploded. The remaining 8 people on the bridge were all killed. Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming found emergency spacesuits on the bridge and gave one to each of them. Wang Yingjie put on his spacesuit, glanced at the time, and knew he couldn't delay any longer. Start cutting off the warship's oxygen supply now. In about 10 minutes, the oxygen level will drop by 20%, and in 20 minutes, it will drop by 50%. Within half an hour, everyone on board will die from oxygen deprivation. Song Yiming made a call to Tianying, who was in the captain's cabin, to make sure he was also in his spacesuit. Only then did Huang Yingjie officially begin cutting off the power to the oxygen generator. The warship's alarm system included an oxygen level alarm. When the oxygen level fell below the human body's required concentration, the alarm would automatically sound. After Huang Yingjie shut down the alarm system, the drop in oxygen level would not trigger an alarm. The large screen on the bridge displayed surveillance footage from various parts of the warship. Time ticked by, and the people on board were still unaware that the oxygen levels were dropping. Some began to experience dizziness and difficulty breathing. Many tried to call the bridge, but received responses that everything was normal. The maintenance crew sensed something was wrong and went to check the oxygen generator. There, they were met by robots that had transformed into Barlow and Baker. Without a word, the robots killed the maintenance crew who came to check. The gates leading to the escape pods and the shuttle were locked by the system. Even the electronic cabinet storing the spacesuits couldn't be opened. 25 minutes later, the warship's oxygen level was only 5%, far below the level required for human survival. Half an hour later, the warship's oxygen level was only 3%. The 8 robots they brought began cleaning up the warship, mainly targeting the survivors. Zhou Jingchen watched the footage on the monitor screen. To him, this method was somewhat cruel. But they had to do it. The same way the terrorist organization killed 80,000 innocent civilians on Blanca was. If they couldn't destroy the terrorist organization, many more innocent people would be tortured to death. Sometime later, Murong-su appeared beside him, taking his hand through the spacesuit. It's hard to accept when you're involved for the first time, but you get used to it. Zhou Jingchen asked, "Have you participated many times before?" Murong-su replied, "Please excuse me, this is my first time too." Zhou Jingchen, It didn't seem like his first time. Wang Yingjie reported, "Cleanup complete. Oxygen supply activated." The oxygen level rose to 15% in about 20 minutes, and returned to 20.8% in 30 minutes. Murong-su called Tianying, "How are things on your end?" "Still alive. What should I do next?" "Stay there. We reached Chihuan Star in half an hour." Half an hour later, the Corbett restored its oxygen supply and landed on Chihuan Star. The crews of the Dawn and Chongming were already prepared. After the Corbett landed, they divided the work. Some piloted Mechs to unload supplies onto the Corbett, while others cleared away the corpses. Murong-su convened a brief meeting with key personnel. According to Murong-su's plan, half of their crew would leave the Athena system on the Corbett, heading to Kepler, while the Dawn and Chongming would remain on Chihuan Star, awaiting an opportunity to leave the Athena system and rendezvous with them. The commanders remaining behind were Tang Lian of the Chongming and Leisha of the Dawn. Murong-su said, "When the time is right, I will release the news that we have escaped the Athena system. At that time, the terrorist organization and the army of Head Star will withdraw from the Athena system, allowing the Dawn and Chongming to leave the Athena system safely." Tang Lian and Leisha nodded together, understood. Zhou Jingchen looked at Leisha, "Major General Leisha, the Dawn is entrusted to you." Leisha said, "Your Highness, rest assured, I will definitely bring the Dawn back to Prostar safely." Yi Xian came in and reported, "The supplies have been transferred." Murong-su put on his military cap and straightened the brim, "Then let's set off." Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen piloted the 1000 Killer and the Gale respectively onto the Corbett. The Corbett also had many Mechs, but because the Corbett was not a flagship, it did not have S-class Mechs, only A-class Mechs. But this was enough for the mech warriors of the Chongming and Dawn. The cleaned-up Corbett looked brand new, and you couldn't tell that just over an hour ago, it was a den of thieves for terrorist organizations. The bridge was restaffed with personnel from the Chongming and Shuguang ships, including all the engineers and logistics staff. Liang Xiao, as the engineering captain, immediately began studying the Corbett's mechs, even dismantling one on the spot. He was like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, so excited he could probably stay up for 3 days and 3 nights straight. The Corbett set sail again, and at maximum speed, they could reach the wormhole in as little as a week. However, They couldn't just leave immediately. The terrorist organization had deployed over 30 warships to search the Athena system, maintaining a distance of no more than 0.5 astronomical units between each warship, the range at which signal transmission stations between warships could receive signals. This meant that although the warships were searching separately, they were constantly in contact with each other. If one warship detected anything, it would immediately notify the others. To separate the Corbett from the warship group, they needed a compelling reason. Captain Barlow was brought aboard, bound hand and foot by Tian-Ing. He glanced around the bridge, and saw that all the crew members had been replaced with unfamiliar faces. He realized his fate was grim. When he saw Murong-Su, he gritted his teeth. "Murong-Su, it really is you." Murong-Su smiled warmly. "Captain Barlow, nice to meet you." Barlow was filled with remorse. Where had things gone wrong? Why had their warship been seized by the people they were hunting? He hadn't noticed it all beforehand. It was an insult to his 30 years of military service. He almost gritted his teeth as he asked, "How exactly did you infiltrate the Corbett?" "A secret formula, not to be revealed." Murong-Su still had that irritating look on his face. "Captain Barlow, instead of being curious about this, you should think about your own path." "What do you mean?" "My goal is simple, to safely reach the Kepler system." Murong-Su looked at him. "I need your help." "You're dreaming. Why refuse? Do you want me to throw the Corbett out and explode in space?" Barlow almost ground his teeth to powder. "If I fall into your hands, do I still have a chance to live?" "Yes, of course you do." Murong-Su said, "As long as you behave, I promise you, once we reach the Kepler system, I give you a shuttle." "Humph, you think that will save my life?" Barlow was a tough guy. "I'm going to die anyway, why should I be your lackey?" Murong-Su's lips curled up. "That doesn't matter. You should know, I can leave the Athena system without your help." As Murong-Su spoke, a person stood up from the captain's seat. That person looked 99% like Barlow, to the point that even Barlow himself was shocked, as if he were looking in a mirror. The fake Captain Barlow smiled. "Captain Barlow, hello." Barlow was shocked, completely bewildered. "You, who are you?" "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that from now on, I will replace you." Barlow glared at Murong-Su. "Murong-Su, what exactly do you want?" "I told you, I just want to leave the Athena system safely." Murong-Su said, "So you better think it over, whether you help or not." "Of course I give you time." "Even if I help you, Shabanda won't let me go," Barlow said. "That depends on whether you want to die for honor or live for dishonor. That's your own decision. But I guarantee you with my integrity that if you help me leave the Athena system, I give you a shuttle in the Kepler system. Where you want to go is your freedom." "Your integrity? Can I trust you?" Murong-Su's lips curled into a smile. "I confidently believe that my integrity is more trustworthy than Shabanda's." 2 hours later, the Corbett established communication with the flagship Callum, and a holographic half-body image of Shabanda appeared on the screen. Captain Barlow, looking at the holographic image of Shabanda, reported, "Lord Shabanda, our reconnaissance ships have detected a small starship 2 astronomical units away." Shabanda said, "Send this information to the Callum immediately." Captain Barlow replied, "Due to the starship's small size, we can only detect that it is heading towards the wormhole. We don't yet know who is on board. Please allow me to lead the search party and investigate." Shabanda looked at the information Barlow had sent. This small starship appeared to be a civilian vessel, about 30 meters long. The possibility of Murong-Su escaping in this way was extremely low, but they couldn't overlook any clues. After all, if Murong-Su escaped from the Athena system, their conspiracy would be exposed. Shabanda moved his mechanical arm. "Consider capturing them first. If they resist, destroy them. Also, I need information on everyone on that starship." "Yes, sir." After cutting off the communication, Barlow glanced at Murong-Su, who was pointing an electromagnetic pulse gun at him not far away. He clenched his fists, thinking that in his 50 years of life, this was the first time he had felt so frustrated. Murong-Su encouraged, "Captain Barlow, well done." Murong-Su had originally intended to communicate with Shabanda using an AI-controlled robot, but AI robots aren't perfect replicas of their owners, and could easily be detected under different lighting conditions. He worried Shabanda would see through him, so to ensure everything went smoothly, he decided to use Captain Barlow. With Shabanda's permission, the Corbett could detach from the fleet and head towards the wormhole at full speed without being detected. 16 hours had passed since the Corbett left the fleet, and everyone took turns resting. Murong-Su, as the leader, hadn't slept for over 30 hours to ensure everything went perfectly. Zhang Ziyuan and Tianning woke up from their nap and went to the bridge to change shifts. They saw Murongsu sitting in the captain's seat, showing no signs of sleepiness. Zhang Ziyuan remarked, "Young Marshal, you're amazing. He hasn't slept for over 30 hours, has he?" Tianning replied, "That's nothing. My record is 3 days without sleep." Zhang Ziyuan silently gave a thumbs up. After changing shifts, Murongsu planned to take a nap to recharge, but upon returning to the living quarters, he found all 5 senior officers' quarters empty. Although there were no explicit assignments, everyone tacitly agreed that the senior officers' quarters were reserved for a few key figures. 5 hours ago, Zhou Jingchen said he was going to rest for a while, but the room was empty. Had he not slept there? Just then, Song Yiming returned from the restaurant, and Murongsu casually asked, "Where's your prince?" Song Yiming replied, "He's in the cockpit of the Jet Hawk. Didn't you want to rest? What are you doing in the mecha cockpit?" Song Yiming rubbed his nose. "Just going to rest." Murongsu seemed to understand instantly. "I know." Then, he wasn't in a hurry to rest, and went straight to the mecha hangar, where Zhou Jingchen was just coming down the lifting rope. Murongsu, hands in his pockets, smiled broadly. "Your Highness, good morning." Zhou Jingchen looked at him. "What are you doing here?" "Just came to see you." Zhou Jingchen was completely confused. Murongsu approached him. "Did you sleep well in the mech?" It turned out he had come specifically for this. Zhou Jingchen casually replied, "It was alright." Murongsu bent down slightly, meeting his gaze at him like he was teasing a child. "Afraid of ghosts?" Zhou Jingchen's forehead creased with disbelief. "What are you talking about? If you're not afraid of ghosts, why don't you sleep in your room?" Zhou Jingchen felt Murongsu had seen through him. He had originally planned to sleep in his room, but remembering that the owners of these rooms were members of a terrorist organization, and that he had witnessed their deaths just hours before, his germophobia kicked in, so he ultimately slept in the mech. "I slept quite well in the mech. From here to the wormhole, and from the wormhole to Lawrence, we'd be on the Corbett for at least 10 more days. If you're sprawled out in the mech every day, how can you guarantee any sleep quality?" Zhou Jingchen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then swallowed it back. He was indeed being too fussy. In war, there's no need for such formalities. Murongsu softened his voice. "I arranged for someone to set up a temporary rest room for His Highness later, and everything will be new." Zhou Jingchen said, "No need for that trouble." Murongsu said, "Why be so polite? His Highness is a prince. It's only right that he be treated with dignity." Hearing Murongsu's words, Zhou Jingchen felt that the other party was mocking him, and he immediately turned into a puffed-up kitten. "Murongsu, are you trying to say that I'm being pretentious?" Murongsu chuckled, "Innocent, not at all. Besides, even if His Highness were pretentious, I still indulge him." Zhou Jingchen's ears turned red from his teasing. He wanted to glare at him angrily, like before, but when he met his gaze, he realized that he wasn't angry at all, he was just distracted. He lowered his head. "Really, there's no need to trouble yourself, I get used to it." Murongsu raised his hand, his fingertips intentionally or unintentionally touching his bright red ear. "I'm going to rest now. Do you want to come with me?" Since the day Zhou Jingchen agreed to Murongsu's request, he had frequently come to the dawn, lingering in his room and sleeping in his arms. "It's my turn to be on duty. It's still early, only 5 hours. You can sleep for at least 3 more hours." Murongsu took his hand and walked towards the living quarters. Zhou Jingchen didn't refuse his gesture, ultimately acquiescing. Chapter 83. Olay, wearing a white lab coat, had just woken up from a nap. As he exited his room, he saw Murongsu and Zhou Jingchen, his gaze deliberately sweeping over their clasped hands. "Young Marshal." Murongsu nodded in response. Just as he was about to walk past him, Olay's gentle reminder came from behind. "Young Marshal, you haven't slept for 34 hours. You're mentally exhausted. Any strenuous exercise could lead to shock." Murongsu gave a forced smile. "Thanks for the reminder." Olay smiled warmly. "Just thinking of your health, young Marshal." Murongsu didn't say anything more, and led Zhou Jingchen into the room. This room originally belonged to a lieutenant colonel on the Corbett. This man was probably a bit of a clean freak. The room was impeccably tidy. Murongsu still felt it wasn't enough. He threw all the personal belongings of the previous director into the trash can, then removed the sheets and blankets and placed them in the wardrobe with an automatic washing function for disinfection and cleaning. Zhou Jingchen watched as the dignified young marshal did such trivial things. The washing machine used radiation to clean and disinfect, washing clothes in just 5 minutes without leaving a trace of water, ready to use immediately. After remaking the bed, Murong-su came to him. It's clean. Zhou Jingchen said, you didn't have to do this. I told you I get used to it. Your Highness has a cleanliness obsession, loves cleanliness and tidiness. These are virtues. Why would you want to change them? Murong-su took his hand again. I need to rest, or I really go into shock. Zhou Jingchen was led onto the bed, held like a pillow. Zhou Jingchen was actually quite tired. 5 hours earlier, he had said he wanted to rest, and even sleeping in the mecha hadn't been comfortable. Now, lying in bed, the comforting scent of Murong-su filled his nostrils, and he quickly fell asleep. Captain Barlow, handcuffed and shackled, sat in a chair in the interrogation room. The chair had a lie detector function. If the interrogator answered incorrectly, a red light on the chair would flash, and the person being interrogated would receive an electric shock. Below remained indifferent. Having fallen into this predicament, he could only answer Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen's questions truthfully. None of our people stayed near the wormhole. If you ask about the presence of Hades' army, I can only say Hades is Hades, and we are us. I don't know anything about the dealings between Shabanda and Hades. Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen exchanged a glance. The latter said, then do you know that Hades' Prime Minister Mateo is also one of your people? Below shook his head. No, we only listen to Shabanda, he's the leader. Murong-su crossed his arms, and looked down at Below. You once said you didn't participate in the great battle a month ago. Where were you then? On Kepler KP30. That was a mining planet once exploited by the people of Blanca. Later, due to the depletion of mineral resources and the departure of Blanca, it became a barren planet. KP30 is your base? Barlow said, not really a base, at most a foothold. Our true home is in the Ander system, you should know that. Of course. Murong-su continued, how did Shabanda know we were in the Athena system? We deployed a probe satellite near the wormhole, which sends an alert to the siren on KP30 every time a starship passes through it. Murong-su pondered. If Shabanda had received the alert when they entered the wormhole, it meant they had been monitoring those entering the Athena system. The secret of Blanca was what made this possible. If that's the case, why didn't they just destroy Blanca? After Blanca moved to the Athena system, did you go there? I went once 5 years ago, and left after confirming everyone there was dead. Murong-su asked, why didn't Shabanda destroy Blanca? Barlow said, I don't know. We didn't receive orders to destroy Blanca. It seemed this question needed further investigation. Murong-su returned to the previous topic, speaking of which, when Shabanda discovered someone had entered the Athena system, he led 5 warships to try and silence them, but suffered a crushing defeat. He then returned to KP30 to regroup, and afterwards led 33 warships back into the Athena system for a thorough search for us, am I right? No, initially he deployed 15 warships. As for how he arranged them, I wasn't involved and don't know, but only 4 warships returned to KP30 for regrouping, the others didn't. Murong-su understood after hearing this. Shabanda deployed 15 warships, but only 5 of them actually fought against them. This means that he likely deployed 10 more to guard the vicinity of the wormhole, or he deployed 5 warships to intercept them from another direction. However, he overestimated himself and thought they were easy to deal with, ultimately suffering a crushing defeat. He led 4 warships back to KP30 for rest because his flagship, the Minster, had been destroyed by the combined attack of the Dawn and the Chongming. Therefore, the remaining 10 warships must still be near the wormhole or in the Athena system. As for why Shabanda suddenly ordered all warships to spread out and conduct a thorough search of the Athena system after the rest, instead of having anyone lie in ambush near the wormhole, it's clear that someone else was doing this. And this other person should be the people from Hades. The terrorist organization and Hades are openly enemies, so they naturally couldn't act together. They could only have a secret division of labor. The terrorist organization was responsible for the search, while Hades was responsible for guarding. Ballo, as the captain, had never contacted Hades, only knowing that they had their own people there, but he didn't know who they were. Presumably, only Shabanda and a few high-ranking leaders knew Mateo's secret. After questioning Ballo, Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen returned to the operations room. Zhou Jingchen poured himself a glass of water. If the people lying in ambush near the wormhole are from a terrorist organization, we can use Balaman to get away with it. But if they're from Hades, it'd be a bit more difficult. Murong-su said, let's be optimistic. Maybe no one is lying in ambush near the wormhole at all. Zhou Jingchen handed him a glass of water. You actually believe that? Murong-su's eyes crinkled. Sometimes villains can be overly confident. Don't overestimate them. Zhou Jingchen, Zhou Jingchen drank the water and leaned against the table thoughtfully. Do you think if we encounter people from Hades near the wormhole, They let us leave just because this warship belongs to a terrorist organization? Hard to say, Murong-su said. Only a few high-ranking members of the terrorist organization maintain contact with Head Star. Perhaps the commander-in-chief of Head Star doesn't even know below. Without Shabanda, it's difficult for them to establish trust. If they don't trust below, how do we escape? Then we have to run. The Corbett's equipment is all state-of-the-art, at least in speed. It won't lose to Head Star's warships. A week later, the Corbett arrived in a star system 6 astronomical units from the wormhole. Murong-su dispatched 3 unmanned reconnaissance vessels as an advance team to probe 0.5 astronomical units ahead, but there was no reaction yet. If the enemy is lying in ambush, they must be in stealth mode. When a warship shuts down its thrusters and maintains stealth mode, its heat is extremely low, and detectors can only detect it at a distance of 20,000 kilometers. But once they enter within 20,000 kilometers of the enemy, it's like being trapped in a jar. Before approaching the wormhole, they must determine if there is an enemy ambush. The Corbett slowed its pace and emitted a signal, essentially announcing its presence. Starships within 2 astronomical units could receive and analyze this signal to determine the Corbett's affiliation. Their purpose was to attract the attention of nearby ambushing forces. After all, the enemy was in the shadows, while they were in the open. Otherwise, they risked being attacked from the shadows. Captain Barlow sat in the captain's seat, Zhang Ziyuan watching his every move with a gun not far away. He was resigned to his fate. He knew that as long as he cooperated, Murong-su wouldn't do anything to him. For 3 whole hours, everyone on the Corbett was on high alert. All personnel were on high alert, and the mech pilots sat fully equipped and ready to retaliate immediately should an attack occur. They continued until they were about an astronomical unit, AU, away from the wormhole. Within this AU, due to the high energy density, radio waves could not transmit, and weapons like electromagnetic cannons were unusable. Therefore, it was a safe zone. Young Marshal, should we enter the wormhole immediately? Murong-su thought. Since there was no ambush on this side of the wormhole, it was likely on the other side. Even if they knew there was an ambush, they had no choice but to pass through the wormhole. Otherwise, once Shabanda discovered something, they would be caught in a pincer attack and unable to escape. Murong-su gave the order, enter the wormhole immediately. Shut down the gravity device, open the shield to maximum, everyone prepare for turbulence. The energy and matter density inside the wormhole was extremely high. Ordinary civilian starships might be torn apart if they passed through, while warships with reinforced hulls could barely withstand the immense pressure. Each jump caused the warship to shake violently. Shutting down the gravity device reduced the damage caused by the turbulence. After nearly an hour of jumping, the Corbett successfully exited the wormhole and entered the Kepler system. Murong-su said, activate the gravity device in 3 minutes, deactivate the shield, and exit the wormhole at maximum speed. After the Corbett left the wormhole by 1 astronomical unit, its electromagnetic waves were no longer interfered with. However, soon, more than a dozen red dots lit up on the bridge's large screen, forming an arc that surrounded them. Young Marshal. We're surrounded. Sure enough. Murong-su said, report the details. 30,000 kilometers away. 11 warships. Their energy detection is at the same level as the Corbett's. This distance was extremely close. Clearly, as Murong-su had guessed, these dozen or so warships had been in stealth mode, only revealing themselves after spotting their prey. And clearly, they were the prey. However, initially Murong-su didn't intend to engage in a direct confrontation. After all, the enemy possessed 11 warships, and their energy levels were comparable to Corbett's. They simply couldn't win a direct fight. Murong-su ordered, shut down the thrusters. Yang Xiaowei, send a communication request. Yang Shuang replied, yes, sir. Murong-su moved aside and handed the communicator to Barlow. Soon, the communication was established. On the other end was a tall man with brown skin, wearing a Hades military uniform. Murong-su recognized him. He was Juan Wilson, the commander-in-chief of the Hades 19th Fleet. Wilson clearly didn't recognize Barlow. His gaze was fierce. Who are you? Barlow replied, sir, we are from an artificial planet in the Athena system. I am on orders from my superior to track a suspicious starship. Barlow had been taught these words beforehand by Murong-su. Shabanda's contact with the Head Star military had always been kept secret from his subordinates. Within the Head Star army, many unsuspecting soldiers might still consider the terrorist organization their enemy. If Barlow were to immediately mention Shabanda's name, it would cause a sensation. In that case, Juan Wilson, to distance himself from the terrorist organization, might use the Corbett as a pretext. The only solution was for Barlow to deliberately leak information, allowing him and Wilson to exchange signals. Wilson narrowed his eyes. What starship are you chasing? A starship that intruded into our planet and stole secrets. Barlow continued to hint. We dispatched 33 warships to search the Athena system. During the search, we discovered the thieves' starship and tracked them here. We have no hostile intentions. Please allow us to leave. Although Barlow didn't mention Chabanda at all, he gave many hints, such as the artificial planet implying Blanca, the 33 warships implying Chabanda led 33 warships to search the Athena system, and the starship that broke into the planet to steal the secret implying the Dawn and Chongming. Wilson understood the gist of it, but he didn't know Barlow at all, and still had doubts about his identity. You say you're chasing a starship, but we haven't seen any other starships jump out of the wormhole. Since you don't belong to the Kepler system, return to the Athena system. That starship has indeed arrived in the Kepler system. I followed it all the way here. Please allow us to continue our search. Wilson roared, Can't you understand me? Return to the Athena system. Otherwise, we open fire. Barlow instinctively looked in Murong-Su's direction, seeking help. At that moment, the intelligence officer shouted, Captain, we spotted the target starship. It's at our 9 o'clock position, 60,000 kilometers away. Barlow yelled, Chase. We must capture him. Barlow addressed Wilson on the holographic projection. Sir, we located the target. We must pursue him immediately. If he escapes and reveals his secrets, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wilson's face paled. First, he doubted Barlow. Second, if Barlow's target was the people on the Dawn and Chongming, allowing them to escape would indeed have dire consequences. It was indeed very serious. The Corbird gave chase first, heading in the 9 o'clock direction to avoid the encirclement of the Hadesian army. Wilson belatedly issued the order, pursue. But realizing this might be a diversionary tactic, he changed his order. Atlantis 5 through 12 remain near the wormhole. The rest of you, give chase. The Corbird broke away at maximum speed. Wilson, realizing something was wrong, and adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, immediately ordered in the command channel, aim the main guns at the fleeing warship ahead, fire. The Corbird, like a hawk, pushed its bottom thrusters to maximum, raising its hull, so that the cannons behind it ultimately passed underneath. Wilson gritted his teeth, continued firing. Chapter 84. When a warship is moving at full speed, all the energy from its core power source is used for acceleration, reaching its maximum speed. A warship with similar specifications, if it were to fire its main guns while moving forward, would have its energy diverted to the main guns, thus its speed would be slower. The Corbett only maneuvered to evade the gunfire from behind and activated its shields at 50%, making it much faster than the warships behind it, quickly widening the distance. Only when the distance was beyond the main gun's range did Wilson order a pursuit at maximum speed. Report. The enemy has separated 6 reconnaissance boats, each heading in a different direction. Wilson nearly ground his teeth to powder. Reconnaissance boats weren't particularly large or small. Was the enemy using empty reconnaissance boats to distract them, or had they set people away on them? He couldn't determine this yet, but if they pursued the reconnaissance boats, they would have to split up. If they didn't, and the people on the Dawn and Chongming escaped, revealing the secrets of Blanca, they would all be doomed. His gaze was fierce as he shouted into the command channel, split up and pursue. Destroy all the reconnaissance boats at all costs. Yes, sir. USS Corbett. Zhou Jingchen watched the optical images on the large screen. Wilson's fleet had scattered in all directions. Only Wilson's flagship was pursuing them. Each of the reconnaissance boats they had just launched was controlled by only one robot. For this moment, Wang Yingjie had worked through the night for the past week to create 7 robot signal controllers. This way, with just one signal controller and one robot, a reconnaissance boat could be piloted. The robot's commands had already been input: escape at maximum speed in the predetermined direction, until the reconnaissance boat's energy was exhausted. And they achieved their goal. The warships of the 19th Fleet on Hader were all scattered, meaning that even if they ultimately had to fight the Atrus, the battle would be evenly matched. However, according to the established plan, their primary objective was still to escape. Thanks to the superior propulsion performance of the Corbett, the Atrus simply couldn't catch up. But continuing the chase wasn't a solution. Their destination was Lawrence Star, and if the Atrus persisted, they would have to eliminate this leech before reaching Lawrence. At this moment, Barlow spoke up, Murong-Su, I have completed the mission as you requested. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Murong-Su had almost forgotten that Barlow was still on the bridge. What, you want to leave now? Otherwise? Murong-Su shrugged. Fine, I respect your choice. Tianning, give him a shuttle and arrange for him to leave. Tianning accepted the order. Yes, young marshal. Tianning left with Barlow. Zhou Jingchen approached Murong-Su and stood beside him. How about I lead a small team to hold off the Atlantean? Once the Corbett is 3 astronomical units away, they won't be able to detect it. Murong-Su was also thinking about how to shake off this persistent nuisance. If anyone's going, it be me. You stay on the Corbett. You're the commander-in-chief. The Corbett needs you more. Murong-Su said, if your highness is the commander-in-chief, you be even better than me. Zhou Jingchen paused for a moment, then smiled. I know my limitations. Everything along the way had been planned by Murong-Su, from waiting for the opportunity on Chilwan Star to seizing the terrorist organization's warship, and how to escape the Athena system. All of these were his strategies. He possessed unparalleled wisdom and unmatched mental strength. Zhou Jingchen knew he couldn't even reach half of his level. Your Highness, don't underestimate yourself. Murong-Su said gently, you're new to the field, and to have achieved this much is already quite remarkable. I'm proud of you. Zhou Jingchen met his gaze, and his heart felt like a clear spring had flowed into it. His ears turned slightly red. Now was not the time for flirting. If you want to launch an attack, I won't stop you. All right, then the Corbett is entrusted to you. At this moment, the intelligence officer said, young marshal. There is a massive fleet, numbering as many as 40, at a distance of 1.5 astronomical units ahead. 8 ships. Zhou Jingchen and Murong-Su both showed surprise. The former immediately regained his composure and said, analyze the source. According to the optical images and radar data transmitted back, 9 of these 48 warships belong to Head Star, and the other 39 belong to Pro Star. Hearing Pro Star, Zhou Jingchen felt a mix of emotions. What exactly was going on? The Corbett couldn't stop, otherwise it would be attacked by the ATT behind it. It also couldn't continue forward, otherwise it would encounter that massive fleet. Zhou Jingchen said, immediately change course, 3 o'clock position, maximum speed. Your Highness. The fleet ahead is spreading out horizontally in a straight line. If we continue at maximum speed, we will enter the enemy's main gun range in 15 minutes. With an ambush ahead and pursuers behind, they had absolutely no way to escape. Zhou Jingchen looked at the familiar ProStar Defense Force warships on the screen. He used to be the commander of the ProStar Defense Force, but now he was labeled a rebel and became their adversary in this distant star system. Murong-Su said, our forces are vastly outnumbered by the enemy. We cannot afford to linger. I will lead the Mech army to fight our way out and find an opportunity to escape this star system. Good. Murong-Su added, Your Highness, most of these are ProStar's fleet, but you must understand that if they side with Head Star, they are the enemy. I know. Murong-Su said, then bridge command is yours. Murong-Su was about to turn and leave when his hand was grasped. He turned to look at Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen's gaze was fervent. You returned safely? Of course. Murong-Su grasped his hand in return, cupped his face, and placed a kiss on his forehead. See you later. Murong-Su released him, and turned to walk quickly towards the Mech hangar. He swiftly entered the cockpit of the 1000 Killer, and announced over the command channel, Mech warriors, listen up. Prepare for attack. Our objective is to fight our way out, and cover the departure of the Corbett. Do not linger. Yes, sir. On the flagship of the ProStar Defense Force, the commander-in-chief this time was Vice Admiral Chao Yang, commander of the 3rd Fleet. He had also been on the front lines during the major battle when the terrorist organization invaded ProStar. After that war, General Song Liangzi was detained by the tribunal. His capable subordinates either joined the tribunal or retired to their hometowns, thus the command fell to him. He was essentially a protege of Song Liangzi, but he escaped execution due to a slight familial ties with the new king. Although he was the commander-in-chief of this operation, a Head Star officer named Gary Cruz accompanied him as chief of staff. Besides, there was also Zhang Lifeng, the second son of Zhang Mingyan, the prime minister of ProStar. His rank was colonel, and he served as the deputy commander in this mission. With these two present, even though he held the title of commander-in-chief, he didn't have real power. The bearded Cruz said, this warship belongs to a terrorist organization. I didn't expect to run into them so coincidentally. Upon hearing that it was a terrorist organization, Zhang Lifeng's eyes turned fierce. Lieutenant General Chao, the terrorist organization has caused ProStar heavy losses. We can't let them get away with this. Prepare to fire. Chao Yang said, Colonel Zhang, Head Star promised to eliminate the terrorist organization for ProStar. I think it's more appropriate for Head Star's fleet to deal with the terrorist organization. Zhang Lifeng was about to say something, but realized that Chow Yong was right. ProStar had paid so much protection money, it was right for Hadstar to handle it. Cruz said Hadstar promised to protect ProStar from terrorist invasion, but it didn't say it would also protect ProStar's warships. Lieutenant General Chow, Colonel Zhan, surely you can't defeat a mere terrorist warship? How could that be? Zhang Lifeng's competitive spirit was ignited. Lieutenant General Chow, destroy that terrorist warship. Chow Yang's face was full of helplessness. Since ProStar introduced Hadstar's army, its military budget had become pitifully small. Soldier salaries had been delayed for nearly 3 months, and arms procurement had stopped. The number of weapons on the warships was dwindling. Since so much protection money had been given to Hadstar, ProStar and its soldiers should be protected by Hadstar. Zhang Lifeng's rank was lower than his, so in principle he should obey orders instead of giving orders to him. However, he was also helpless. The other party was the king's cousin and the current prime minister's son. His Chow family was able to gain a foothold among the nobles of ProStar because his aunt was the king's aunt and the prime minister's sister. Therefore, in terms of status, he had to give way. He commanded through the control channel, Prosperous Third Fleet, listen up. Target ahead is a terrorist organization warship. Operational order, destroy. War between the Prosperous Fleet and the Corbett was imminent. Zhou Jingchen stood beside the command post on the bridge, watching the Prosperous warships fire electromagnetic cannons at the Corbett. His heart clenched. He ordered, activate the shields to maximum. However, they couldn't simply activate the shields for defense without attacking. The Prosperous warships were at least 2 levels below the Corbett in terms of equipment. The Dawn was the newest warship they had purchased from Jinchi Star, boasting the latest performance and equipment on Prosperous Fleet. Other warships, some decades old, were outdated. The Corbett would still have a performance advantage against these warships. But was it truly time to confront the ProStar army, his former comrades in arms? Yang Xiaowei, send a video communication request to the ProStar Defense Force. Yes, sir. The communication was quickly established, and Zhou Jingchen saw the person on the other end, Lieutenant General Chow Yang. Zhou Jingchen's expression was serious, and he said firmly, Lieutenant General Chow Yang, this is the Corbett. I am Zhou Jingchen, commander of the ProStar Defense Force. Please cease the attack immediately. Chow Yang seemed surprised. Your Highness, how did you end up on a terrorist organization's warship? Cruz said, that goes without saying. They must have colluded with the terrorist organization. Lieutenant General Chow Yang, listen to me. Before Zhou Jingchen could finish speaking, Zhang Lifeng cursed. So it was you traitor. We were looking everywhere for you, and here you are. Looks like we got you without any effort at all. What are you all standing there for? Our target is right in front of us, fire. Zhou Jingchen said, why don't you let me finish? Chow Yang looked at Zhang Lifeng. Colonel Zhan, let him finish. I am, after all, the commander-in-chief. Chow Yang said sharply. Zhang Lifeng glared at Chow Yang, but since the other was the commander-in-chief, he couldn't afford to openly confront him at this moment, so he could only shut up. Zhou Jingchen continued, I discovered a secret of collusion between terrorist organizations and Hadstar in the Athena system. Terrorist members have infiltrated Hadstar's political circles. They joined forces with the terrorist organization, one playing the role of invader, the other the role of savior, creating chaos in the Kepler system and collecting protection money. Cruz couldn't sit still any longer and shouted slander. Slander. Lieutenant General Chow Yang, don't listen to his nonsense about these rebels colluding with terrorist organizations. He's just trying to exonerate himself. I suggest you cut off communications immediately. Don't be misled by him. Chow Yang clenched his fists, staring at Zhou Jingchen's image on the screen. Zhou Jingchen continued his desperate plea, Lieutenant General Chow Yang, ProStar is being gradually controlled by Hadstar. They joined forces with terrorist organizations to force ProStar to pay protection money. Our people are being exploited bit by bit. One day, we will lose our autonomy and our human rights. As ProStar's defense force, our first priority should be protecting ProStar. But now ProStar has been invaded by terrorists, and we cannot sit idly by. They're worried I leaked this secret, so they want to silence me. I hope you can join me in exposing Hadstar's true colors and saving ProStar. Cruz stormed up to the communications officer and yelled, I want you to cut off communications immediately. The communications officer looked at Chow Yang. Lieutenant General Chow? Chow Yang gritted his teeth, his mind a complete mess. What was real? What was fake? Whom should he believe? Suddenly, the bridge's video communication was forcibly cut off. It was Cruz who cut it off. Zhang Lifeng said, That's just a rebel trying to exonerate himself. Lieutenant General Chow, don't be fooled by him. Chow Yun looked at Zhang Lifeng, a pained expression on his face. Colonel Zhang, but His Highness the Third Prince is right about one thing. Our people are being exploited. That's all Zhou Jingchen's own doing. Have you forgotten? He's the one who attracted the terrorist organization. He's the one who prevented His Majesty the King from uniting with Head Star. If they had united with Head Star before the terrorist invasion, Pro Star wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses, and so many soldiers wouldn't have died. It's all Zhou Jingchen's fault. Cruz chimed in, that's right, Lieutenant General Chow Yang, you're too easily fooled. Yes, you're too easily fooled. Do you want to become a rebel too? Chow Yang wanted to say something, his lips parted, he gripped the armrest of the command chair, but nothing came out. Cruz said to Chow Yang, Lieutenant General Chow, continue firing. Chapter 85. The Corbett. Zhou Jingchen stared at the interface where the communication had ended, gritting his teeth. Song Yiming said, Your Highness, the Chow family and the Zhan family are related by marriage. The Chow family has relied on the Zhan family for years. Persuading Lieutenant General Chow will be very difficult. Moreover, there are people from Hades. Zhou Jingchen insisted, if their goals are the same as ours, then it won't be difficult. Undeterred, he said to the communications officer, Yang Xiaowei, continue sending video communication requests. Received. Yang Shuiying continued sending communication requests. The large screen displayed requesting communication. 1 minute passed, no response. 2 minutes passed, still no response. 3 minutes passed, and the screen still displayed requesting communication. Yang Shuiying sought Zhou Jingchen's opinion, Your Highness, shall we continue? Continue. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light illuminated the entire star field, lighting up all the warships, the light from a warship explosion. The intelligence officer reported, the Atlantean has been destroyed. The screen displayed footage of the Atlantean's explosion, and in the blinding light, Zhou Jingchen saw a gunmetal gray mech emerge from the massive flames. A slight warmth rose in his heart. No wonder, he was a man capable of taking on an entire fleet single-handedly. He was always so dazzling, as if no difficulty in the world could defeat him. Zhou Jingchen knew he was far behind him, but he wasn't the kind of person who would stagnate because of a perceived gap in skill. Whether it was mech piloting or battlefield command, he always took him as his goal, striving to catch up, even wanting to surpass him. Murong Su was dazzling, and he wouldn't lag behind. Zhou Jingchen looked at Huang Yingjie. Yingjie, is there any way to forcibly access the communications of all the Pro-Star warships? Huang Yingjie said, let me think. After a while, Huang Yingjie said, Your Highness, as the commander-in-chief of the resistance against the terrorist invasion, you should have had a virtual port that could access all the Pro-Star warships, right? That's right. Give me the virtual port information, and I analyze it. Okay. After the explosion of the ATT, all that remained were the other warships of Head Star and the Pro-Star fleet. The Head Star fleet seemed to have assumed this was a civil war on Pro-Star. All the Head Star warships retreated behind the Pro-Star fleet, appearing more like spectators. The Cobalt focused on defense against the Pro-Star fleet's attack. The mech warriors didn't go all out, mainly attacking the enemy's weapons. But this couldn't continue. If it came to a last resort, they had to prioritize the overall situation. Murong Su's communicator came through. Your Highness, I'm clearing the way ahead, preparing for evacuation. Zhou Jingchen looked at Murong Su on the screen. Murong Su, give me a little more time, please. You want to persuade them? That's right. Zhou Jingchen's gaze was firm. I know that if they side with Hades, they are our enemies, and we must never be soft on our enemies. But they are also my comrades. They are warriors protecting prosperity. Our goals are clearly the same. Murong Su was silent for a moment, then asked in a businesslike tone, 10 minutes, is that enough? Zhou Jingchen hesitated for a moment. They hadn't yet connected to the Pro-Star command channel, and he wasn't sure if they could connect within 10 minutes. At that moment, Huang Yingjie, who was typing furiously on the console, turned around amidst his busy work. Your Highness, give me 3 more minutes. I can connect in 3 minutes. Okay. Zhou Jingchen said to Murong Su on the screen, 10 minutes is enough. Alright, I buy you these 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, no matter what, the Corbett must leave this star system. Roger. Murong Su's communication was cut off. Qiansha transformed into a beam of light and headed towards the Pro-Star fleet. His purpose was to buy time, and the laser cannon accurately destroyed the enemy's gun muzzle. 3 minutes later, Huang Yingjie shouted, Your Highness. The command channel will connect in 10 seconds. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The ProStar command channel can connect directly to the warship's broadcast without the other party's consent. This is for convenient command transmission in emergencies. At this moment, a half-body image of Zhou Jingchen appeared on the bridge screens of all ProStar warships, as well as on the screens of the Mecha warriors. His voice rang out over the ProStar warship's loudspeaker. Fellow comrades of ProStar. I am Zhou Jingchen, commander of the ProStar Defense Force. I have no intention of fighting you. You are all my comrades, heroes who protect ProStar. I am no different from you. No matter what happens, my initial resolve to protect ProStar will never change. Gentlemen, please recall, when the terrorist organization invaded ProStar, it wasn't Hadstar nor anyone else who fought to the death against them, but our valiant ProStar warriors. It was me, my comrades, and you? We were born on ProStar, we grew up on ProStar, our dearest families are on ProStar, our most beautiful home is on ProStar. No one could desire peace and stability for ProStar more fervently than us. Now, under the guise of protection, Hades is plundering our land, colluding with terrorist organizations to exploit the people of ProStar. Do you really believe they will genuinely protect ProStar? ProStar is slowly sinking into a quagmire, and one day it will become a colony of Hades. The only ones who can save ProStar are none other than our ProStar warriors. We should unite now and stand together against external threats, not kill each other here. Do you all still remember the oath we took when we joined the ProStar Defense Force? Zhou Jingchen raised his fist, his voice ringing out. He shouted powerfully, I volunteer to be a soldier of the ProStar Defense Force, forever loyal to the ProStar Defense Force, and forever prioritizing the safety of ProStar. No betrayal. No abandonment. No retreat. As long as the mountains and rivers are safe, I will be a guardian, protecting the peace of this land. If foreign enemies invade, if foreign nations attack, I will be the bravest warrior, giving my all, unafraid of hardship or danger, unafraid of sacrifice, even if I am shattered to pieces, to defend the land of ProStar. The soldiers and logistics personnel on the ProStar fleet watched the screen, and as Zhou Jingchen recited his oath, tears welled in their eyes. This was the oath every ProStar Defense Force soldier swore on the day they joined the force, and they all remembered it. As soldiers of the Defense Force, what kind of soldiers would they be if they couldn't protect their homeland? Kress, enraged, took out his electromagnetic pulse gun and fired a shot at Zhou Jingchen on the large screen. The rebels are talking too much. Keep firing. Destroy them. Chao Yang's eyes were red-rimmed. When he saw Kress fire at Zhou Jingchen on the screen, he roared, Colonel Kress, I am the Commander-in-Chief. You have no right to order me around. Get off the bridge. Kress pointed his gun at Chao Yang, his face contorted with rage, and said, Lieutenant General Chao Yang, do you want to rebel? Chao Yang simultaneously drew his gun and pointed it at Kress. Zhang Lifeng, seeing this, roared at Chao Yang, are you insane? The Chao family has always relied on the Zhang family. If you dare to turn against us, you will be a sinner to the Chao family, and the entire Chao family will become accomplices to the rebels. Chao Yang gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging like gnarled tree roots. Yes, the fate of the entire Chao family was in his hands. If he dared to disobey the orders of Hades, the entire Chao family would be destroyed. At that moment, a unified oath rang out over the loudspeaker. I volunteer to be a soldier of the ProStar Defense Force, forever loyal to the ProStar Defense Force, and forever prioritizing the safety of ProStar. Everyone, not just the ProStar soldiers on the Corbett, but also those on the ProStar fleet, repeatedly echoed the oath they had taken when joining the Defense Force. The ProStar army may not be the strongest in the Kepler system, but the soldiers' fighting spirit and patriotism were undoubtedly the most fervent. Thousands upon thousands of voices echoed the same slogan, no betrayal, no surrender, no retreat. As long as the mountains and rivers are safe, I will be the guardian, protecting the peace of this land. If foreign enemies invade, if foreign nations attack, I will be the bravest warrior, giving my all, unafraid of hardship or sacrifice, even if I am shattered to pieces, to defend the land of ProStar. After the oath was uttered, Zhou Jingchen's voice pierced through everything, reaching the ears of every ProStar warrior. Comrades, I want to expose the dark dealings between its star and the terrorist organization. I want to overthrow the inhumane hegemony of the terrorist organization. I want the people of the Kepler system to see their true colors. I want ProStar to restore its former peace and stability. I need your help, I need your support. At this moment, the voices of other warships came over the loudspeaker. We are soldiers of the ProStar National Defense Force. We should defend our homeland. Your Highness, I am Eagle number 5 of the 2nd Fleet of the National Defense Force, willing to follow you. Long Win No. 2 of the 4th Fleet of the National Defense Force. Willing to follow His Highness the Third Prince. The 4th Fleet of the National Defense Force, Changfeng No. 6, is willing to follow His Highness the Third Prince. Cress was furious. He glared at Chao Yang, his gun pressed closer to Chao Yang's head. Lieutenant General Chao Yang, immediately order your men to destroy the Corbett, or I blow your head off. Lieutenant General Chao Yang remained unmoved. Colonel Cress, this is their will, I cannot stop them. Lieutenant General Chao Yang, do you want to rebel? Cress gripped the trigger. Don't make me say it a second time, have them destroy the Corbett immediately. Suddenly, the muffled sound of an electromagnetic pulse gun bullet piercing a skull echoed on the bridge. Everyone on the bridge held their breath. With a thud, a burly body fell onto the bridge, a bullet piercing his head, blood gushing out. His eyes were wide open, seemingly not expecting this end. Everyone looked at the person who had fired the shot, a woman in her 30s, dressed in a prosperous military uniform. She was Meng Luoxuan, the captain of the fighter squadron aboard the Thunder 1, the flagship of the 3rd Fleet of the National Defense Force, holding the rank of colonel. She lowered her gun and said to Chao Yang, Lieutenant General Chao Yang, as a soldier, if threatened by a treacherous villain, the first thing to do should be to shoot him down. Chao Yang looked at this female soldier. She was quite famous in the National Defense Force. 10 years ago, she entered the National Defense Force as the top-ranked fighter pilot in the Royal Military Academy. At the Royal Military Parade, her superb fighter piloting skills left many men in awe. Colonel Meng, thank you, Chao Yang said. Chapter 86. Meng Luoxuan glanced around at the people on the bridge and declared firmly, since the Head Star Army occupied Prostar, our soldiers have been bullied everywhere. In their presence, we are like stray dogs, forever inferior to them. This is not my original intention in desperately joining the National Defense Force. Therefore, I want to follow the Third Prince. I want everyone to see their true colors, and I want my comrades to be able to fight the enemy honorably, instead of cowering in the shadows. Seeing this situation, Zhang Lifeng angrily shouted, Are you rebelling? Meng Luoxuan raised her gun and pointed it at Zhang Lifeng. Colonel Zhang, you're wrong. We're not rebelling. We're rebelling against Head Star's hegemony. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, Zhang Lifeng's face turned pale. Meng Luoxuan had just killed Cress. She really dared to fire. Meng Luoxuan, I am His Majesty the King's cousin, the Prime Minister's son. Do you know how serious the consequences will be if you kill me? Since I already killed someone, killing another one makes no difference. You? Zhang Lifeng angrily retorted, Zhou Jingchen only said a few words, and we haven't even been able to tell if they're true or false, yet you want to follow him. Are you all insane? Meng Luoxuan said, Colonel Zhang, it's true that the Third Prince only said a few words, but it awakened our consciousness as the Prostar Defense Force. We should have fulfilled our oath long ago, instead of being treated like dogs by Hades. Then let me tell you, if you follow him, you will no longer be the Prostar Defense Force, but a rebel army. You will be the sinners of Prostar. We just fulfill our mission, and do what we're supposed to do. We don't care about anything else. You all. Zhang Lifeng was furious. You're all insane. Chao Yang said, Colonel Zhang, as long as you don't resist, we won't kill you. I can arrange a small starship to take you and your men back to Prostar. Chao Yang, what do you mean? Chao Yang looked at Zhou Jingchen on the screen and shouted, Chao Yang, Commander-in-Chief of the 3rd Fleet of the National Defense Force, is willing to join His Highness the Third Prince in protecting Prostar and exposing the true face of hegemony. Zhou Jingchen saw the scene on Thunder 1. His eyes filled with tears, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He shouted, All members of the Prostar National Defense Force, listen to my order. Immediately leave this star system and assemble at the coordinates I have issued. Anyone who obstructs us will be immediately shot down. Yes, sir. On the battlefield, the wind suddenly shifted. The fleets that were originally opposed to the Corbett all turned their spearheads and headed towards the Head Star fleet that was watching the spectacle from behind. The 11 warships of Hades, commanded by Major General Abraham, were enraged upon seeing the Prosa's warships turn against them. He immediately contacted Thunder 1, launching into a tirade. Are you rebelling? Chao Yang, neither servile nor arrogant, replied, Major General Abraham, our Prosa's defense forces are a unified force. How can this be considered rebellion? Abraham, his neck bulging with anger, retorted, I advise you to recognize the situation, otherwise our artillery fire could blast you to dust at any moment. Chao Yang said, We don't want to go to war with you at this time, but if you insist on obstructing us, our artillery fire will show no mercy. At this moment, The Corbett passed through the layers of warships on Pro-Planet and arrived at the forefront of the fleet. The Corbett contacted the flagship of Headstar, the Wade. Zhou Jingchen said, Zhou Jingchen, Commander-in-Chief of the Pro-Planet National Defense Force, greets Major General Abraham. Abraham's eyes flashed fiercely. You're just a rebel leader. What right do you have to call yourself Commander-in-Chief of the National Defense Force? When did it become Headstar's business to interfere in Pro-Planet's internal affairs? What? Do you really think Pro-Planet is your colony? Abraham said, Headstar and Pro-Planet have signed a protection agreement. You disrupted Pro-Planet's political situation, and I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Pro-Planet's king. At this moment, the Mech 1000 kill blocked the bridge of the Corbett, and Murongsu's voice interrupted, General Jean Qixing. Murongsu, greetings to Major General Abraham. Abraham exhaled a breath of stale air. Murongsu, I never thought you stooped so low as to side with the rebels. What do you know? I hate those who bully the weak and then act all high and mighty. Our fleet specializes in fighting these kinds of people, just what I wanted. Humph. You think your fleet, made up of scrap metal, can defeat the Headstar fleet? Murongsu sneered. Then you should open your eyes and see how you died. Abraham said, main guns ready, aim at enemy mechs. With the Wade's main guns firing, the Pro-Star fleet and the Headstar fleet officially went to war. Zhou Jingchen ordered in the command channel, Pro-Star Defense Force, listen up. Warships older than 20 years, depart first and assemble in the target star region. Chao Yang reminded him, Your Highness. If warships that have served for over 20 years leave first, that means more than 80% of the warships will have to leave. The captain of the Changfeng No. 5 said, Your Highness, we won't leave. We stay and fight alongside you. That's right. We finally get a chance to fight the Hades fleet fairly. We won't leave. Zhou Jingchen said, Listen to me first. Our battlefield isn't here, it's on Pro-Star. Besides the fleet here, Hades has another fleet that's expected to arrive soon. In addition, a terrorist organization's hideout isn't far from here. We must buy time to evacuate as quickly as possible. Warships that have been in service for over 10 years have relatively low speed and performance. Only if you leave first can we guarantee that everyone reaches the target star system. But the enemy also has 11 warships. Can you handle them? Don't worry, we won't fight them for long. Once we ensured your safe escape, we rendezvous with you. Understand? Understood. Zhou Jingchen said, Execute the order immediately. Amidst the gunfire, 80% of the Pro-Star warships retreated towards the 9 o'clock direction, while the Headstar warships were preoccupied with the immediate situation and had no time to attend to the retreating ships. The hatch of the Thunder opened, and Meng Luoxuan, piloting a black space fighter, was the first to rush out, followed by a large swarm of space fighters, like a swarm of bees following a queen bee. Meng Luoxuan shouted triumphantly into the command channel, Gentlemen, for the past few months, we have swallowed our pride and endured humiliation in silence. Now, we can finally fight the enemy squarely on the battlefield. Show them your courage, and let them see the true capabilities of the soldiers of Pro-Star. Yes. Zhou Jingchen stood at the command post, tears welling in his eyes, as he looked at his valiant soldiers. He was no longer alone. Behind him stood a massive army. A hail of laser cannon fire swept between the two fleets, illuminating the star field before them. The enemy fleet shifted its formation, forming a triangular pyramid, concentrating its firepower. Zhou Jingchen, in the command channel, ordered his warships to spread out in an arc to both sides, dodging the intense artillery barrage, while simultaneously attacking the enemy's flanks. The enemy changed formation again, but at that moment, a mech stealthily infiltrated their ranks. Its speed was so great that optical imaging couldn't detect its true form. As the enemy slowed down, they realized that the mech that had infiltrated their ranks was none other than Murongsu's 1000 kill. They hadn't expected Murongsu to bypass their mech squadron and reach their position. Abraham trembled with rage. Concentrate fire. Destroy Murongsu's 1000 kill. Murongsu smirked. Too lazy to attack, he weaved between the warships, making them run around in circles. Just as the mech squadron drew half the fire, the Corbett seized the opportunity to launch a concentrated attack, a dense barrage of artillery fire heading towards the enemy lines. The main gun's high-energy positron cannon struck the warship in front of the Wade, followed by 24 missiles that rained down on the warship's sides. The enemy warship was instantly engulfed in flames, the blinding light making it impossible to open one's eyes. With the forward warship shattered, the flagship Wade was exposed to the Corbett. Abraham shouted, Main guns ready. Aim at the Corbett. Fire! The main cannon, just ready to fire, was struck by a laser beam before it could even be fired, a burst of fire erupting from the front of the Wade. The one who fired was none other than the elusive Qiansha. The violent explosion caused the bridge of the Wade to shake violently. Abraham grabbed the back of a chair to steady himself, his anger barely contained. Are all the Mech combat personnel dead? Qiansha's firing had revealed his position, and 2 Mechs from Head Star immediately attacked him, forcing him to retreat. These 2 Mechs were not ordinary Mechs, they were S-class. Head Star's weaponry surpassed that of Gene Chi Star, and with a population of 800 million, Head Star had far more S-class mental warriors than Gene Chi Star. Under the attack of the 2 S-class Mechs, Murong Su's movements were halted, making it difficult for him to approach the Wade. Murong Su said in the communication channel, "Your Highness, prepare to evacuate." Yes. Zhou Jingchen observed the battle situation. One of Hades' fleet ships had been destroyed, and the others had sustained varying degrees of damage. On their side, several ships were also severely damaged. Continuing the battle was pointless for them. He said in the command channel, "Corbett, maintain high firepower. Thunder 1, Thunder 5, Long Wind 2, Long Wind 3, Eagle 8, Eagle 9, evacuate immediately, leave the combat zone at maximum speed. Corbett will cover the rear." On Thunder 1, Chao Yang was shocked to hear this order. "Your Highness, why not let Thunder 1 cover the rear?" Lieutenant General Chao Yang, "The Corbett's performance is superior to Thunder 1. Please trust me, we will definitely be able to evacuate safely." "Yes, sir." After ending the communication, Lieutenant General Chao Yang ordered through the warship's command channel, "Thunder 1, on command. Activate shields, maximum speed, disengage from the combat zone." The Prostar fleet successfully disengaged under the cover of the Corbett and its Mech warriors. Seeing the time was right, Zhou Jingchen contacted Murong Su. "Murong Su, the Corbett is ready to evacuate." Murong Su replied, "Withdraw." Zhou Jingchen ordered the fleet to disengage from the combat zone at maximum speed. Looking at the battlefield on the screen, the Head Star fleet seemed to know that continuing the battle was hopeless and showed no signs of pursuing. However, their Mech warriors were still stalling for time, especially Murong Su's Qiansha. He was being attacked by 2 S-class Mechs, who seemed to hold a grudge against him for destroying the Wade's main gun and were relentlessly pursuing him. The dense barrage of fire was aimed at the cockpit, and Murong Su dodged continuously, leaving him almost no opening to counterattack. Seeing the battle unfold, Zhou Jingchen's heart pounded. He didn't even dare to establish communication with Murong Su at this moment, fearing he might disturb him. The Corbett fled at maximum speed, and 10 minutes later it had already traveled 0.2 astronomical units. The Corbett's optical imaging could no longer capture Qiansha's shadow, only Abraham's warship remained vaguely visible in the frame. After a while, the Mech squadron on the Corbett also left the battle zone and chased after the Corbett. Zhou Jingchen said, "Slowed down to 60% speed. Open the boarding hatches." He watched as the Mech gradually returned to the Corbett, a process that lasted about 20 minutes. They had already moved 1 astronomical unit away from the star system, where the battle had just taken place. All the Mechs captured by the optical imaging had boarded the ship. The boarding gates of the Corbett remained wide open. Zhou Jingchen's heart was still pounding, because Murong Su's 1,000 killers hadn't returned yet. Song Yiming, who had just returned to the bridge from the hangar, approached Zhou Jingchen. "Your Highness, 42 Mechs from the Corbett have launched an attack, and 39 have returned." Zhou Jingchen was still somewhat dazed. Only 3 hadn't returned, and one of those 3 was Murong Su's 1,000 killers. He recalled the scene of Murong Su being besieged by 2 S-class Mechs during their retreat. How could he have been so foolish? He should have piloted the Jet Wind to assist him then. Why didn't he go? Zhou Jingchen clenched his fists. "Yiming, the Corbett is under your command. I'm going to rescue Murong Su." Song Yiming grabbed him. "Your Highness, everyone on Prostar is still waiting for you." Zhou Jingchen's face froze. He relaxed his fists. Song Yiming was right. All 3 fleets of the Prostar Defense Force were waiting for him. He couldn't leave now. "Yes, I know." Song Yiming said, "The young marshal is so strong, he'd be alright." Zhou Jingchen glanced at the screen again. Qiansha still hadn't appeared on the optical imaging screen. He tried to establish communication with Qiansha, but found they were too far apart. Without any satellites transmitting signals in between, communication was impossible. Zhou Jingchen stared at the message other party not in communication range on the communicator, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If he hadn't persuaded the Prostar fleet, he would have rushed to rescue him without hesitation. But now, he had 36 warships, and over 10,000 Pro-Star defense troops waiting for him to join him. He had to prioritize the overall situation. Chapter 87. After the Corbett arrived at its target star system, other Pro-Star warships were already waiting. The commanders and staff of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets boarded the Corbett in shuttles. Dressed in Pro-Star uniforms, they stood in orderly formation before Zhou Jingchen, led by Lieutenant General Chao Yang. Lieutenant General Chao Yang saluted, Commander-in-Chief, Chao Yang, commander of the 3rd Fleet of Pro-Star, reporting for duty. Immediately afterward, a man of about 50 years old behind him also saluted, Commander-in-Chief, Wei Zhonglin, commander of the 2nd Fleet of Pro-Star, reporting for duty. Commander-in-Chief, Yu Lang, commander of the 4th Fleet of Pro-Star, reporting for duty. Zhou Jingchen and the Pro-Star soldiers behind him were all moved to tears. He raised his arm and returned the salute. I am deeply grateful for your trust. Chao Yang said, it is our honor to follow His Highness. Lieutenant General Chao Yang, how long have you been away from Pro-Star? Chao Yang said, we have been away for 7 days. His Majesty, instigated by muscle, ordered me to lead 3 fleets to deal with you. Zhou Jingchen understood, but what Zhou Jingchen hadn't expected was that Chao Yang and his men had actually been persuaded to turn against him. He would surely be furious if he knew. What's the current situation on Pro-Star? Chao Yang replied, since the Hadesian army moved in, the Tianjin fortress has been taken over by Hadesian officers, and many Hadesian soldiers have also moved into the capital base. General Song Liangzi has been imprisoned in the trial court, many of his subordinates have retired, and the National Defense Army is leaderless and now directly under the king's command. And what about my father? Chao Yang sighed softly. I don't know either. Yu Lang said, since that great battle, the terrorist organizations haven't caused trouble on Pro-Star, but Headstar takes away large amounts of star currency and crops from Pro-Star every month, leaving the treasury empty and taxes on the people increasing. Before we set off, some nobles were accused of being accomplices of the rebels, their homes were confiscated, and their wealth was seized. Su Ruoyang was startled upon hearing this. He had a bad feeling. Was the Anliang Earl's mansion among those whose homes were confiscated? Yu Lang met Su Ruoyang's gaze. He regretted bringing this up in front of him. He felt somewhat annoyed. Su Ruoyang couldn't hold back any longer. Major General Yu. Please tell me. Yu Lang nodded gravely. Su Ruoyang's eyes reddened. He clenched his fists, his anger finding no outlet. He simply walked to the side and punched the wall. Chao Yang said, I heard about this too. Apparently, His Majesty, to establish his authority, promised to rebuild Mingchang City, which was damaged in the war, but the treasury can't afford it, so he's resorting to this method to force the nobles to hand over their wealth. Zhang Ziyuan retorted fiercely, what's the difference between this and outright robbery? Zhou Jingchen felt uneasy. A large part of their becoming rebels was because of him. Having come this far, he naturally wouldn't say he felt guilty. He simply promised them, please rest assured, everyone. Once we expose the true face of Hades, and reclaim our homes, the first thing I will do is clear your names, and your family's names of injustice. Yes. We must reclaim our homes, and clear our names. The others joined in, shouting, reclaim our homeland. Clear our names. After everyone had vented their anger, Wei Zhonglin asked, Your Highness, how did you end up on the Corbett? Where is the Dawn? Zhou Jingchen said, it's a long story. Why don't you all come with me to the conference room? I tell you in detail what has happened over the past few months. All right. Zhou Jingchen led the commander and staff of Pro-Star into the conference room and recounted the events of the past few months to them. Everyone was shocked after listening. So, Prime Minister Mateo of Hades has been brainwashed, and now he's controlled by terrorists? That's right, Zhou Jingchen said. Ever since Mateo was appointed Prime Minister, he's been colluding with terrorists, creating a war in the Kepler system, while they play the good cop, using the guise of military protection to exploit and plunder the people of various planets. Yu Lang angrily exclaimed, no wonder Hades' army arrived so quickly when the terrorists invaded. No wonder the terrorists withdrew as soon as Hades' army arrived. It was all a staged act by them. They completely fooled us. Wei Zhonglin said, we must avenge this. Yu Lang said, why don't we go back to Pro-Star now and drive out those terrorist organizations from Headstar? Zhou Jingchen said, we still bear the stigma of being rebels. Going back now would be unjustified. Besides, if Headstar finds out you turned against us, they definitely strengthen Pro-Star's defenses. With our current strength, it's too risky. Chao Yang said, the first thing we should do is expose Headstar's true colors. That's right. Zhou Jingchen said, as long as we expose the true nature of its star, other countries in the Kepler system will stand on our side, and then we have enough power to contend with them. Wei Zhonglin was straightforward and didn't understand beating around the bush. He said directly, Your Highness, just tell us what to do, and we follow your orders. Zhou Jingchen said, with our current status, directly exposing the true nature of its star in the Kepler system would only get us labeled as spreading rumors. Our plan is to announce it through the head star royal family. Cao Yang nodded in agreement. Although the Prime Minister of Head Star is the highest administrative official, he is constrained by both the Parliament and the royal family. Only the King or Queen of Head Star can appoint or dismiss him. Prime Minister. Lieutenant General Cao Yang is right. Mateo is a henchman of a terrorist organization. If the royal family of Head Star knew this, they would likely not tolerate Mateo continuing as Prime Minister. Once Mateo is dismissed and the terrorist organization's influence on Head Star is severed, our last remaining enemy will be the terrorist organization. Yu Lang nodded in agreement. Once their identities are revealed, the entire Kepler system might unite against the terrorist organization. Yes, that's right. Zhou Jingchen picked up his water glass and took a sip to moisten his throat. Currently, we are being jointly hunted by its star and the terrorist organization. Their weaponry is superior to ours. If we want to ensure we can hold out until the day we expose them, we must increase and upgrade our weaponry. The commanders exchanged bewildered glances. Now in exile, their warship's weaponry could only sustain them for 1 or 2 battles at most. In the great battle 4 months ago, the high-performance warships were all at the forefront, suffering heavy losses, and the remaining equipment was mostly outdated. Trying to compete with the equipment of the Kepler superpower, Hades, using this inferior weaponry was clearly a futile endeavor. Wei Zhonglin asked, Your Highness, how do we increase and upgrade our weaponry? This matter awaits young Marshal Murong's arrangements. Yu Lang looked around. Strange, where is young Marshal Murong? Mentioning Murong Su, Zhou Jingchen's worry resurfaced. 6 hours had passed, and there was still no news of Murong Su. Tian Ying, standing nearby, told everyone, when we withdrew, the young marshal held off the enemy in their camp, but we can't contact him now. The commanders all looked surprised. If Murong Su was in the enemy camp, and his comrades had already evacuated, leaving him alone, wouldn't he be at their mercy? Their faces showed worry. Zhou Jingchen took a deep breath. Murong Su can take on an entire fleet single-handedly. He's just a little later to rendezvous with us. The commanders looked at Zhou Jingchen, feeling that his statement was somewhat forced, but they couldn't tell the truth. The Cobalt and the Pro-Star fleet waited in this star system for a full day and night. During that time, all the warships used stealth mode and shut down their thrusters, making them difficult to detect. However, this wasn't a long-term strategy. The terrorist organization and Head Star would definitely stop at nothing to intercept them. If they stayed put, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Zhou Jingchen hadn't slept for nearly 40 hours, from 8 hours before leaving the wormhole until now. For the past 24 hours, he had been anxiously waiting, constantly checking his communicator, and asking Huang Yingjie if there was any news of Murong Su. He felt like he was going crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. Song Yiming forced him to go back to his room to rest, otherwise, he would die from exhaustion if he continued like this. Back in the room, Zhou Jingchen turned on the light and sat on the edge of the bed. This was his and Murong Su's room. Because he was a bit of a germaphobe, he initially didn't want to stay in the room, so Murong Su personally cleaned it, and he ended up staying to rest. They only slept in this bed together on the first day. Later, because a commander needed to be on duty on the bridge to deal with emergencies, their shifts were staggered, so they took turns resting in this room. Zhou Jingchen found it strange. He had initially resisted staying here, but later found it very cozy, probably because he could smell Murong Su's scent every time he entered. He lay on the bed, his arm resting on his forehead, looking at the overhead light. Reflecting on the journey, he realized he had relied on Murong Su too much. What if he didn't come back? What should he do? He closed his eyes, thinking carefully. If Murong Su had safely escaped the Hadesian army, he would definitely find a way to reunite with them. Worrying now was useless. If something had happened to Murong Su, then waiting here for as long as it took was pointless. He was no longer just himself. He was the pillar of the entire prosperous National Defense Force. No matter what happened, as long as he had a breath left, he would lead everyone to realize their shared dream. After a while, he sat up and walked out of the room. Upon reaching the bridge, Zhou Jingchen asked, Yingjie, any news? Not yet. Huang Yingjie had sent out over 60 drone communication satellites, the furthest reaching 2 astronomical units away, but still hadn't received any message from Murong Su. Zhou Jingchen's face showed obvious disappointment. Tianning said, the young marshal is a godlike figure. He will definitely return. Let's wait a little longer. No. Zhou Jingchen made a difficult decision. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, we might encounter terrorist organizations or the army from Hades. Tianning asked, then what do we do? Proceed according to our original plan, go to Lawrence. Lawrence is a hub for the Apollo Alliance and other countries in the Kepler system, protected by the Jinchi Star Army. 5 months ago, 2 transport ships from Longhwan Star were hijacked by a terrorist organization. Murong Su was ordered to investigate and increase troop strength on Lawrence to prevent the terrorist organization from striking again. The troops he had initially assigned were from his own forces, and their commander was Liang Gonggu, a former member of the Wind Blade unit. Tianning said, Liang Gonggu only obeys the young marshal. I'm worried that without the young marshal, he might not follow our orders. Zhou Jingchen pondered for a moment, then said, let's go and meet him first. Chapter 88. Lawrence, as an artificial planet, is not a simple sphere, but rather composed of 12 interconnected spherical bodies, resembling a string of beads from a distance. Lawrence is approximately 8 astronomical units, AU, from the Apollo Alliance, for AU from its star, and within 10 AU of other planets in the Kepler system, thus making it a crucial transportation hub. Daily, numerous transport ships and civilian vessels resupply or transfer goods on Lawrence. It is home to people from various countries, making it the most diverse nation in the Kepler system. The Cobalt and Prostar fleets cannot be exposed near Lawrence, as there are undoubtedly many Hit-Star spies in the vicinity. After settling the Prostar fleet, Zhou Jingchen led 100 men aboard a manned starship to Lawrence. Upon entering the Lawrence star system, Zhou Jingchen immediately contacted Liang Gonggu, who readily provided them with passes and arranged for their landing. Presumably to avoid suspicion, Liang Gonggu arranged for them to land through a special passage, thus avoiding the crowds. After the starship entered the special landing passage on Lawrence Star, everyone remained vigilant. Their current identities were special, and without Murong Su present, they were unsure if Liang Gonggu would betray them. Upon disembarking, Liang Gonggu personally greeted them. Seeing his former Wind Blade members, he happily went up to greet them. He patted Tianying's arm, looking him up and down. Tianying, have you gained weight? Tianying replied, it's just my imagination, absolutely just my imagination. Jiang Yuxuan said, old Liang, are you having a good time here? Liang Gonggu replied, it's so boring, I'd rather go on missions with you guys. They chatted for a while, then Liang Gonggu saw Zhou Jingchen and put on a polite smile, Your Highness, hello. Zhou Jingchen nodded, hello. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Gonggu said, I take you somewhere, someone is waiting for you. Who is it? You find out when we get there. Tianning said, old Liang, don't sell us out. You're worthless, I'd rather sell anyone else than you. TSK. Zhou Jingchen had Liang Gonggu arrange for the others to go to the rest room, while he, Song Yiming, Tianning, and Jiang Yuxuan followed him to meet that person. This special passage was likely prepared by Lawrence Star specifically for the Jinchi Star Defense Forces. As a transportation hub, Lawrence Star has employed Jinchi Star soldiers as defense personnel for many years, and this area serves as a base for them. 3,000 Jinchi Star soldiers are stationed here, distributed across 4 bases. This is one of them. Only this base is under Liang Gonggu's jurisdiction. They followed Liang Gonggu into the elevator. Their offices were on the 3rd floor. Liang Gonggu walked in front and pushed open the door to a conference room. Zhou Jingchen immediately saw the man leaning against the end of the conference table, arms crossed, looking at the holographic nebula map before him. He wore black military trousers and matching boots, his long legs propped up at an angle. He wore a white shirt, the top 2 buttons undone. Zhou Jingchen's eyes stung, the weight that had been hanging over his heart for days finally lifted. Young Marshal. I didn't expect it to be you. Tianning was the first to exclaim. Murong Su turned around, his gaze precisely sweeping over the others, landing on Zhou Jingchen, meeting his slightly reddened eyes. What? It can't be me. We waited for you for a whole day and night at the agreed-upon starfield. Why did you come to Lawrence Star first? Murong Su said as he walked towards them. Back then, the Mechs and warships on Hit-Star were keeping a close watch on me, relentlessly pursuing me. I couldn't be stupid enough to bring them to meet you, so I took a long detour, shaking them off while arriving at Lawrence Star from another direction. I see. Jiang Yuxuan asked, when did you arrive? A few hours earlier than you. As he spoke, Murong Su's gaze kept drifting towards Zhou Jingchen. Tianning seemed to sense something and chuckled. You don't know? His Highness was extremely worried about you while you were gone, asking about your whereabouts every few minutes. Murongsu looked at Zhou Jingchen, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is that so? Zhou Jingchen composed himself, his tone immediately businesslike. I brought 100 men to Lawrence Star as planned, and I also settled the fleet on Pro Star, having them stand by. Murongsu looked at him with satisfaction. Your Highness has done well. Zhou Jingchen asked, so what should we do next? Murongsu replied, a military transport ship from Jinchi Star will dock on Lawrence Star tomorrow afternoon. My men are on the escort ship. I already established contact with him, and he arranged for us to board the transport ship. Murongsu reached out and patted Zhou Jingchen's head. Let's rest here for today. According to Murongsu's plan, they would enter the military base via Jinkixing's military transport planes, then borrow a batch of the latest warships and mechs. The purpose of this was to ensure that after exposing the true nature of Hades, they would have sufficient combat power and powerful weaponry to directly confront the terrorist organization. Besides this, he also needed to return to Jinkixing to handle something. He hadn't revealed this to anyone, and Zhou Jingchen hadn't asked for details. The base Liangdonggu was stationed at wasn't large. They had 800 people, and their daily work consisted of patrolling and guarding. After Murongsu convened everyone for tomorrow's operational meeting, everyone went to rest and recharge, as another tough battle was about to begin tomorrow. Zhou Jingchen was led by Murongsu to his room. This room was his residence on Lawrence Star. 6 months ago, a terrorist organization hijacked a transport ship on Lawrence Star, and Murongsu stayed there for a while, residing here. His personal belongings were even kept here. After Murongsu left Lawrence Star, Liangdonggu hadn't touched anything in his room. Zhou Jingchen took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and when he came out, Murongsu was making the bed. He seemed worried that Zhou Jingchen's germophobia might make him uncomfortable, and had even washed the bedding. It's all clean, sleep soundly. Zhou Jingchen walked to the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down. He moved to the inside of the bed, leaving the outside for Murongsu. As soon as Murongsu lay down, Zhou Jingchen leaned closer. Murongsu seemed a little surprised by his initiative. Meeting his wet eyes and pale pink lips, Murongsu couldn't resist and kissed him on the lips. Originally, he only intended to give it a quick peck, but the other responded and kissed him. One kiss, and it was unstoppable. Murongsu suppressed his impulse, burying his fingers in Zhou Jingchen's hair. You haven't been resting properly these past few days, have you? Take this opportunity to get some sleep. Zhou Jingchen raised an eyebrow. Murongsu, are you impotent? Murongsu thought he misheard. What conclusion did you draw? Zhou Jingchen's cheeks and earlobes turned bright red. As a man, you stopped halfway through. You mean last time? He almost laughed in exasperation. He tapped Zhou Jingchen's nose. Who was it that looked like they were ready to die? And who was it that kept trembling? How was I supposed to continue? Zhou Jingchen shrank his face further into the blankets. You? As expected, it's no use. Murongsu pulled the covers down, revealing his face. Your Highness, let's be reasonable. What exactly do you want from me? Zhou Jingchen seemed a little annoyed. He turned over, his back to him. Murongsu, you're sometimes incredibly slow. Murongsu felt that if he kept dragging this out, he wouldn't be a man. He turned over, looking down at Zhou Jingchen. I think I need to prove something to you now. Zhou Jingchen looked at him, feigning ignorance. What? Prove to you whether I'm capable or not. With that, Murongsu leaned down and kissed him again. Zhou Jingchen's arms instinctively climbed onto Murongsu's back. Can your body handle it? Murongsu asked. I'm not as weak as you think. I just see you look a little tired. Haven't you been sleeping well these past few days? Murongsu, you're so long-winded. Tell me if you can't take it. When Zhou Jingchen woke up the next day, it was already 9:30 a.m. on Lawrence Star. He had slept for a full 10 hours. For the past few days, he hadn't had a proper, full night's sleep because he was constantly thinking about Murongsu. Last night's passionate encounter had left him utterly exhausted, and he had drifted off to a deep sleep in Murongsu's arms. When he opened his eyes, Murongsu was already looking at him. 2 red clouds rose to his cheeks. He had been the one who took the initiative yesterday, but facing him again today, he still felt a little awkward. Last night, Murongsu had been very gentle, seemingly mindful of his fatigue, so he had slowed down every movement. Your Highness, has the question from last night been answered? Zhou Jingchen blinked. What question? Murongsu played with his hair. It's about whether I'm capable or not. Zhou Jingchen, Zhou Jingchen didn't answer, deliberately changing the subject. Is the captain of the meteor you mentioned reliable? How can you be sure he won't betray you? For years ago, I went on a mission with him. I saved his life, and he's always wanted to repay me. Zhou Jingchen, The weapons manufactured by Jinchi Star are sold to various countries in the Kepler system, usually transported by super-large transport ships, escorted by 1 or 2 frigates. In the past 2 years, many small countries in the Kepler system have accepted the protection of its star and stopped buying weapons, and Jinchi Star's weapon sales have also declined. This time, the transport ship is carrying a batch of weapons for Lawrence Star, which will be unloaded at Lawrence Star's port. Zhou Jingchen and the others changed into Jin Qixing's military uniforms, disguising themselves as patrolling guards at the port. Murongsu pulled his hat brim low, almost obscuring his eyes, and Zhou Jingchen, dressed similarly, walked beside him. The two of them were the most conspicuous, so to avoid attracting attention, they blended into the middle of the group. Leading the way was Liang Gonggu. Upon reaching a reception room at the port, Liang Gonggu stopped and ordered the soldiers behind him to stand guard outside. He, Murongsu, and Zhou Jingchen entered the reception room. The young officer in the reception room saw the person enter, his eyes lighting up. Excited, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Young Marshal." Murongsu smiled at him. "Long time no see." The man stepped forward, his beautiful peach blossom eyes looking at Murongsu, a faint blush on his face. "I hadn't heard from you for a while, and I was very worried. Seeing you safe and sound puts my mind at ease." The man before him was Lin Shuhe, the captain of the escort ship protecting the military transport vessel. He looked to be only 25 or 26, to become a captain at that age. He must have some family connections. Murongsu met his burning gaze, seemingly quite used to it. "You're doing quite well, even a captain now." Lin Shuhe said, "I'm still far from it. It's mainly because something big happened on Jinqixing recently. The marshal's confidants are all restricted from leaving the country, so it's only our turn." Hearing that the marshal's confidants were restricted, Murongsu's expression changed slightly. "My father, is he all right?" Lin Shuhe pursed his lips. "The marshal has been detained in the Supreme Court's detention room. Half a month ago, he tried to escape and was injured by Yin Rongchuan. I don't know his current condition." Lin Shuhe spoke cautiously, his eyes filled with heartache for Murongsu. Upon hearing that Murongzhenyan had been injured by Yin Rongchuan, Murongsu almost ground his teeth to powder. "Who does Yin Rongchuan think he is?" Murongsu said, "My current situation is sensitive. If you help me return to Jinqixing, you might be implicated. Have you thought this through?" "Yes, I have." Lin Shuhe said, "The young marshal once saved me. My life belongs to him. As long as I can help, I'm not afraid of anything." Zhou Jingchen listened to their conversation. Although he shouldn't be thinking about anything else in this situation, he truly felt like an outsider. He glanced at Murongsu. Just how many people has this womanizer offended? Chapter 89. Jin Qixing. Since the activation of the Golden Wall defense system, Jin Qixing starships have been restricted. Even civilian shuttles cannot ascend to an altitude of 100 meters, otherwise they are likely to be identified as intruders and shot down by the Golden Wall. To facilitate trade, a secure passage has been left around the Golden Wall fortress. All incoming transport ships must undergo strict inspections before entering or leaving Jin Qixing's atmosphere, except for Jin Qixing's transport ships and warships. The meteor landed almost unimpeded at a military factory not far from the capital. Jin Qixing was much quieter after nightfall than it had been 6 months ago. Only a few scattered people were on the streets, and in the brightly lit restaurants, there were only 1 or 2 tables occupied. Gao Yanan left the government building and took her private shuttle home. Since Murongzhenyan was detained by the Supreme Court on charges of treason, she had also moved out of the marshal's mansion and returned to the Gao family home. When Murongzhenyan was on trial, Gao Yanan had already divorced him, so she was unaffected. The Gao family is the largest arms dealer in Jinqixing, with deep-rooted influence throughout the country. They have connections in the military, parliament, and even the Supreme Court. As the eldest daughter, Gao Yanan still wields considerable power, even after retiring as the marshal's wife. Compared to the marshal's mansion, the Gao family is more like a palace. Over 2 centuries of family history have allowed them to amass wealth comparable to a nation, firmly establishing their dominance in Jinqixing. Gao Yanan returned home. The 2 bodyguards, who had followed her, disappeared after she disembarked from the shuttle. The Gao family's security level was even higher than that of the government buildings. She returned to her courtyard, and was startled when she saw a tall figure. She breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing him. It was Murong-su. No matter how high the Gao family's defenses were, they wouldn't guard against their own family. Murong-su was Gao Yanan's son, a descendant of the Gao family. Gao Yanan was naturally happy to see Murong-su. "Ah Su, where have you been these past few months? I've been so worried about you." Murong-su looked at the woman before him. She was his mother, but Gao Yanan was a cold and strong woman. From childhood to adulthood, he hadn't received much maternal love from her. After he went to military school, the two rarely saw each other, and their familial bond was rather weak. Murong-su skipped the mother-son reminiscing and went straight to the point. "I'm here today to ask you for something." "What is it?" "The latest batch of warships and mechs developed by the Gao family's military factory." Gao Yanan was taken aback. "What do you need this for?" "To deal with terrorist organizations." Gao Yanan said, "Didn't Hades claim to be eradicating terrorist organizations and protecting the Kepler system? They're already collecting protection money everywhere. Why are you getting involved? What if I told you their next target is Jinchi Star?" Gao Yanan said, "Jin Qixing has the Golden Wall system and weapons comparable to those of Hades. I don't think anyone would be foolish enough to attack Jin Qixing." Murong-su thought Gao Yanan would know something, but hearing this, it seemed she was still in the dark. "Actually, they already made their move." "What do you mean?" Murong-su said, 6 months ago, at my father's birthday banquet, his guards attempted an assassination and deliberately shouted in front of the guests that my father was a traitor, all to arouse the suspicions of Jin Qixing's government officials and pave the way for their eventual overthrow of him. Afterwards, the terrorist organization became increasingly arrogant, causing panic within the Apollo Alliance. Coincidentally, while my father was attending the Seven Nations Conference on Tianming Star, the King of Pro Star was assassinated, an event that brought the Apollo Alliance's hatred for the terrorist organization to its peak. Just then, someone produced the arms deal my father had signed with the terrorist organization, accusing him of treason and collusion. Thus, my father naturally became the target of public criticism. Gao Yanan was somewhat shocked. Few people on Jinchi Star knew about this, and because it involved national security, it was all kept secret. Murong-su was detained on charges of treason, but the details were not revealed. And Murong-su hadn't returned to Jinchi Star for 5 months. She hadn't expected him to know so much. Gao Yanan said, "This matter should be kept secret. If it gets out, it will bring trouble to Jinchi Star." "No, trouble has already come, and it's about to erupt." Murong-su continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that agreement is from a long time ago. Back then, the terrorist organization wasn't a terrorist organization, but rather the government army of Bodo Star. Their purchase of weapons from Jin Qixing was legal at that time. Then the question is, how did an agreement from so many years ago get unearthed? And who was behind it? It can't be a coincidence, can it?" Murong-su said, "Agreements of this level are state secrets. It's impossible for just anyone to obtain them. The most reasonable explanation is that one of the parties deliberately leaked it." Gao Yanan, listening to his analysis, followed up with, "So, it was a terrorist organization that leaked this agreement?" "There's no other possibility," Gao Yanan said. "If it were them, they could simply announce it to the entire Kepler system. Why go through all this trouble? As I just said, if this agreement is legal upon closer examination, announcing it to the Kepler system won't make a difference," Murong-su said. "But if we hand the agreement over to my father's mortal enemy, and he stirs things up and adds fuel to the fire, then it becomes illegal. And this mortal enemy is none other than Jin Qixing's general, Yan Jinhong. The evidence of father's collusion with terrorist organizations is irrefutable. He's been detained by the Supreme Court. Yan Jinhong, the Parliament, and the Supreme Court are worried about this being leaked, so all 3 parties unanimously decided to activate the Golden Wall defense system to prevent an attack from the Kepler galaxy. But actually, Yan Jinhong, the Parliament, and the Supreme Court are all wrong. The real accomplice to terrorist organizations isn't father, but the Gao family." Gao Yanan's eyes widened, a hint of guilt flashing in them. "Aksu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Murong-su looked at Gao Yanan's bloodless face. "Do you know Blanca Star?" "Yes, it's an artificial planet on Head Star. Everyone thought Blanca Star had disappeared and would never reappear. I think you did too." "That's what I think," Murong-su said. "But the fact is, Blanca is still perfectly preserved. I happened to be there a little over 2 months ago. It still has the thrusters that helped Blanca leave the Kepler system, as well as weapons manufactured by the Gao family. Even if the weapons don't explicitly state they were made by the Gao family, I'm still a member of the Gao family. How could I not recognize them?" Back on Chilwan Star, after hearing Zhou Jingchen recount how he was deceived by the artificial intelligence, Murong-su began to suspect that while Pierce was an AI adept at deception and creating illusions, it based its actions on facts, modifying and distorting them as needed. It couldn't fabricate something that didn't exist. So, in pursuit of the truth, Murong-su piloted the Jetwind back to Blanca. There, he found the thrusters manufactured by Jin Qixing, and also saw various weapons and fighter jets produced by Jin Qixing. He even went to the mayor's office and unearthed their past agreement. Therefore, Pierce's illusion wasn't entirely false, it simply changed the protagonist. Gao Yanan vehemently argued, those were purchased from Blanca Star, and it was legal. Whether it was legal or not, you know perfectly well, Murong-su said. Let me tell you something else. Prime Minister Mateo of Headstar has had his brain swapped by a terrorist organization. Now, the real control of Headstar is also held by members of that organization. Gao Yanan was shocked. How do you know? I found out on Blanca Star as well. Murong-su said, Yan Jinhong's encouragement of the Supreme Court and Parliament to activate the Golden Wall system wasn't for self-protection, but because the terrorist organization wanted to invade Pro Star and Longhuan Star. The militarily powerful Jinchi Star was the biggest obstacle. If the terrorist organization handed over the evidence of my father's crimes to Yan Jinhong and used it, they could force Jinchi Star to close its star system. Then, when they invaded Pro Star, Jinchi Star wouldn't be able to send reinforcements to stop them. I think you didn't think about this when you sold weapons to the terrorist organization. So this is how things have developed, right? You wanted terrorist organizations to create chaos in the Kepler system, so you could make a fortune in arms sales, but you didn't expect Headstar to interfere. In fact, Headstar was infiltrated by terrorist organizations 6 years ago, and is now under their control. They want the entire Kepler system. Do you think that after they occupied Pro Star and Longhuan Star, they would leave Jinchi Star, this thorn in their side, behind? Do you think Jinchi Star is afraid because it has the ability to protect itself? You're wrong. Blanca Star should have been destroyed long ago. Why did the terrorist organizations preserve it? Because it's full of evidence of Jinchi Star's creation of artificial planets to split Headstar, and its collusion with terrorist organizations. As long as Headstar exposes everything about Blanca Star, Jinchi Star will become the common enemy of the Kepler system. At that time, no matter how powerful Jinchi Star is, it will not be able to withstand the united opposition of all the countries in the Kepler system. Dealing with Jin Qixing is the final step in the terrorist organization's invasion of the Kepler system. Gao Yanan's shock was almost overflowing. He thought that with Murong Jinyun taking all the blame, the Gao family would be spared, and the matter would be over. He never expected such a huge conspiracy behind it all. Murong-su said, now, the only way to save Jin Qixing and the Gao family is to eliminate them before the terrorist organization takes control of the Kepler system. So, the Gao family's latest weapons and mechs must be given to me. This is the price the Gao family must pay. Murong-su looked at the marble pillar not far away. Grandpa, am I right? A man with gray hair walked out from behind the pillar. He was over 80 years old, but still looked radiant, his eagle eyes full of aggression. He was Gao Huan, the head of the Gao family. He had received the news after Murong-su entered the Gao family, but he didn't make a fuss. Instead, he wanted to see what he would do. He had overheard his conversation with Gao Yanan. Xiaosu, is what you said true? Of course. Having come this far, why would I lie to you? Gao Huan pondered for a moment, looking at his grandson, whom he had always admired. You led 100 men into Jinchi Star. If I didn't agree, what would you do? Forcibly take it? No, I know Grandpa's character. You will definitely agree. Oh! My character? Gao Huan seemed amused. What do you think of me? You're a shrewd businessman, always seeking to maximize profits. Back then, you sold weapons to terrorist organizations at low prices simply because you thought they could stir up trouble in the Kepler system and boost the Gao family's weapons sales. Murong-su said, but now, the terrorist organizations have shown ambitions beyond your expectations. Their next target is Jin Qixing. If one falls, the other will be vulnerable. Grandpa certainly doesn't want Jin Qixing to fall into the hands of terrorists. Besides, Yan Jinhong is already in cahoots with the terrorists, so you can't possibly place your hopes on him. So that leaves me. Gao Huan's lips curled into a smile. As expected of my grandson, Gao Huan's grandson, and Murong Jinyun's son. What you want, I can give you, but I have a condition. Grandpa, please speak. Since you know I'm a businessman, it's not wrong for businessmen to prioritize profit. I admit, I did provide weapons to terrorist organizations years ago, but at the time I just thought they were nothing more than stray dogs, incapable of causing much trouble. Since the rebellion on Blanca 5 years ago, the Gao family has severed ties with them. Gao Huan continued, I want you to promise me that no matter what happens, you will protect the Gao family. This condition wasn't unreasonable, and Murong Su answered almost without hesitation, okay. Gao Huan then turned to Gao Yanan. Yanan, give him what he wants. Chapter 90. The Gao family has established 3 military factories on Jinqi Star. The largest, less than 100 kilometers from the capital, covers 2 million square meters, and resembles a small town when viewed from above. As night deepens, the military factories remain brightly lit. Transport mechs are busily loading equipment and combat mechs onto warships and supply ships. This batch consists of the Gao family's latest developed mechs and warships, including an SS-class mech, currently the most powerful mech on Jinqi Star. Murong Su's Qian Sha was damaged in the last battle against 2 S-class mechs from Hades Star, and will require 2 weeks for repairs. Meanwhile, Liang Xiao is transferring Qian Sha's intelligence system into a new mech. Murong Su and Gao Yanan stood before the mecha, gazing at the steel giant. Gao Yanan said, this mecha's maximum speed is half the speed of light. Its performance is 50% better than Qian Sha's. Its weapon destructive power is 60% greater. Its main cannon can penetrate 300 millimeters of tungsten plate. It has 16 laser cannons on its wings, and its head-mounted microwave cannon has a maximum power of 8 gigawatts. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who can pilot it. Murong Su glanced at Gao Yanan beside him, but it wasn't tailor-made for me. But you are its master now. Gao Yanan said, its original name was Swift Blade. Now that it's yours, give it a name. Murong Su said, since it still uses Qian Sha's intelligence system, to me it's still Qian Sha. There's no need for a new name. Whatever you want. Murong Su was silent for a moment. There's something I want to ask you. We always be mother and son. Just tell me what you want. There's no need to be so formal. I shouldn't stay in Jinkixing any longer. As for my father, I hope you can help him. At least, don't let him be bullied by that disgusting father and son from the Yin family. Mentioning Murong Zhenyan brought a bitter feeling to Gao Yanan's heart. When Murong Zhenyan was investigated by the Supreme Court, he seemed to have foreseen the future and proactively filed for divorce, thus sparing the Gao family from repercussions. The Gao family had connections in the Supreme Court, and Murong Zhenyan hadn't been mistreated during his detention. What happened last month was a conspiracy. Yin Jihong deliberately bribed one of Murong Zhenyan's confidants to stage an escape, intending to use the opportunity to kill him legitimately. Fortunately, the Supreme Court and the Gao family arrived in time to thwart the plot. At that time, Murong Zhenyan was seriously injured, but after a period of recuperation, he had almost fully recovered. Although your father and I had a political and business marriage, we've been married for over 30 years. He's never mistreated me, so of course I won't stand by and watch him die. Gao Yanan said, I can promise you, I will do everything in my power to protect him. Okay, thank you. Hearing his distant tone, Gao Yanan deeply realized how much of a failure she had been as a mother. Ah Su, if I were the one detained by the Supreme Court, would you still beg your father for help like this? Murong Su glanced at Gao Yanan. He had never been particularly close to his parents since childhood. One was a marshal, the other the eldest daughter of the Gao family. They were always busy. But blood is thicker than water, and no one in this world is closer than one's parents. I would. Gao Yanan smiled, then I'm relieved. At this moment, Zhou Jingchen walked over and, seeing Gao Yanan, politely greeted her, Madam. Gao Yanan smiled, shouldn't you call me mother like Asu? Zhou Jingchen's face flushed slightly. He glanced at Murong Su, who also had a smile on his lips, seemingly wanting to see how he would react. Zhou Jingchen maintained his polite smile. It's just a pity that my current status probably prevents me from marrying Jin Qixing. The marriage is just a formality. As long as Asu is committed to you, I will support it. Zhou Jingchen glanced at Murong Su, who was watching the scene unfold, and simply said, we see. Then, he quickly changed the subject, saying to Murong Su, we have 12 warships and 2 supply ships, but we're short-staffed. Don't worry, someone will be here soon. Just then, as if on cue, Tianning ran over and said, Young Marshal. The 8th Fleet has assembled and is on its way. Good. Murong Su said, tell everyone to return to their positions within 5 minutes and depart in 10 minutes. Yes. Murong Su glanced at Gao Yanan and finally said in a sonly tone, Mother, please take care. Don't worry about me, go with peace of mind. 10 minutes later, 12 warships and 2 supply ships from the military factory took off from the ground. At the same time, 12 warships of the 8th Fleet of the Jin Qixing National Defense Army converged on them. A loud voice rang out on the communication channel of the Qiming's bridge, reporting to the young marshal. "This is the Lingfeng, this is Captain Gui Yuanqi. I am reporting to you with the 8th Fleet." Murong Su said in the command channel, "8th Fleet, listen up. In 2 minutes, exit the atmosphere of Jinqi Star at maximum speed and proceed to the designated coordinates to assemble." He had barely given the order when the radar showed multiple Mechs approaching their direction. Huang Yingjie said, "Young Marshal, 300 Mechs are approaching us. They are the National Defense Army's Mech force." Huang Yingjie had barely finished speaking when the enemy opened fire. The capital's military base was only 100 kilometers away, at the Mech's maximum speed within the atmosphere. It would only take a few dozen seconds. However, being discovered was something Murong Su had anticipated. He knew Jin Qixing's defenses all too well. How could they possibly have taken so many warships and Mechs from Jin Qixing, including the 8th Fleet of the National Defense Force, without a sound? The lead S-Class Mech activated its broadcast, and Yin Rongxuan's voice came through. "Murong Su, I know it's you. You traitor, how dare you come back? I advise you to surrender immediately and face trial by the Supreme Court." Murong Su said, "What if I don't surrender? Then blame me for being impolite." "TSK, what a tone. So big? Can you even beat me?" Yin Rongxuan snorted coldly. "A scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days' absence. If you think my level is still at the level of the mecha competition 8 months ago, you are sorely mistaken." Murong Su was completely disdainful. He looked at Zhou Jingchen beside him. "Jingchen, I remember when you first started learning mecha, he seemed to have forced you to compete. Are you interested in showing him what it means to be looked at with new eyes after 3 days' absence?" Zhou Jingchen had the same idea. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that I was forced to compete back then. It's just a pity that Jetwind is still on the Corbett. Isn't there still my 1000 kill? An S-Class Mech has bound itself to another, but forget it. There are 20 A+ level Mechs here. I just pick one." "Oh!" Murong Su's eyes crinkled. "An A+ level fighting an S-Class? That's even more interesting." Zhou Jingchen's fighting spirit was practically overflowing. He never shown such an expression before. He didn't say much, turning and walking towards the mech hangar. Murong Su announced over the loudspeaker, "Yin Rongxuan, this isn't a no-man's land. A mutual barrage will inevitably hurt innocent bystanders. How about this? We send the 3rd Prince of Prostar to fight you. If you win, I surrender. If you lose, let us go." "Humph. That half-baked guy dares to challenge me? Isn't he afraid I accidentally blast him to dust? So? Do you dare to fight? I have no need to play this childish game with you." At that moment, a red A+. The Mechs flew out of the warship's hatch. Zhou Jingchen activated the broadcast. "What? Are you afraid of losing? Giving up?" Yin Rongxuan, notoriously competitive, was immediately ignited by this provocation. "Who's afraid? In just 3 minutes, I blast you to smithereens. Then I see how you're going to blast me to smithereens." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Rongxuan charged forward, his arm's Vulcan cannons deploying, 12 muzzles resembling a string of beads encircling his arm. Zhou Jingchen immediately maneuvered his thrusters to dodge. Murong Su announced over the broadcast, "Gentlemen, we have no intention of confronting the National Defense Force. Our target is a terrorist organization. Please refrain from any rash actions, and focus on watching this mech competition." Zhou Jingchen's A+ class mecha, named Vermilion Bird, was a mass-produced machine from the Gao family's military factory. This type of mecha comes in 4 configurations, named Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise respectively. It boasts a 30% performance increase over the previous A-class mechas, Heavenly Soldier, Heavenly General, and Thunder God, but it still falls short of the S-class Jetwind in all aspects. Yin Rongxuan's Deep Black Mecha, on the other hand, is an S-class mecha with performance comparable to the 1000 kill Jetwind. This was custom designed for Yin Rongxuan by the mecha engineers, and is named Azura. Zhou Jingchen had previously fought against Yin Rongxuan when he was just beginning to learn mecha piloting. Yin Rongxuan, probably driven by jealousy after hearing that Zhou Jingchen's mental strength threshold was higher than his own, deliberately challenged him to a duel, defeating him in front of everyone to satisfy his vanity. But Zhou Jingchen was no longer the same person he once was. Having experienced several real battles, plus the daily simulated combat with Murong Su during his time in the Athena Galaxy, he had undergone a complete transformation. Even if Murong Su used all his strength, he would find it difficult to defeat him within an hour. Yin Rongxuan, however, completely disregarded Zhou Jingchen. Piloting Ashura, he launched a high-profile barrage of attacks, utilizing the superior performance of his S-Class mech to swarm Zhou Jingchen from all angles like flies. Zhou Jingchen, however, remained calm and composed, dodging Yin Rongxuan's dense barrage without a single hit. The open ground had become the arena for the mech competition. The National Defense Force brought by Yin Rongxuan, along with everyone on Murongsu's side, remained motionless, watching the match unfold. On the bridge of the Qiming, everyone's eyes were focused on the screen. They saw Shura unleashing a barrage of attacks, while Zhou Jingchen, piloting the Vermilion Bird, remained primarily defensive. Tianying couldn't contain himself any longer. "Why isn't your highness attacking?" Murongsu replied calmly, probably reading the pilot's manual. "What? After all, it's a new mech, he needs to familiarize himself with it." Tianying remembered that this batch of mechs was a brand new model they had just acquired. Normally, mech pilots must understand the mech's performance and weaponry beforehand to control it effectively. Zhou Jingchen, however, hadn't even looked at the weapon system before piloting the Vermilion Bird. The mech pilots present all gasped. Their opponent was the champion of the mech competition, piloting an S-Class mech. Compared to him, Zhou Jingchen had no advantage whatsoever. Su Ruiyang couldn't help but ask, "Then, your highness, can you still win?" Murongsu replied easily and confidently, "Of course I can. My disciple isn't so incompetent as to be unable to handle a mere clown." Meanwhile, Zhou Jingchen, relying on his keen perception to dodge Yin Rongxuan's attacks, listened to the Vermilion Bird system's introduction of its weapon and power systems. Yin Rongxuan's voice came through the communicator, his tone full of arrogance. "Ha ha ha. Zhou Jingchen, is that all you got? Look at yourself, don't you look like a drowning dog?" Zhou Jingchen's lips curled into a smile as he dodged the opponent's Vulcan cannon. "Just got my hands on this new mecha, still getting used to it. It took me a few minutes to familiarize myself with the machine. The real battle is just beginning." Chapter 91. Having said that, he piloted the Vermilion Bird, soaring toward Shura like an eagle. His left and right arms rapidly transformed into orange-red, high-energy beam crescent blades. The blades were about the same length as his arms, and the two blades could connect, forming an S-shaped weapon. Using only the crescent blades and its propulsion system, the Vermilion Bird launched a series of rapid attacks on Shura. Yin Rongxuan had underestimated his opponent, never expecting Zhou Jingchen to control an A+ level mech so skillfully. He gritted his teeth, dodging a series of shots from his Vulcan cannon. He simply created distance and activated the main cannon on his chest, aiming at the Vermilion Bird. The laser cannons on the Vermilion Bird's wings opened, firing in rapid succession. Just as Yin Rongxuan's main cannon was about to fire, he veered off course to avoid the lasers, and the light-speed cannon shot upwards, becoming a shooting star. Zhu Kei charged forward again, their crescent blades meeting in a fierce, spinning attack that transformed into a whirlwind of fire, colliding with Shura's high-energy beam phoenix-headed axe. The resulting sparks illuminated the entire sky. Everyone watched the battle with bated breath. The mecha warriors of the National Defense Force were utterly bewildered, while a few gossipy individuals created a small communication group chat and began discussing amongst themselves. "I heard that His Highness has S-rank mental strength. Is this the power of S-rank? Young Marshal Yin is also S-rank, and he pilots the S-rank mecha Shura. Shura is no weaker than young Marshal Murong's 1,000 kill. 8 or 9 months ago, didn't ProStar send people to Jinchi Star for mecha piloting training? This His Highness has been involved with mechas for less than a year, yet he fought young Marshal Yin to this extent. He's definitely a natural talent. If young Marshal Yin loses, should we let them go? Let's wait for orders. In any case, I absolutely don't want to be enemies with young Marshal Murong. I had the misfortune of witnessing him defeat people. He's extremely terrifying. Do you need to tell me? Who doesn't know how terrifying Jin Qixing is?" Yin Rongxuan went from initial arrogance to gradually realizing that his opponent was no longer the same in just 20 minutes. An A+ level mech in his hands was actually comparable to his S level mech, and this was a newbie who had been using mechs for less than a year. While shocked by his opponent's strength, he was almost bursting with anger. At the Federal Military Academy, he was one of the top mech pilots. In the previous mech competition, he effortlessly won the championship. Although he suffered a crushing defeat in the final match against Murongsu, he was still better than most, and he couldn't possibly be inferior to a newbie. A flood of jealousy overwhelmed him. He attacked like a mad dog out of control, but every attack was skillfully dodged by his opponent. Half an hour had passed in their duel. Zhou Jingchen's Vermilion Bird was still brand new, with only a few scratches from the laser cannons on its arm. Meanwhile, the S-rank Ashura had one of its shoulder thrusters destroyed. The high-intensity attack lasted for 5 minutes. As Yin Rongxuan was panting heavily, he momentarily lost focus. The system immediately alerted him that a mecha was approaching from behind. He instinctively turned around, and a red arc of light flashed. He instinctively raised the Vulcan cannon on his arm, but unexpectedly, the next instant, his arm and the Vulcan cannon were cleanly severed at the joint. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the severed arm, the 18-meter-long section falling vertically to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His eyes were bloodshot, like a trapped beast. Behind him, the fan-shaped laser cannons unfurled, firing a barrage of laser beams. The vermilion bird took several hits, but none were fatal. It then executed a graceful drift to the right front, positioned itself diagonally behind Shura. Its crescent-shaped blade sheathed, and its arm swiftly transformed into a Vulcan cannon riddled with 6 bullet holes. While firing the Vulcan cannon, it circled Shura in a semicircle, destroying 5 of the 8 laser cannons behind Shura, which resembled a peacock's tail. Yin Rongxuan, enraged, aimed his main cannon at the vermilion bird, only to miss again. On the bridge, Su Ruiyang watched the battle on the screen, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Judging by this momentum, His Highness's chances of winning are even greater. Tianning remarked, "This is what a naturally gifted player looks like. His Highness has only been involved with Mechs for less than a year." Murong Su said with some regret, "It's a pity he held back, otherwise, this battle would have been over in half an hour." Su Ruiyang asked curiously, "Young Marshal, how could you tell His Highness held back? So far, he hasn't even fired the main gun once, nor have he fired the laser cannon or the Vulcan cannon at the core engine or the pilot." Cockpit targeting. Su Ruiyang suddenly realized, it seems that's indeed the case. Tianning said, "Yin Rongxuan is Yin Jinhong's son, and Yin Jinhong is now the Marshal of Jin Qixing. If something happens to Yin Rongxuan, it will be difficult for us to leave Jin Qixing safely. No wonder His Highness has been using the Lightspeed Blade. He probably wants to turn him into a human stick." As they spoke, Shuchua's crescent blade aligned into an S shape, and as it spun at high speed, Shura's right leg was severed at the knee. The once majestic S-class mecha Shura was now a crippled mecha with a limp and missing arms. Yin Rongxuan's face was contorted in a ferocious grin, like a mad dog, seemingly ready to tear anyone in its path. Just then, the mecha system issued a warning, core engine under microwave attack, some electronic components damaged, thrusters and weapon systems shut down, emergency backup engine to be activated shortly. The damage to Shura's core engine meant he had lost this match. In just 1 hour, Yin Rongxuan had experienced arrogance, shock, anger, and despair. He was breathing heavily, shouting uncontrollably, pounding his fist on the control panel. He had never imagined he would be driven to such a helpless state by a rookie. Zhou Jingchen pulled out a traction cable, secured Shura, and carried it back to the flagship. Yin Rongxuan tried to eject from the cockpit, but the hatch was secured with ropes and wouldn't open. He opened the communicator and cursed, "What do you think you're doing? Let me go, or I make you wish you were dead." Zhou Jingchen ignored him. Yin Rongxuan said again, "You're not Zhou Jingchen at all, you're Murong Su, aren't you? You lied to me." Zhou Jingchen finally replied, "If he were on the field, we wouldn't have fought for an hour." Zhou Jingchen turned on the broadcast, "The battle is over. As agreed, you will let us leave Jinqixing." At this moment, a large fleet approached, and a deep voice said, "You won't leave." It was Yin Jinhong. Murong Su also turned on the broadcast, "General Yin, how have you been?" Yin Jinhong sneered, "Murong Su, you and Murong Zhenyun conspired to betray the country. Now that you're back, I saved myself the trouble of looking for you. Take him down. You better think this through. If you dare to make a move, your son will be blown to bits." Yin Jinhong looked at the large screen. On it, the limbless Shura was bound by steel cables, and the main cannon of the vermilion bird was open, pointing directly at the cockpit. "You think this will threaten me? It's hard to say, after all, you really have no humanity." Murong Su said, "But since we're going to fight anyway, I use your son as a sacrifice." At this moment, Yin Rongxuan's trembling voice came through, "Father! Father! Save me!" Yin Jinhong almost ground his teeth to powder, "You useless piece of trash." Yin Rongxuan, fearing that Yin Jinhong would abandon his son, quickly explained, "I only lost because I underestimated my opponent. Father, you must save me!" Yin Jinhong's chest heaved violently. He was almost driven to death by this unfilial son. Murong Su announced over the loudspeaker, "Fellow soldiers of the Jinqi Star National Defense Force, as I just said, we have no intention of being hostile to you. My deployment of the 8th Fleet this time is to deal with terrorist organizations. These terrorist organizations are running rampant in the Kepler system, and one day Jinchi Star will also be in trouble. The only way to save Jinchi Star is to eliminate them before they attack. Please do not obstruct us. Yin Jinhong said, Murong-su, you're colluding with terrorist organizations while inciting the Jinchi Star National Defense Force to betray their country. I think you're the real terrorist organization. I'm colluding with terrorist organizations? May I ask, General Yin, did you witness it firsthand, or is there any solid evidence? Isn't your father's affair enough evidence? TSK, you're just looking for a pretext. Murong-su said, my time is precious. I never reason with illogical people. Yin Jinhong, I say it again, either let us go, and I guarantee your son's safety, or we fight, and we kill your son as a sacrifice. Yin Jinhong said, What's a son sacrifice for Jin Qixing? At this moment, a small armored starship arrived beside the Qiming. This was Gao Huan's private starship. His private starship was luxurious in its interior, and equipped with the most advanced weapon systems. Gao Huan's voice came through the loudspeaker, Marshal Yin, Murong-su is also my Gao family's grandson. Murong Jinyin's affairs have nothing to do with him. As his grandfather, I'm giving him some weapons to deal with terrorist organizations. This doesn't violate Jin Qixing's laws. It's inappropriate for you to bring so many people to obstruct us, isn't it? Yin Jinhong had only recently assumed the position of marshal, and the Gao family had a wide sphere of influence in Jin Qixing. Even though Murong Jinyin was detained by the Supreme Court, he still had to give the Gao family some face. Old Gao, you've been deceived by Murong-su. He's in league with a terrorist organization. He stormed into Jinqixing to rebel. Marshal Yin, it's inappropriate for you to make such statements without solid evidence. Gao Huan retorted, you are now a marshal of a nation. Your words and actions are being heard and seen by the 90 million people of Jinqixing. You want to condemn my Gao family's descendants based on a single sentence? Does that mean you accuse me, Gao Huan, of treason tomorrow? Yin Jinhong was speechless at Gao Huan's words. In Jinqixing, where the military industry was the main sector, offending these military giants was tantamount to ruining his future. He quickly said, Old Gao, what I just said did lack evidence. I hope you won't take it to heart. If it's a misunderstanding, I naturally won't take it to heart. However, as the Marshal of Jin Qixing, commanding the 3 armed forces, including the National Defense Force, I cannot simply ignore the fact that Murong-su took the 8th Fleet of the National Defense Force without my orders. So, the weapons I gave to my grandson can all be taken, except for the 8th Fleet? Gao Huan conceded a step, of course. That's simple then, he won't take the 8th Fleet. Gao Huan then asked Murong-su Xiaosu, do you think that's acceptable? Murong-su said, if they insist on doing so, I have nothing to say. I simply won't take the 8th Fleet. Yin Jinhong said, also, there's another condition, release my son. Murong-su, we will release him naturally once we reach a safe place. The 12 warships of the 8th Fleet landed, and the crew members disembarked. At the same time, the Qiming and other warships opened their hatches, and manned shuttles flew out and landed. Yin Jinhong was furious upon seeing the scene. What do you mean by this? At that moment, a large private starship arrived, and an elderly male voice came from the loudspeaker, this morning, all officers and soldiers of the 8th Fleet submitted their retirement applications to me. I've been busy with this all day. Officers and soldiers of the 8th Fleet, your retirement applications have been approved. Please remember to log into the military registration system for final fingerprint confirmation. Once confirmed, you are officially retired and are no longer soldiers of Jinqixing. The speaker was Yang Ziwei, the director of the Military Registration Management Office of the Ministry of National Defense of Jinqixing, with the rank of Major General. Everyone in the 8th Fleet raised their arms, logged into the military registration system using their communicators, and went to confirm their discharge. Yin Jinhong was practically furious. Yang Ziwei, who gave you permission to do this? As the director of the Military Registration Department, I have that authority, Yang Ziwei said. Jin Qixing has always advocated for free enlistment and free discharge. Marshal Yin surely doesn't want to change that tradition. You? Yin Jinhong felt like his blood vessels were about to burst. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had completed their discharge confirmation boarded shuttles and entered the warships. Since the new warships were severely understaffed, the soldiers quickly and efficiently found their posts upon arrival. Yang Ziwei was the director of the Military Registration Department and also the honorary principal of the Federal Military Academy. He and Murong Jinyin had been comrades in arms, but he later transferred to the logistics department due to an eye injury. Murong-su said to Yang Ziwei through the communicator, Uncle Yang, thank you. Yang Ziwei replied, No need to thank me. Jin Qixing's future depends on you. I will certainly not fail in my mission. Yang Ziwei glanced at the people behind him. There were scientists, biologists, physicists, historians, a total of 29 people. In addition, there are some people who want to serve you. Although they can't go to the battlefield, I think they can help you elsewhere. If possible, you can take them with you. Through the video feed, Murongsu saw the people behind Yang Ziwei. Some he recognized, some he didn't. He immediately spotted Gao Yi's husband, Chen Jing, a historian. There were also some scientists and physicists that Murongsu had met before. It is my honor that they chose me, Murongsu said. While I, Murongsu, cannot guarantee you wealth and glory, I will certainly not let you down if you are willing to serve me. Yang Ziwei turned to them and said, you may all go. Chen Jing looked at Yang Ziwei and asked, Old Yang, aren't you coming with us? I can't do anything even if I go, and besides, Jin Qixing needs someone to be there. Yang Ziwei said, go, do what you should do. The Qiming shuttle kept sending people to the hatch. Tianning, as the shuttle pilot, saw some familiar faces and couldn't help but exchange a few pleasantries. Upon seeing Chen Jing, he paused. Brother Jing, what brings you here? Chen Jing said, although I study history, I might be of some help. Of course we welcome you. Chen Jing asked, has Gao Yi arrived? At the mention of Gao Yi, Tianning stammered, He's not here. Chen Jing, seeing Tianying's evasive gaze, sensed a bad premonition. What happened to him? Tianning couldn't bring himself to say that Gao Yi was dead. Brother Jing, you go up first, I tell you later. Chen Jing appeared unusually calm. He didn't say anything, just responded, then went to his seat on the shuttle and sat down. Chapter 92. Zhou Jingchen boarded the ship through the Mech hatch, carrying the Shura. Yin Rongxuan barked incessantly like a mad dog. Zhou Jingchen, do you really think Murongsu will help you fight the terrorist organization? You're wrong. Do you know why Murongxuan was detained by the Supreme Court? Because he colluded with a terrorist organization. His arms deal with a terrorist organization has been exposed. The evidence is conclusive. You don't believe me, but don't you believe the Parliament and the Supreme Court? It was Murongxuan who supported the terrorist organization. Don't you people of Prostar hate the terrorist organization? They killed your father, invaded Prostar. All of this was driven by Murongxuan and Murongsu. You can ask Murongsu if you don't believe me. He certainly didn't tell you that his father colluded with the terrorist organization, did he? And the Gao family? The Gao family has also been selling weapons to the terrorist organization. They all deserve to die. But you're with them. How can you face your father? How dare you mess with Prostar? Zhou Jingchen listened to Yin Rongxuan's screams without responding. After the mech entered the hangar, someone immediately pulled Yin Rongxuan out of the Shura. Yin Rongxuan was still yelling, Murongsu is a member of a terrorist organization. You all been deceived. Zhou Jingchen, unable to bear it any longer, drew his electromagnetic pulse gun and roared, shut up. Or I shoot you dead. Yin Rongxuan laughed maniacally, what? You can't accept this fact? Don't believe me? Go ask him. Does he dare tell you why Murongxuan was detained by the Supreme Court? With a bang, an electromagnetic pulse projectile grazed Yin Rongxuan's ear and struck the Shura behind them, making a piercing impact sound. Yin Rongxuan's face showed terror. Zhou Jingchen's dark gun barrel was pointed directly at his forehead. I say it again, shut up. Yin Rongxuan was terrified and dared not speak again. Tianning quickly went to the bridge and reported, Young Marshal, all personnel have boarded. Murongsu said, depart immediately. Yin Jihong watched helplessly, as the 8th Fleet was reduced to an empty shell. He was powerless against Murongsu. First, his son was still in their hands. Although he said sacrificing a son was nothing, it was just empty talk. Second, Gao Huan was present, and he had to give him some face. He hadn't even warmed his seat as marshal, and he dared not offend the major military-industrial families. The propellers at the bottom of the Qiming were all at maximum power. With a whooshing sound, the warships headed towards space. Zhou Jingchen handed Yin Rongxuan over to logistics, and then went to the bridge. On the way, he encountered Chen Jing, and was somewhat surprised to see him. He had only met Chen Jing twice. Once was at Murongxuan's birthday banquet, where he saw Gao Yi walking with him. The two looked very well matched. The second time was at a thank you banquet. Before leaving Jin Qixing, they held a banquet to thank all the instructors who had taught them. Gao Yi attended with his family. The tall and imposing Gao Yi was always incredibly obedient in front of him, his eyes only on him. That was the first time Zhou Jingchen had seen such an enviable same-sex couple. From then on, he had a particularly deep impression of Chen Jing. Your Highness. Chen Jing walked towards him and greeted him politely. Teacher Chen, Zhou Jingchen said, seeing her reminding him of Gao Yi, and a pang of sadness struck him. She probably didn't know that Gao Yi had died in battle. Teacher Chen, what are you doing here? Chen Jing said, Jin Qixing's current situation is heartbreaking. I feel I have to do my part. Welcome to the team. By the way, Chen Jing asked, what happened to Gao Yi? Zhou Jingchen was startled. He wondered how to tell Chen Jing. Should he keep it from her? But how could he keep this a secret forever? Gao Yi. Zhou Jingchen hesitated. Tianing felt this way when Gao Yi was mentioned, and so did Zhou Jingchen. Chen Jing, however, already knew what had happened. Suppressing his grief, he asked, he died in battle, didn't he? Zhou Jingchen's eyes reddened. He remembered the scene in the Athena galaxy where Gao Yi, Mech and all, were destroyed by the black octopus. He lowered his head. Yes. Chen Jing's lips trembled slightly. After a while, she asked, where? The Athena galaxy. Warm tears streamed down her cheeks, but Chen Jing showed no outward emotion. Su, letting the tears flow freely, said, really? It's quite far, 5 light years away. Zhou Jingchen choked out, Teacher Chen, I'm sorry. Your Highness needn't apologize. As a soldier, in chaotic times, sacrifice isn't a rare occurrence. I was mentally prepared from the beginning. Chen Jing maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Your Highness must be very busy, so I won't bother you any longer. Chen Jing brushed past Zhou Jingchen, but Zhou Jingchen felt a tightness in his chest, as if something was pressing down on him. He turned back to look at Chen Jing's dejected figure, a figure inexplicably lonely. Gao Yi was gone. For him, it was as if half the sky had collapsed. This batch of warships were all brand new, with performance comparable to the Corber, and they escaped the Jinchi star system in 20 minutes at maximum speed. From this location, Pro Star was clearly visible, resembling a bright and clear piece of jade. While on Lauren Star, he had tried to gather some intelligence about Pro Star, but there was no news about Zhou Shaoqing and Zhou Wanqing. The communication satellites around here are functioning normally. We can communicate with Pro Star normally. Murong Su's voice came from behind. Zhou Jingchen turned to look at him. I'm worried about revealing our location. What are you afraid of? Our location was already exposed on Jinchi Star. Besides, even if we were located, the Had Star army stationed on Pro Star couldn't possibly catch up. Murong Su reminded him. We still have 20 minutes to escape the Apollo system's communication range. Zhou Jingchen responded, okay. Zhou Jingchen opened his communicator and tried to make a video call to Zhou Wanqing. The call was quickly connected. It was still night on Pro Star. Zhou Wanqing had just taken a shower and was getting ready for bed. She received a call from Zhou Jingchen. Slightly excited, she asked, Jingchen, are you alright? I'm fine, sister. How about you? Zhou Jingchen didn't give you any trouble, did he? He wouldn't dare. Don't worry, I'm fine here. How is father? Zhou Wanqing replied, I can't say. Zhou Jingchen understood. He was now a rebel, and Zhou Wanqing was under close surveillance. Their communications were likely being monitored. If Zhou Shaoqing had been in trouble, Zhou Wanqing would have told him directly. The fact that she couldn't reveal it meant the situation wasn't too bad, but it had to be kept secret. Zhou Jingchen said, Sister, take care of yourself. You too take care. I manage my own affairs. Okay. Zhou Jingchen added, Yiming is doing well too, you don't need to worry. Okay. The two siblings exchanged a few simple words before Zhou Jingchen hung up the call. As the longer the communication lasted, the easier it was to be tracked. Your Highness. Zhou Jingchen turned around and saw Song Yiming approaching. How is Her Highness the Princess? Her communications are being monitored. She hasn't revealed much, but from her few words, we can infer that the situation isn't too bad yet. How's the matter I asked you to arrange? While on Lauren Star, Zhou Jingchen had Song Yiming arrange for some people to stay behind, posing as citizens of ProStar. They would then use passing ProStar merchant ships to return to ProStar and gather information. It's all arranged. I think they'd be back on ProStar within 3 days. Good. Zhou Jingchen returned to the bridge and, passing the conference room, overheard Murong Su holding a meeting with the officers of the 8th Fleet, essentially assigning tasks. Murong Su noticed him and looked towards the door. Your Highness. Zhou Jingchen entered the conference room, and Murong Su introduced him to the 8th Fleet soldiers. This is His Highness the 3rd Prince of ProStar, Zhou Jingchen, also the Supreme Commander of our Jinpu Allied Forces. Since you joined the Jinpu Allied Forces, you must obey his orders. Zhou Jingchen was confused. Jinpu Allied Forces? Murong-su smiled slightly. That's right. Our legion is growing stronger every day. It needs a resounding name. If you don't like it, you can choose another name. Zhou Jingchen, Murong-su raised an eyebrow. Zhou Jingchen coughed lightly. I have no objection. Alright, let's call it the Jinpu Allied Forces. Just now, Murong-su introduced him as the Supreme Commander in front of everyone, but Zhou Jingchen still felt it wasn't quite right. You have more experience in military campaigns. It would be better if you were the Supreme Commander. We are both Supreme Commanders. There's no distinction between us. The captain of the Lingfeng asked with a smile, Young Marshal, if you two quarrel, whose opinion should we follow? Murong-su glanced at Zhou Jingchen and said generously, His Highness is gentle. If we quarrel, it's mostly my fault. If we really argue, we listen to him. The people below laughed. Young Marshal, you're henpecked. Murong-su replied casually, What, envious? Envious? More than envious, I'm jealous. Zhou Jingchen's ears turned slightly red. That Murong-su. Just because he's thick-skinned doesn't mean others are. Who would want to flirt with him in front of so many people? Murong-su and the people from the 8th Fleet held a brief meeting. After the meeting, everyone else left, but Murong-su and Zhou Jingchen remained in the conference room. Murong-su leaned against the edge of a long table, his long legs propped on the ground, arms crossed. I received intelligence from Headstar. Headstar's second princess, Peggy, went to Inelstar yesterday to attend Inelstar's harvest celebration. Ever since they collected evidence of Headstar's connection to terrorist organizations on Blanca Star, they had been trying to make it public in the Kepler system. But their unilateral disclosure had little effect and might even provoke a counterattack from Headstar. The best solution was to persuade the royal family of Hades to stand with them in the fight against the terrorist organization. The old king of Hades had 2 princesses still alive. 3 years ago, the old king passed away, and the eldest princess, Layla, was crowned queen. A year later, Layla personally appointed Mateo as the prime minister of Hades. Rumors circulated that Layla and Mateo were having an affair. If they went directly to Her Majesty the Queen and told her that Mateo's mastermind was a member of the terrorist organization, she certainly wouldn't believe it so easily. Therefore, they ultimately turned their attention to the Queen's younger sister, Peggy. In a recent interview, Peggy revealed that she hoped Hades would send troops to eradicate the terrorist organization, rather than stationing troops everywhere to collect protection money. This indicates that she did not agree with Hades' policy of stationing troops everywhere to collect protection money, and preferred to deal directly with the terrorist organization. In a sense, she shared their views. Unfortunately, her interview was quickly suppressed, and didn't even have time to reach the Hades capital, Eden. Before heading to Blanca, Murong-su had sent spies to gather intelligence on Hades. Upon returning to Lauren, he quickly received news from the spies. If Peggy went to Enel, they wouldn't need to infiltrate Hades to find her. Enel is under Hades' jurisdiction. It's small, about 20 kilometers in diameter, and located 4 astronomical units from Hades. Originally a natural celestial body, it was transformed into an agricultural planet by Hades due to its abundant water and soil resources. Enel holds a grand harvest festival every year, and Hades' second princess participates as a royal representative. Zhou Jingchen said, What if Hades' second princess isn't willing to cooperate with us? Well, there's nothing we can do but trouble that princess. Zhou Jingchen smiled. Murong-su was intelligent and brave, but not a kind person either. He was capable of kidnapping Hades' second princess. Zhou Jingchen remembered that the person they had just kidnapped was still on the warship. There's still a mad dog on the Qiming. We need to deal with him as soon as possible. Don't worry, we already arranged for someone to throw him out. Chapter 93. Thinking of what Yin Rongxuan had told him, Zhou Jingchen felt it necessary to confirm with Murong-su. Murong-su, you seem to have never told me why your father was detained by the Supreme Court of Jin Qixing. Murong-su immediately sensed something amiss. Did Yin Rongxuan tell you something? He's just a mad dog who's hostile to me. No matter what he says, I won't believe him. Zhou Jingchen looked at him. I only listen to what you say. Murong-su met his gaze. Ever since the last time on Blanca Star, when Zhou Jingchen was misled by Pierce and almost killed him, he had been extremely cautious, so this time he chose to believe him. My father was framed, Murong-su said. Murong-su continued, the Supreme Court detained him because of an arms deal agreement from 10 years ago, when the terrorist organization was still the government army of Pato Star in the Ander system. I suspect the terrorist organization deliberately gave that agreement to Yin Jinhong. Yin Jinhong had long wanted to use her power, So he conveniently used this agreement to frame my father. Because my father had dealings with a terrorist organization 10 years ago, Yin Jihong, the parliament, and the Supreme Court believed this could incite hatred in the Kepler system. So the three parties decided to close the Jinchi star system. Unbeknownst to them, the closure of the Jinchi star system was planned by the terrorist organization long ago to eliminate Jinchi star's obstruction when they invaded Pro-Star. After hearing Murong Su's explanation, Zhou Jingchen finally understood everything. No wonder Jinchi star had so conveniently closed its star system when the terrorist organization invaded Pro-Star, making even communication impossible. It turned out the terrorist organization's scheme was more elaborate than he had anticipated. Murong Su said, "All of the above is true. If possible, I'm willing to sit in the lie detector chair and answer this question again." Zhou Jingchen said, "No need, I believe you." Murong Su straightened up, raised his hand, and pulled Zhou Jingchen's wrist into his arms. Caught off guard, Zhou Jingchen glanced at the conference room door. It was tightly closed, at least preventing passers-by from seeing anything. "What are you doing? Your Highness trusts me so much, I'm deeply moved." Zhou Jingchen pursed his lips. "We're in the same boat now. If I don't trust you, this boat will sink sooner or later." Murong Su folded his arms. "I suddenly thought, why don't we elope, leave everything behind, find a small planet, and live a life of anonymity?" Zhou Jingchen's forehead veins throbbed, and he pushed him away. "Murong Su, what's wrong with you?" Murong Su chuckled. "What, you don't want to?" Zhou Jingchen naturally knew he was joking. He was like a cat with its fur standing on end. "You should go elope with your little fanboy." With that, he turned and left the conference room. Murong Su caught up, shamelessly eyeing Zhou Jingchen's jealous profile. "Your Highness, I have so many admirers. Who do you want me to go to?" Zhou Jingchen glared at him. Murong Su, afraid the little kitten would ignore him, added, "My heart only has you. Who else could I go to besides you?" Zhou Jingchen's ears turned bright red. At that moment, the person walking towards them also froze. It was none other than Murong Su's little admirer, Lin Shua. Lin Shua saw the two commanders-in-chief flirting, awkwardly greeted them, and wisely left without further ado. Pro-Star. In the streets and alleys of the capital, Lishu, people marched with banners, chanting slogans. Oppose tax increases. Oppose Hadesian hegemony. This march began with the amendment of the tax law. Pro-Star's personal income tax was adjusted 3 months ago, but this only affected high-income earners and had little impact on ordinary people. With the overall economic downturn in the Kepler system, Pro-Star's crops are unsaleable, and the number of high-income earners is decreasing. This month, the tax policy was updated again, raising the personal income tax threshold from 16,000 star coins to 8,000 star coins, and the tax rate also increased. This is like adding insult to injury for Pro-Star, which is already experiencing economic difficulties. Hadesian soldiers are rampant on Pro-Star, never paying for their meals in restaurants, and there are even rumors of them bullying Pro-Star soldiers in military camps, treating female soldiers as their playthings. A series of incidents accumulated, enraging the people and leading to this demonstration. News also spread that the third prince had turned the second, third, and fourth fleets of Pro-Planet against him, and some citizens were already calling for the third prince's return to save Pro-Planet. King Zhou Jingchen was not having an easy time either. No matter how hard he devoted himself to the affairs of the state, many things were still beyond his control, such as the rampant misbehavior of the soldiers from Hades on Pro-Planet. The soldiers from Hades were not under his jurisdiction. He had received countless complaints and had discussed the matter with Musel. Musel promised to discipline them strictly, but similar incidents continued to occur, causing him considerable headaches. What also gave him a headache was the high protection fee every month. In the past year, the economy of the Kepler system was sluggish, and the sales of fresh fruits and vegetables, which are considered high-end foods, were greatly reduced. Farmers on Pro-Star had to sell their crops at low prices, which led to a decline in the overall GDP. Tax revenue could not support government operations and the high protection fee, so in the end, they had no choice but to increase taxes. The tax increase policy hurt the common people, which sparked the large-scale protests. As the sun set, the orange sunlight slanted through the stained glass windows and fell on the wooden floor. Zhou Jingchen sat in the chair in the king's office, leaning back, eyes closed, his mind completely blank. After a long while, there was a knock at the office door. The secretary came to report that the prime minister requested an audience. Zhou Jingchen sat up straight, looked at Zhang Mingyan, who had entered, and called out, "Uncle." Zhang Mingyan said, "Your Majesty, you don't look well. Please take care of yourself." Zhou Jingxing rubbed his temples. He hadn't had a full night's sleep in a long time. He fell asleep late at night, slept very lightly, and woke up several times during the night. Over time, he looked 10 years older. Uncle, do you think we made a mistake? We shouldn't have let the Hadesian army garrison Prostar. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyan frowned. Your Majesty, why would you think that? When we negotiated the cooperation with Musel, we never imagined things would turn out this way. The people are dissatisfied with me. I have lost the hearts of the people. Your Majesty, the way things have turned out is not your fault, nor is it Hades' fault, but the fault of the terrorist organization. If we hadn't cooperated with Hades, Prostar would have been invaded by the terrorist organization, the people would have been arbitrarily slaughtered, and Prostar would have become their territory. That would have been the most terrifying situation. Zhang Mingyan said, Your Majesty, you prevented all of this from happening. Zhou Jingxing's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but why do they still oppose us? Your Majesty, people are always greedy. They want peaceful and stable lives, but they don't want to pay taxes. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And those 3 fleets, why would they follow Zhou Jingxing just because of a few words? Hearing this, Zhang Mingyan was also furious. Zhou Jingxing has served in the military for 2 years, and was a former commander of the National Defense Force. It just so happens that Qiao Yang, that traitor, had some connections with him, and was turned against him. However, Your Majesty need not worry. If they dare to fight back, Hades will be the first to object, and they will definitely lend us a hand. Hearing this, Zhou Jingxing felt even more weary. Uncle, you came to see me, there must be something else? That's right. Zhang Mingyan said, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ships. The team members are now also rebels on Prostar. According to the previously established rules, any family with members who are rebels will have their property confiscated and turned over to the national treasury. Zhou Jingxing looked at Zhang Mingyan. The Qiao family, to which Qiao Yang belonged, and the Zhang family were related by marriage. His aunt was the matriarch of the Qiao family. Uncle, if we do this, my aunt? Zhang Mingyan said, Your Majesty, that's precisely why we must uphold justice even against family ties, otherwise other nobles will not accept it. Zhou Jingxing pondered for a moment. He had already come this far. It was too late to talk about human relationships now. All right, you handle this matter as you see fit. Yes, Your Majesty. Medical Research Center. Zhou Wanqing put on a sterile gown and an isolation mask and entered a top-secret laboratory. 6 incubators were placed in the laboratory. Through the transparent glass, one could see that these 6 incubators contained human livers, spleens, kidneys, lungs, and pancreas. These organs were cultivated using Zhou Shaoqing's stem cells in order to replace his damaged internal organs. Accompanying Zhou Wanqing was an elderly man with graying hair, Zhang Qing'an, the director of the Medical Research Institute. At this pace, the surgery can begin in half a month, Zhang Qing'an said. Zhou Wanqing said, Director, I leave everything to you then. Zhang Qing'an said, It's chaotic outside. I'm worried someone might try to obstruct us. Our surgery needs to be performed in several sessions, so it's crucial to ensure the entire process is undisturbed. I understand, Zhou Wanqing said. I arrange everything. The two emerged from the laboratory, and one of Zhou Wanqing's guards approached. Your Highness, His Majesty wishes to see you. Zhou Wanqing frowned. What did Zhou Jingxing want with him? Where is he? Just outside the medical center. Zhou Wanqing removed her protective mask. I go see him? The guard asked, should we send more people? No need, I go alone. Zhou Wanqing left the medical research center. To the right of the main entrance stood a meticulously pruned tree, resembling a giant mushroom. There was a bench under the tree, a place for people to rest and cool off. Zhou Jingxing sat on the bench, wearing a casual suit, his stubble still unkempt, looking somewhat forlorn. Zhou Wanqing walked over. Looking for me? Zhou Jingxing looked up at her. I want to see my father. He's still unconscious. What good will it do you if you see him? I want to have a brainwave conversation with him. Zhou Wanqing was surprised by his request. Logically, people whose brains are not dead can communicate via brainwaves, but doing so would be dangerous for Zhou Shaoqing. Zhou Shaoqing was severely injured and had been kept alive by medical equipment. The medical pod he was in had a highly sophisticated life support system and was in a completely sterile environment. To have a brainwave conversation with him would require connecting to a brain-computer interface, a process that could potentially lead to his death. I disagree, Zhou Wanqing said. Zhou Jingxing said, I just want to talk to him, to have him guide me. Are you not even allowed that? Guide you? Zhou Wanqing looked at him. What can he guide you on? Prostellar is in chaos. I want to know how he would handle it. It seemed he was truly at a loss, otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with this method. Zhou Wanqing showed him no sympathy whatsoever. If you want his guidance, then you must tell him that Prostar is now occupied by its star's army, and that he's subject to its star's control in everything. Tell him you branded Jingchen a traitor, and are hunting him down. Tell him my Prostar's Grand General is still in the court's prison. Tell him the people are protesting. Do you think he'd still be calm? Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. That's why I'm asking father what I should do. You're forcing him to his death. Zhou Wanqing said, his brain is currently in a dormant state. If you forcibly awaken him, and he learns that Prostar, to which he dedicated his life, has become what it is now, and he's powerless to change it, he feels like he's living a life worse than death. If you have any conscience, then don't harm him. Zhou Jingqing's eyes were bloodshot. These past few days, overwhelmed by repression and unable to find an outlet for his emotions, Zhou Jingqing finally teetered on the brink of collapse, hysterically shouting, "Why do you all think it's my fault? What did I do wrong? Since my coronation, I haven't had a single day off. I've been handling state affairs for over 12 hours a day, and the palace's food, clothing, and supplies have been reduced by more than half. What have I done all this for? Isn't it all for Prostar? Why do you all think it's my fault? If Prostar had been invaded by terrorist organizations back then, Prostar would be a living hell by now, and they wouldn't be able to cause such a ruckus in the streets." Zhou Wanqing looked at Zhou Jingqing's red eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Since you think you're right, I have nothing more to say. You're too tired, go back and rest." With that, Zhou Wanqing put her hands in the pockets of her robe and left. Chapter 94. When Zhou Jingqing returned to the palace, Muser was already waiting for him. Musel's gray-blue eyes scrutinized Zhou Jingqing. "Your Majesty, it's only been a few days, but you look so haggard." Zhou Jingqing didn't answer. "Mr. Musel, what brings you here? Your Majesty just returned from the Medical Research Institute?" Zhou Jingqing frowned. He had only taken 2 personal guards with him to the institute, the others were unaware. Musel knew his itinerary. "How did you know?" Musel smiled, narrowing his eyes. "That's not the point. The point is what I'm about to tell His Majesty." Zhou Jingqing, seeing Musel's evasive manner, was furious but could only suppress his anger. "Please speak. I heard that a few days ago, Murongsu took the 8th Fleet and the Gao family's latest batch of mecha warships from Jinchi Star. Now the rebel forces are growing stronger, and we must be wary. Mr. Musel, Prostar has the army of Headstar. I trust you. The initial agreement was to protect Prostar from terrorist organizations. The civil war is another matter," Musel said. "However, considering our pleasant cooperation with His Majesty, we can send more men to help Prostar suppress the rebels. The additional military expenses will still have to be borne by Prostar." Zhou Jingqing clenched his fists. The current protection fee was already scraped together through frugal living and repeated tax increases. Bearing other expenses would be suicidal. "Mr. Musel," he said, "as you can see, Prostar is already struggling to pay the protection fee for Headstar. If Headstar is truly unwilling to protect Prostar, then let the rebels take Prostar away." Muscle was shocked by Zhou Jingqing's words, realizing he was truly exhausted and uttering nonsense. "Your Majesty, why are you so dejected? No matter how strong the rebel army grows, they are still rebels. Can we, the planet Hades, stand idly by?" Zhou Jingqing's attitude was firm. Prostar will not pay any additional fees. Muscle didn't want to push him too hard, as Zhou Jingqing's spirits were low due to the recent demonstrations. He backed down. "Your Majesty, we are on the same side. Everything can be discussed. You don't need to treat me like an enemy." Zhou Jingqing glanced at him. "No, I just wanted to tell Mr. Muscle that Prostar is no longer able to fight the rebels. If Hades is unwilling to defend Prostar, then I am helpless. We have enjoyed cooperating with Your Majesty. As long as Your Majesty wishes. Helping you is just a matter of saying a word." After saying that, Musel continued, "More than this matter, I want to remind Your Majesty that you have left a huge hidden danger on Pro Planet." "What hidden danger?" "I heard that the second princess has been trying to save the old king. If the old king is really saved by her, then who is the king, him or you? Who has more influence?" Zhou Jingqing lowered his head. He had also thought about the question Musel raised. What should he do if Zhou Xiaoqin woke up? Would Zhou Xiaoqin support him? When he learned that he and Zhou Jingqin had become enemies, whose side would he take? But he actually had a feeling about it. Although Zhou Xiaoqin didn't say it, he clearly favored Zhou Jingqin. Before he was injured and fell into a coma, He and Zhou Jingchen were on the same side. If he were to wake up, he would most likely cripple him. Therefore, he both hoped Zhou Xiaoqin would wake up, and hoped he would never wake up. This is my family matter. Mr. Muscle doesn't need to trouble himself. Your Majesty, you know what I mean? As a monarch, one should be decisive in some matters. Indecisiveness will only plant a time bomb for one's future, which could explode at any moment, shattering everything in its path. Having said that, Muscle raised his wrist to check the time. It's getting late, I should go. Your Majesty, think it over carefully. Princess Peggy of Hater Star is the current queen's younger sister. She is 24 years old this year. 3 days ago, she represented the queen on her way to Enel Star to attend Enel Star's grandest annual harvest festival. After the festival, she left Enel Star aboard a royal starship, escorted by 2 frigates. She was originally supposed to return directly to Hater Star, but she changed her mind at the last minute and wanted to go to Pro Star. The queen of Hater Star, Peggy's older sister, Layla, objected to this. What were you doing off to Pro Star? Come back right now. A holographic image of Queen Hater appeared in midair, dressed in a magnificent gown and wearing a crown, her expression somewhat serious. Peggy said, Pro Star, like Enel, is an agricultural planet, and it's much prettier than Enel. I want to go for a few days, sister. Please let me go. It's not that I don't want to, but the entire Kepler system is in chaos right now. Terrorist organizations could appear at any time, and I'm worried about your safety. Isn't there Hater's army on Pro Star? It's safe there. Enel is 14 astronomical units away from Pro. It's so far, and there aren't any Hades troops along the way. Sister, don't worry, I have Lieutenant General Yadina. She's Hades' most powerful female general. With her there, I'd definitely be safe. Peggy pleaded, just let me go. I let you know I'm safe every 2 hours along the way, please. Layla sighed, when are you going to get rid of this spoiled habit of yours? Peggy smiled, her eyes crinkling, sister is the best. I won't say anything more then. I contact you again when I get to Pro. Peggy hung up and breathed a sigh of relief. She went to her private dressing room, changed her clothes, and was about to leave when her personal communicator rang. It was Athena calling. She pressed the answer button, and Adana's voice came through the communicator, Your Highness, the bridge just received a text message from 0.8 astronomical units away. This person claims to know you, and wants to establish a personal communication with you. Peggy found it strange. Didn't he identify himself? He only said that 2 years ago, he had the honor of dancing with you. Peggy's eyes lit up, and she said impatiently, quickly, connect his communication to my personal communicator. Adina asked, Your Highness, have you confirmed this person's identity? He is the person we've been looking for. Adina understood, and said, Your Highness, if you don't mind, I would like to take the call with you. Of course. Peggy said, General Adina, I go to the conference room immediately you come too. Okay. As the saying goes, you can search high and low without finding it, but then it comes to you effortlessly. Peggy, taking advantage of the Harvest Festival on Planet Enel, planned to sneak off to Planet Pro. Her purpose there was to obtain news of Zhou Jingchen. 2 years ago, Zhou Jingchen accompanied Zhou Xiaoqin on a state visit to Planet Had. That evening, a ball was held at the palace on Had. Zhou Jingchen, the prince of Planet Pro, danced with Princess Peggy of Had, and the two became acquainted. 6 months later, they met again on Planet Taz. Although it was a fleeting encounter, Peggy had a very good impression of Zhou Jingchen. 6 months ago, Zhou Jingchen led his troops in a desperate fight against a terrorist organization. She admired his bravery, but she never expected that he, who swore to defend his country to the death, would be labeled a traitor. She had always felt resentful about it. For the past 2 years, Hades has been sending troops to other countries under the guise of protecting them from terrorist attacks and collecting protection money. Peggy, somewhat disapproving of this, repeatedly suggested to her sister Layla that they should stop the situation from escalating. However, Layla believed it was a joint decision by Parliament and the Prime Minister, and that while she, as Queen, had the power to appoint officials, she lacked governing power and shouldn't interfere too much. Later, in an interview, Peggy indignantly stated that Hades should unite with other countries in the Kepler system to eradicate terrorist organizations, instead of sending troops and collecting protection money. However, her interview was banned less than 10 minutes after airing, at the behest of Prime Minister Matteo, who believed Princess Peggy's remarks would seriously damage Hades' international standing and lead to misunderstandings by other countries. Peggy was naturally indignant. She believed that if Hades continued down this path, it would incur the hostility of other countries in the Kepler system, ultimately endangering the entire nation. She desperately wanted change, but lacking political power, and with her sister Layla's unwavering faith in Mateo, she could only turn to Zhou Jingchen to see if she could lend a hand in helping him eradicate the terrorist organization. Once the terrorist organization was eliminated, Star would have no excuse to send troops to other planets in the Kepler system. Unexpectedly, the person she was looking for was also looking for her. General Yadina connected the bridge's communications to her personal communicator, and a holographic bust of Zhou Jingchen appeared in midair in the conference room. Zhou Jingchen said politely, "Your Highness, it's a pleasure to see you. Time flies. It's been a year and a half since we last met." Peggy looked at Zhou Jingchen, sensing he was different from a year and a half ago. "Were you looking for me on purpose?" "That's right." Zhou Jingchen didn't deny it. He said, "There are some things I'd like to discuss with Your Highness. I think you'd be interested." "About what?" "About terrorist organizations." Peggy was curious. "Why do you think I'd be interested?" 2 months ago, Your Highness made a statement in an interview that I greatly admire. So, I think Your Highness would be very happy. I want to discuss this matter with you." Peggy smiled slightly. "Then tell me what you want to say, and I see if it's something I'm interested in. Remote communication is really inconvenient. I wonder if Your Highness would be willing to let me board the ship. Let's talk in person. Are you alone?" 2. At this moment, Murongsu's face appeared beside Zhou Jingchen. "Your Highness, it's been a long time." Peggy saw Murongsu, and her expression immediately changed. Her smile vanished, her eyes narrowed, and she looked at him coldly, as if she had seen an enemy. "He won't do. He can't board my starship." Zhou Jingchen glanced at Murongsu, wondering what Murongsu had done to elicit such a strong reaction from Peggy. Murongsu didn't seem embarrassed, but said with some regret, "If Your Highness doesn't welcome me, then you and Yiming will have to go." After some discussion, Zhou Jingchen, accompanied by his adjutant Song Yiming, took a shuttle to the royal starship on Hater Star, while Murongsu and the others waited 3 astronomical units away. Murongsu saw Zhou Jingchen off at the shuttle hangar. "If there's any emergency, press the alarm, and I come pick you up immediately." Zhou Jingchen said, "Princess Peggy won't hurt me." Murongsu frowned, looking displeased, but remained silent. Tianying, noticing his young marshal's expression, asked, "Young marshal, what's wrong?" "Jealous." Tianying and Zhou Jingchen, This womanizing scoundrel has the nerve to be jealous? Zhou Jingchen ignored him, and turned to board the shuttle. Chapter 95. The shuttle journey to the royal starship took 30 minutes at maximum power. Upon reaching a point 5,000 kilometers away, the royal starship opened its hatch, allowing the shuttle to board. 6 Hudson soldiers in dark blue uniforms greeted them, conducting full-body scans to ensure they were unarmed before leading them to the conference room. Peggy was wary of them, as was Zhou Jingchen. He couldn't stay on the royal starship for more than an hour, unsure if Peggy or her men would report their location to Mateo. If their presence was exposed, they had to evacuate before Hudson's forces arrived. Zhou Jingchen was led into the conference room, where Peggy was already waiting. Accompanying her was a woman in a red uniform with short, flaxen hair. Her eyes were sharp, and judging from the insignia on her uniform, she was likely a lieutenant general. Peggy saw him enter, and rose to greet him. "Zhou Jingchen, I'm surprised you came to see me. I hope this won't cause Her Highness any trouble." "Of course not." Zhou Jingchen said, "Time is limited, so I get straight to the point and explain the purpose of my visit to Her Highness." "All right, speak." Zhou Jingchen glanced around the meeting room. Besides the female general from before, there were the 6 soldiers who had led them in. With so many people talking, he worried their conversation might be overheard by Mateo. Peggy seemed to sense his thoughts. "Zhou Jingchen, just say what you have to say. They're all my men, they have nothing to do with Mateo." Hearing Peggy's words, Zhou Jingchen lowered his guard and, after taking a seat, began to get to the point. "Excuse my boldness, but I would like to ask Your Highness a question." "All right, ask away." 2 months ago, Your Highness said you hoped that Star could unite with other countries in the Kepler system to eradicate terrorist organizations, instead of sending troops to collect protection money. Is this your true intention? Of course. Peggy said, terrorist organizations have disrupted the Kepler system, causing many people in various countries to live in fear. Only by eradicating them can the Kepler system usher in true peace. Then if I told you that Star's political arena has been infiltrated by terrorist organizations, would you believe me? Peggy's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. What did you say? Zhou Jingchen said, in the past few months, I have collected. Regarding the information about terrorist organizations, One crucial piece of information was that the current Prime Minister of Haiti, Matteo, had his brain replaced over 6 years ago. The current Matteo only has his own body. His brain has been replaced by someone from a terrorist organization. Peggy was speechless with shock. Although Yadina was also shocked, her more than 10 years of military service had honed her composure in any situation. She asked, "Your Highness, do you have evidence?" Zhou Jingchen displayed the evidence he had collected on Blanca through the communicator. Matteo was once the mayor of Blanca. After he returned to Haiti and joined the council, a rebellion broke out on Blanca, and he disappeared into the Kepler system. 2 months ago, we found Blanca in the Athena system, and there we discovered this secret. Peggy carefully reviewed the evidence Zhou Jingchen had collected, her face turning pale. So, Hades is now under the control of a terrorist organization? Not entirely, but if it's not stopped, the terrorist organization will only infiltrate deeper, Zhou Jingchen said. When I led troops to resist the terrorist organization, Musel of Hades immediately came to their aid, which shows they planned this all along. Your Highness, although Matteo's actions haven't yet caused any damage to Hades, the Hades royal family has the power to appoint and dismiss the Prime Minister. When the terrorist organization truly controls Hades, they might target the royal family, who can restrain them. Therefore, I hope we can unite to fight the terrorist organization together. Peggy didn't approve of Matteo's political views, and had repeatedly told her sister that Matteo wasn't suitable to be Prime Minister, but she never imagined that Matteo had already had his brain replaced by the terrorist organization. A brain replacement means Matteo is already a member of the terrorist organization. If Matteo were a member of a terrorist organization, then his collaboration with them to deliberately invade another country, and then using the name of Hades to provide military protection would be plausible. Yadina said, "Third Prince, this evidence of yours can be easily forged. How can you expect us to believe it's true?" Peggy regained a sliver of clarity from her chaotic thoughts. Yes, how could she have completely believed Zhou Jingchen? All of this could be fabricated by Zhou Jingchen. She looked at Zhou Jingchen. The evidence you just showed me is indeed easily forged with current technology. Do you have any other evidence? Zhou Jingchen had already anticipated their suspicions. After all, modern technology made forgery far too easy, just like back on Blanca, where he too had been completely fooled by artificial intelligence. Your Highness, this is all the evidence I have. I swear on my honor that it is not fabricated. Zhou Jingchen paused. Of course, I don't expect you to believe me immediately. If possible, I hope to explore the truth with you. How? If what I'm saying is true, then Matteo's brain and body should have 2 different DNA. If that can be confirmed, wouldn't what I'm saying be more credible? Peggy said, "That's right." Zhou Jingchen said, "This matter concerns Hades and its royal family. This concerns every nation in the Kepler system. Matteo's actions have plunged the people of every nation in Kepler into misery, and our Jinpu United Army wants to stop it. If we directly wage war against Hades, Hades soldiers will also suffer. Therefore, I hope that before going to war with the terrorist organization, Hades can sever ties with it. If possible, the entire Kepler system can unite to fight the terrorist organization." Peggy looked at Yadina. She wasn't very knowledgeable about military matters, and could only seek help from Yadina with her eyes. Yadina received Peggy's hint, and calmly said to Zhou Jingchen, "Third Prince, I understand what you're saying, but as I just said, we must obtain sufficient evidence to prove that Matteo is part of a terrorist organization before we can respond." Zhou Jingchen understood their position. This matter was of great importance, and they couldn't easily trust him. "We also want to gather sufficient evidence, but with our current identities, it's difficult to get close to Matteo. If possible, we can join forces to investigate this matter." Yadina is a lieutenant general on planet Had, with 3 generations of her family serving in the military. In the past 2 years, many Had soldiers have been reassigned to other planets, but she escaped this assignment because she serves as the chief bodyguard for the Queen and Princess Peggy. She strongly opposes Had's frequent reassignment policy. As Had soldiers, their primary duty is to protect their country, but being sent to other planets in exchange for exorbitant protection fees is tantamount to being sold. The reason she agreed to join Princess Peggy in investigating Zhou Jingchen's whereabouts was to help them eliminate the terrorist organization as soon as possible and allow Had soldiers to return home. When she heard Zhou Jingchen say that Had's political scene had already been infiltrated by terrorists, she felt a mixture of grief and indignation. However, she also knew that Zhou Jingchen was branded a traitor, and they couldn't easily trust him, otherwise they would only be used as pawns. Cooperating with them to investigate Matteo was something worth trying. "We can agree to this," said Yadina, "but we have a condition." "Go ahead," Yadina said. You must promise us that, until we have sufficient evidence, the fact that Prime Minister Mateo's brain was swapped by a terrorist organization cannot be publicized. Peggy chimed in, General Yadina is right. If this gets out, Had will be thrown into chaos. Zhou Jingchen paused. They had actually prepared to publicize this in the Kepler system, intending to alert other countries in the Kepler system to Had, which would also benefit them. But Yadina and Peggy's considerations were also correct. If this matter were to spread, Had would inevitably experience turmoil. Zhou Jingchen pondered for a moment. Given the current situation, they had no choice. To separate Hadstar from the terrorist organization and deal with the terrorist organization independently, they needed the power of the Hadstar royal family. Alright, I can agree to that, Zhou Jingchen said. But once the evidence is conclusive, this matter must be announced in the Kepler system. Peggy glanced at Yadina, who gave her a reassuring look. Yes, as long as the evidence is conclusive, my sister will definitely remove Mateo from office. The negotiations between Zhou Jingchen, Peggy, and Yadina progressed smoothly. After reaching an agreement, Zhou Jingchen left the royal starship first. He had agreed with Murong Su that he had to leave within an hour, otherwise Murong Su would mistakenly believe he was in danger. Back on the Qiming, Zhou Jingchen recounted the contents of the negotiations to the Jinpu Allied Forces headquarters and staff in the conference room. Lieutenant General Chao Yang said, the evidence we currently have is indeed not strong enough. With Princess Peggy's assistance in the investigation, obtaining more conclusive evidence, and then having the Hadstar royal family release it personally, the credibility will be much higher. Huang Yingjie closed the laptop on the table. According to reliable intelligence, Queen Layla of Hadstar seems to have an affair with Mateo. The reason Mateo was able to be elected Prime Minister 2 years after becoming a member of Parliament was partly due to the Queen's help. I'm worried that the Queen and he are in cahoots. Zhou Jingchen said, if that's the case, then it'd be a bit difficult. Tianning said, why don't we let the young marshal use his charm? Back when Layla wasn't queen yet, she was completely infatuated with the young marshal. He almost became Hadstar's prince consort. If the young marshal intervenes, the queen will probably dump Mateo. As soon as Tianning spoke, everyone turned to look at Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen felt awkward under their gazes. He glanced at Murong Su but said nothing. Murong Su spoke up, Tianning, all you ever come up with are bad ideas. Tianning chuckled, young marshal, is there a better way? Queen Layla of Hades is reasonable, has strong likes and dislikes, and always prioritizes national affairs. As long as we have sufficient evidence to prove Mateo's connection to terrorist organizations, she won't show him any mercy. Zhou Jingchen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, a turbulent feeling stirred. When Murong Su said this, he seemed to know Layla very well. No wonder they almost became husband and wife. Chao Yang said, the young marshal is right. Queen Layla is, after all, a member of the royal family. If we can prove that Mateo has ties to terrorist organizations, then she has no grounds to protect him. Now we should consider how to investigate. Zhou Jingchen said, I already discussed this with Princess Peggy. I bring 2 people disguised as her personal guards to approach Mateo, and the rest is up to us to see how things unfold. Zhang Ziyuan asked, Your Highness, are you going personally? Zhou Jingchen nodded, that's right. Princess Peggy is very wary of us. She specifically requested that I go. Su Ruiyang chuckled, mimicking Tianning. Perhaps this Princess Peggy has some feelings for our Highness too. Murong Su crossed his arms, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. This princess is truly not to be underestimated. The people in the conference room exchanged glances, sensing a subtle tension in the atmosphere. After the meeting, Zhou Jingchen returned to his room to rest. He had barely stepped inside when Murong Su followed him in. Zhou Jingchen was used to this. Murong Su had his own room, but most of the time, he would choose to share one with him. Zhou Jingchen had just taken off his coat when Murong Su snuggled up to him from behind, wrapping his arms around his waist and resting his chin on his shoulder. Zhou Jingchen glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Let go, I'm going to take a shower. Want to come together? I refuse. Murong Su nuzzled against his neck. Are you close to Princess Peggy? Not really, I met her twice. She trusts you so much after only 2 meetings. She must be someone special. Murong Su, what are you being sarcastic about? Jealous people like to be sarcastic, Your Highness, can't you tell? You? Zhou Jingchen felt inexplicably angry. Aren't you also having an ambiguous relationship with Queen Layla? Murong Su curled his lips. Looks like Your Highness is doing the same. No way. Zhou Jingchen forcefully pried his hands off. I'm going to take a shower. Chapter 96. Zhou Jingchen entered the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over his head. He wiped his face, brushed a few stray strands of hair behind his ear, and tilted his head back, letting the water wet his face. Murong-su had once been engaged to Layla during their courtship. These days, whenever he woke up late at night and saw Murong-su sleeping soundly beside him, he would always wonder what had happened back then. Had Murong-su abandoned him? Was that why he had erased his memories of him? Then why did Murong-su not continue the arranged marriage? Just as he was pondering this question, the automatic bathroom door suddenly opened. Zhou Jingchen stared blankly for a moment at Murong-su, who appeared before him wearing only a towel. Murong-su leaned against the bathroom doorframe, arms crossed. "Would you like a scrubbing service, Your Highness?" Zhou Jingchen, annoyed and embarrassed, retorted. "Who allowed you in?" "I just reached the bathroom door, and it opened automatically." Zhou Jingchen, This damned automatic door. Because this room had two owners, it would automatically open whenever either one came in, regardless of whether anyone was inside. Zhou Jingchen secretly thought he had to replace this broken door. Murong-su shamelessly pressed closer, and before Zhou Jingchen could protest, he had already started touching him. Ever since his encounter with Murong-su on Chilwon Star, his body had become very sensitive. A slight touch from Murong-su would make him weak. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to resist, and could only let Murong-su do as he pleased. In the heat of passion, Murong-su whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, say you love me." Zhou Jingchen's eyes were glistening with tears, his cheeks flushed, and his cherry-red lips parted slightly. "I don't love him." Murong-su looked into his eyes, and touched his nose to Zhou's. "If you don't love him, why are you doing it with me?" The kitten bristled. "Then get out." Murong-su chuckled. "If I stop, someone will start doubting my ability again." The result of his sharp tongue was a long claw mark on Murong-su's back. Lieutenant General Yadina was not only an excellent soldier, but also a master of disguise. A former special agent, she had received professional training, including the skill of concealing her identity or impersonating others. To prevent Zhou Jingchen from being recognized, Lieutenant General Yadina disguised him. Zhang Ziyuan and Huan Ningjie, who were traveling with him, also disguised themselves. The three of them, disguised, wore the uniforms of the Head Star Royal Guard, looking completely natural. Yadina also forged their identities, recording their fingerprints and iris scans. The Royal Starship and the Palace shared the same authentication system, granting them access to guards even within the Head Star Palace. Head Star is the largest inhabited planet in the Kepler system, 4 times the size of Pro Planet, home to 1 billion people, and the most developed planet in the Kepler system. The Head Star Palace is magnificent, a Gothic-style architectural marvel incorporating modern technology. The entire palace is resplendent in gold, with a dome displaying a starry sky or a blue sky, dynamic paintings adorning the walls, and occasional patrols by robots in steel armor along the corridors. Zhou Jingchen had visited the Head Star Palace 3 times. His last visit was 2 years ago, when he first met Peggy. Queen Layla of Head Star hosted a ball in the palace, and he, as a prince of Pro Planet, danced with Princess Peggy. Although the palace on Hades was large, its population was not large. The old king lived to be 140 years old and had 5 children. He lost his first 3 children, and Layla was his daughter, conceived at the age of 108 using cryopreservation technology, and the new queen. When the old king was 120, his 3 children passed away one after another, making Layla the first in line to the throne. She was raised as the heir from a young age, so even at 30, she was more mature than her peers. The first thing Zhou Jingchen did upon arriving on Hades was to disguise himself as Peggy's personal bodyguard and accompany her to meet the queen. The queen was in a pavilion in the garden, wearing a dark blue tea dress with dark gold patterns. Her silver crown was dazzling. She was dignified and elegant, with a regal air about her. Peggy grew up with Layla, and the 2 sisters had a deep bond. In Layla's presence, Peggy was like a little girl. Layla was still angry about Peggy's impulsive decision to go to Pro Planet. "Didn't you say you were going to Pro Planet? Why did you change your mind?" Peggy took Layla's arm in an ingratiating manner. "I later realized you were right, sister. Terrorist organizations are running rampant in the Kepler system right now. It's really dangerous for me to take such a small group to Pro Planet." "Good that you know that." Peggy seized the opportunity to say, "Sister, terrorist organizations are causing chaos in the Kepler system. I think they should have been wiped out long ago. What do you think?" Peggy glanced at her. "You think it's that simple? Our head planet is the most powerful nation in the Kepler system. Do you think dealing with a terrorist organization is difficult? The terrorist organization is from the Ander system. They have no fixed abode, and the universe is so vast that it's difficult to track them down. Hader can only guarantee its own safety when they appear. Then let's unite all the nations of the Kepler system to deal with them together. That should work, right? Layla's expression turned serious. Peggy, I told you before, you only need to fulfill your duties as a princess. Don't interfere too much in political affairs. Peggy bit her lip, like a scolded puppy. I was just talking to my sister privately. Layla took a deep breath and stopped the conversation. You've been traveling in space for 2 days, you must be tired. Go and rest. Come over for dinner tonight. Okay, fine. Peggy released Layla's arm, turned, and walked out. She glanced at Zhou Jingchen, who then followed her. Peggy had a separate palace in the royal palace, right next to the queen's palace, just a few minutes' walk away. Back at Peggy's palace, Peggy sat down, dismissing the maids who wanted to serve her, before saying, You heard it too. Every time I mention eradicating the terrorist organization, my sister stops me from continuing. Zhou Jingchen asked, Your Highness, may I ask a presumptuous question? Go ahead. Does Her Majesty the Queen and Mateo have a closer relationship? Peggy's expression changed. She puffed out her cheeks, seemingly angry. Who told you that? Seeing Peggy's reaction, Zhou Jingchen roughly knew what was going on. Just wild guesses. Peggy said with a warning tone, You better not spread your wild guesses. Yes, I understand. It seems Layla and Mateo's affair is well hidden and kept secret. Peggy twirled a strand of her blonde hair with her fingers. Let's talk about the next step. How do you plan to investigate Mateo? Zhou Jingchen said, Does your highness have a way to obtain Mateo's recent schedule? Peggy tilted her head and thought for a moment. I can't get the exact schedule, but I can try to get the general outline. Zhou Jingchen said, Then I trouble your highness. Peggy picked up the carved teapot beside her, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to him. But before that, you need to tell me what you want to do. Zhou Jingchen took the teacup and held it in his hand. Since our purpose here is to investigate Mateo, we naturally need to know his exact location. Peggy felt that her question. That's a bit redundant, she said. All right then. Also, could you arrange for one of my companions to enter the government building? Peggy wasn't stupid. The government building held Hades' secrets. Even though she was cooperating with Zhou Jingchen now, he was still a foreigner. Her attitude was firm. No way. You better not do anything to steal secrets either. I was being presumptuous, Zhou Jingchen said. But I never intended to steal secrets, your highness. Please rest assured. I just want to investigate who got into the council through his connections after Mateo entered. Peggy thought about it. It wasn't surprising that Zhou Jingchen wanted to investigate this. If Mateo had been brainwashed by a terrorist organization, he certainly wouldn't be acting alone. This matter concerns Hades' secrets. I will instruct Lieutenant General Yadina. She was once an excellent agent. Zhou Jingchen was quite confident in Lieutenant General Yadina. That's even better. Peggy then asked him, Is there anything else we need to do? Can we plant someone around Mateo? One of yours. That's fine too. Zhou Jingchen said, Anyone who can help steal intelligence or track his movements is fine. Peggy said, It's not that easy. As the head of the Hades government, he uses the highest level of security. His bodyguards are also special agents. It's not something I can just plant. Zhou Jingchen didn't press the matter further. If Peggy couldn't help them, then they would have to rely on themselves. Murong-Su had also arranged for several other people to infiltrate Hades, ready to be at his command at any time. Even if they couldn't plant someone around Mateo, they could at least gather information about him from the outside. Princess Peggy agreed to let Zhou Jingchen stay in the palace, but they weren't completely free. Their personal communicators were connected to Yadina's tracking system, allowing Yadina to monitor their movements at any time. If they went somewhere they shouldn't, Yadina would be the first to know. To avoid suspicion, the three of them were also assigned to patrol the palace daily. Zhou Jingchen, who had grown up in luxury, was doing guard duty for the first time. His job wasn't complicated, he simply patrolled the assigned area with 2 armored robot guards. The 3 of them were assigned shifts. After Zhou Jingchen finished his shift and returned to his quarters, Zhang Ziyuan had just returned from his shift as well. Wang Yingjie, who had slept for a few hours, was sitting at his desk in the quarters, using his personal computer to look something up. Zhou Jingchen walked behind him, bent down to look at his personal terminal, and asked, Any new progress? Wang Yingjie stopped what he was doing and leaned back in his chair. I tried to hack into the government building's network, but the security level is too high. I tried many times but failed. Zhou Jingchen crossed his arms. The government building needs Yadina's help, or you could try hacking into Mateo's or Musel's residence network. I try later. Zhou Jingchen then asked, Any new news from Murong-su? Yes. Huang Yingjie said, the young marshal sent me a message today. He has successfully infiltrated Hades. Hearing that Murong-su had also successfully infiltrated Hades, Zhou Jingchen felt a strange sense of security. By the way, Your Highness, I installed listening devices on several patrol robots in the palace, and today I received some information that's favorable to us. Play it. Huang Yingjie clicked on an audio file, and a deep male voice came through. Your Majesty, the planets currently under our military protection, Taz, Lotties, Hio, and Pro, have all been forced to increase taxes due to the exorbitant protection fees. Anti-Had sentiment among the people is escalating, and large-scale demonstrations have erupted on these planets, with some even attempting to overthrow their governments. If this continues, a large-scale war against Had will inevitably break out in the Kepler system. Although our country is powerful, it may not have a chance of winning against so many countries in the Kepler system. Regarding this matter, Layla always maintained a clear stance. Brooke, although I am the queen, political strategies are decided by Parliament, and I have no right to interfere. As a member of Parliament, if you think this strategy is wrong, you should convene a meeting of Parliament to discuss it, not come to me. Your Majesty, Mateo is now Prime Minister, and his people dominate Parliament. Those of us who truly care for Hades have little say. The only one who can change this situation is Your Majesty. Layla sighed softly. Brooke, what do you want me to do? Mateo disregards Hades' image, acting arrogantly and domineeringly, making enemies throughout the Kepler system, and exploiting the people of other nations. He is truly unworthy to be the Prime Minister of Hades. You want me to dismiss the Prime Minister? Brooke didn't say it explicitly, only stating, if Your Majesty thinks I'm right, then it's not impossible. Layla sneered. Brooke, if you were Prime Minister, what would you do? Hades soldiers provide military protection in other countries. Don't you want that? A single penny? The current situation isn't Had's fault. The fault lies with terrorist organizations. They disrupted the Kepler system. Like the planets you mentioned, Taz, Lotties, and Hio, if it weren't for Had's military protection, they would have fallen into terrorist hands long ago, and the lives of the people would be 100 times worse than they are now. Brooke, forcing a smile, continued, Your Majesty, since ancient times on Earth, nations have adhered to the principle of non-interference in internal affairs. Had's excessive interference will only invite criticism, which is not beneficial to Had. Enough. It seems reasoning with you is useless. Layla grew increasingly angry. She said, Brooke, go back and carefully consider the pros and cons. The audio ended there. Zhou Jingchen felt somewhat relieved after listening. Had still had normal people, Princess Peggy was one, and Brooke was another. Zhou Jingchen asked, can you find out Brooke's specific identity? Yes, we can. He's a member of Congress. Zhou Jingchen then thought of something. Send his personal information to Murong-su, and tell them this person can be used. Okay. Chapter 97. To avoid being detected by Hades satellites, Zhou Jingchen's personal communicator was switched off. Their only way to contact Murong-su was through Huang Yingjie's personal terminal. After Huang Yingjie sent the message, Murong-su quickly replied. Your Highness, the young marshal asked if it's convenient to video call. Zhou Jingchen responded, Huang Yingjie connected the video call with Murong-su. Soon, a half-body projection of Murong-su appeared at the top of the terminal. His appearance had been altered. A mustache was added below his nose, his face was aged, his hair was dyed brown, and he wore a well-tailored suit, looking like a seasoned business tycoon. He had infiltrated Hades disguised himself as a businessman. The two stared at each other for a long time, then Murong-su chuckled softly, looking at Your Highness gives me a guilty feeling, like I'm cheating. His tone remained unchanged. Zhou Jingchen also disapproved of Murong-su's disguised appearance. Let's switch to voice chat. Your Highness, don't you find cheating exciting? Zhou Jingchen, You called just looking for excitement? Flirting before getting down to business, isn't that a bit much? A vein throbbed on Zhou Jingchen's forehead. There are other people around. Huang Yingjie and Zhang Ziyuan exchanged glances, wondering whether to leave. Murong-su was somewhat displeased. I didn't expect them to still be here. Huang Yingjie grabbed Zhang Ziyuan's arm, preparing to lead him away. Young Marshal, I didn't hear anything. Let's leave immediately. Murong-su said, leaving now is too late. We should get down to business. Huang Yingjie released Zhang Ziyuan's arm and replied, okay. Murong-su said, I vaguely remember Brooke, whom you just mentioned. If I have the chance, I try to contact him and see if he can be of use to us. You know him? Before Mateo came to power, he often appeared in the media, so I vaguely remember him. Zhou Jingchen said, Murong-su, I have an idea. Tell me. This Friday is Prince George's 60th birthday. Her Majesty the Queen will be holding a banquet in the Royal Palace Banquet Hall. Government officials from Hader Star will also be attending the birthday banquet, including Mateo. To prove Theo's brain has been transplanted, the most direct method is to compare his brain DNA with his body's DNA. So on the day of the banquet, we can stage an accident to injure Mateo, allowing the royal medical team to examine him. Murong-Su smiled. That method is indeed good, but is Her Highness the Princess willing to cooperate? I talk to her, and get back to you later. Okay, I go meet with Brooke first. Andre Brooke was once a lawyer, who later became a member of parliament through election. He thought he could realize his political ambitions, but reality was not so ideal. He served in parliament for 4 years. He and Mateo had different ideologies, and were at odds even when they were both members of parliament. After Mateo came to power, he was constantly marginalized, and some of his fellow members of parliament followed suit. Over time, fewer and fewer people stood by him. The parliament building's conference room was over 1,000 square meters, with 5 concentric circles of tables, capable of accommodating more than 300 people at a time. Brooke sat in the innermost circle. Today's meeting focused on how to deal with protests from the people of the protected nations. He passionately declared, as public opposition grows stronger, anti-government organizations will inevitably form. When all the nations in the Kepler system unite, Hader will become a pariah. We cannot continue making mistakes. We must stop sending troops to collect protection money. This is for the future of Hader. Before he could finish, a member of parliament immediately retorted, Brooke, don't forget that it was those weaker nations that came begging for our military protection. What do you mean now? Does Hader intend to disregard the lives of other small nations? No, I never said that, but I believe we should organize all the nations of the Kepler system to fight against terrorist organizations. Only in this way can we truly. A win-win situation. Easy for you to say. How many countries in the Kepler system can stand up to terrorist organizations? If we really unite to fight, in the end, it's still Hader who has to send troops and provide manpower. Why should we do something so unprofitable? Brooke, his face flushed from the argument, persisted, but now more and more countries in the Kepler system are opposing the presence of troops on Hader. In the long run, Hader will become a target of everyone's discontent, which will definitely be a losing proposition. Humph. These fickle fools deserve to taste the bitterness of being invaded and bullied by terrorist organizations. Don't let them come crying and begging for our troops to return after our troops withdraw. At this moment, someone stood up, regarding the issue of whether to continue sending troops to other countries in the Kepler system. Everyone has different opinions, and after arguing for so long, we still haven't reached a conclusion. I think we should vote. Of the 272 members of Congress, 228 voted in favor. The opposition, led by Brooke, received a paltry 44 votes. Brooke left the assembly hall dejectedly. He went to the 8th floor terrace of the Capitol building, where a shuttle docking station was located. The sun was setting, painting the sky orange, and the shuttles gliding through the air became decorations in the twilight. His private shuttle stopped at the docking station. The door opened, revealing a young man in a suit, his assistant. Mr. Brooke, is everything all right? Brooke boarded the shuttle and sat down, placing his personal terminal into the storage compartment beside him. He was exhausted, too tired to speak much. Not good. They're all acting like madmen. The assistant said, while I was waiting for you outside, a gentleman approached me. He said he wanted to meet with you to discuss something you'd be interested in. Brooke frowned. Did he say who he was? No. The assistant said, that gentleman only asked me to pass on a message. If you feel unsafe, I think you can ignore him. Brooke pondered for a moment. What could a mysterious person want with him at this time? Surely it wasn't because he had always opposed Mateo, and Mateo was setting a trap to eliminate him? No, he used to have many supporters, but lately he felt increasingly isolated and helpless. He posed almost no threat to Mateo. There was no need for him to risk eliminating him. In Mateo's eyes, he was probably just a clown. Who could this mysterious person be? What message would he tell him? Brooke finally decided to meet the mysterious man. The address given by the mysterious man was an inconspicuous restaurant on the banks of the Emma River on Planet Hud. He booked a private room on the 2nd floor, from which one could see black swans flapping their wings on the Emma River. Brooke entered the room and saw a brown-haired, bearded man in a suit. He didn't recognize the man at all. The man stood up. Mr. Brooke, it's a pleasure to see you. Brooke asked, who are you? My name is Vincent Wilson, I'm a businessman. So a businessman. What could he possibly have to say that would interest him? Brooke had spent the entire afternoon arguing in meetings and was exhausted. He didn't want to waste his time on meaningless things. "Mr. Wilson, I wonder what you wanted to talk about when you called me here. I hope you can get to the point quickly." Mr. Brooke is a very straightforward man. Wilson smiled and gestured to Brooke for a chair opposite him. "Why don't we sit down and talk?" The private room had a rectangular table that could seat 10 people. It was set with flowers, candles, red wine, and some exquisite food, all from ProPlanet. Brooke sat down, observing Mr. Wilson closely. Wilson remained relaxed, showing no tension whatsoever. He seemed completely unguarded with Brooke, as if it were a gathering of old friends. "I admire Mr. Brooke," Wilson said, taking a sip of his wine. "Mr. Brooke is a visionary politician." So, you can't stand anyone ruining Hades for short-term gains." Wilson put down his wine glass. "Right." Brooke looked at the man before her, wondering who this guy was. "Mr. Wilson, I still prefer you to speak frankly. According to my information, Mateo underwent a brain transplant 6 years ago. After the transplant, he resigned as mayor of Blanca, was elected to Congress, and then appointed prime minister." Brooke was stunned. "A brain transplant?" "A brain transplant means this person can't be considered the same person anymore. In other words, Mateo isn't Mateo at all." "Where did you get this information?" "I had the privilege of meeting the doctor who performed the brain transplant on Mateo, but he's vanished without a trace." "Then whose brain is Mateo using now?" Brooke was somewhat excited. He felt he had found a breakthrough to turn the tide. "No, I should say Mateo is being controlled by someone." Wilson calmly replied, "I think Mr. Brooke has already guessed. Those currently controlling Mateo are members of a terrorist organization." Brooke clenched his fists. He had always found it strange that Hater Planet always seemed to coincidentally appear to drive out terrorist organizations from other planets. If terrorist organizations had already infiltrated Hater Planet, and they were acting in concert from within, that would make sense. If Mateo's brain had been replaced by a terrorist organization, then that organization would be controlling Hades now. He couldn't stand idly by. "Do you have any evidence?" Wilson shrugged. "Unfortunately, I don't have any strong evidence either, but if we could test Mateo's brain fluid DNA and body DNA, wouldn't that be the strongest, most irrefutable proof?" Brooke thought carefully. Wilson had a point, but the other party was the Prime Minister. How could he just test his DNA? Wilson continued, "This Friday, there will be a birthday banquet for Prince George at the palace. There will be an excellent opportunity to gather evidence then. Would Mr. Brooke be interested in hearing the details of the plan?" Brooke narrowed his eyes. He didn't completely trust Wilson, but that didn't stop them from continuing the conversation. "Go ahead." Chapter 98. Prince George was the Queen's nephew by kinship. After his father's death, he lived in the palace. Prince George also had an older brother, 3 years his senior, named Marshall. Marshall coveted the throne and harbored resentment towards Queen Layla, who had been considered the heir apparent since childhood. He even attempted to assassinate her, but Prince George ultimately protected her. Therefore, after Layla ascended the throne, she allowed Prince George and his family to remain in the palace. On Prince George's 60th birthday, Her Majesty the Queen hosted a banquet at the palace, attended by royalty, nobles, and government officials. Half an hour before the banquet officially began, the elegantly dressed royalty and government officials began to enter. Zhou Jingchen had changed his attire, wearing a tailcoat, his hair parted to the side, and silver-rimmed glasses with matching chains hanging from either side. He appeared refined and gentlemanly, a far cry from his previous appearance as a bodyguard. Today, he would be playing the role of a noble young man, attending the banquet as Princess Peggy's dance partner. Upon entering the banquet hall, Zhou Jingchen immediately recognized Huang Yingjie, disguised as a bodyguard. Huang, dressed in a red bodyguard uniform, was stationed in a corner of the hall. Peggy took Zhou Jingchen's arm and whispered in his ear, "I'm going to give George my birthday wishes later. You better not give yourself away." "Don't worry, I play it by ear." Peggy led Zhou Jingchen to Prince George, who was accompanied by Layla. "Sister George," Peggy greeted them politely, then raised her champagne glass. "George, happy birthday. I'd like to propose a toast." George, his hair half gray, smiled. "Thank you, Peggy." Layla's gaze fell on Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen noticed the Queen's gaze and gave a slight bow, a perfect gentleman's greeting. "Your Majesty?" Layla asked. "Peggy, who is this?" Peggy smiled. "His name is William Davis. His family is in the wine business." Layla was displeased. As her sister, Peggy's future husband would undoubtedly be someone of equal social standing. A businessman whose name she had never even heard of was unworthy of her. "Don't always be so playful. You're not a child anymore, you need to settle down. Peggy understood Layla's meaning and smiled. Sister, today is George's birthday party. Don't look so cold. By the way, have you arranged a dance partner for yourself? Before Peggy could finish speaking, a voice broke in. Speaking of dance partners, I wonder if I have the honor. Zhou Jingchen turned his head and saw a handsome man walking over. The man was wearing a suit and a bow tie. Although he was over 40, he looked like he was in his 30s. He had good looks, so it was no wonder Layla had taken a liking to him. This man was Mateo, the current Prime Minister of Hades. Zhou Jingchen had seen many videos of him, but this was his first time seeing him up close. He tried to appear as a passerby, observing his every move. Mateo approached Layla and politely placed his hand on his chest, bowing to her. Your Majesty? Layla nodded in response. Then he offered his blessings to Prince George. Happy birthday, Your Highness. Have a wonderful evening. George smiled and replied, thank you. Mateo then looked at the Queen and said in a very gentlemanly manner, Your Majesty, may I invite you to dance? Layla glanced at Mateo. I'm so sorry, I don't want to dance today. Mateo said, that's a real shame. Zhou Jingchen observed Mateo from the side. This man was truly adept at disguise. Every move he made was that of a genuine gentleman. If one didn't know that his brain had been replaced by someone from a terrorist organization, it would be easy to fall into his trap. Wilson, let's go dancing, Peggy said. Zhou Jingchen snapped out of his reverie and replied, okay. Zhou Jingchen extended his hand to Peggy and led her onto the dance floor, where many elegantly dressed nobles were already dancing. In the magnificent banquet hall, besides the guests, there were also more than 20 bartender robots moving around. The robots wore tailcoats and bow ties, carrying trays in one hand, distributing drinks to the guests. Zhou Jingchen danced absent-mindedly with Peggy, his gaze constantly scanning the hall, seemingly searching for someone. He still hadn't seen Brooke. Zhou Jingchen, can't you just focus on dancing with me? Zhou Jingchen snapped out of his reverie and gave Peggy an apologetic smile. Sorry. Peggy whispered, actually, I'm a little nervous. Will your plan work? Zhou Jingchen, however, didn't hear her at all, because he saw Brooke in the crowd. Now that everyone was present, it was time to put the plan into action. He stopped. Your Highness, I'm a little thirsty. Let's go get something to drink. Peggy was exasperated, but she didn't want to complain. Zhou Jingchen and Peggy left the dance floor. As they passed a bartender robot, he noticed that the robot had been marked. Motto was exchanging pleasantries with the Duke of Castile, holding a glass of wine. I heard that your Excellency's chess skills are superb. If you have time, I'd love to learn from you. The Duke of Castile was pleased by this. I just been studying it a bit in my spare time. It's nothing special. Your Excellency is too modest. I think you're the one being modest. In the past 2 years, Hades has grown stronger under your leadership, yet you always seem so humble. It's my honor to receive your Excellency's affirmation. Motto raised his glass to Castile. I'd like to toast you. After finishing his pleasantries with the Duke of Castile, Motto finished his drink. Just then, a robot moved over on a wheel, carrying a tray with a half-empty bottle of red wine and a glass beside it. Mateo placed the empty glass on the robot's tray and went to pick up the glass of red wine. Unexpectedly, the robot swiftly swung the half-empty bottle of champagne, aiming without warning at Mateo's head. The sound of shattering glass caused a commotion in the banquet hall. Everyone looked over. The woman closest to Mateo screamed first. 2 guards immediately rushed forward and subdued the attacking robot. One of them, Huang Yingjie in disguise, swiftly removed the external signal receiver from the robot. Mateo's head was smashed by the bottle, instantly splitting open. Red wine mixed with his blood dripped down. Several government officials rushed forward to support him. Prime Minister, are you all right? Mateo clutched his bleeding wound, taking a long time to recover from his dizziness. I'm all right. A large number of guards entered the banquet hall, protecting the queen and the nobles. The robot that had attacked them had been captured, showing no signs of going berserk and reverting to its normal state. Zhou Jingchen and Peggy stood not far away, watching everything unfold as bystanders. Queen Layla was furious, looking at the arriving royal guard captain, Gregor. What exactly happened? Gregor replied, Your Majesty, I suspect there was a problem with the robot's programming. We will investigate this matter. I need to know the cause as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, Brooke stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is seriously injured. Please allow the royal physicians to treat him. Layla looked at Brooke, then at Mateo. Yes, immediately send Mateo to the Royal Medical Center. The Prime Minister's secretary beside Mateo said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's shuttle has a fully equipped medical pod and facilities. All we need to do is get him onto it." Brooke said, "Landon, the Prime Minister's injury is so severe, he might have suffered a concussion. He needs a full range of tests. A rudimentary medical pod will only delay his treatment. Since Her Majesty the Queen has agreed to allow Prime Minister Matteo to receive treatment at the Royal Medical Center, you should be grateful, not ungrateful." Matteo, clutching his wound, several streaks of blood running down his face, endured the excruciating pain and said, "It's just a minor injury. There's no need for the royal physician. I treat him on the shuttle." "Your Majesty, Prince George, please excuse me." "Your Excellency, is it because you're afraid to be examined by the royal physician?" Matteo looked at Brooke. "Brooke, what do you mean by that?" Brooke chuckled. "I heard that Prime Minister Matteo once had surgery to replace his brain. That rumor can't be true, can it? Otherwise, why would Your Excellency be so afraid to go to the Royal Medical Institute?" These words shocked the nobles and government officials present. Duke Khadijah said, "Brooke, do you know what you're saying? If someone has a brain transplant, is he still the same person?" Brooke said, "Your Excellency, I only heard it, I have no evidence. Seeing Your Excellency's fear of going to the Royal Medical Institute reminded me of this. I'm wondering if Your Excellency is afraid of being found out that the DNA in your brain doesn't match the DNA in your body." "Brooke, what nonsense are you talking about?" He was so agitated that the blood from his head flowed even faster, his face contorted in pain. "Your Excellency, please don't be angry. It's not just talk, a simple checkup will suffice. With current technology, a DNA comparison only takes about 10 minutes. I don't think you want anyone questioning your identity, would you?" At this moment, Peggy stepped forward. "Not just Brooke, I heard similar comments and am also curious whether it's true or a rumor. If it's a rumor, then it must be severely punished." After Princess Peggy said this, everyone present became even more curious, casting strange glances at Matteo's head, seemingly trying to find out what was going on. At this moment, the Royal Medical Institute personnel appeared at the banquet hall entrance, bringing the hovering medical pod. The leading doctor, wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, said, "Your Excellency, your injuries appear quite serious and require immediate treatment." Matteo didn't refuse. "In that case, I have to use the palace's medical resources." Zhou Jingchen was somewhat suspicious. Matteo had initially resisted going to the palace medical facility, but after Brooke and Peggy's encouragement, his change of heart was too rapid, almost abnormal. He had thought Matteo would drag things out longer to avoid the examination. Matteo was taken to the medical facility by the palace physician. After he left, the people in the banquet hall whispered among themselves, discussing what had happened. This development was entirely within Zhou Jingchen's expectations. Next, the queen would definitely order an investigation. He pretended nothing was wrong and turned to walk towards the restroom. Brooke approached Layla and Prince George, raised his right hand to his chest, and bowed slightly in apology. "Your Majesty," he said, "I shouldn't have questioned the Prime Minister at such an important banquet, but for the safety of Hades, I must say that even if this is just a farce, I'm willing to bear the consequences." Layla's expression was serious. She said, "Since someone has raised this question, it wouldn't hurt to verify it. I don't think Prime Minister Matteo would mind." Everyone present was filled with intense curiosity, eager to see the final outcome. At this moment, the palace guard chief, Greg, reported, "Your Majesty, we discovered that the bartender robot system was hacked. The attack was likely carried out under control. I suspect the person controlling the robot is in the palace. I request a search of the entire palace, including today's guests. Please grant Your Majesty's permission." Layla's eyes sharpened. An assassination attempt on the Prime Minister in the palace is a matter of great importance to Hades. An investigation is permitted. Chapter 99. After Queen Layla issued the order, Zhou Jingchen had already arrived at the restroom. He opened the locker under the sink, inside which were the things Zhang Ziyuan had prepared for him. He took them into a stall. Inside was a set of palace guard uniform and his disguise tools. He had learned how to change his appearance from Yadina, and after much practice, he could operate it on his own. It took him about 15 minutes to transform himself back into a guard. Then, he turned off the small signal transmitter he had just hidden on his person and stuffed it into the trash can. He had just used this small signal transmitter to control the bartender robot to attack Matteo. Having completed all this, Zhou Jingchen was about to leave when his mini-communicator received a message from Huang Yingjie. "Your Highness, find a way to leave the palace quickly. Matteo's DNA test is normal, and Greg is going to investigate all the guards." Zhou Jingchen was stunned. Mateo's DNA test was normal? Originally, their plan was that if Mateo refused the test, it would cause a riot. If he did, the results would shake the entire planet had. They could then use the chaos to perfectly blend in as guards and leave the palace. But unexpectedly, Mateo's DNA test was normal. What was going on? Was the information they received on Blanca Star false? Zhou Jingchen relayed a message through his intracranial voice. Where are you and Ziyuan? Huang Yingjie, don't worry about us, you go first. Zhou Jingchen, we go together. Huang Yingjie, Your Highness, I can't leave. Why can't he leave? Has he been taken into custody? Zhou Jingchen, Huang Yingjie, report the situation immediately, but there was no response. Clearly, the signal was interrupted. To find the mastermind behind this, Greg brought the highest level identification machine into the banquet hall. This machine is typically used at customs checkpoints or entrances to important locations to detect people posing as immigrants. The bartender robots are normally the palace's household robots, mainly responsible for tea and meals. When the palace holds a banquet, their bartender programs are activated. The robot that attacked Mateo was found to have an extra instruction program in its system. This was clearly done by someone planted in the palace, and this instruction program was controlled by someone using a close-range signal device, so the assassin must be nearby. The guests attending today's banquet underwent identification verification upon entering the palace, while the guards remained in the palace the entire time and were the least likely to be suspected. Greg was a smart man. He decided to start his investigation with the least likely suspects, the guards. The identification machine was connected to the resident management system of Hudson Planet. Anyone passing through the machine had their iris, fingerprints, and facial contours scanned, and their identity information displayed on the interface. Those who had undergone facial disguises could have their prosthetic faces detected by the machine simply by scanning. All the guards lined up to pass through the identification machine, with several heavily armed guards standing by. These were all Greg's trusted men. They had the authority to shoot and kill anyone who disobeyed orders. Huang Yingjie was also in the queue, his palms sweating, knowing he was next. Assassinating the Prime Minister was a capital offense, and he could almost foresee his fate after being arrested. He thought, if he were caught, would Zhang Ziyuan and Zhou Jingchen escape? If so, then his death would have been worthwhile. Hurry! Your turn! The guard urged Huang Yingjie. Huang Yingjie looked at the identification machine before him, preparing to die without hesitation, even mentally prepared to be shot on the spot. Just as he lifted his foot to step onto it, suddenly an explosion and gunshots rang out outside. Assassin spotted? Over there. Chase after him. Huang Yingjie was startled. Who was it? Lord Gregor. We spotted the assassin. He's disguised as a guard, refuses identification, and has already escaped. Chase him. Capture him at all costs. The guard captain overseeing the identification process ordered those still queuing for identification. Target spotted. What are you all standing around for? Go after him. The one who had just made the noise was Zhang Ziyuan. He had deliberately created the disturbance to help Huang Yingjie evade detection, drawing the guards away. After making the commotion, Zhang Ziyuan became the target of the guards and drones. One of the reasons he was selected as one of the first members of the Mecha unit to train on Jinchi Star was that he consistently ranked first in physical fitness tests. Escape was his forte. He sprinted through the maze-like palace, drones constantly firing at him from behind. Fortunately, the palace corridors had many roaming columns, which he could use to dodge the electromagnetic pulse gun attacks. A piercing alarm blared throughout the palace. The palace's security system had been activated. Once activated, he would be located instantly whenever he appeared under surveillance or at access control points. Having spent a week in the palace, patrolling daily, Zhang Ziyuan was intimately familiar with its layout. Near the main gate was the shuttle docking point, a series of grids, each holding a shuttle. If he could find a shuttle and escape the palace, he would have a chance to survive. However, a large group of guards and drones blocked his path. Caught in a pincer movement, he had no choice but to leave via side path. Without the roaming columns to shield him, the drone's electromagnetic pulse gun projectiles whizzed through the night, striking his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, but his feet didn't falter. Princess Peggy's palace was not far away. It would be easier to evade pursuit inside the building than outside. He reached the entrance. The palace gates opened automatically after recognizing his iris, and countless bullets hurtled towards him. He lunged towards the open door. Several holes were punched in the closing door by an electromagnetic pulse gun, and just as he rushed in, a bullet struck his leg. In that life-or-death moment, He ignored his injuries and pressed the deadbolt, stopping his pursuers outside. He dragged his blood-soaked body into a room and hid. His body had reached its limit. He slid down the door, his back pressed against it. He glanced at the penetrating wound in his shoulder, then at the wound in his thigh, both gushing blood like faucets. His red guard uniform, soaked in blood, didn't look out of place. He took off his coat, took out his portable medical X-ray device, and shone it on his wound. After a while, the bleeding from his shoulder wound finally stopped. There was a noise outside. It seemed they had opened the door and come in. He was covered in sweat, his hair soaked. Severe injuries and exhaustion made him breathless. He knew he couldn't escape. Hiding was just a way to buy Zhou Jingchen and Huang Yingjie more time to run away. They would escape, wouldn't they? Suddenly, Zhou Jingchen's voice came through the microphone in his ear. Ziyuan, where are you? Zhang Ziyuan was startled. Their microphone transmitted sound via brainwaves. Users didn't need to speak. They could send signals using brainwaves. The small button in their ear was the brainwave receiver. Currently, this type of microphone was effective within a range of 600 to 800 meters. This meant Zhou Jingchen was not far away. He replied, Your Highness, don't worry about me, you must escape. Zhou Jingchen, stop talking nonsense, I'm in the princess's palace right now. Tell me where you are. Zhang Ziyuan, Your Highness. Please, don't worry about me. You go first. Zhou Jingchen, tell me where you are. This is a military order. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes welled up with tears. He gritted his teeth and finally told him his location. A while later, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Ziyuan picked up the electromagnetic pulse gun beside him and heard Zhou Jingchen's voice in his ear, It's me. Zhang Ziyuan immediately got up and opened the door. Zhou Jingchen quickly entered the room. He had just mingled with the searching guards and chased them in. Now everyone was scattered searching in different places, and he had come to find Zhang Ziyuan alone. When he saw Zhang Ziyuan's injuries, his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected him to be so badly injured. Can you still walk? Zhang Ziyuan's face paled. Your Highness, you really don't need to worry about me. Shut up. I asked if you can still walk. Zhang Ziyuan gritted his teeth and nodded. Zhou Jingchen took out a laser emitter and attacked the robot guard patrolling the corridor outside, then dragged it into the room. Zhang Ziyuan's identity had already been identified as an intruder by the palace's security system. If he went out, he would attract pursuers. He had no choice but to don heavy armor and disguise himself as a robot guard to leave. Zhou Jingchen took a miniature time bomb from his pocket and threw it out the window. He left the room shouting, The assassin jumped out of the window. His words had barely left his lips when the bomb he threw detonated, and everyone in the palace rushed outside. Zhou Jingchen, disguised as a search party, led Zhang Ziyuan out of the palace with them. After leaving, the two of them used the greenery as cover to head towards the shuttle's docking location. When Zhou Jingchen came to find Zhang Ziyuan, he had a silent exchange with Huang Yingjie, instructing Huang Yingjie to find a way to reach the shuttle's docking point, hack one of the shuttles, and then the three of them would meet there. Meanwhile, the palace was in complete chaos. A dense swarm of drones darted about, equipped with iris and facial recognition systems, issuing alarms once a target was locked. Zhou Jingchen and Zhang Ziyuan disguised themselves as search party guards, moving through the palace. The drone scanning beams swept across the area. Zhou Jingchen chose to travel through the gardens, where the greenery could block some of the drone beams. Suddenly, with a thud, Zhang Ziyuan, who was following behind, collapsed. Zhou Jingchen turned around and saw the drone's beam sweeping towards them. He grabbed Zhang Ziyuan's arm and dragged him to a nearby tree. This tree was trimmed like a mushroom, which could block some of the scanning beams. Zhou Jingchen helped him lean against the tree roots. How are you? Zhang Ziyuan's weak voice came from under his helmet. Your Highness, don't worry about me, you go first. I brought you all in here. If we're going to leave, we leave together. No, Your Highness, you have more important things to do. Prostar is waiting for you to save it. You are Prostar's only hope. Zhang Ziyuan choked out. You must live. You must live. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. He knew his mission very well, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon his comrades and run away. I will live, and you too. You must survive. It's not the end yet. Zhang Ziyuan's mind grew increasingly hazy. I can't walk anymore. If you can't walk, I can carry you. Zhang Ziyuan's throat felt constricted. He choked out, Your Highness. I beg you. You go first. Zhou Jingchen roared in a low voice, Stop talking nonsense. I am the Prince of Prostar. Even if I'm captured, they might not dare kill me. But for you, it's certain death, do you understand? He removed Zhang Ziyuan's armor, leaving only the helmet, to prevent him from being identified by the palace's surveillance system. Then, he grabbed Zhang Ziyuan's arms and carried him on his back. He hadn't run far when he heard Huang Yingjia's voice through the communicator. Your Highness, where are you? Zhou Jingchen, carrying Zhang Ziyuan while dodging drone beams, replied, I'd be at the mermaid pool soon? How are things on your end? Huang Yingjia, I cracked Princess Peggy's shuttle. I'm coming to pick you up now. Zhou Jingchen, okay. A drone's beam swept over, its fuselage emitting a red light. Its electromagnetic pulse, EMP, gun fired at them. Zhou Jingchen quickly dodged to a corner. The drone continued firing, and a bullet from the EMP gun grazed his arm, leaving a bloody gash. Once they were locked onto by the drones, it would be endless. Forced into a corner, he drew his EMP gun and shot down the drone. Shooting down one drone attracted other drones and guards. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth, aiming his EMP gun at the drone's core engines, taking them down one by one. More and more drones flew over. He was already overwhelmed. Chapter 100. Just then, a shuttle flew over. Princess Peggy's shuttle was equipped with a firepower system. Although it only had a simple Vulcan rifle, it was enough to deal with a swarm of drones. Huang Yingjia piloted the shuttle, strafing a group of drones, before landing in the courtyard. Zhou Jingchen, supporting Zhang Ziyuan, walked towards the shuttle. The shuttle door opened, and Huang Yingjia in the pilot's seat shouted, Quick! However, the army of the Head Star Imperial Palace was even faster. They were quickly surrounded by the army and the drones in the sky, which concentrated their firepower, strafing their direction. Zhou Jingchen shoved Zhang Ziyuan into the shuttle. Before he could even get in, a bullet struck him from behind, embedding itself in his ribs. With his last ounce of strength, he entered the shuttle and closed the door. Countless bullets struck the shuttle, turning it into a sitting duck. Fortunately, Princess Peggy's shuttles were made of steel crystal, capable of withstanding ordinary electromagnetic pulse gun bullets, otherwise, they would have been riddled with holes. Huang Yingjia looked at the dense mass of military shuttles and drones overhead, their large-caliber armored cannons aimed at them. They were completely surrounded, with no way to escape. Zhou Jingchen's gunshot wound was bleeding profusely, and Zhang Ziyuan had already fainted. They had nowhere to go. Yingjia, turn on the broadcast. Huang Yingjia turned on the shuttle's broadcast. Zhou Jingchen's voice came through the broadcast. Please cease attacking. I am Prince Zhou Jingchen of ProStar. I have something very important to discuss with Her Majesty the Queen. A deep voice replied, Put down your weapons, raise your hands, and get out of the shuttle. Zhou Jingchen gestured for Huang Yingjia to open the shuttle door. He threw out the electromagnetic pulse gun, removed the prosthetic mask from his face, and immediately after disembarking, he was subdued by soldiers from Hades, his hands handcuffed with electronic wristbands. A bearded man in a Hades officer's uniform scanned his face with a special identification device. His identity is confirmed. He is the rebel leader from ProStar. Take him away. Zhou Jingchen looked at the unconscious Zhang Ziyuan. My comrade is injured. Please treat him immediately. You're just a rebel. You have no right to make demands of me. Zhou Jingchen stared intently at the officer. I have the intelligence you want to know. If my comrade dies, I will not reveal any information. The officer shouted, Take him away. At this moment, Greg, the chief guard of the palace, arrived. General Blair, this man has broken into the palace. The palace should be handled by us. Blair looked at Greg. Greg, the military arrested them first. They should be handled by the military. Greg didn't back down at all. What? You don't even respect Her Majesty the Queen's orders? The other party invoked Her Majesty the Queen. Blair's face turned green. He changed his attitude. How could that be? Since it's Her Majesty the Queen's order, of course we must obey. Greg ordered his men, Take these 3 assassins away. Peggy arrived at the palace medical facility, which was guarded by about 20 guards. She was about to barge in when 2 guards stopped her. Peggy was furious. Don't you even recognize me? Get out of my way. The guard said, Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. You fool. My sister was talking about everyone else, not me. Peggy tried to force her way in, but 2 guards blocked her way. Your Highness, you really can't go in. Peggy gritted her teeth. At this moment, a doctor in a white coat came out. He was Rogers, the director of the Royal Medical Institute. He was the one who had personally gone to the banquet hall to pick up Mateo. Your Highness, what made you decide to come here? Peggy and Dr. Rogers had some acquaintance. Dr. Rogers, I want to visit Prime Minister Matteo. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Her Majesty the Queen has ordered that no one is allowed to enter, including Your Highness. Next. If even Dr. Rogers said so, then it seemed Layla had really ordered her not to go in. She abandoned her plan to force her way in and instead asked, then let me ask you, is Matteo's brain and body DNA consistent? Of course, hasn't that result already been announced? Peggy looked at Rogers, wondering who she should believe now, Zhou Jingchen? Or Dr. Rogers? She had brought Zhou Jingchen into the palace. Originally, if it were proven that Matteo's brain had been replaced by a terrorist organization, then the Head Star Palace would be on the same side as the Jinpu Alliance, and she would have indirectly done a good deed. But unexpectedly, Matteo's brain hadn't been replaced. In this way, Zhou Jingchen and his group became assassins who assassinated the Prime Minister. His identity as a Prince of Jinchi Star was completely useless. After all, he also had the identity of a rebel from Pro Star. What should she do now? Just then, the communicator flashed. She pressed the receiver in her ear, and a female voice came through. Your Highness, General Yadina has been taken away by the military. Peggy was startled. After the palace guards arrested Zhou Jingchen, they quickly discovered that Yadina had forged their identities. Yadina had planted an assassin in the palace, leading to the Prime Minister's assassination, a crime punishable by death. Peggy turned and ran towards Layla's palace. Layla had just finished a brief meeting with some government officials. After they left, Peggy burst in. Sister! Peggy was still wearing her evening gown, slightly out of breath from running. The Queen, seated at the head of the conference table, looked at Peggy, who had just entered. Her face was expressionless. She simply said, I heard your palace was damaged. Rest in my palace tonight. Peggy walked over. I want to explain something to you about Zhou Jingchen. Explain? Explain what? Peggy bit her lip. It was my decision to bring Zhou Jingchen to the palace. Yadina was just following my orders. Sister, please don't blame her. What? You want to take the punishment for her? Layla said coldly. Treason this. That's a crime punishable by execution. Even if you're a princess, you're no exception. Peggy was startled. No, sister, Yadina, and I only meant well for Head Star. Zhou Jingchen and the others found Blanca Star and discovered evidence that Matteo's brain had been replaced by a terrorist organization. After learning this, I was worried that Head Star would gradually fall under the control of the terrorist organization, so I agreed to join them in exposing Matteo's true colors. An outsider, a traitor at that, and you believe everything he says? Do you even have a brain? Peggy was stunned. This was the first time Layla had ever been so harsh with her. Peggy and Layla were 6 years apart, and Peggy had always been closer to her sister than to their parents. Layla was aloof, but she doted on her younger sister. But today, Layla hadn't been able to hold back her anger. Peggy's voice lowered slightly. No, he showed me the evidence, and considering the current situation on Hader, it made perfect sense. And the result? Layla said, you were there today, you heard it too, Matteo's brain DNA and body DNA match. Are you still going to believe him? Peggy opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Yes, her starting point was for Hader, but what happened tonight had dealt her a heavy blow. What she considered perfectly reasonable had turned into a farce. After a while, Layla took a deep breath. Yadina has confessed to all the crimes. She intended to protect you. You should feel fortunate. Now, all you need to do is say nothing, do nothing, and be a good princess. Peggy looked at Layla's cold tone. She knew Layla must also be very disappointed in her. She had caused such a commotion. Even if she loved her dearly, she would feel a chill in her heart. However, she couldn't bear to see Yadina killed like this. General Yadina, she was an excellent general. She wholeheartedly wanted to protect Head Star. This time, it was indeed my misjudgment. Sister, I beg you, can you spare her? Layla said, treason is no small matter. I cannot protect her. She will be punished according to Head Star's laws. Peggy's heart sank. She had never imagined things would turn out this way. In the end, she hadn't considered things thoroughly enough. Layla called out, Anderson. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Take Princess Peggy to her room to rest. She is not to leave without my permission. Yes, sir. Zhou Jingchen had fainted due to excessive blood loss. When he awoke, he wasn't in the medical pod, but in a room with 4 white walls. His body was restrained to a metal chair, his hands cupped to the armrests. The wound on his back had only received basic hemostasis. It hadn't been treated. The bullet embedded in the bone hadn't been removed. When he woke up, He was in excruciating pain, drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time he had ever been shot. He realized then what it felt like to be shot, pain so intense, he was covered in cold sweat. He suddenly remembered being deceived by Pierce on Blanca, and how he had injured Murong Su. When Murong Su was shot, he acted as if nothing had happened and led him on the escape. Was he really human? It took him a long time to adjust to the tearing pain of his wound. Sweat soaked his clothes. He looked around. In front of him was a table and 2 chairs. The table was empty. It was clearly an interrogation room. Where were the others? Wang Yingjie and Zhang Ziyuan. What happened to them? Zhang Ziyuan was more seriously injured than him. He had been shot twice. Had they treated him? At that moment, the interrogation room door opened, and Greg entered. He was wearing a burgundy guard uniform, his face extremely stern. He recognized him. 2 years ago, he had accompanied Zhou Xiaoqin on a visit to Hades. Chief Guard Greg had personally gone to the hotel to pick them up and take them to the palace, but they hadn't spoken then. Zhou Jingchen thought that falling into the hands of Greg and the Queen was better than falling into the hands of the military. After all, the military on Head Star had been infiltrated by terrorist organizations, and if he fell into their hands, he would almost certainly be dead. Where are my 2 companions? Zhou Jingchen asked. Greg said, You should worry more about yourself, Your Highness. Oh no, you're not Your Highness anymore, you're just a traitor. As the saying goes, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs, and he finally experienced it firsthand. I want to see Her Majesty the Queen. Do you think Her Majesty the Queen will see just anyone? Greg stepped in front of him, grabbing his chin. You're nothing but a lowly traitor now, a prisoner. I advise you to recognize your place. Zhou Jingchen turned his face away, breaking free of his grip. Head Star has been infiltrated by terrorist organizations. Haven't you noticed at all? You infiltrated the palace to assassinate the Prime Minister. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to believe your nonsense? Zhou Jingchen raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on him. If what I say is true, and you don't believe me, can you bear the consequences? Greg grabbed his hair, forcing his head back. What, are you threatening me? Zhou Jingchen glared at him. Mato was mayor of Blanca in his early years. Blanca is 8 astronomical units away from Hader, making it an easy target for terrorist infiltration. Shortly after Mato stepped down as mayor, a rebellion broke out on Blanca, and the planet disappeared into the Kepler system. Do you know why the rebellion happened? Bika is an artificial planet, maintained by an intelligent system. Mato used his mayoral authority to modify the system, creating the illusion that Hader was abandoning Blanca, which fueled public anger and led to the riot. Afterwards, the terrorist organization helped Blanca leave the Kepler system, thus erasing all evidence of their invasion. Gregor loosened his hair, he said. That's quite a story. With such a knack for making things up, why don't you write novels? Zhou Jingchen felt he was wasting his breath. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. TSK, you guys say Prime Minister Mateo had his brain replaced, but in fact, his brain DNA and body DNA are the same. That's the result of tests from the Royal Medical Institute. Go ahead and make up stories. Let's see what you can come up with. Regarding the Mateo test report, Zhou Jingchen was also surprised. First, he was certain that the evidence they obtained on Blanca was valid. Mateo had indeed had his brain replaced. There were 2 possibilities. Either Mateo's brain had been replaced back, or the doctors at the Royal Palace Medical Center had been bribed by a terrorist organization. Gregor walked to the chair behind the table and sat down, leaning back. Tell me, where are your other accomplices? There were 3 of us in total. Didn't you arrest us all? Who are you trying to fool? Gregor said, Do you see the chair you're sitting in? It has 72 metal electrode heads. If I press this button, it will emit a high voltage current. Want to try it? Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Gregor. Gregor calmly continued, Where are your accomplices hiding? I told you, there were only 3 of us. You arrested us all. Gregor's gaze sharpened, and he pressed the button on the table without hesitation. The tiny metal electrodes on the chair simultaneously emitted electric current. His skin felt like it was being burned, his limbs felt like they were being pierced by countless thin steel wires, his internal organs felt like they were being torn apart, and thousands of ants were slowly devouring his brain. Zhou Jingchen's body instinctively struggled. His wrists were marked with blood from the metal handcuffs. He clenched his teeth tightly, the veins on his neck bulging like tree roots, and blood gushed from the wound on his back again. Under the prolonged electric shocks, he finally succumbed and lost consciousness. In that moment of unconsciousness, his 19-year-old self flashed into his mind. Back then, He was a carefree prince, living in the palace, respected by everyone on Pro-Planet. He had no worries about food, clothing, or the future. Before going to sleep, he thought about hitting the bullseye every time in tomorrow's shooting lesson, and attempting even more difficult flight maneuvers in fighter jet practice. Back then, Zhou Xiaoqin appeared strict with him on the surface, but privately, he couldn't help but boast about his son to General Song Liangzi. Back then, he never imagined that 6 years later, he would become a traitor to Pro-Planet, forced into exile, and ultimately bound here, suffering endless torture. In his final moments before losing consciousness, a face appeared in his mind. That face was even more spirited than it was now. Its handsome features, even without a smile, exuded an air of authority. Such a person seemed born to be a military commander. Chapter 101. Tonight, Eden, the capital of Hades, was quieter than ever. A shuttle sped through the woods and stopped in front of a detached villa. Tianning jumped out and rushed inside, reporting, "Young Marshal. It's confirmed. His Highness and the other two have been captured." Murongsu, still dressed in his merchant's attire, stood by the French windows, gazing at the moon over Hades. He learned of Mateo's DNA test results almost simultaneously, but the whereabouts of Zhou Jingchen and the other two remained unknown. The palace was heavily guarded by the military. Not even a mosquito could get in, and no news could get out. The last message Huang Yingjie sent them was that Mateo's DNA test was normal, and after that, no news of the three of them had come through. 5 hours had passed since the incident. For the past 4 hours, he had been trying to find out information, but without success. Had they fallen into the hands of the palace guards, or the military? According to our sentries outside the palace, we didn't see any military personnel escorting anyone out. I estimate that His Highness and the others are still in the palace. Murongsu said, "If they're in the palace, then it's easier to handle." Tianning said worriedly, "Mato's genetic test is normal, so His Highness and the others will be considered assassins who tried to assassinate the Prime Minister. I'm afraid their fate is grim." Murongsu clenched his fists. He glanced at Lin Gonggu beside him. "Gonggu, connect me to Her Majesty the Queen's communication." Lin Gonggu operated the personal communicator for a while. Murongsu's personal communicator was currently turned off. The communicator was like everyone's ID card. Once he turned it on, the household registration system of Hitstar could locate him. Therefore, he could only communicate through other communicators. With such a major event occurring on planet Hades, Queen Layla was still awake, so this late-night communication was quickly connected. When a half-body holographic projection of Layla appeared above the personal terminal, Murongsu said, "Your Majesty, it's been a long time." Layla seemed unsurprised. "Murongsu, so you were indeed involved behind this. Then it seems that even without directly stating it, Your Majesty knows what I want to do. You want me to release that prince from Planet Pro? That's right. Consider it a favor I owe Your Majesty." "Humph." Layla snorted coldly. "Murongsu, you overestimate yourself. Your favor is worthless to me." "How can it be worthless?" Murongsu said calmly. "After all, if anything happens to Zhou Jingchen, I might go berserk and raze the entire Hades palace to the ground." Layla immediately glared angrily. "Murongsu, you dare you? Why wouldn't I dare?" Murongsu said, "However, I have no intention of being an enemy of the Hades-Star royal family. I hope to speak with Her Majesty the Queen in person. What is there for us to talk about? You're still up so late. It's not because there's an assassin, is it?" Murongsu said, "Hades-Star has been infiltrated too deeply by terrorist organizations. Even those soldiers outside your palace may not genuinely want to protect you. Do you want to just watch something even more exciting happen?" Layla's jaw tightened. She hated being caught red-handed, and Murongsu seemed to have her figured out. "You want to come now?" "It's not convenient now. Let's wait until dawn." Murongsu said, "I send you the address. To avoid suspicion, I trouble Her Majesty the Queen to send someone to pick me up." Then, Murongsu added, "Also, my prince has grown up in luxury and has never experienced hardship. He's also a germaphobe. Please take good care of him, Your Majesty." Layla didn't respond and immediately cut off the communication. The holographic projection in midair also disappeared. Queen Layla sent her trusted confidant, Andre, to fetch Murongsu. To avoid suspicion, Murongsu continued to disguise himself as a merchant. The shuttle arrived at the palace gates and was surrounded by 4 military shuttles. Blair's voice came over the loudspeaker, "Mr. Andre, I see there are other people on your shuttle. According to regulations, anyone entering the palace must undergo inspection. Please cooperate." Andre retorted, "Blair, this is Her Majesty the Queen's most distinguished guest. Do you think you're in charge of the palace? How dare you be so disrespectful to your master's honored guest? Blair replied, Mr. Andre, I'm doing this for the security of the palace. Your resistance to inspection suggests you're feeling guilty. At this moment, the Queen's voice came through Andre's loudspeaker. Blair, I invited this person. What, do you doubt my presence? I wouldn't dare. Blair's arrogance subsided somewhat. He reluctantly said, then, I won't waste any more time. With that, the military shuttles parted to allow Andre and Murong-su to disembark at the main palace gates. Murong-su, led by Andre, entered the palace and met Queen Layla. Queen Layla sat in a high-back chair, looking somewhat weary from a sleepless night. Seeing Murong-su in disguise, she paused for a moment. You're Murong-su? That's right. Andre bowed slightly. Your Majesty, I have already verified the identity of young Marshal Murong. All right. Layla said, Andre, you may leave. Yes. Layla stood up from her chair. Speak, what do you want to talk to me about? What does Her Majesty intend to do next? Layla paused. To be honest, she didn't know what to do next. She was the supreme leader of Hades, but due to the delegation of power to the Prime Minister and Parliament in recent years, the scope of the king's influence had become increasingly smaller. I don't need to tell you what I do, Murong-su said. I want to give Her Majesty some advice. What advice? Partner with our Jinpu alliance to clean up the terrorist organization. Layla's face was cold. I don't understand what you mean. Murong-su smiled. Your Majesty, why pretend to be ignorant? 2 days ago, I sent Her Majesty a secret letter, telling you that Mateo's brain had been replaced. Even though you didn't know the source of the letter, I think you must have been suspicious after receiving it. So at the banquet, when Brooke mentioned Mateo's brain replacement, you didn't blame Brooke at all, but instead allowed. Test Mateo's DNA. So what? The test results are fine, and I already made them public. Only the DNA test results were made public, but your doctors must have seen the surgical scars on Mateo's head. Who would operate on their head for no reason? Besides, while others may not have noticed Mateo's recent change, you must have noticed. After all, he's been with you for 5 years. Layla was stunned, then angrily retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? Your Majesty, I am speaking to you sincerely, and I have no habit of publicizing other people's privacy, so you don't need to be angry. Murong-su said, Speaking of which, I think Her Majesty the Queen already believes that Mateo's brain was replaced, and twice at that. Once over 6 years ago on Blanca, and once probably not long ago. I think the terrorist organization must have replaced Mateo's brain, because we discovered the secrets on Blanca. And even if Mateo's brain was implanted with memories, it's not based on first-hand experience. He must be different from before. Layla narrowed her eyes. This is all just something you made up. You have no evidence whatsoever. No need. The evidence can be deduced from what has happened so far, Murong-su continued. If Mateo really did have a brain transplant, how many people has he planted on Hades during his years as Prime Minister? Who can still be trusted now? Your Majesty, you must be very troubled. Layla's face showed a rare look of bewilderment. Murong-su was right. She had noticed a change in Mateo during their last private moment together. He had become refined and humble, a far cry from the eloquent and aggressive Mateo of the past, which aroused her suspicion. 2 days ago, her communicator received a secret letter with only a few words. Mateo's brain has been replaced. He is no longer the real Mateo. Your Majesty, please be careful. So when Brooke brought it up at the banquet, she quickly agreed. The DNA comparison showed no problems, but the doctor privately reported to her that Mateo's hair was a wig and that there were traces of brain surgery on his skull. So here's the question. Since his DNA comparison is normal, does that mean the previous Mateo was the fake one? All of this filled her with a chilling realization. She and Mateo had met on Blanca. A riot had broken out on Blanca, and she, as a princess, went to quell the unrest. Mateo, the former mayor, was also sent there. She was attacked by some radical civilians, and Mateo was injured while saving her. Women are easily drawn to men who risk their lives to save them, so she and Mateo naturally became lovers. As a princess and the future heir to the throne, she couldn't choose her lover freely, so she and Mateo kept their relationship a secret. Afterwards, she secretly supported Mateo, eventually personally placing him in the position of Prime Minister. Now, thinking back, perhaps Mateo's rescue of her on Blanca was part of his plan. And she had so easily fallen into a terrorist organization's trap. She was filled with regret, but it was too late. She had trusted Mateo too much, making no contingency plans for herself. So when things happened, she was completely helpless. She hadn't slept a wink, pondering how to save Hades. Murong-su asked, "Your Majesty, what have you decided?" Layla glanced at Murong-su. "What do you want me to do? First, release our people? Then, depose Mateo and install someone you believe can change the status quo on Hades. Also, recall the Hades troops stationed on other planets. Mateo has been in power for 2 years. How many of his men are among them? It's impossible to identify them all at once. We have to eliminate them step by step. As for the terrorist organizations, our Jinpu Alliance army will find a way to deal with them. This way, you can focus on eliminating the terrorist organizations on Hades. What do you think of this proposal?" Layla closed her eyes briefly. "Do I have any other choice? If you have a better way to both protect the Hade royal family and save Hade, then it's not impossible." Layla paced a few steps to the window. She glanced at the sky outside. It was a cloudy day, dark clouds looming, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Having come this far, she had no other choice. The path Murong-su offered was, at the moment, the best one. "I can agree to that, but you must also agree to one condition." Murong-su said, "Your Majesty, please speak." "The fact that Mateo's brain was replaced by a terrorist organization must not be revealed. If the news of Mateo's brain replacement were to spread, it would cause panic among the people of Hade, anger in other countries, and also affect the Hade royal family." This was also the request that Lieutenant General Yadina had made initially. Murong-su asked, "So what do you plan to do with Mateo?" Layla replied coldly, "I don't need to do anything. He was attacked last night, his injuries were too severe, and he's already passed away." Murong-su's lips curled into a smile. As expected of the queen, she didn't hesitate to be ruthless when necessary. "I understand. This matter won't be leaked, but I can't stop rumors from spreading." After reaching an agreement, Layla ordered Greg to bring Zhou Jingchen and the other 2 assassins out. Of the 3, 2 were lying in the medical pod, still unconscious, while Huang Yingjie, though able to walk, was in no better shape, his disheveled appearance clearly indicating he had been subjected to torture. Murong-su stared at the medical pod being wheeled out, his fists clenched. "Your Majesty, is this how you treat your allies?" Layla remained silent, while Andre explained, "Young Marshal Murong, the 3 of them initially disguised themselves as assassins, and the guards inevitably suffered accidental injuries during the pursuit." Murong-su, his face cold, stepped forward and opened Zhou Jingchen's medical pod. He touched his carotid artery to confirm he was still alive, though his clothes were stained with blood, and there were marks from electric shocks on his body. Murong-su stared at Zhou Jingchen, desperately suppressing his anger. When had his prince ever suffered like this? How much pain had he endured before he lost consciousness? "Young Marshal," Huang Yingjie called out to Murong-su in a hoarse voice. Murong-su said, "Check Ziyuan's vital signs." "Okay." Huang Yingjie opened Zhang Ziyuan's medical pod, confirming he still had vital signs, but they were very weak, preventing him from leaving the pod. Murong-su suppressed his anger and didn't confront Layla on the spot. After all, they were allies now. "I want a starship, and Princess Peggy to personally escort us away." Layla's face remained expressionless. "Peggy is unwell and cannot escort us. I will arrange someone else." "Your Majesty, I agreed to your conditions, and my conditions aren't unreasonable." "What? Are you afraid of going back on your word?" Murong-su clearly wanted Peggy as a hostage. Layla wasn't afraid of what Murong-su and his men would do to Peggy. After all, she knew Murong-su well. Despite his seemingly cold and ruthless exterior, he was a gentleman. Zhou Jingchen and Peggy had a good personal relationship, so Peggy wouldn't be in danger if she went. That depends on Peggy's own wishes. "Then I trouble your Majesty." Chapter 102. When Zhou Jingchen woke up, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was the transparent dome of the medical pod. Probably due to the electric shock, his brain was in a paralyzed state, and his consciousness was still somewhat hazy. He seemed to have had a very long dream, the scenes in which changed rapidly, and the events felt as if he had personally experienced them. After a while, his consciousness gradually cleared. Where was he? Was he still in the palace on Hader Star? Until he saw Olia's face outside the transparent dome, his eyes widened. Oli opened the transparent dome of the medical pod. "Your Highness, do I look terrifying? Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing Oli meant that he had returned to the Qiming. At this moment, Murong-su, who was sitting on the sofa next to the medical room, heard the noise and immediately woke up from his light sleep. He stood up and rushed to the medical pod. Looking at Zhou Jingchen, who had already opened his eyes, he said with a sigh of relief, finally awake. The transparent cover of the medical pod opened, and Zhou Jingchen opened his mouth. How did I get back? Murongsu raised his hand and stroked his hair, saying softly, I went to pick you up. The queen didn't make things difficult for you. I reached an agreement with her, and now we are allies. Zhou Jingchen had been unconscious for almost a day, and he had no idea what had happened afterward. What exactly happened with Mateo? Murongsu said, it seems that his brain was recently replaced back, but we achieved our goal. Now the royal family of Hades is on our side. Mateo is dead, so we won't have to worry about Hades interfering in our fight against terrorist organizations. Murongsu covered his hand, gently stroking the back of it, but Zhou Jingchen instinctively pulled his hand back. Murongsu paused, slightly surprised by Zhou Jingchen's instinctive withdrawal, but he didn't dwell on it. Does the wound still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Zhou Jingchen turned his face away. I'm just a little dizzy, I want to sleep for a while. Okay, you rest, I won't disturb you. After Murongsu left, Olai came over and adjusted Zhou Jingchen's medical pod to recovery mode. Zhou Jingchen asked, Ziyuan and Ningjie, how are they? They're both still alive. Zhou Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Olai said meaningfully, Your Highness cares about everyone, but you always hurt the same person. Zhou Jingchen was stunned for a moment. He didn't respond, but simply closed his eyes. The news of Prime Minister Mateo's assassination on Planet Head was announced the following afternoon. Queen Layla solemnly announced the news through Planet Head's television channel. The entire Planet Head was shocked. The assassination of Prime Minister Mateo was also identified, a member of a terrorist organization. For years, Prime Minister Mateo had been committed to providing military protection to other countries, incurring the hatred of the terrorist organization, which led to his assassination. Planet Head could not be without a leader, so Queen Layla, while announcing Mateo's death, also announced the appointment of Congressman Brooke as interim prime minister. Queen Layla knew very well that to save Planet Head from terrorist infiltration, someone who had consistently fought against them was needed to lead the charge, and she could find no one more suitable than Brooke. Brooke belongs to the minority in parliament. 2 years ago, he had many supporters, but as he has been gradually marginalized over the past 2 years, his supporters have dwindled. This start means that his position as interim prime minister will be difficult to maintain. On the third day after taking office, Brooke sent a secret letter to the leaders of the countries currently under the military protection of Hades. The letter essentially stated that the protection agreement signed during Mateo's tenure could be terminated unconditionally. In other words, those countries accepting the protection of Hades' military could now renege on their agreements, demanding the withdrawal of Hades' military without incurring any consequences for breach of contract. Zhou Jingchen received Brooke's secret letter late at night on ProStar, still handling official business. In the 6 months since taking office, he has consistently worked late into the night, relying almost entirely on technological means to get sleep. His eyes are mostly bloodshot, making him look 45 years old despite being 35. After receiving the secret letter, he sat in his office all night. Every month, ProStar regularly supplied Headstar with large amounts of star currency and crops, nearly emptying its treasury. Increased taxes and reduced welfare led to increasingly frequent demonstrations and protests across the planet. He had considered terminating the agreement with Headstar countless times, but ultimately suppressed the thought. He was now at his wits' end. ProStar's main fighting force had already submitted to Zhou Jingchen. Terminating the agreement now would have only 2 consequences. Either ProStar would be occupied by a ruthless terrorist organization, turning it into a living hell, or Zhou Jingchen would lead his army back, in which case he would certainly not survive. If one day, things truly came to a head, he might voluntarily relinquish his position to Zhou Jingchen. At the very least, if ProStar fell into Zhou Jingchen's hands, he would treat the people of ProStar well. He didn't sleep a wink all night, and the next morning, Muzair came to see him early. Every time Zhou Jingchen heard Muzair's name, he felt incredibly irritated. He was like a messenger from the underworld, each visit urging him to the 18th level of hell. Today, Muscle seemed much more amiable. Upon meeting, he immediately asked, Your Majesty must have received the secret letter from the interim prime minister. Zhou Jingchen paused. He had been hoping to keep it from Muscle, but it seemed he had also received the news. That's right. Muscle sighed. A new broom sweeps clean. Sometimes it really puts us subordinates in a difficult position. I don't think Prime Minister Brooke is wrong. Some countries simply can't afford the high protection fees, and ProStar is no exception. Muscle's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. He had dealt with Zhou Jingchen for half a year. Although the man was ambitious, he was indecisive. As a ruler, being overly cautious wasn't necessarily a good thing. Prime Minister Mateo was killed because he fought against terrorist organizations. The newly appointed interim prime minister probably feared assassination, which is why he sent a secret letter, hoping to escape unscathed. Musel narrowed his eyes. But he didn't realize an important issue. The terrorist organization killed Mateo to force Hades to withdraw its troops from other countries. Now, the terrorist organization has achieved its goal. They are like hungry wolves, waiting for the sheepdogs to leave the sheepfold before invading it. A flock of sheep with no offensive capabilities is only fit to be slaughtered. Zhou Jingxing clenched his fist, looking at Musel. But for those countries that can't afford protection fees, there's nothing they can do. The entire Kepler system is economically depressed, and the people are being exploited to the point of exhaustion. Who cares about terrorist organizations invading? Your Majesty is right, Musel said. Therefore, I have requested Prime Minister Brooke to waive ProStar's protection fee for this month, and starting next month, only half will be collected. Perhaps it will be reduced further, as the situation stabilizes. Your Majesty, what do you think? Hearing this, a glint of light appeared in Zhou Jingxing's eyes. If the protection fee could be reduced by half, ProStar's current situation could still afford it. He asked another question, Mr. Musel, are these things confirmed, or just empty promises? Musel smiled. If they weren't confirmed, how could I dare to tell your Majesty about this? In a conference room bathed in blue light, a man in a gray military uniform sat in a chair. Half of his body was covered in silver-gray armor, which bisected his face, one side revealing pale human skin, the other the silver-gray armor with intricate patterns. Across the room was a holographic projection of a man in a suit, Musel. Beside him was another man in a gray military uniform, wearing a metal cap and sporting a silver-gray mechanical arm on his right. Also present was a man in a red robe, around 40 years old, with blue eyes and a somewhat handsome appearance. However, his true form was a robot. His fur and clothing were projected using optical images. Attached to the back of his head was a transparent spherical nutrient tank containing a human brain. This brain was connected to sensory nerves, which in turn connected to the robot's vocal cords and limbs, allowing it to emit sounds and control the robot. On the other side of the screen, Musel reported, Lord Hag, after Brooke sent the secret letter to the countries we control, 4 countries have decided to terminate the agreement. ProStar is temporarily under my control. Hag, the half-human, half-machine man sitting in the chair, said, temporarily stabilizing them is not our goal. My goal is to dominate the entire Kepler system. Musel said, Lord Hag, I think it's time to bring those countries that have terminated the agreement into our fold. No, Murong-Su and his group have caused such a commotion on Headstar. Their ultimate goal is to reclaim ProStar. Their next target should be ProStar. We cannot afford to lose sight of one thing at a time. We must concentrate our forces to eliminate Murong-Su first. They are our stumbling block. Hag looked at Shabanda. Shabanda, don't disappoint me again. Shabanda's face was grim. He raised his mechanical arm and placed it on his left chest. I will not fail in my mission. The robot beside him, controlled by his brain, spoke, Shabanda, remember to leave some for Murong-Su. I need him, a whole corpse. Shabanda said, I'm just ordered to eliminate him. Whether I can leave him a whole corpse depends on luck. Shabanda, don't you think things would become very interesting if I became Murong-Su? The robot, named Cairo, possessed S-level mental strength and exceptional intelligence. He was adept at strategizing, and was Haig's right-hand man. Due to a genetic disease, he had to abandon his own body, surviving on the bodies of others or other robots. Cairo continued, my brain, combined with Murong-Su's body, could bring my mental strength infinitely close to 100. Wouldn't that give me the pilot of the world-destroying Azura? The world-destroying Azura is their latest and most powerful mech, currently the strongest in the universe. More accurately, it was developed by Planet Had. Before abandoning Mateo's body, Cairo transferred the mech and its engineers away, but currently no one can pilot it. Hager said, Cairo is right, Shabanda, do as he says. Shabanda glanced at Cairo and replied, yes. Cairo continued, Lord Hager, there's one more thing we need to do. Speak. Cairo's mechanical voice said, although there are still many of our people on Planet Had, they will definitely be purged after Brooke takes power. Furthermore, Layla and Murong-Su are likely on the same side now. If Layla interferes, while we're dealing with Murong-Su, the difficulty of command will increase. Therefore, containing Planet Had. That's the most urgent matter. How do we contain it? Based on my 6 years of experience infiltrating Hades, there's always been internal discord on Hades. Brooke was always a representative of the minority, and now that he's in power, there will definitely be discontent among some. As long as we stir things up, we can probably trigger a civil war on Hades very quickly. Once Hades is embroiled in internal strife, they won't have time to deal with Murong-Su, and since they both be weakened, we can reap the benefits. Musel on the other end of the screen said, Cairo is right, I agree. Haig said, then let's do it. Chapter 103. Since leaving Hades, the Jinpu Alliance had been concealed in the asteroid belt, 6 astronomical units from Apollo. This asteroid belt stretches for 0.8 astronomical units, making it difficult for large numbers of warships to be detected. The Jinpu Alliance was stationed here to await Zhou Jingxing's response after Brook extended an invitation to Prostar to lift the protection agreement. If Zhou Jingxing agreed, Hades' army could withdraw on its own, without requiring an attack. However, after waiting for several days, the final result was that Zhou Jingxing chose to continue the protection agreement with Hades. This allowed Hades' army to remain legitimately on Prostar. In the conference room of the Qiming, the commander and staff of the Jinpu Alliance were holding a meeting around an oval table. Lieutenant General Chao Yang said, according to our reports from Prostar, many warships have entered Prostar in recent days. Had Star's troops in other countries have all been recalled, it's impossible they would send troops to Prostar. I suspect these are terrorist organizations disguised as had Star's army. Zhou Jingxin had thought they would first target those countries that had lost had Star's military protection, but unexpectedly, they ended up gathering forces on Prostar. The terrorist organizations know very well that the Jinpu Alliance's next step is to retake Prostar. It seems they are also preparing for a major battle with us. Murong-Su said, after all, in their eyes, we are their strongest opponent. If we don't eliminate us, they can't rest easy. Tianning said, their reinforcements to Prostar will surely lay a trap. If we attack now, we likely fall into it. Zhou Jingxin remained silent for a long time, clenching his fists. But we can't wait any longer. Terrorist organizations are deploying troops to Prostar. If we don't act, Musel will definitely erode Prostar step by step, and then Prostar will truly become theirs. Chao Yang said, I agree, Your Highness. Prostar is our home. Our families are still on Prostar. Only by regaining control, as soon as possible can we protect them. Yes, we can't wait any longer. The other Prostar soldiers echoed. Zhou Jingxing glanced at Murong-Su across the conference table. Murong-Su looked over at him too, and their eyes met. Although the Jinpu allied forces are a unified force, the soldiers of Jinkixiang cannot truly understand the love that the soldiers of Proxing have for their homeland. Knowing that Proxing is already under a tight net, would they still be willing to fight alongside the people of Proxing to liberate it? Murong-Su said, there are currently regular Head Star troops and terrorist organizations on Proxing. We are now allies with Head Star. Before going to war, it's necessary to sever ties between them. Your Highness, what do you think? How do we sever ties? It's simple. I discussed with Queen Layla about sending a new batch of regular Head Star troops to Proxing and recalling the previous batch. Musel will definitely not agree. That's right, he definitely won't agree. Murong-Su said, if he doesn't agree, that's disobeying orders. Disobeying orders will naturally reveal their true colors. Zhou Jingxin, after listening, thought it made sense. I have no objection. What about the others? The others agreed. Murong-Su said, then let's do it this way. I discussed this with Queen Layla and Brook later. The meeting ended. Zhou Jingxin glanced at his communication device. It was from Princess Peggy. The message was brief, essentially asking him to come see her after he finished his work. Murong-Su had demanded Princess Peggy as a hostage to ensure his safe departure from Hades. For the past week, Peggy had been staying on the Qiming, her movements confined to the living quarters. Leaving the living quarters would trigger an alarm. Peggy had been quite cooperative, remaining very quiet these past few days. Zhou Jingxin was an acquaintance of hers within the Jinpu allied forces, so she consulted him about everything. Zhou Jingxin arrived at Princess Peggy's residence, rang the doorbell, and the door opened quickly. Peggy came out. Are you done with your work? Yes. Zhou Jingxin asked, what did you want to see me about? Peggy pursed her lips. I've been away from Hades for a week now. Staying here isn't a solution, Hades is in a mess. I want to go back and help my sister. Queen Layla had already confirmed she wouldn't cause any more trouble for the Jinpu Alliance, and Peggy's presence on the Qiming was indeed pointless. Zhou Jingxin said, it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll give you an answer later. Okay, thank you. Peggy asked again, how's your injury? Is it healed? Almost fully healed. That's good. Peggy crossed her arms behind her back. By the way, I heard some gossip on the Qiming these past few days. What? They said you and Marshal Murong are engaged. Zhou Jingchen paused, then said after a moment, that was before an arranged marriage between our parents. That's strange. Don't you have an older sister who's not married yet? How come it's you and him in a marriage alliance? Zhou Jingchen didn't really want to discuss this topic. It's a long story. Alright then. Peggy didn't press further. Then please arrange my return to Hades. Don't worry, I won't reveal anything about your Jinpu alliance to anyone. Okay. Zhou Jingchen returned to his room and found someone in the bathroom. He knew who it was without asking. For the first 3 days of the past week, he had been lying in the medical pod. Although he could get up and move around in the following days, he spent most of his time recuperating in the medical pod to help his wounds heal as quickly as possible. Today was his first day back. Murong-su came and went from his room as if it were his own. He wondered if Zhou Jingchen had slept there while he was in the medical pod. The bathroom door opened. Murong-su, who had just showered, still had water droplets in his hair. He came out to meet Zhou Jingchen, who had just returned. Zhou Jingchen suddenly felt awkward. Even though they had been intimate many times, he said, by the way, Peggy wants to go back to Hades. There's no point in her staying on the Qiming. I arranged things for her. Murong-su said, I have no objection. You decide. Okay. Murong-su had just showered and had a faint scent of red sandalwood on him. It was a red sandalwood scented shower gel from ProStar, which Zhou Jingchen always used, and Murong-su would use it when he stayed over. But even though they were using the same shower gel, mixed with Murong-su's hormones, it became an aphrodisiac. How's the wound healing? Let me see. Murong-su was about to come closer, when Zhou Jingchen subconsciously took a step back. There's nothing to see. Murong-su's raised hand froze in midair. Since Zhou Jingchen woke up from his injury, his attitude towards him had noticeably changed. He would discuss strategies and countermeasures with him, but when it came to personal matters, he showed obvious aloofness and resistance. He had been recuperating these past few days, and Murong-su had been busy with official duties, so they hadn't delved into the matter. But now he needed to find out, did I do something to upset you? Zhou Jingchen met Murong-su's gaze. The other's eyes were gentle, making it impossible for him to say anything that would displease him. No. Then why have you been so distant lately? Zhou Jingchen lowered his eyes. He was silent for a moment before saying, maybe it's because I only been thinking about returning to ProStar as soon as possible, and I haven't had the mind to think about anything else. He didn't know how sincere he was. It sounded like a perfunctory reply. Murong-su didn't press further. You just recovered from a serious injury. Focus on getting better first. I know. Murong-su said, then I won't bother you any longer. With that, he opened the door and went out, bumping into Olai on his way back to his room. Olai looked at Murong-su, who was still in his pajamas and had wet hair. He crossed his arms, looking smug. Young Marshal, you weren't kicked out, were you? Sorry to disappoint you, no. You're so outstanding. You could easily have thousands of people doting on you like stars, and the moon without even waving. Why cling to someone who doesn't appreciate you? Murong-su wasn't in the mood for teasing. Olai, you talk too much. If you're too free, you could go help them repair the Mechs. I won't do the dirty work, but I can keep you company. Murong-su said, no need. With that, Murong-su headed towards his room. The Chongming and Shuguang ships stayed on Qilwan Star for an extra half-month. According to the original plan, after Murong-su and his group left the Athena system aboard the Corber, it would inevitably attract the attention of terrorist organizations. The terrorist organization searching the Athena system and waiting near the wormhole would then assume that Murong-su and his group had escaped, thus abandoning their pursuit of the Chongming and Shuguang ships, and withdrawing from the Athena system. In this way, the Chongming and Shuguang ships could safely leave the Athena system and return to the Kepler system. As they expected, their journey from Qilwan Star to the wormhole connecting the Athena and Kepler systems was unimpeded. After leaving the wormhole, the Chongming and Shuguang ships became invisible and headed towards the location of Apollo Star. Upon returning to the Kepler system, Tang Lian launched the remaining drone communication satellites, attempting to contact Murong-su. As members of the Wind Blade, they have a special communication code, received through their encrypted channel, decipherable only by internal personnel, thus preventing detection by the enemy. The prosperous mech pilots from the Dawn continued their daily practice in the Chongming simulation training pod, with Tang Lian, as a senior, occasionally offering guidance. That day, after their 5-on-5 battle in the simulation training pod, several prosperous mech pilots surrounded Tang Lian. Major General Tang, one of them said, we heard that in the first Jinkixing mech competition, young Marshal Murong was the champion, and you were the runner-up. Does that mean that besides young Marshal Moreau, you're the strongest in Jinkixing? Tang Lian replied, the first mech competition was 5 years ago. In those 5 years, many people with higher mental strength than me have improved. I don't think I would necessarily win against them. You're too modest. I feel that apart from the young Marshal, no one can beat you. Sai, have you forgotten? There's also His Highness. His Highness is exceptionally talented. He can fight the young Marshal for a long time. His Highness is from Pro Star. I was talking about Jinchi Star. At this moment, Tang Lian's personal communicator rang. It was a call from Rear Admiral Lage of the Dawn. Tang Lian, there are large heat sources approaching at high speed at a distance of 0.8 astronomical units. There are approximately 5 of them, and their source is unknown. Logically, the Dawn and Chongming should be difficult to detect at a distance of 0.8 astronomical units in stealth mode. This means that these 5 heat sources of unknown origin might not be aimed at them. However, once they get close, their presence will be detected. Now they only have 2 options. One is to leave at full speed, which would mean they can't use stealth mode, and the high-speed heat would immediately reveal their location. The other is to maintain their current stealth mode and continue advancing. As long as the enemy doesn't get too close, the detected heat would only be that of an ordinary civilian ship. After much deliberation, Tang Lian decided to take the gamble. Major General Leisha, I think it's best for us not to expose ourselves for now. Continue in stealth mode and observe the enemy's situation at all times. I think so too. Leisha said, however, just to be on the safe side, I suggest we prepare for level 2 combat readiness. Okay. Tang Lian ended the call with Leisha and said to the ProStar Mech soldiers, everyone, you heard that just now. Return to your warships and prepare for level 2 combat readiness. Several ProStar Mech soldiers replied in unison, yes, sir. Tang Lian also put on his coat and returned to the bridge. The 5 unidentified heat sources were getting closer. When Tang Lian saw the optical image on the screen, he was shocked. The intelligence officer immediately said, Major General Leisha, they are warships of a terrorist organization. He hadn't expected to be so unlucky. Now they were at a distance where both sides could detect each other. The enemy had 5 warships, while they only had 2, and even then, their warships were only at 30% armament. Tang Lian immediately ordered through the command channel, escape the current star system at maximum speed. Upon receiving the order, both the Chongming and Shiguang deactivated their stealth modes and sped away at maximum speed. As they accelerated, the 5 terrorist organization's warships also accelerated. They seemed to be heading straight for them. Tang Lian said to the information engineer, Yuan, send a distress signal via unmanned communication satellite. Yes, sir. Chapter 104. Tang Lian stared at the large screen on the bridge. The 5 red dots were closing in on him. The terrorist organization's warships were clearly superior, about 20% faster. Even at maximum speed, being overtaken was only a matter of time. If the enemy wanted to start a war, then they would have no choice but to engage. The bridge communication for the Dawn rang, Tang Lian, the enemy has entered 3 times our main gun range. Should we engage? Tang Lian's gaze darkened. If they attack first, we have no choice but to fight. Leisha said on the command channel, all personnel of the Dawn, listen up. Shift from level 2 to level 1 combat readiness. Mech warriors, return to your positions. After Leisha gave the order, Tang Lian said, I'm going into battle too. Rear Admiral Leisha, the Chongming is also under your command. Understood. Leisha gritted his teeth. They now had fewer than 200 personnel on both warships, just enough to keep them operational. The mech warriors available for combat on both ships totaled less than 50. Tang Lian, as the main fighting force, had no choice but to go into battle. Let me confirm their identity first, Resh ordered the communications officer. Send a communication request. Soon, the communication connected to the other ship's bridge. The captain was a man in his 30s, with a flamboyant hairstyle, black lips, and a very juvenile appearance. As soon as the connection was established, he burst into laughter. I searched high and low, and now I found the Chongming and Shiguang ships that Lord Shabangda has been searching for. Resh saw the real person, and was relieved that it wasn't Shabangda. This meant they had only encountered a small fleet from a terrorist organization. Only Shabangda's flagship had S-class mechs. The others, they should be able to handle. Resh asked, May I ask your name, sir? A dying man has no need to know my name. Sir, we're just passing through, and I imagine you're passing through too. There's really no need to waste time on the road. Why don't you go your own way, and I go mine? TSK. The punk man said, if I finish you off here, it'd be a first-class achievement. Then he ordered fire. He hadn't expected things to get so close so quickly. Resh had only established communication to confirm if the other party was indeed Shabanga. If not, everything would be fine. He disconnected the communication and immediately entered command mode. Dawn's protective shield activated. Particle cannons aimed at the enemy flagship. Fire! Meanwhile, Tang Lian, as the commander-in-chief of the Mech force, announced over the command channel, "Mech warriors of Dawn and Chongming, listen to my command. First and second squads, charge with me. Third and fourth squads, assist and cover Chongming and Dawn." The enemy had 5 warships and more Mech than them. Tang Lian, a seasoned veteran, knew very well that their chances of victory were slim. However, the enemy clearly didn't want to let them go. This battle was unavoidable. He had already ordered the information engineers to send a distress signal, relayed via preset drone communication satellite, capable of reaching 4 or 5 astronomical units away. They were still more than a dozen astronomical units away from Apollo. Their distress signal might not be received. Ultimately, they would have to rely on themselves. When Murongsu was around, he was in charge of warship command. He hadn't actually piloted a Mech into battle until a year ago. But he remained composed, calmly directing his Mech warriors into formation. However, the enemy outnumbered them 3-1, making it difficult for them to withstand the onslaught. In less than 20 minutes, their 2 Mechs were surrounded by several enemy Mechs and reduced to interstellar dust under the enemy's main cannon fire. Tang Lian shouted into the command channel, "At least 2 of you should fight together. Don't split up. Spreading out will make you vulnerable to being surrounded. Major General Tang, the enemy outnumbers us 3-1. Even if we fight together, we still be surrounded. That's still better than fighting alone." Tang Lian's high-energy beam saber severed the arm of a Mech, then activated the laser cannon on its head, striking the enemy's shoulder thrusters. The enemy's main cannon opened fire, and he quickly dodged. Before the enemy could retract its electromagnetic cannon, the high-energy laser struck the cannon's muzzle, causing a violent explosion. He had just taken down 1 Mech when a brighter flash came from behind him. Turning around, he saw that the Chongming side had been hit by the enemy's positron cannon, emitting a blinding light. He gritted his teeth. The Chongming and Shuguang, after their fierce battle with the terrorist organization in the Athena system, hadn't received any resupply. They were no match for 5 fully equipped terrorist warships. The situation was extremely unfavorable. He glanced at the enemy flagship and said to his partner, "Old He, you and I break through together, penetrate deep into enemy territory, and fire the main gun simultaneously to blow up the enemy flagship's bridge." Okay. However, just as they were about to break through, 5 Mechs blocked their path, forcing him to clear the obstacle first. Tang Lian and He Jiming worked together and quickly took down 1 Mech, but the enemy persisted. While covering Tang Lian, He Jiming was hit in the main thruster by a laser cannon. With his main thrusters malfunctioning, he could no longer dodge quickly. Having taken over a dozen Vulcan cannon shells, he immediately activated his protective shield, opened the positron cannon muzzle, and fired forward, clearing a path. "Major General, I hold them off. You take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the flagship." He Jiming's Mech's main thrusters were out of commission. If he were left to hold off the remaining 4 Mechs alone, he would surely die. In this situation, it was impossible to send more people to assist, as each person would have to deal with more than 2 Mechs. But now, their only chance of victory was to kill the enemy flagship's commander, otherwise, they would all perish here. "Old He, hold on. Go!" Tang Lian was about to break through when a dazzling light shone behind him again. This time it was the Dawn. Its main cannon had been destroyed. Rai's voice came through the communication channel, "Tang Lian, our situation is dire. I don't know how much longer the 2 warships can hold out. To minimize losses, I hope you can take the Mech unit and most of the crew of the Chongming and Shuguang and leave. I take a small number of crew members and use the Shuguang and Chongming to hold them off. Why is everyone thinking of sacrificing themselves? What are they fighting so desperately for?" Tang Lian said, "Major General Rise, the soldiers of Jinkixing don't abandon their comrades. But, no buts. Please continue to fight alongside me." Rise choked up, his eyes red as he looked at the intense barrage of fire on the screen. "Particle cannons, prepare. Fire!" "Major General Leisha, 3 warships are approaching from 3 o'clock. Leisha was taken aback. "Analyze the source," the intelligence analyst said after a moment. "They're warships from Longhuan Star." "Warships from Longhuan Star. 6 months ago, they fled from Pro Star to Longhuan Star. After staying for a few days, they were sent away." He could understand. After all, Longhorn Star needed to sever ties with their traitorous faction to protect itself. So, are they here because they're just passing by, or coming to offer assistance? Soon, the communication came through, and Chu Jinza's half-body image appeared on the bridge screen. He immediately said, "This is the bridge of the Yanfan. I am Prince Chu Jinza of Longhorn Star." Leisure replied, "Your Highness Chu Jinza, this is the Shuguang. I am Captain Leisure of the Shuguang. Where is Zhou Jingchen? Is he there? Our Highness is not on the Shuguang. We have been attacked by a terrorist organization and hope you can provide assistance." Chu Jinza said, "I would have acted even if you hadn't told me." Tang Lian broke through the encirclement, but penetrating deep into enemy territory was not easy. The laser cannons of 5 warships fired at him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Soon, he discovered that reinforcements had arrived, warships from Longhorn Star. But at the same time, some strange things caught his eye. A dozen or so unidentified, jet black, winged objects joined the battle. Their appearance somewhat resembled dinosaurs from ancient Earth legends. They had no cannons, relying solely on their sharp claws and a dozen or so long, thin tentacles on their backs as weapons. Their destructive power was astonishing. Those long tentacles could even pierce through the cockpit of a mech. What kind of new mech is this? However, regardless of the circumstances, the situation shifted somewhat after the 3 warships from Longhorn Star and these winged monsters joined the battle. The 5 terrorist warships, which had just been swaggering, were successively hit by the Qiming. The terrorist mechs were torn apart, pierced, and even swallowed by the dinosaur-like monsters. The already exhausted Chongming and Shuguang finally had a chance to catch their breath. At this moment, the intelligence analyst on the Shuguang reported, "Major Admiral, a fleet of approximately 10 warships is approaching us from 0.6 astronomical units away. Analyze the source. It's a warship from Jinkixing." Before Leisure could speak, the communications officer said, "Major Admiral, the Jinkixing flagship requests communication. Bring it in." Soon, half-length portraits of Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming appeared on the screen, and everyone on the bridge was almost moved to tears. Leisure said, "Your Highness." Zhou Jingchen asked, "Major General Leisure, how are the Dawn in Chongming? We've been attacked by a terrorist organization. The Dawn's main gun is damaged, and the Chongming's left flank was attacked by a positron cannon. Some mech warriors have also been killed. Casualties are unknown. Fortunately, His Highness Chu Jinza arrived in time, and is fighting the terrorist organization with us." Zhou Jingchen said, "Hold on. We reached the battlefield in 12 minutes. "Yes, sir." The terrorist captain, with his flamboyant hairstyle, looked at the chaotic scene on the battlefield, his body radiating a twisted excitement. "Fire! Kill them all! Aim the main gun at that blue mech and blast it to dust." At this moment, an intelligence officer said, "Captain, 10 warships are approaching this way. It looks like enemy reinforcements. Should we retreat?" The punk pulled out an electromagnetic pulse gun and fired at the intelligence officer who had just spoken. The bullet pierced the officer's head, blood splattering onto the control panel in front of him. His shocked eyes didn't even have time to close before he died. The others on the bridge shuddered, glancing fearfully at the command post. The punk grinned maliciously, "Keep going, all of you. Let's see who dares to retreat." No one dared to utter a sound, forcing themselves to continue their tasks. On the bridge of the Qiming, Wang Yingjie reported, "Your Highness, 30 seconds until we are within firing range." Zhou Jingchen, looking at the large screen, gave the order, "Qiming, main guns ready. Aim at the enemy flagship ahead. Fire!" 10 warships spread out in a semicircle, their dense barrage turning the 5 terrorist ships into firing targets. Fireworks exploded between the terrorist ships. Murong Su, standing nearby, said, "Perfect timing. My new mech hasn't killed anyone yet. Let's take this opportunity to let it see some blood." With that, he turned and headed towards the mech hangar. Zhou Jingchen remained on the bridge, commanding the warships. "Dawn, Chongming, retreat to the rear of the fleet and activate defense mode." "Roger." The bridge of the Yanfan received a call from Chu Jinza. Chu Jinza said, "Jingchen, it seems your plan to steal equipment from Jinchi Star was true. Your fleet is incredibly cool." Zhou Jingchen replied, "Brother Zhe, I must correct you. Our equipment was a gift from Mr. Gao, the top arms dealer on Jinchi Star." Alright, I talk to you later. Let's take down those enemy ships first." Zhou Jingchen ended the call with Chu Jinza and continued commanding. When he saw the black monster resembling a dinosaur on the large screen, he was stunned. How could a monster appear here? Moreover, judging from the situation on the ground, These monsters are all dealing with the terrorist organization's mechs. Are they assisting them? What exactly is going on? As expected of the young marshal, so awesome. Hearing this, Zhou Jingchen looked at the large screen. Murongsu's 1,000 kill had arrived on the battlefield. The 1,000 kill gun's gray body resembled a shooting star that could change its trajectory at will, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The Jinpu Allied Forces mech warriors on the battlefield were exchanging fire with the terrorist organization's mechs 1 second, and the next second, the enemy was dismembered by a beam of light. They hadn't even had time to react. On the enemy flagship, Commander Shamate was stunned. An S-class mech. Who is this? His adjutant beside him said, as far as I know, besides Murongsu, no one can control a mech to this extent. Murongsu. Shamate's eyes lit up with excitement. It's Murongsu. Ha ha ha, he's finally appeared. I can finally challenge him. He looked at his adjutant. You take command of the warship. I go meet him. But before he even reached the automatic doors of the bridge, red warning lights illuminated, and a piercing alarm sounded. The bridge had been locked. The intelligence officer cried out in despair. Our warship's bridge is locked onto by the enemy mech's main cannon. The punk-haired commander turned and saw a blue mech outside the porthole, its main cannon pointed at him. His pupils widened instantly. The blinding positron cannon pierced through the thick windshield, screens, and control panel of the bridge. Everything before him was engulfed by the high-energy positrons, turning to dust. Before he could even escape, he too was reduced to ashes. In the cockpit of the Blue Thor, Tang Lian stared at the blinding light, thinking, I finally did it. At that moment, Murongsu's teasing voice came through the command channel. Tang Lian, long time no see, your strength has increased again. Tang Lian leaned back in his pilot's seat, a weary smile on his face. Young Marshal, don't tease me. Chapter 105. Other warships, also rendered inoperable under the simultaneous, high-density bombardment from over a dozen ships, saw their crews flee in manned shuttles. Zhou Jingchen ordered a halt to the attack and arranged for personnel to board the terrorist organization's warships for inspection and inventory. Their current weaponry was limited, and they didn't know how many more battles they would face. The remaining weaponry on the enemy warships would still be useful to them. He also noticed that the dozen or so dark-colored monsters, after the battle, boarded the Yangfan in an orderly fashion. This indicated that these monsters hadn't appeared out of thin air, but were brought by the Yangfan. Zhou Jingchen frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Leija boarded the Qiming in a shuttle, and saw his comrades from Prostar. Tears welled in his eyes. He had just prepared to fight to the last moment, even leaving his last words. Fortunately, heaven smiled upon him, and reinforcements arrived in time. Your Highness, we finally reunited with you. Zhou Jingchen said, you all worked hard these past few days. Su Ruiyang, standing beside him, said, Hee, Major General Leija, our army now has a new name, the Jinpu Allied Forces. Furthermore, we also managed to win over the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets of the Prostar National Defense Force. They're now on our side. Leija's eyes gleamed with joy. That's wonderful. This gave them the strength to fight against the terrorist organization. At this moment, someone reported, Your Highness, Prince Chu Jinza of Longhuan Star requests to board the ship. Zhou Jingchen said, granted. Then, Zhou Jingchen said to Leija, Major General Leija, arrange for the casualties to be tallied. The wounded can be taken to the Qiming for treatment. Okay. Zhou Jingchen then instructed Song Yiming, arrange for maintenance engineers to go to the Shuguang and Chongming ships for emergency repairs. Yes, Your Highness. Just as Zhou Jingchen finished assigning the tasks, Chu Jinza arrived. He smiled, seeing you safe and sound puts my mind at ease. Zhou Jingchen asked, Brother Zhe, what are you doing here? Chu Jinza replied, I just escorted a batch of steel crystals to Tianming Star. On the return trip, I received a distress signal from the Dawn, so I rushed over. Nearly half a year had passed since their last meeting, and Zhou Jingchen wondered about the current situation on Longhuan Star. How is Longhuan Star doing now? It's alright for now. 2 months ago, a terrorist organization showed up, trying to hijack our transport plane. I was in charge of the escort and drove them all away. After that, they seemed to realize we weren't so easy to deal with, and we haven't encountered them since. Zhou Jingchen responded, That's good. Your Highness Chu Jinza, could you explain the origin of those dozen or so winged unidentified monsters? Murongsu's voice boomed in. He was still in his combat uniform, having just boarded the ship and rushed over immediately. Chu Jinza turned to look at Murongsu and explained, You mean the steel crystal beast? It's a unique beast found only on Longhorn Star. I think you've seen it too. They can move in outer space and are very powerful in combat. Murong-su narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Oh, so it's a specialty of Longhorn Star? I never heard of it before. These beasts live near the steel crystal mines. We only recently tamed them and deployed them in battle. So that means you can make them obey orders unconditionally, with absolutely no possibility of them going berserk? Of course not. Chu Jinza smiled. The steel crystal beasts look fierce, but they're actually very obedient once tamed. Speaking of which, why are you all bringing up our steel crystal beasts? Chu Jinza changed the subject. It's been so long, let's talk about you guys. I heard the former Prime Minister of Hades was assassinated, and the newly appointed Prime Minister doesn't seem to advocate sending troops abroad. That's good news. What are your plans? This topic was far too sensitive, and Zhou Jingchen didn't know how to answer for a moment. He glanced at Murong-su, who said in a half-joking tone, Your Highness Chu Jinza, is spying on military secrets as direct as you these days? Chu Jinza realized he had no right to ask this question. When Zhou Jingchen and his group came to Longhorn Star seeking cooperation, the king of Longhorn Star had already severed ties with them to protect Longhorn Star from being implicated. Even though he had just offered assistance, they were only temporary allies. He wasn't qualified to know their future plans, as that was a military secret. Chu Jinza tapped his head. Look at my head. I'm so close to Jingchen, we talk about everything. I almost forgot he's the commander-in-chief. My question was a bit abrupt. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Jingchen smiled. It's alright, Brother Zhe. Thank you for your help this time. It's nothing. I would have fought them anyway if we encountered terrorists. Chu Jinza felt it wasn't good for him to stay, given Zhou Jingchen's status as a traitor to ProStar. Their political stance didn't allow for much interaction. By the way, I need to rush back to Longhorn Star to report, so I won't stay any longer. Chu Jinza thought for a moment, then added, I wait for the day you can rightfully return to ProStar. If the alliance is to eradicate the terrorist organization then, I'd be there without hesitation. Good, I remember that. After Chu Jinza left, only Zhou Jingchen and Murong-su remained. Although the two hadn't been living together recently, they acted as usual on the surface, at least no one else noticed anything amiss. Your Highness, the Jinpu alliance has successfully merged. Now all that's left is the East Wind. Zhou Jingchen was prepared for war at any moment. He knew very well that Murong-su had been helping him all along. Their strongest fleet now belonged to Murong-su. Without this most advanced fleet, relying solely on the equipment of ProStar's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets, they wouldn't have the confidence to contend with the terrorist organization. Murong-su, I never asked you before, what is your goal? Murong-su smiled. Why are you suddenly asking this? You put in so much effort along the way. Without you, the Jinpu alliance wouldn't be where it is now. Right now, all I can think about is taking back ProStar, and I seem to have neglected the goal you want to achieve. Murong-su said, My goal is the same as your Highness's. But why? You're not from ProStar. If it were just for ProStar, you wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths. Who said that? I'm the betrothed princess of ProStar. It's only right that I work hard so I can have a good life after we marry. He teased Zhou Jingchen as usual. Normally, Zhou Jingchen would blush and scold him for being indecent like a cat with its fur standing on end. But this time, Zhou Jingchen didn't react that way. His face wasn't flushed, nor was he angry, he seemed numb to the matter. Murong-su noticed his emotions and his tone returned to seriousness. My goal is to eradicate the terrorist organization, which aligns with yours. Do you understand? I understand. Zhou Jingchen said, Once I reclaim ProStar, I will do everything in my power to help you deal with Yin Jinhong and his son. He felt indebted, and Murong-su had long seen through his thoughts, smiling as he said, All right. Huang Yingjie jogged in, Young Marshal, Your Highness, breaking news. Prime Minister Brooke sent another team to ProStar to replace Abraham's fleet, but Abraham blocked them outside ProStar's star system. Subsequently, Musel posted a message on the star network of Hater Star. They falsely accused Brooke of being a member of a terrorist organization and of killing Mateo to seize power, so they resolutely refused to ally with Brooke. Zhou Jingchen snorted, What a classic case of the thief crying stop thief. Regardless, they severed ties with the head star government. Murong-su's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Zhou Jingchen. Your Highness, the East Wind has arrived. Zhou Jingchen clenched his fist, his gaze resolute, and said with measured tone, Pass on my order, the entire Jinpu allied fleet, advance at full speed towards ProStar. Zhou Jingchen had spoken with Head Star's Prime Minister Brooke a week earlier. Brooke indicated that Head Star could continue to provide military protection to Pro-Star, but due to internal reasons, a new fleet was needed. Zhou Jingchen was naturally pleased. The fleet commanded by Abraham was lax in its discipline, with many arrogant Head Star officers bullying Pro-Star soldiers and never paying for their expenses, causing widespread resentment among the civilians and Pro-Star soldiers. Sending a new group of people is a good thing. When he learned that the new fleet sent by Brooke had been blocked by Abraham outside the Proplanet star system, he began to feel uneasy. Musel and Abraham had defied the Prime Minister's orders, and even claimed that Brooke was a terrorist organization. This meant that Abraham and Musel had effectively severed ties with the Head Star government, while Proplanet had always sought military protection from the Head Star government. So what was Abraham doing remaining on Proplanet? Or perhaps a major reason Abraham and Musel were unwilling to leave Proplanet was that they already considered it theirs, and once they had it in their grasp, they would never let go. Zhou Jingchen realized this and nearly collapsed. He had unknowingly let a wolf into his house. He summoned his secretary, intending to have him summon the Prime Minister to the palace. However, he remembered that his every move was being monitored by Muser, and that Muser might already have spies planted in the palace. Thinking this, he decided to go to the government building, taking only his secretary, who had been by his side for nearly 10 years. The government building wasn't far from the palace, and many high-ranking government officials worked there. Zhou Jingxing's shuttle had special privileges. It could land on the helipad atop the government building. He disembarked, and Zhang Mingyan's office was on the top floor. He could easily reach it by going down. The first to see Zhou Jingxing was Zhang Mingyan's secretary, who rose and bowed. "Your Majesty, I will inform the Prime Minister of your arrival immediately." "No need, I go directly to him." Zhou Jingxing arrived at the door of Zhang Mingyan's office. The door was ajar, and he could hear a conversation inside. Judging from the voices, it was Zhang Mingyan and his youngest son, Zhang Lifeng. "Father, Zhang Tianqi keeps insisting on his freedom, and has even threatened me. Letting him out would be a recipe for disaster. I think it's better to get rid of him." "All right, this matter must be handled cleanly, leaving no evidence." "I know." Zhou Jingxing was stunned. Zhang Tianqi was his former bodyguard, the one bribed by Shui Wanling to assassinate Zhou Shaoqin. Half a year ago, he stood up to testify against Shui Wanling and Zhou Jingchen, redeeming himself, and thus avoiding the death penalty, receiving a 10-year prison sentence instead. But Zhang Mingyan and Zhang Lifeng were plotting to eliminate him, to prevent future trouble. What was this future trouble? He coldly pushed open the door. The father and son inside looked at him, their faces filled with terror. Zhang Mingyan was the first to react. "Why is your Majesty here?" Zhou Jingxing automatically ignored his visit to Zhang Mingyan to discuss the garrison matter. He stared at Zhang Mingyan. What did Zhang Tianqi do? Why get rid of him? Zhang Lifeng glanced at Zhang Mingyan, who was sweating profusely. Zhang Mingyan desperately tried to deny it, saying, "Your Majesty, we discovered he was having an affair with the Queen. The Queen even tried to incite him, so we decided to get rid of him." Zhou Jingxing gritted his teeth. He picked up a vase from a nearby table and smashed it to the ground. With a piercing sound, the valuable crystal vase shattered, the fragments exploding like fireworks, even throwing the flowers inside out. Zhang Mingyan and his son Zhang Lifeng were startled. The former glanced at the vase on the ground. "Your Majesty." Zhou Jingxing's chest heaved violently. "You still want to lie to me? The Queen is imprisoned in the Court of Judgment. How could she be having an affair with him? I'm still investigating this matter. Enough. Stop lying to me. Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhou Jingxing's eyes were red, almost bleeding. I understand everything. You arranged for Zhang Tianqi to assassinate my father, but it failed. Zhang Tianqi was also exposed. Later, when the terrorist organization invaded, you took advantage of the chaos to use Zhang Tianqi to testify against Zhou Jingchen, labeling him a traitor. But I never suspected anything, always believing that Zhou Jingchen and the Queen were trying to frame me. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Zhang Mingyan stopped denying it. "Your Majesty, do you think I shouldn't have done this? Before the late king was assassinated, he sent me a secret letter, instructing me to. You inherit the throne, but as long as the late king is alive, you will never be able to rightfully sit on it. I know what I'm doing is wrong, but if I don't, the Queen and Zhou Jingchen will try to seize the throne. Tell me, if I do nothing and let them take the throne, would you be content?" Zhang Lifeng echoed, "Yes, Your Majesty, Father did this for you, for the greater good." "The greater good?" Zhou Jingxing found the word somewhat laughable. He too had said it was for the greater good, which was why he wanted to sign a protection agreement with Hades. But what was the result? He had only led a lion into a rabbit's den. He laughed dejectedly. What exactly is this so-called big picture? Uncle, it seems we really made a mistake this time. A huge mistake. We made such a fool of ourselves, and in the end, we might just be handing over ProStar to others. Your Majesty, I was wrong about Zhang Tianqi, but you can't let this crush you. Zhou Jingxing clutched his hair, his head throbbing, tears streaming from his red eyes. No, I have no chance. Chapter 106. At this moment, Zhang Mingyan's secretary said from outside the door, My lord, news has come from the Court of Judicial Review that a group of people broke into the court's prison early this morning. General Song Lianzi and the late queen were kidnapped, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Zhang Mingyan was furious upon hearing this. Why are you only reporting on something that happened early this morning? The secretary's voice lowered several octaves. This subordinate doesn't know either. Send Zhu Wenyan to see me. Just now Dean Zhu called. He said he's unwell and unable to see you. Zhang Mingyan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets with anger, and his beard trembled. He did this on purpose. Zhou Jingxing didn't care about this matter at all. Fine, they're innocent anyway. Let them go. Your Majesty. Seeing Zhou Jingxing's dejected appearance, Zhang Mingyan felt that he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Do you want to see them riding roughshod over you again? Uncle, don't you understand? Zhou Jingxing's face was still streaked with tears, looking utterly disheveled. Muscle and Abraham have joined forces to defy military orders. They rather sever ties with the Hadstar government than stay on ProStar, because their goal is ProStar. If they betray us, how can we protect ourselves? Zhang Mingyan's face turned pale. He too realized the gravity of the situation. The Hadstar Prime Minister merely wanted to replace a garrison, yet Muscle and Abraham had defied orders. Their intentions were crystal clear. However, they weren't at their wits' end. Zhang Mingyan said, Your Majesty, we haven't reached the end of our rope. We always maintained a protection agreement with the Hadstar government. Now that Muscle and Abraham have broken ties with the Hadstar government and want to occupy ProStar, they are invaders. According to the protection agreement, Hadstar has an obligation to send regular troops to protect ProStar. Hearing Zhang Mingyan's words, Zhou Jingxing's lifeless eyes regained a glimmer of light. Yes, that's right, so I should talk to Prime Minister Brooke about this immediately. Just as his fighting spirit was rekindled, his communicator rang. It was the Queen. He didn't hesitate and answered directly. The Queen's half-body image appeared in midair. Your Majesty, Muscle has brought a large number of soldiers into the palace, saying that assassins have infiltrated and that he needs to send troops to protect them. He also took Cheer and Xian away. Zhou Jingxing was stunned. Muscle had brought troops into the palace without his permission and had taken his children away. What was he trying to do? Zhang Mingyan was shocked. Your Majesty, we must contact Prime Minister Brooke as soon as possible and have them send troops to ProStar. At this moment, Muscle's figure appeared beside the Queen. Brooke is a member of a terrorist organization. Are you sure you want him to send troops, Your Majesty? Zhou Jingxing stared at Musel's cold face, his pupils shrinking. Musel, how dare you bring troops into the palace without my permission and take my children away? What do you want? Musel calmly replied, Your Majesty, it's not appropriate to discuss matters over a communicator. Where is Your Majesty? Should I send someone to bring you back? Zhou Jingxing gritted his teeth. Musel, you still haven't answered me. What do you want? Your Majesty, let's talk about it back at the palace. With that, Musel left, leaving only the terrified Queen trembling. She cried out, Your Majesty, Cheer and Xian, will they be in danger? Zhou Jingxing felt completely numb. He had collapsed time and time again today. He felt he could be driven mad by all of this at any moment. This feeling of being alive was worse than death. He comforted the Queen in a hoarse voice, Don't worry, they'd be all right. After ending the communication, Zhou Jingxing tried to establish contact with Brooke, but after several attempts, the signal was lost and communication could not be established. Had and Pro were 8 astronomical units apart, with hundreds of giant communication satellites transmitting signals between them. If even one of them was destroyed, communication would be impossible. Clearly, after Musel decoupled from Had, he destroyed Pro's communication satellites connecting it to the outside world. Looking at the silent Zhou Jingxing, Zhang Mingyan sensed he was about to be driven mad. He tentatively spoke, Your Majesty, perhaps we should escape first and wait for reinforcements. Zhou Jingxing laughed self-deprecatingly. Escape? Where can I escape to? My wife and children are still in Musel's hands. They are hostages now. Then what do you plan to do? In the end, it's my own doing. Zhou Jingxing looked at Zhang Mingyan. This is the path I chose. Even if the end is destruction, I should bear the consequences. Zhang Mingyan said nothing. Zhou Jingxing turned and left, embarking on his journey back to the palace. When Zhou Jingxing returned to the palace, he saw soldiers from Hades scattered throughout, while the palace guards were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the palace felt unfamiliar. Musel was waiting for him in the king's office. He sat directly in his chair, a symbol of power, his smile revealing his ambition. Your Majesty, an assassin just broke into the palace. Luckily you weren't here, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Zhou Jingxing clenched his fists. Where did you take my son and daughter? Your Majesty, rest assured, the two princes are under my protection and will be safe. Musel stood up and walked to Zhou Jingxing. As long as your Majesty obeys. Zhou Jingxing glared at him with bloodshot eyes. What exactly do you want me to do? Brook is a member of a terrorist organization. There are voices against him everywhere on Hadstar. Civil war on Hadstar is imminent. If you seek Brook's protection, he might not even be able to protect himself. Zhou Jingxing was numb. Even hearing the worst news didn't elicit a reaction. I ask for nothing more than that you don't harm the children, they are still young. Of course not. Musel said, as long as your Majesty follows the arrangements, you can live happily ever after with your family in the palace on Prostar. Zhou Jingxing felt only a profound irony in those words. Musel leaned closer to him, lowering his voice, and the first thing your Majesty will do is commit patricide. Zhou Jingxing took a step back in fright. What are you saying? Your Majesty, I heard that your half-sister has been relentlessly trying to revive the late king. You know that if she awakens, you won't be able to keep your throne. Your prestige among the ministers is inferior to hers, and your influence among the people is also less than hers. Yet you let her go. You are too cowardly. This cowardice will lead you down a path of no return. Zhou Jingxing was speechless for a moment. When Musel called him cowardly, he couldn't find any words to refute her. Yes, he was too cowardly. He was able to sit on the throne, because his uncle used underhanded means. When the terrorist organization provoked him, his first thought was to seek protection from Hades. Even now, for the sake of his two children, he had no choice but to obey Musel. What had he done in his life that made him feel not so cowardly? Nothing. He couldn't find anything. A coward can never do anything brave. Someone rushed in, reporting, Lord Martin, the Jinpu Allied fleet has appeared in a star system 1 astronomical unit away from Prostar, heading towards it. Musel wasn't flustered. Humph, they finally arrived. Musel glanced at Zhou Jingxing. Your Majesty, how about I offer Zhou Jingxing's head as a gift for your obedience? Zhou Jingxing clenched his fists, remaining silent. Musel laughed and left the king's office. Outside the Prostar star system, the 4 fleets of the Jinpu Allied fleet were well trained and assembled. On the bridge of the flagship, the Qiming, Commanders Zhou Jingchen and Murong Su stood side by side. Huang Yingjie, sitting at his intelligence analyst post, reported, Young Marshal, Your Highness, the Prostar fortress has activated its defenses. If our fleet approaches any closer, it will be attacked by the fortress's intelligent defense system. Zhou Jingchen issued an order through the command channel. All ships, halt. Yang Xiaowei. Send a communication request to Musel Martin. Before the official start of the battle, they needed to communicate with Musel. Soon, the bridge's large screen connected to Musel's communication. The background showed the conference room of the Prostar Imperial Palace. Zhou Jingchen spoke in an official tone. Musel Martin, you have defied the orders of the Prime Minister of Hadstar, stationing troops on Prostar, seriously infringing upon Prostar's sovereignty. As the third prince of Prostar, I order you to immediately lead your troops away from Prostar, otherwise, we will forcibly expel you. Musel sneered a few times. Zhou Jingchen, you're nothing but a rebel from Prostar. What gives you the right to speak like that? Zhou Jingchen's face was serious. 6 months ago, when he left Prostar, he still carried a hint of naivety and confusion. But 6 months later, standing on the bridge of the Qiming, dressed in the uniform of a Prostar soldier, he declared firmly, I'm not here to argue with you today. I already said my piece. I'm giving you time to leave Prostar voluntarily. If you resolutely refuse to leave, then I have no choice but to expel you by force. Such arrogance. Musel grinned maliciously. Then let me see what you're really capable of. As soon as Musel finished speaking, several red dots appeared on the Qiming's battle display screen, each representing a warship. Huang Yingjie immediately conducted a remote analysis of the enemy warships. Your Highness, 86 warships have appeared ahead. Excluding the 26 warships from Hadstar, the rest are all from Prostar. Huang Yingjie added, moreover, judging from the enemy formation, the warships at the forefront are all from Prostar, while the head star warships are hiding in the back. Zhou Jingchen gritted his teeth. Muscle was truly despicable. He clearly intended to use the pro-star warships as a shield, hiding in the back like a coward, watching them fight amongst themselves. Murongsu said, "Your Highness, we discussed this issue. The soldiers on Pro-Star were his former comrades in arms, and citizens of Pro-Star, but they obeyed Zhou Jingchen's orders and were his enemies. If they wanted to bypass the Pro-Star soldiers and directly engage the terrorist organization, it was virtually impossible. They had discussed this beforehand, and there were essentially two solutions. One was to persuade them to join their side, and the other, if persuasion failed, was to engage in battle. In battle, they should try to avoid hitting vital points, focusing instead on attacking the enemy's weapons and equipment to incapacitate them." Zhou Jingchen said, "Yang Xiaowei, activate the public broadcast." "Yes, sir." Yang Rishua operated the console for a few seconds, and then reported, "Your Highness, the public broadcast is activated." Once activated, all the warships could hear Zhou Jingchen's voice. "Fellow soldiers of Pro-Star, I am Zhou Jingchen, the third prince of Pro-Star, and the supreme commander of the Jinpu Allied Forces. Our Jinpu Allied Forces consist of fleet members under the command of young Marshal Murong of Jin Qixing, the Pro-Star Mecha Squadron, and members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Fleets of the Pro-Star National Defense Force. As the Pro-Star National Defense Force, we have never forgotten our mission, nor our original aspiration. Our goal is to expel the invaders, who violate the sovereignty of Pro-Star. The armies led by Musel and Abraham have broken away from Headstar. They are attempting to control and occupy Pro-Star. We will absolutely not allow this to happen. Pro-Star belongs to all the citizens of Pro-Star, and it is the homeland that our National Defense Force will fight tooth and nail to protect. Therefore, I implore you to join us, stand on the same side, and unite against the common enemy." After Zhou Jingchen delivered his speech, the Pro-Star National Defense Force remained silent. No one responded. Abraham's mocking laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha, that's easy to say, but too bad nobody cares." Zhou Jingchen ignored Abraham's mocking laughter and continued, "Whatever your choice, I respect it. You have orders to obey, and we have goals to achieve. Even if we're facing each other today, it's only because of temporary differences in our positions. You will always be soldiers protecting the homeland of Pro-Star." Abraham snorted coldly, "Enough with the nonsense. Fire!" At this moment, not a single warship in the lead Pro-Star Defense Force fleet fired. The Pro-Star Defense Force soldiers on the bridge remained motionless. Some had tears in their eyes, others wore expressions of anguish. Abraham raised his voice and shouted into the command channel, "Did you hear me? Fire! Otherwise, you face the consequences." On the flagship of the Pro-Star Defense Force, Lieutenant General Zhao Qingxin was the commander-in-chief of this operation. He removed his military cap, unbuttoned his uniform, and carefully set his hat and coat aside. He gave the order, "Fire!" All the Pro-Star warships simultaneously raised their cannons, and with the command, they fired in unison. The war had officially begun. Chapter 107. After reorganization, the Jinpu Allied Forces split into 3 fleets, commanded by Chao Yang, Lei Zhe, and Tang Lian respectively. Zhou Jingchen, as commander-in-chief, was in overall command of the battle. The vanguard of the Jinpu Allied Forces was the fleet led by Lei Zhe, followed by the elite fleet led by Tang Lian. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, the shield formed by the Pro-Star Defense Force fleet on the opposite side was billowing with thick smoke. Zhou Jingchen watched with a heavy heart. Those were their former comrades. Fighting their own people, regardless of who won or lost, both sides would suffer heavy losses. At this moment, Murongsu, already seated in his mech cockpit, sent a communication, "Your Highness, this isn't a sustainable strategy. I lead an elite mech squadron over the warship wall and attack from the rear. We force those cowards hiding in the back to surface." Zhou Jingchen nodded. "Good. I order a 3-pronged attack later. One fleet will hold off the Pro-Star warships from the front, launching a gentle assault. The other 2 fleets will approach from the flanks to assist you in dealing with the terrorist organization in the rear." "Good." Zhou Jingchen wanted to say something about being careful, but he swallowed the words. The virtual holographic communication screen on the bridge had disappeared. Their communication was cut off. Murongsu, piloting the 1000 Killer, led an elite mech squadron of 30 men into the enemy lines. This was a high-risk move, and Zhou Jingchen immediately ordered Tang Lian and Chao Yang's fleets to bypass the warship wall from the flanks and attack the terrorist organization in the rear. Yang Rishua said, "Your Highness, communication with the ground on Pro-Star has been successfully established. Connect to the bridge communicator." Okay. While on Lawrence Planet, Zhou Jingchen had already arranged for Yi Xian to lead a group back to Pro Planet aboard a transport ship. During this time, they gathered intelligence on Pro Planet, established contact with Peng Haisheng, and recruited more of General Song Liang's former subordinates, preparing for a coordinated attack from within. And they lived up to expectations. During their time back on Pro Planet, they successfully recruited many of General Song Liang's former subordinates, and successfully rescued General Song Liangza and the Queen from the court's prison. Yi Xian reported, "Your Highness, we have successfully rescued General Song Liangza and the Queen. Rest assured." "Good, thank you for your hard work. It's our duty." Yi Xian said, "General Song Liangza is here, he has something to say to you." Zhou Jingchen saw Song Liangza. In the past 6 months at the court, he had aged considerably, his hair now completely white. "General, you suffered these past few days." Song Liangza looked at Zhou Jingchen, a relieved smile on his face. "Your Highness, I always believed that one day you would return. This day has come sooner than I expected." Zhou Jingchen said, "The cannons have already fired. We inevitably have to contend with terrorist organizations in space for some time. There are certainly still quite a few terrorist groups stationed on Prostar. We have to trouble the general with things on the ground. Even if your Highness hadn't said anything, I was already planning to do the same." Song Liangza said, "Furthermore, we received news that the families of Prostar soldiers received invitations to a military dependence gathering yesterday. They're currently being held hostage somewhere. Muscle is using the families of the National Defense Army to coerce them into going to the battlefield. They're being forced into it." Zhou Jingchen's heart tightened. No wonder the National Defense Army's actions just now were a bit unusual. Is there any way to rescue their families? "We will do everything in our power to rescue the families of the National Defense Forces," Song Liangza continued. "Besides, His Majesty the King is scheduled to undergo an organ transplant surgery these next few days. The surgery cannot be interrupted, and no one can be allowed to disturb him. Although Peng Haisheng has brought men to protect him, if Muscle were to bombard the Medical Research Center with high-powered weapons, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long." Zhou Jingchen clenched his fist. Zhou Shaoqin was placed in the Medical Research Center and couldn't be moved at will. The surgery couldn't be interrupted either. Peng Haisheng and his men were already retired soldiers, and their weapons were limited. They would definitely have a hard time contending with advanced firepower. The Medical Research Center was such a large target that they could easily destroy it. At this moment, Song Yiming said, "Your Highness, please allow me to pilot the mecha into the atmosphere of Prostar to protect His Majesty the King and Her Highness the Princess." Zhou Jingchen said, "Prostar's air defense system is already activated. How do you plan to enter the atmosphere?" Song Yiming said, "Enter through the weakest point in the air defenses." Both Zhou Jingchen and Song Yiming were former high-ranking officers in the National Defense Force. They knew Prostar's air defenses intimately. Prostar's strongest defenses were within the range of the air defense fortresses, but in areas beyond the fortress's range, air defenses were relatively weak. However, to compensate for this weakness, they had long ago added anti-aircraft gun emplacements on the ground. In other words, even in the weakest points, anti-aircraft gun emplacements were waiting. Zhou Jingchen didn't want to watch Song Yiming go to his death. "Do you know that even in the weakest points, forcibly entering the atmosphere is very dangerous? There's no other way. We must protect His Majesty the King and Her Highness the Princess." Song Yiming said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I'm quite familiar with Prostar's air defense system. I be careful, and I definitely protect myself." Zhou Jingchen looked at him. Although he didn't want him to take the risk, with the great battle imminent, everyone was risking their lives. If they were afraid of death, they shouldn't be here. "I notify the ground forces to assist you in entering the atmosphere. You must survive. Of course, my purpose is to protect His Majesty and Princess, not to go and die." "Good." After receiving the order, Song Yiming turned and left the bridge, heading towards the mech hangar. Zhou Jingchen immediately sent a message to the ground forces, instructing them to assist Song Yiming in entering the atmosphere as much as possible. If Song Yiming could successfully enter the atmosphere, the ground's combat power would double. Zhou Jingchen watched the battle situation on the screen. Dense artillery fire and billowing smoke exploded like fireworks, one after another. Mechs and fighters, like bees, were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. He saw that the shield formed by the Prostar Defense Force was riddled with wounds, while the terrorist warships hiding behind it remained intact. Only after Murong Su's 1,000-kill infiltration did the terrorist warships begin to tense up. He only hoped that the people on the ground would quickly rescue the families of the Defense Force soldiers and remove the shackles binding them. These were the bravest soldiers of Prostar. They should be fighting to protect their homeland, not being held captive by the terrorist organization, like puppets on a string, standing on the opposite side in this battle. At this moment, Meng Luoxuan, the fighter squadron leader, requested permission through the command channel. Your Highness, the Prostar Defense Force has no will to fight. If this continues, the Defense Force will suffer heavy losses. I request to lead a fighter squadron to board the Defense Force warships and persuade them to immediately cease their attacks and unite against the common enemy. When Zhou Jingchen broadcast the message over the public channel, no one from the opposing National Defense Force responded. Zhou Jingchen guessed they were all restricted. Any communication from the warship would be intercepted by Abraham. If they disobeyed orders, their imprisoned families would be in danger, and they wouldn't dare risk their lives. If someone infiltrated the flagship and told them that the Jinpu Alliance was trying to rescue their families, they might begin to rebel against Abraham. Zhou Jingchen asked, "Are you confident you can board the ship safely?" 80% confident, Meng Luoxuan replied firmly. Your Highness, please allow me to try. All right. Permission granted. Zhou Jingchen said, Colonel Meng, the families of soldiers in the Prostar National Defense Force are being held by a terrorist organization. I have arranged for personnel to rescue the families. Please convey this message. Meng Luoxuan shouted, Understood. I will complete the mission. Prostar Medical Research Center. Unrelated personnel from the research center have evacuated, leaving only the underground operating room on the third basement level still operational. The operating room is quiet. Director Zhang Qing'an is personally performing the surgery, assisted by Dr. Zhou Wanqing. In addition, there is an anesthesiologist, 2 nurses, and 3 medical robots. Outside the operating room, 5 armed security personnel and 5 security robots are on standby to deal with any intruders. This is Zhou Shaoqin's third surgery. The new organ transplant surgery is highly complex, and machine treatment is not yet available. Furthermore, Zhou Shaoqin has multiple damaged internal organs, requiring the surgery to be performed by a highly experienced surgeon. 4 hours have passed since the surgery began. The operating room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the occasional sound from the nearby instruments can be heard. Suddenly, the quiet operating room shook violently. 2 nurses, slightly alarmed, asked, Has the terrorist organization attacked? Zhou Wanqing reassured them, Don't worry, Colonel Peng is guarding outside. He notify us if there's any danger. Zhang Qing'an's hands didn't pause for a moment. Continue the surgery. On the ground, Peng Haisheng, wearing a bulletproof vest and riding a police shuttle, was directing the counterattack against the terrorist attack. This group was hastily assembled, and the weapons they were currently using were collected from the police station and the Royal Military Academy. They were finding it difficult to contend with the terrorist organization's high-powered weaponry. Just now, a missile, uninterrupted, landed behind the Medical Research Institute, creating a large crater. Colonel Peng, the enemy has 5 Mechs, probably Class B. Our police shuttles are no match for them. Peng Haisheng shouted, Hold on. I just received word that Major Song will be coming to reinforce. We must hold out until they arrive, and prevent them from interrupting the surgery. Yes, sir. Peng Haisheng piloted the police shuttle towards one of the Mechs, saying in the command channel, Ion, I draw the black Mech's attention. You attack it from behind? Aim. Hit the core engine. Roger. Peng Haisheng accelerated to maximum speed, firing the police shuttle's Vulcan rifle at the Mech 10 times its size. The black Mech seemed to have detected him, unleashing a barrage of fire from its arm-mounted Vulcan rifles. Peng Haisheng dodged, sweating profusely. Now's the time. The shuttle behind him aimed at the Mech's core engine and launched a missile. Just after the missile was launched, Peng Haisheng's shuttle was hit by the Mech's Vulcan rifle, its tail catching fire. The next instant, the missile struck the Mech's tail spike thruster, and the warhead exploded, blasting the Mech in 2. Peng Haisheng witnessed this, and thought he had finally destroyed one, but his own situation was far from optimistic. The shuttle's core engine was damaged, and it had lost control, about to plummet to the ground. No matter how hard he pulled the climb lever, it was useless. The shuttle's mechanical voice warned, Attention! Shuttle is about to crash. Peng Haisheng opened the shuttle's hatch and jumped out without hesitation. 2 seconds later, the shuttle's nose struck the ground with a loud bang, then exploded into a fireball. Colonel Peng! Colonel Peng! Peng Haisheng landed right in the bushes. The bushes cushioned his fall, preventing a direct impact, and his body armor protected him from serious injury. He heard his comrades calling through his headset. He struggled out of the bushes, still panting, I'm alive. Great. Ignoring the pain, Peng Haishan grabbed his heavy-duty submachine gun from his waist and ran towards a nearby deployment point. Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out, followed by a whirlwind of shockwaves and shrapnel. He looked back at the Medical Research Institute. The building had been hit by a Mech's main cannon from a distance, and a corner of the roof had collapsed. He froze, then yelled into the command channel, "Stop him! Don't let a second shell hit the Institute. Old Peng. We can't hold on much longer. The firepower difference is too great." Chapter 108. Space. An hour into the battle, the Prostar region was littered with wreckage, fragments of warships, fighter jets, mechs, and unrecoverable corpses. The fighting showed no signs of abating. The terrorist fleet hiding behind the Prostar defense forces was exposed by Murong-Su. Under the combined assault of the three fleets of the Jinpu Alliance, it had already lost 3 warships. Abraham sat at the command post, watching as yet another warship's main gun was destroyed by Murong-Su's devastating attacks. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the scar on his face seemed about to burst. "Concentrate fire. Take Murong-Su down. Take him down. Major General, Murong-Su is too fast. We don't have any S-class mechs to fight them. You're all idiots. Where are the reinforcements?" "Where are they?" "Major General. The reinforcements are already 0.8 astronomical units away, expected to arrive in half an hour." Abraham slammed his fist on the platform in front of him. "That bastard Shabanda. Why is he so slow?" "The Qiming," Huang Yingjie reported, "Your Highness. A large number of warships, approximately 30 in number, are approaching from 0.8 astronomical units away. Based on the source, they should be a terrorist organization's fleet." Zhou Jingchen and Murong-Su had already anticipated the terrorist reinforcements. He ordered, "Closely monitor the enemy reinforcements' movements. Be prepared to respond at any time." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Meng Luoxuan successfully boarded the flagship of the Prostar Defense Force. She was wearing the combat uniform of a Prostar fighter pilot, a type of spacesuit that completely covered her head, allowing her to infiltrate without arousing suspicion. Moreover, she discovered a disagreement within the flagship. A group of people, presumably fighter pilots, were arguing in the waiting room next to the fighter hangar. A young soldier, around 20 years old, said, "Abraham and Musel have captured our families, forcing us to fight the third prince. For the past 6 months, they exploited our people and humiliated our soldiers. They are the real terrorist organization. We can't let them control us any longer. But what can we do? Are your families being held hostage?" A middle-aged man, his eyes red, said, "My children, my wife, my parents, they're all under their control. My children are 12 and 6 years old respectively. They deserve a bright future. Yes, I'd rather die fighting. I don't want to see my family killed either. I don't want to be a sinner either, but we were forced into this situation. I simply can't bear to see my family members die." Upon hearing this, Meng Luoxuan shouted, "If you die in battle and the terrorist organization takes over Prostar, will your families be treated well?" Everyone looked at the woman who had suddenly spoken. Meng Luoxuan removed her helmet in front of them, and everyone present was stunned. Some recognized her. "Colonel Meng? You still remember me, don't you?" Meng Luoxuan was one of the best fighter pilots on Prostar. Everyone knew her. At this moment, several pilots belatedly drew their electromagnetic pulse guns and pointed them at her. Some were completely unafraid of her. The young soldier who had spoken earlier said, "Colonel Meng, didn't you submit to the third prince along with Lieutenant General Chao Yang?" "That's right. I'm now a member of the Jinpu Alliance. Our mission is to eradicate terrorist organizations and protect Prostar." Meng Luoxuan, completely unfazed by the guns pointed at her, demanded sharply, "And what about you? What are your goals?" Everyone fell silent. Meng Luoxuan said, "A country without sovereignty has no dignity. Musel and Abraham are members of a terrorist organization. If they occupy Prostar, everyone on Prostar will become their slaves. Have you forgotten how they treated our soldiers? You're aiding and abetting such a terrorist organization. Have you thought about the future?" As Meng Luoxuan spoke, some people wept, some sobbed uncontrollably, and someone stood up and asked, "Colonel Meng, I ask you, if your children, your loved ones, your parents were all controlled and could be killed at any moment, could you still confidently educate others?" Meng Luoxuan's powerful voice replied, "I am a soldier, a warrior. They are the ones who protect this country. If it really comes to that, I will put the country first." The person who had just questioned her said with tears in her eyes, self-deprecatingly, "Perhaps, I'm just an ordinary person. I love my family, I love them more than anything." "I understand you." Meng Luoxuan said, His Highness has already issued orders to the Jinpu allied forces on the ground. They will spare no effort to rescue your families. You can wait for news. A glimmer of light appeared in the pilot's eyes. Is it true? Of course. Meng Luoxuan said, His Highness already knows you were forced into this situation. It's inconvenient for him to convey this message over the public channel, so I infiltrated to convey his message. The young pilot suggested, Since we have this good news, we should find a way to spread it to others immediately. We can pretend to side with Abraham first, and once our relatives are rescued, we turn against him immediately. We catch him completely off guard. That's right. In the capital square of Pro Planet, tens of thousands of demonstrators gathered. They already knew about the news of the Kimpu Alliance's forceful expulsion of Musel and Abraham's army from space, and they were all discussing it animatedly. A middle-aged man wearing a shirt printed with the flag of Prostar took to the stage and spoke through a megaphone. When the terrorist organization invaded, the third prince led the Prostar defense force to defend Prostar to the death. Later, he was framed and labeled a rebel, forcing him to leave. Musel and Abraham took the opportunity to invade Prostar. Many people thought that Prostar would no longer be bothered by terrorist organizations, but little did they know that it was just the beginning of a nightmare. Because of the exorbitant protection fees, the people of Prostar are suffering under the heavy burden of taxes. The vegetables and fruits we grow are transported to other planets in large quantities, before we can even eat them ourselves. Even our soldiers are inferior to them. Musel and Abraham used to be bound to Hades, but now that they've broken free, no one is controlling them anymore. I can't imagine the oppression and enslavement the people of Prostar will suffer in the future. Musel and Abraham are the real terrorist organization. They plunder the people of Prostar, oppressing them. I support the Jinpu Alliance. I support His Highness the Third Prince. The people below chanted in unison, Support the Jinpu Alliance. Support His Highness the Third Prince. Support the Jinpu Alliance. Support His Highness the Third Prince. When the audience stopped, the person on stage shouted, Pro Planet has enjoyed peace for a century, and we all want that peace to continue. But after experiencing turmoil, I come to understand that yearning for peace isn't about retreating or groveling for protection, but about making our nation stronger. Only when our nation is strong can we resist foreign enemies and maintain peace. We hope the Jinpu allied forces can drive Musel and Abraham out of Pro Planet and restore peace to it. We hope the Jinpu allied forces can drive Musel and Abraham out of Pro Planet and restore peace to it. We hope the Jinpu allied forces can drive Musel and Abraham out of Pro Planet and restore peace to it. Abraham, drive Prostar out. Restore peace to Prostar. Meanwhile, at the gates of the royal palace in Prostar's capital, many Prostar citizens gathered. Some held banners or plaques, others wore headbands supporting the Jinpu Alliance, chanting in unison, Terrorist organizations get out of Prostar. The Jinpu Alliance will prevail. Terrorist organizations get out of Prostar. The Jinpu Alliance will prevail. Terrorist organizations get out of Prostar. The Jinpu Alliance will prevail. In the king's office, Zhou Jingxing stood by the window, only 100 meters from the entrance. His office was on the top floor, offering a clear view of everything outside the palace gates. He looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the throngs of people outside, their slogans deafening. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his haggard face. He had struggled for so long, and in the end, he had only plunged Prostar into a swamp, leaving the people filled with resentment. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and Musel entered from outside. He added insult to injury, saying, Your Majesty, what a pathetic king you are. They even come to the palace gates to make a scene. Zhou Jingxing turned to look at Musel, having lost the hearts of the people. Do you think you and I can continue to stay on Prostar? What, do you have a plan? Zhou Jingxing said, No matter what, we must try to turn the situation around. I will give a speech, broadcast nationwide. I must restore the dignity of the royal family. Musel narrowed his eyes, feeling sorry for Zhou Jingxing, but he was right about one thing. The people of Prostar were protesting. Even if they defeated the Jinpu coalition, their victory would be illegitimate. Zhou Jingxing was still somewhat useful to them. At least he had spent the past 6 months cultivating the image of a wise monarch. All right, then please make the arrangements, Your Majesty. In a Baroque-style building on Lishu Street, General Song Liangzi and several former subordinates discussed how to rescue the families of the National Defense Army around a 3D holographic projection map of the capital, Lishu. Yi Xian entered and reported, General, our men have split up to investigate. I come to report the information we gathered. Yi Xian walked to the 3D holographic projection map and picked up the sensor pin. The families of the National Defense Force received news the day before yesterday that a family reunion would be held at the Capitol military base. Yesterday afternoon, the families arrived one after another and were accommodated in the family guest house. Our men infiltrated the family guest house and found it empty. Their luggage was still there, and there were no signs of struggle or fighting. Song Liangza said they must have used the pretext of the reunion last night to gather them together and take control. Yi Xian said, I initially thought the hostages might be in the auditorium, so I sent men infiltrate the auditorium, but found no trace of a reunion being held there. The middle-aged soldier next to Song Liangza said, the guest house is quite a distance from the auditorium. Public shuttles run between the guest house and the base daily. They were most likely taken elsewhere on those shuttles. There are probably about 1,000 family members attending the celebration. To imprison so many people, the place must be spacious enough. Yi Xian said, that's right. Our people scanned the area 5 kilometers from the guest house with light detectors and didn't find any large-scale gatherings. Moreover, since yesterday, all the personal communicators of the National Defense Army's family members have had their signals blocked. Everyone fell into deep thought. Over 1,000 people had been transferred without leaving any trace. First, this place must be some distance from the crowd. Second, it must be spacious enough to accommodate thousands. And third, it must be under armed guard. At this moment, a message from outer space popped up on the 3D holographic screen. It was from the Qiming spacecraft, with the note, these photos were received by officers of the ProStar National Defense Army. Please see if they are helpful. Then, about a dozen photos were sent over. These were all photos of relatives of the National Defense Force members, all staring at the camera in terror, each photo set against a backdrop of gray and white. These photos were taken by terrorist organizations to threaten the ProStar National Defense Force. At this moment, Song Liangza said, I roughly know where they're being held. Where? Rakshasa prison, Song Liangza said. Yi Xian said, I know Rakshasa prison, but it hasn't been used for a long time. That's right. A person nearby asked, General, how did you figure that out? Song Liangza used the sensor on his hand to adjust the 3D holographic map to the location of Rakshasa prison and zoomed in. Soon, Rakshasa prison appeared before everyone's eyes. A gray, rectangular building surrounded by grass and trees, with many green vines climbing on it. Song Liangza said, Rakshasa prison used to be a place for holding serious criminals. With advanced modern technology, ordinary prisons couldn't hold them. To prevent escapes, the cells were built underground, with walls made of tungsten alloy and a signal shielding coating, blocking all signals without the need for electromagnetic shielding devices. I went there a few times when I was young. I remember the background of this photo is there. Because the crime rate on ProStar has been extremely low over the past 20 years, Rakshasa prison was merged with the capital prison and has been abandoned ever since. Yi Xian looked at the gray building on the holographic projection. It didn't even have windows. The only way in and out was through a door. If the hostages are indeed in Rakshasa prison, that place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, making a rescue extremely difficult. Most of the terrorist organization's members are engaged in space operations. There can't be many left to guard the hostages. Song Liangza raised his hand to shrink the holographic projection. Rakshasa prison is impregnable, but there have been attempts to break in. They dug a tunnel from a forest 5 kilometers away, extending all the way down to the prison. This tunnel was only discovered after the prison was abandoned, so no one has bothered with it. Time was of the essence, and Yi Xian made a decisive decision. I take a team through the tunnel to confirm if the hostages are indeed being held here. If they are, then we act immediately. Just as Yi Xian left, Peng Haixing's communication came through, bringing with it the sounds of gunfire from the other side. General, the enemy has Mechs. Our police shuttles and anti-aircraft guns are struggling. Song Liangza's heart tightened upon hearing this. He had only recently been released from the court's prison, only to find his general's mansion almost completely ransacked. He had nowhere to stay, let alone the weapons and equipment he used to have. The personnel he could now command were all his former subordinates, retired National Defense Army soldiers, who naturally lacked weapons as well. Police Chief Li Shu, a longtime friend, had been won over by Song Liangza, and they had emptied the police station of its weapons, but it was still difficult to contend with the army's high-powered weaponry. Song Liangza thought of someone else, who might be able to help. Colonel Peng, hold on. I send reinforcements as soon as possible. A middle-aged soldier beside him reminded him, General, we still need to rescue the hostages. We don't have many men left to help. Song Liangza's gaze deepened. Connect me to the Chief Justice Zhu Wenyan. General, You just came from the court. If Chief Justice Zhu finds out, it might not be appropriate. No, if Zhu Wenyan hadn't given his permission, I wouldn't have come out so easily. Song Liangzi said, listen to me, connect him to the court. Yes, sir. Soon, the communicator connected to Chief Justice Zhu Wenyan, and his 3D holographic projection appeared before them. Zhu Wenyan was still the same as always. He saw Song Liangzi, but showed no surprise. I didn't expect you to contact me first. Song Liangzi said, Old Zhu, 6 months ago, you took me away from the National Defense Force Ground Command Center. I wonder if you ever regretted it. Zhu Wenyan smiled. You didn't come here specifically to settle scores, did you? Of course not. Song Liangzi said, in my heart, Zhu Wenyan of the trial court will always be an impartial and incorruptible judge. He is flexible and always pursues fairness and justice, and he still is. Zhu Wenyan's eyes stung. He used to think he was on the side of justice, but what had happened in the past 6 months made him feel ashamed. He said self-deprecatingly, I'm old, useless now. Old Zhu, we're both old, but ProStar is now besieged on all sides. As ProStar people, we have an inescapable responsibility. Zhu Wenyan seemed to have seen through his intentions. Just say it, what do you want me to do? The tribunal, as the Supreme Court of ProStar, possesses 6 armed starships, at least 80 armed shuttles, and countless firearms and ammunition. Zhu Wenyan said, are you trying to rob us outright? Old Zhu, a terrorist organization is attacking the Medical Research Center, and His Majesty the King is in imminent danger. Zhu Wenyan's expression turned serious. In that case, I will immediately arrange for personnel to apprehend the terrorist organization attacking the Medical Research Center. Thank you. Why thank me? It's my duty. Chapter 109. The armed shuttles and starships from the Medical Research Center and the tribunal arrived one after another to provide assistance, finally easing Peng Haixing's tense nerves. However, the situation remained far from optimistic. The tribunal's weapons were comparable to those of the police station. They could easily overwhelm criminals in normal times, but against military weaponry, their firepower was insufficient. Fortunately, they had managed to hold back the terrorist organization attempting to bomb the Medical Research Center. Peng Haixing, carrying his gun, arrived at the deployment point. There was an anti-aircraft gun there, used to engage targets approaching the Medical Research Center from the air. He immediately boarded the armored vehicle carrying the anti-aircraft gun. Inside were 4 people, all students from the Royal Military Academy. This anti-aircraft armored vehicle was originally used for school exercises, and they had driven it there. Several students saw Peng Haixing and shouted in unison, Colonel Peng. Peng Haixing said to the student operating the anti-aircraft gun, I operate it. Colonel, we only have 1 shell left. Peng Haixing felt a pang of pain in his teeth. Their unit was a makeshift ragtag group, including veterans, police officers, and military academy students. Their weapons were also cobbled together. They couldn't compare to the weapons of a regular army. This anti-aircraft gun only had 12 rounds of ammunition. Even if they used them sparingly, it wouldn't last long. A comrade's voice came through his headset, Old Peng. Another mech has crossed the line. Peng Haixing quickly sat down at the control panel. Having served in the National Defense Army for many years, although he hadn't seen much actual combat, he had practiced countless times. His hands moved quickly, a flurry of actions on the control panel, and the screen locked onto the target. He pressed fire, and the anti-aircraft gun flew from its muzzle, hurtling towards the locked target at incredible speed. He stared intently at the screen, hoping the anti-aircraft gun would destroy the mech that had crossed the line in the next instant. However, things didn't go as planned. The mech had already detected the anti-aircraft gun, and at the last moment, the enemy launched a chaff launcher. The anti-aircraft gun and the chaff launcher hit each other directly, exploding in midair. Meanwhile, the mech's main cannon had already fully charged and fired its cannon at the center of the Research Institute's building. Peng Haixing's face turned deathly pale, as he watched helplessly, as the cannon shot struck the Medical Research Institute's building. The towering building was violently impacted, the glass curtain wall shattered with a crisp sound in all directions, and the internal walls collapsed, causing the upper floors to collapse section by section, raising a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. In less than a minute, half of the research center had collapsed. The black mech seemed unsatisfied and was about to charge its cannon a second time to destroy the other half, its cannon poised to fire. Peng Haixing roared into the command channel, "Don't let him launch a second one." Nearby armed shuttles from the court were heading towards the black mech, but it was too late. Peng Haixing's eyes widened, his chest felt like it was about to explode, but his fears didn't come true. With a deafening bang, The black mech was instantly engulfed in flames, its body shattering into pieces. Then, a deep blue mech appeared before him. The students cheered. It's the Thunder God Mech. Reinforcements have arrived. Peng Haisheng saw on the screen that the blue Thunder God appeared like a meteor, destroying the black mech, and then, like a swallow, it swept past, heading towards the other black mechs. A communication came in. Colonel Peng, this is Song Yiming, Deputy Commander of the Pro-Star Mech Force. I've been ordered to assist you in protecting His Majesty the King. Peng Haisheng excitedly blurted out, Major Song. Thank you for your timely arrival. His Majesty the King is undergoing surgery on the 3rd basement floor of the Medical Research Center. Please prevent a terrorist attack on the research center. Roger that. Song Yiming said, the building is severely collapsed. Please arrange for fire and rescue, Colonel Peng. Okay. After saying that, the blue Thor drew his meteor hammer and charged towards the black mech. The black mech was hit in the abdomen, its body ripped by a steel wool-like current. A mech behind him opened its main cannon, about to fire at Thor, but Thor swiftly maneuvered its main thrusters to disengage. The enemy's main cannon struck the black mech, which hadn't had time to escape, and with a deafening roar, the black mech exploded to pieces. The mech pilot, still seemingly regretting killing his comrade, momentarily lost focus, and was locked onto by the Thor's main cannon descending from the sky. He snapped back to reality, launched a decoy flare, and quickly dodged. Soon after, another black mech joined the battle, leaving Song Yiming to fight 2 alone. After Song Yiming drew the mech's fire, the tribunal's armed starships and shuttles immediately surrounded the medical research center. Zhu Wenyan issued the order from one of the armed starships, defend the medical research center at all costs. Do not let the terrorist organization get a single step closer. In the operating rooms on the 3rd basement floor of the medical research center, the power had been completely cut off due to the bombing of the building above ground, plunging the corridors into darkness. Fortunately, Zhou Wanqing had prepared backup power in the operating rooms, allowing the medical equipment to continue operating, with only the operating table lights remaining on. The fresh air system in the operating room had stopped, and the temperature control system was barely functioning on backup power. Sweat beaded on Zhang Qing'an's forehead, but his hands continued to move. Wipe your sweat, Zhou Wanqing said, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. Suddenly, the entire operating room shook again. For nearly half an hour, the shaking intensified, and she suspected the building below had collapsed. The surgery would take at least 2 more hours. Could they endure it? Zhou Wanqing asked, looking outside. What's the situation outside? The guard outside replied, Your Highness, the terrorist organization is attacking the building. But Colonel Peng said reinforcements have arrived. Zhou Wanqing followed up, asking, which reinforcements? The Court of Justice and Colonel Song Yiming. Hearing Song Yiming, a glint of light appeared in Zhou Wanqing's eyes. Okay, I understand. 2 nurses also exclaimed joyfully, It's Major Song. Then we're not afraid. Zhang Qing'an glanced at Zhou Wanqing. Concentrate, continue. Zhou Wanqing then realized she had been distracted for a moment. She immediately returned to focus. Sorry. Space Qiming. Your Highness, terrorist reinforcements will be within firing range in 5 minutes. Zhou Jingshan watched the battle situation on the screen. Since Meng Luoxuan boarded the Pro-Star Defense Force's warship, the warship had clearly adopted a strategy of feigning weakness, firing its cannons as usual, but instead of targeting the Jinpu allied forces, it was firing at empty air. They were stalling for time. However, this tactic couldn't last long. If Abraham realized it, the hostages would be in danger. However, Abraham didn't have time to deal with that right away. After Murong Su led his elite Windblade mechs into the terrorist fleet, the terrorist fleet's formation was clearly thrown into disarray, and the commanders were all in a state of panic. The situation for the Jinpu coalition was also not optimistic. A large number of terrorist reinforcements were about to arrive, and if they did, the Jinpu coalition would be attacked from both sides. He had to readjust the fleet's formation within 5 minutes. Fortunately, the fleets commanded by Chao Yang and Tang Lian were already on the flanks of the terrorist fleet, attacking Abraham's fleet from both sides. Zhou Jingshan announced in the command channel, Chao Yang, Tang Lian. Terrorist reinforcements will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. To avoid being attacked from both sides, we must bypass the Abraham fleet and switch from offense to defense. In 30 seconds, the Qiming fleet will bypass the Abraham fleet. Please provide cover. Shiguang received. Chongming received. Then, Zhou Jingshan ordered, Qiming fleet, listen up. Activate your protective shields. Split into 2 groups, one from the 2 o'clock position and the other from the 10 o'clock position, and bypassed the Abraham fleet at maximum speed, regrouping behind it. As soon as he finished speaking, the 15 warships under the command of the Qiming split into 2 groups, activated their protective shields, and headed towards the opposite sides at maximum speed. Abraham, seeing the enemy's formation change, gritted his teeth in fury. Increase firepower. Don't let them get past the fleet. Pro-Planet's defense forces. What are you doing? Fire. Do you want to see your families turned into mincemeat? Shoot down the flagship of the Jinpu coalition. Otherwise, I will make you watch your own families turn into mincemeat. However, no one was willing to obey Abraham's commands, and he could only watch helplessly as the Qiming fleet bypassed them from both sides and reached their rear. Just as he was about to grind his teeth to dust, his adjutant shouted, "Major Admiral Abraham, Lord Shabanga's fleet has arrived." Abraham's eyes lit up, and he roared, "I will annihilate the Jinpu alliance." Once Shabanga's fleet entered firing range, it immediately launched a concentrated attack. The Qiming fleet passed the ProStar Defense Force and Abraham's fleet, reaching their rear, while the ProStar Defense Force remained at the forefront. Shabanga's fleet unleashed its cannon fire on the ProStar Defense Force, the concentrated attack inflicting heavy damage on the warships. When the Jinpu alliance attacked the defense force earlier, they focused on weaponry, rendering it combat ineffective and deliberately avoiding harming the personnel on the warships. But Shabanga's fleet, upon arrival, launched a high firepower attack, ruthlessly targeting them. Zhou Jingchen was startled to see the ProStar Defense Force's warships exploding one after another. The defense force was aligned with Abraham, yet Shabanda had launched the first attack. What was going on? Meanwhile, aboard the defense force flagship, the Xianyuan, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Qingxin's face turned pale. Meng Luoxuan arrived on the bridge. "Lieutenant General Zhao, what happened?" Zhao Qingxin didn't have time to answer Meng Luoxuan. He immediately contacted Abraham. "Major General Abraham, why did your reinforcements attack us?" Abraham showed no remorse whatsoever. "That's because you were taking advantage of the chaos. Don't think I don't know you didn't attack the Jinpu allied forces at all." Zhao Qingxin angrily retorted, "I followed your orders, but your men opened fire on us. Does that mean we can retaliate?" Abraham replied, "That was just a punishment. You should learn your lesson. If you can destroy the flagship of the Jinpu alliance, our people will naturally consider you allies." "Nonsense." Zhao Qingxin cut off the communication and slammed his fist on the command platform in frustration. Meng Luoxuan approached Zhao Qingxin. "Lieutenant General Zhao, Abraham and Musel are members of a terrorist organization. They've been plotting to seize ProStar." Zhao Qingxin looked at Meng Luoxuan beside him, then slammed his fist on the command platform again, with tremendous force, almost shattering his knuckles. They had always believed that Abraham was part of the regular army of Hadstar, and even if they had broken ties with Hadstar, they were still on ProStar's side. They never expected that they were aiding and abetting a terrorist organization. Zhao Qingxin spoke into the National Defense Forces command channel. "Fellow National Defense Forces of ProStar, Abraham has broken the agreement and attacked us as enemies. We all been deceived. They are the real terrorist organization. All National Defense Forces, heed my command. Assist the Jinpu allied forces in attacking the terrorist organization." Upon Zhao Qingxin's order, the ProStar National Defense Forces fleet opened fire on the arriving Shabanga fleet. Zhao Qingxin said, "Connect with the Jinpu allied forces flagship." Soon, Zhou Jingchen's projection appeared on the screen. Zhao Qingxin closed his eyes in regret. "Third Prince, the ProStar National Defense Forces have disappointed you. We failed in our duty, we are cowards. But we know we were wrong, and we are willing to accept any punishment. We only beg your highness to forgive and forget and continue to lead the ProStar National Defense Forces." Zhou Jingchen said, "Lieutenant General Zhao, I know your predicament. You are my comrade in arms, and I have been waiting for you to fight alongside us." Zhao Qingxin's eyes were red. Hearing Zhou Jingchen's words, he almost burst into tears. He choked out, "Then, the National Defense Force and ProStar are entrusted to you." Then, Zhao Qingxin simultaneously connected to the National Defense Forces command channel. "All ProStar National Defense Force personnel, listen to my command. From now on, the ProStar National Defense Force will obey the Third Prince's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, Abraham forcibly cut off the communication. Abraham was furious. "Zhao Qingxin, don't forget, your families are still in our hands. I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Soon, a surveillance video appeared on the ProStar National Defense Forces warship screen. The video showed 2 boys, one 12 years old and the other 8, both with their wrists bound, kneeling on the ground, next to a woman of about 40 years old. A voice said, "Your father is watching you. What do you want to say to him?" The two boys cried out, "Daddy, save me! Daddy, save me!" Zhao Qingxin saw this and nearly collapsed. He roared hysterically, "Come at me! Don't hurt the children! I thought you were just being stubborn." Abraham said, "I give you one more chance. Order the destruction of the Jinpu Coalition's flagship." Zhao Qingxin's eyes were bloodshot. He lowered his head and roared, "Shut down communications." "What? Are you afraid to see them killed?" Then, 3 gunshots rang out. Zhao Qingxin looked up and saw the 2 children and the woman in the video, all shot in the head. Bright red blood splattered on the gray wall, stinging his eyes. Abraham said, "Zhao Qingxin, this is the price you pay for disobeying." Zhao Qingxin roared at the top of his lungs, "Cut off communications." Abraham's voice was forcibly cut off. Meng Luoxuan, seeing this, watched Zhao Qingxin's retreating figure, her eyes also welling up with tears. Suddenly, the warship shook violently, and the warning lights on the bridge flashed rapidly. The warship had just been attacked by high-powered artillery fire. The intelligence officer reported, "Lieutenant General Zhao, our warship has been hit by the right-wing engine." Zhao Qingxin said, "Main guns ready, aim at the enemy warship, fire." Zhou Jingchen's voice roared in the command channel, "Prostellar National Defense Force, listen up. Immediately withdraw from the current combat zone. Retreat to the flanks. Dawn Fleet and Chongming Fleet, prepare to provide cover." Then, the warship shook violently again, and the control panel screens were filled with static. The warship's systems had been damaged. Meng Luoxuan stepped forward and said, "Lieutenant General Zhao, the warship is severely damaged. We must abandon ship and leave." Zhao Qingxin announced over the ship's intercom, "Everyone on the Xianyuan, listen up. Immediately enter the shuttles and escape pods, and leave the Xianyuan." Everyone sprang into action, orderly evacuating the warship. However, Zhao Qingxin showed no intention of leaving. Meng Luoxuan grabbed his arm and said, "Lieutenant General Zhao, come with me. We're going to the Qiming." Zhao Qingxin pulled his arm away from her. He had just witnessed his child and wife being killed. His eyes had lost all will to live. "Colonel Meng, you go first. I want to do one last thing." Meng Luoxuan seemed to understand what he wanted to do. She said, "Why do you have to do this?" Zhao Qingxin said, "I have no more regrets. Please allow me to atone for my sins one last time. This is the best way I can think of to both avenge myself and atone for my sins." Meng Luoxuan was also a soldier, a woman with an iron will. She knew what Zhao Qingxin wanted to do, knew his situation, and could understand his pain. Meng Luoxuan choked back tears. "Lieutenant General Zhao, you are a hero of Pro Star." Hearing this, tears welled up in Zhao Qingxin's eyes. He was a sinner of Pro Star. Did he still deserve to be a hero of Pro Star? But it didn't matter anymore. He didn't care what others thought of him. He just wanted to do one last thing. In the Pro Star field, amidst the raging gunfire, a heavily damaged warship, at maximum speed, burned its last bit of life as it rammed into Abraham's flagship. "Major General Abraham, the Xianyuan is charging towards us." Abraham's eyes widened. They had used the Xianyuan as a shield against the Jinpu Alliance, but this shield had transformed into a sharp sword piercing towards them. They weren't far apart, it was charging straight at them, leaving them no chance to dodge. Abraham roared, "Destroy it." Countless shells rained down on the Xianyuan, which was quickly engulfed in flames. Using its powerful momentum, it crashed into Abraham's ship like a fireball, engulfing it in flames as well. In less than 5 seconds, the 2 warships collided and exploded, creating a fireball brighter than the sun, illuminating all the other ships. The powerful shockwave affected the 2 closest ships, and even the Jinpu Alliance forces, who were farther away, felt the tremors. Everyone in the Pro-Star Defense Force and the Jinpu Alliance witnessed this silent explosion. This devastating explosion was like a sudden, bright star appearing in the sky for the people of Pro-Planet. On the National Defense Force's warships, many wept. They had been forced to the battlefield to protect their families, but in the end, they were nothing more than clowns. At that moment, they deeply understood that a nation, a soldier, without the courage and resolve to fight against evil forces, would lose their dignity. To live a life devoid of dignity is more terrifying than death. Chapter 110. Meng Luoxuan's voice rang out on the bridge of the Qiming, "Your Highness, all crew members of the Xianyuan have left on the shuttle. Captain Zhao Qingxin, Vice Admiral, collided with Abraham's warship and has been killed." Received. Zhou Jingchen's heart was heavy. Other warships of the National Defense Force, prepare to recover the crew of the Xianyuan. The war continued. The National Defense Force soldiers seemed fearless, no longer afraid of their families being killed, no longer afraid of dying in battle. They were already at the very bottom of the abyss. Nothing could be worse. They had to resist. They had to reclaim their last shred of dignity. Intense artillery fire relentlessly attacked the terrorist organization's fleet, while enemy fire also landed on their warships. But now they had nothing to fear. Facing this group of fearless National Defense Force soldiers, Shabangda suddenly felt a sense of oppression and immediately ordered, "Wipe them all out." The indiscriminate bombardment and explosions were more frequent than New Year's fireworks. Zhou Jingchen witnessed this suicidal attack and was heartbroken. He shouted into the command channel, "Prosperous Star's Defense Forces. Obey orders. Retreat from the flanks to the rear of the Qiming. You are Prosperous Star's Defense Forces, the warriors who will protect Prosperous Star now and in the future. Prosperous Star needs you. Prosperous Star cannot live without you. Your lives should not be wasted like this." But they were like madmen, no one obeyed orders. Those driven to desperation finally lost their minds at the last moment, wanting only to drag those who had driven them to their deaths down with them to hell. Zhou Jingchen, witnessing the carnage before him, felt a pang of sorrow. Reluctantly, he adjusted the battle plan. Dawn Fleet. Assist the National Defense Force in attacking the Shabangda fleet. Yang Shuer reported, "Your Highness. News has arrived from the ground. General Song Liangzi has rescued the National Defense Force hostages." Zhou Jingchen thought this news was timely. Have them immediately transmit video footage of the hostage rescue to the bridge communications of every warship via the Central Command Channel. "Yes, sir." The National Defense Force soldiers, their eyes bloodshot from the bloodshed, fought fiercely. Their warships were riddled with damage, main guns and laser cannons were destroyed, leaving only the Vulcan cannons desperately holding on. They thought, since things had come to this point, they would give their lives one last burst of energy. They no longer worried about their families, for they would leave this world with them. This thought made them even more fearless. Unexpectedly, a scene appeared on all the screens on the bridge of the National Defense Forces warships. On the screen, General Song Liangzi stood at the forefront of a group of men, women, and children, his face solemn. "Soldiers of the National Defense Force, your families have been safely rescued. You are the guardians of Prostar, the most precious beings in your family's hearts. Prostar needs you, and your families need you too. We must protect Prostar, and we must also protect ourselves. Please do not rush to your deaths." The National Defense Force soldiers, who saw this video, were all in tears. The suicidal attacks gradually subsided. They obeyed Zhou Jingchen's command, dragging their battered warships from the flanks to the rear of the Qiming fleet. The Dawn fleet stood at the forefront, covering their retreat. At the Royal Palace press conference, the equipment was ready. This broadcasting equipment could transmit to media terminals throughout Prostar, including everyone's personal communications. Zhou Jingchen appeared in a suit, his beard unkempt, his appearance haggard, and his eyes bloodshot. He walked to the podium, facing the camera, his slightly hoarse voice sounding like a final declaration. "Citizens of Prostar, I am King Zhou Jingchen of Prostar. 5 months ago, at my coronation ceremony, I swore before all the citizens of Prostar that I would work for the well-being of Prostar's citizens and forever maintain the peace of Prostar. Here, I want to apologize to everyone, I have failed to do so." At this moment, on the bridge of the Qiming, the screen also played footage of Zhou Jingchen's speech. Zhou Jingchen looked at the haggard Zhou Jingchen. He felt neither hatred nor schadenfreude. I was just wondering what he would say next. Would he continue to be my enemy, or had he finally come to his senses? On the screen, Zhou Jingchen looked at the camera and continued, "My initial intention was indeed to maintain peace on Prostar. I wanted every citizen of Prostar to live in a happy and stable country. However, I chose the wrong path. I thought that as long as we received protection from the Head Star Army, Prostar would be free from terrorist attacks, our soldiers wouldn't have to sacrifice themselves, our people wouldn't have to live in fear, and we could develop peacefully. But in reality, the exorbitant protection fees have suffocated us. Our people have become slaves in their eyes, and even our soldiers have been bullied. Later, I understood that a nation lacking the ability to protect itself and only seeking protection from others is without confidence, even without dignity." In every home and on every shuttle on Prostar, Zhou Jingchen's speech video was playing. Even the civilians marching in the streets and alleys stopped to watch the king speak on the square and their personal communicators. Some were tearful, some sobbed uncontrollably. They too had wanted peace, but they had shifted the blame onto the third prince, and they had driven the soldiers on the Dawn, who had risked their lives to protect Prostar out of the planet. They were all accomplices. The Jinpu allied forces, disregarding past grievances, returned to Prostar and were fighting to protect them. Zhou Jingqing's speech continued, more like a confession than a speech. Zhou Jingqin, you are right, and I am wrong. I thought you framed me to seize the throne, but we were both deceived. Someone else orchestrated Zhang Tianqi's assassination of father. I was misled and wrongly accused you, causing you to bear the stigma of being a rebel. I know nothing I do can undo my mistake. I want to clarify to all Prostar people that Third Prince Zhou Jingqin and everyone on the Dawn are not rebels. They are the true heroes, the true warriors protecting Prostar. If this time, the Jin Pro Alliance can liberate Prostar from the terrorist organization, all Prostar citizens, please remember, only we ourselves can protect our home. Death is terrible, but living without dignity is worse than death. Hearing this, Zhou Jingqin's eyes reddened slightly. Thinking of something, he said to Yang Rishue Yang Xiaowei, connect General Song's communications on the ground. Yes. Communication was quickly established between the Qiming and the ground. Zhou Jingqin cut to the chase. General Song, Muscle should still be in the Prostar Palace. Zhou Jingqin is in grave danger. Although he made a mistake, it should be the people of Prostar who punish him, not him falling into the hands of a terrorist organization. Please do everything possible to rescue him. All right, I send men to the palace immediately. After ending the communication, Zhou Jingqin glanced at the screen. Zhou Jingqin was still saying, I am a sinner of Prostar. I don't ask the people of Prostar to forgive me. Suddenly, the doors to the press conference were blasted open by heavy artillery fire, the immense impact causing the entire building to tremble. Muscle strode in through the dust-filled doors, followed by his men carrying guns, who quickly took control of the press conference, which was abruptly interrupted. Zhou Jingqin looked at Muscle and the heavily armed terrorists, but his face showed no fear. He had already lost all fear the moment he decided to do this. Musel clapped his hands. Your Majesty, that's truly touching. Zhou Jingqin glared at him. Musel, you're the terrorist organization, the real terrorist organization. Musel scoffed. His Majesty begged me to sign a protection agreement with you. What, only 6 months later, and you already forgotten? That's right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let the wolf into the house. Zhou Jingqin said, I deserve to die. Judging from your expression, you're not even afraid of death? I have no face to live any longer. Kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. Your son, daughter, and wife, you don't care anymore? Zhou Jingqin felt a slight pang of pain in his heart. He gritted his teeth. Yes, it doesn't matter anymore. Fine, since you want to die, then I grant your wish. Medical Research Center. After Song Yiming arrived, he prevented a single shell from landing near the Medical Research Center. He destroyed 2 terrorist organization mechs one after another. The tribunal also helped clean up the other terrorist debris. The mech landed smoothly. Song Yiming used the elevator rope to get out of the mech's cockpit. He took off his helmet and ran towards the Medical Research Center building. The building was already half collapsed. Firefighters were organizing robots for rescue operations. He ran into the building and grabbed a firefighter. How are His Majesty the King and Her Highness the Princess? They're on the 3rd basement level. They're safe. As long as the surgery is completed, they'd be able to come out. Okay, thank you. After hearing this, Song Yiming ran like the wind towards the gate. The building was destroyed, the entire building's power supply was damaged, and the elevators were out of service. Fortunately, there was still a gate leading to the underground floors, which had been broken open. The basement was pitch black. He took out his flashlight and hurried towards the 3rd basement level. At the operating room door on the 3rd basement level, the guards were still standing guard outside, ready to respond to any emergencies. Upon seeing Song Yiming, they all called out, Major Song. At that moment, the operating room door opened, and Zhou Wanqing, dressed in surgical scrubs and a surgical cap, emerged. The two hadn't seen each other for 6 months. They never expected their reunion to be in this dark basement. Zhou Wanqing saw him and ran towards him first. Song Yiming followed, and the two embraced tightly. No one spoke. They simply embraced in silence. The bystanders outside the operating room exchanged glances and tactfully turned their backs. After a while, Song Yiming finally spoke, seeing you safe and sound, I'm relieved. Isn't that supposed to be my line? Neither of them had expected that half a year would pass since their last meeting. During those 6 months, they had worried about each other. Now, seeing each other safe and sound, the weight on their hearts finally lifted. Song Yiming then asked, How is His Majesty the King? He just finished surgery. Now we just have to see when he wakes up. Okay. Although Song Yiming longed to be with Zhou Wanqing, his comrades were still fighting, and he had other missions. He released Zhou Wanqing. The court and Peng Haisheng are guarding here. It's safe for now. I have other missions. See you later. Zhou Wanqing kissed him on the lips. You returned safely. Okay. With that, he turned and left. Back on Earth, Song Yiming saw Zhu Wenyan. Although Zhu Wenyan had initially sided with Zhou Jingxing, he had sent reinforcements today, presumably having come to his senses. Dean Zhu, I'm leaving this to you. Zhu Wenyan replied, protecting His Majesty the King and Her Highness the Princess is my duty. Space. The battle had lasted nearly 4 hours. Abraham was dead, and his fleet was in ruins, but Shabanda's fleet was larger and more formidable. Their warships were all of the Corbett class, and their mechs were highly capable. During his time on Hades, he had sent people to investigate, and that's when he learned that during Mateo's reign, under the guise of sending troops to protect other countries, he had secretly transferred many advanced weapons and warships. The destination of these weapons and warships, of course, was terrorist organizations. Murongsu piloted the Gao family's latest mecha, the 1000 Kill, but as a military superpower, the latest mechas from Hades were only stronger, not weaker. He handled the Abraham fleet with ease, but after Shabanda's fleet joined the battle, he was bogged down by 3 S-class mechas. One of them was an old ally he had fought many times before, Red Spider. His mecha had been upgraded to SS class, also featuring an 8-legged spider design, and its performance and firepower were comparable to Murongsu's newly upgraded 1000 Kill. The other 2 were S-class mechas, their performance slightly lower than Red Spider's, but still considerable. With all 3 attacking him simultaneously, he was finding it difficult to cope. Murongsu was very curious. Red Spider's mental strength was at most between 19 and 92. Piloting an S-class mecha wasn't a problem, but piloting an SS class or higher mecha was beyond his mental control. What had he done to increase his mental strength in just a few months? Murongsu was very curious. Qian Sha, scan and analyze Red Spider's mecha and pilot. Qian Sha's mechanical voice sounded, yes, young Marshal. Murongsu piloted Qian Sha, dodging and attacking between the 3 mechas. After a while, Qian Sha said, young Marshal, according to my scan of the enemy mecha, there is no life reaction from carbon-based life forms inside. Murongsu was stunned. No life reaction from carbon-based life forms? A robot? At this moment, Red Spider's abnormal mechanical voice came through Qian Sha's communicator. Murongsu, you're surprised too, ha ha. The voice was Red Spider's, but it lacked human emotion, sounding more like a machine. Murongsu seemed to realize why he had suddenly become stronger. What, Red Spider? Did you implant yourself into a machine? This is called human-machine integration. Red Spider said, humans are too fragile, only capable of limiting their actions. Now, I have broken through the limitations of the body, gained immortality, and this endless power. Hearing such a mind-blowing statement, Murongsu sneered, heh, what can I say to you, Red Spider, you're not even human. You? I told you so, aren't I? Are you even human? Murongsu, do you think I'd be provoked by you? Red Spider grinned maliciously, but you won't live much longer. I kill you today. Red Spider activated the laser cannons on his 8 legs. Murongsu was about to dodge when another S-class mech seemed to have figured out his escape route, and fired an electromagnetic railgun at him. Murongsu swiftly dodged the electromagnetic railgun, but in the process, one of the high-energy laser beams from Red Spider's 8-legged laser cannon struck his shoulder thruster, causing it to immediately emit black smoke. Qian Sha, young Marshal, the right shoulder thruster is damaged. Without hesitation, Murongsu launched a counterattack, switching from defense to offense. Qian Sha, young Marshal, the other 2 S-class mechs also show no signs of life. They've been merged with the machine. Murongsu had heard of this method before. Gene Qixing scientists had also researched it, but because it was too cruel and violated human ethics, Murongjinyun stopped it. Terrorist organizations don't care about human ethics or morality. They stop at nothing to achieve their goals.